The devil does not need to be defeated. Chapter 1 to Chapter 89. The Demon King. This was an existence that often appeared in all kinds of myths and legends. A symbol of evil. A synonym for cruelty. A character that harmed the world, harmed mankind, brought fear and disaster to many existences, and plunged the world into chaos. Such a character was the Demon King. And in many myths and legends, in order to defeat the Demon King, the gods would usually find a hero and give him a lot of help to save the world. What's more, the gods would summon a hero from another world and let him defeat the Demon King. It was also a kind of development that seemed to be conventional. Therefore, I am the unlucky one who was chosen? You can think so if you want to. The above conversation happened because of such a situation. This was the center of the unknown temple. Inside the temple, there were no dazzling decorations, nor did it have a sacred and solemn atmosphere. It was just a pure white building. At this moment, there were two figures inside the temple. Among them, there was a figure that seemed to be an eternal existence that had always been standing in the center of the temple. That was the goddess. Yes, the goddess. Because other than this word to describe her, there was no other word that could be used to describe her. She had a head of silver-white long hair, hanging down along her exceptionally seductive back, all the way to the back of her knees, and it was even moving without any wind, gently swaying while emitting a faint glow. Her pupils were pure blue, like a blue planet. She was wearing a holy white dress, and her jade-like white feet were bare. She just stood on the ground, and together with her impeccable body curves and graceful figure, she was so beautiful that it didn't seem like something that should exist in this world. It made people feel like they were looking at a completed work of the highest level, full of dreamy and illusory feelings. This kind of beauty, this kind of holiness, this kind of dreamy and illusory, only the word goddess could adequately describe it. At least, that was what the other figure in the temple, the person who floated in the air like a spirit without a physical body, thought. At first, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Until the goddess said this to him. Although it's very abrupt, please let me get straight to the topic. What topic? In summary, it was, you are dead, but I hope you can come to my world and defeat the Demon King. So I intend to resurrect you, make you a hero, and head to the world of swords and magic, omnipotensen. That was what happened. That was how the conversation started. To be honest, he didn't want to believe it. Goddess, Demon King, hero, the world of swords and magic, it wasn't that he didn't know these words. However, when these words turned into real events that happened to him, he could only be dumbfounded. He didn't even know how long it took him to accept such a setting. He was very clear. If what the goddess said was true, then he should already be dead. If he didn't accept the goddess's suggestion, then the only option left for him was to disappear, right? By the way, the reason why he said should was because he couldn't remember whether he was really dead or not. No, it should be said that he couldn't remember anything about himself. Why was it like that? It was simple. No matter what you choose, it's something you don't need. That was what the goddess said. It couldn't be helped. If he rejected the goddess's request, he would end up like that. If he decided to accept, in order to prevent the nostalgia of his past life from affecting his new life, and also to prevent the technology and knowledge from his past life from penetrating too deeply into the other world, not keeping those memories was considered a very straightforward way. Because of that, he couldn't remember anything about himself. The knowledge he had about his original world was only the common knowledge, like the existence of the internet. The usage of the internet, but he didn't know the principle of its existence and the conditions under which it was formed. It wasn't caused by the goddess. Once a person dies, nothing will be left behind, including existence and memories. It's only because I need you that I summoned you, the existence of you, to restore your common memories so that you can understand the current situation and what will happen next. The goddess was looking at him with a pair of eyes that were as bright and beautiful as the stars. While smiling faintly, she explained. Since you are already dead, the memories of your past life have nothing to do with you. Even if you choose to go to the other world, I don't want the nostalgia of your past life to affect your second life, and I also don't want the technology and knowledge of your previous life to affect my world too much. In other words, no matter what, the memories of his past life would never come back. He didn't have any complaints. First, since he had forgotten those memories, he naturally wouldn't be stubborn about it. Second, even if he objected, it would be futile. Again, he was already dead and should have disappeared. Since he was planning to resurrect him and give him a second life, how could he ask for more? It was already a blessing for him to survive and have a second life. He should be content with what he had. Seems like you have made up your mind. The goddess seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. She nodded nonchalantly and extended her flawless hand to him. Then, in the name of God, I grant you, a person from another world, a second life. Accompanied by a solemn voice that seemed to resound throughout the entire temple, the transparent figure in the air shone brightly. The light was as dazzling as the sun, as dazzling as the stars. Under such circumstances, an equally dazzling sword appeared on the transparent figure's body. From now on, you will be called Shuren. Don't let me down, okay? I've waited 1,000 years for the brave one. The moment her voice subsided, the floating man and sword vanished from the temple together. After doing all this, the goddess retracted her hand. However, the goddess's eyes were still fixed on the sky, as if she was still looking at that figure, and she murmured. Such a strong light, it's the first time I've seen it. I hope he can fulfill my long-cherished wish. After the muttering, the goddess closed her eyes and allowed the temple to return to silence. And this was the starting point of the story, announcing the beginning. When he came back to his senses, Shuren realized that he was already standing on the ground. So this is the alternate world. Opening his eyes, Shuren looked at the scene in front of him with a blank expression. At this moment, Shuren was in a lush green forest. He was surrounded by layers of trees. Warm sunlight shone down from above. Plants that he had never seen before were everywhere. There were no sounds of birds, beasts, or insects, but the air was frighteningly heavy, as if telling an outsider like Shuren that he was not welcome here. Don't tell me I've arrived at some incredible place? This was Shuren's first impression of this world. Frankly speaking, Shuren was still very confused. Although he remembered what had happened to him, he had suddenly arrived in a different world and was thrown into a completely unfamiliar place. Apart from common sense, he did not know anything else, and he did not even have the slightest understanding of this world. It was impossible for him not to feel confused. However, Shuren had an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. That was, no matter how unreasonable the situation was, he could treat it as something that could not be helped and quickly accept it. This was also the reason why Shuren could accept the truth so readily after learning of his experience and accept the goddess's request to come to this alternate world. I don't know if it's because I was such a person in my previous life, or if it's because of a spiritual transformation after dying once. Shuren seemed to be mocking himself as he muttered these words to himself. At this moment, Shuren felt a heavy feeling in his hand, causing him to subconsciously look at his hand. With this look, Shuren was stunned. He saw that in Shuren's hand, a sword had appeared out of nowhere. It was a dazzling sword that emitted an equally dazzling light. The sword was a large sword that needed to be held with both hands. The hilt was golden, and the top of the hilt was also inlaid with a golden gem. The body of the sword was dazzling white, and there was always a stream of light revolving around it, looking exceptionally gorgeous. Looking at this sword, Shuren couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. However, at the same time, Shuren felt something strange from this sword. It was as if he could become one with the sword in his hand and blend with the other party like water and milk. It felt as if they were inseparable. This feeling even made Shuren feel as if he was looking at himself. What made Shuren even more surprised was that when he stared at this sword, a message appeared in his mind. Holy Sword, exclusive, Shuren. Level plus 100. All skill levels plus 10. All types of damage reduction by 99%. Immunity to all negative statuses. Sharpness at the highest level. Durability at the highest level. Deals great damage to evil-type targets. Has the effect of purifying and expelling evil energy. Restricted to the user. Unable to abandon, transfer, destroy, modify, or interfere with the user. Shuren was stunned. Intuition told Shuren that this sword was amazing. Although, according to the goddess, he looked like a hero, and it was natural for a hero to have his own holy sword, but even so, Wasn't the effect a little too much? Even if Shuren didn't know what level of performance and power this sword had in this world, just by looking at the row of effects, Shuren could tell everyone with certainty that this was definitely not something that could appear. To be more specific, if such a weapon appeared in the game, it would instantly destroy the balance of the game, and all the players would curse the game's producers to death. However, this wasn't the end. Apart from the holy sword in front of him, other messages appeared in Shuren's mind. The message was divided into two parts, level, and skills. This was like a game, and Shuren raised his eyebrows. Then, Shuren realized that he could use his consciousness to check the status of these two parts. So, Shuren checked the status of level. It seemed to show Shuren's current level, LV1. Well, it was very concise, and it let Shuren clearly know that he was a real rookie. Then, Shuren checked the status of skills. It seemed to show Shuren's current skills and something called skill points. Among them, the skill points showed a value of 100. Shuren didn't know whether it was a lot or a little. Then, it showed the skills that Shuren currently had. Currently, Shuren only had 2 skills. Providence, unique skill. When leveling up, all ability types are increased to the maximum value. When leveling up, the amount of skill points gained is increased to the maximum value. All skill acquisition requirements are reduced to the minimum. All skill upgrade requirements are reduced to the minimum. Permanent effect, can't be cancelled in any way. Supreme God's blessing, special skill. Obtain the protection of the world. Only limited to the Protoss, all conditions can be met. Only limited to the Protoss, all interference can be avoided. Only limited to the Protoss, all classes can be activated. Only limited to the Protoss, all effects can be enhanced. Shuren fell into silence. Again, he felt that these 2 skills were amazing. As for how amazing it was, Shuren, who didn't know the slightest bit about this world, naturally wouldn't know. However, it was still the same thing. It was a little too much to only look at the effects of the rows of effects. Could it be that goddess wants me to defeat the Demon King when I'm at LV1, right? Shuren was now seriously doubting this. After a rather vexed contemplation, Sean decided not to think too much about it for now. Let's take one step at a time. After all, even if he wanted to defeat the Demon King, he had to find the Demon King first, right? Moreover, Shuren didn't think that he could defeat the Demon King just like that. Not to mention, Shuren didn't even know how to fight. Even if he had the legendary holy sword in his hand, he would probably only be able to swing it around randomly. Let him defeat the Demon King, Shuren couldn't imagine that scene at all. Rather, he could only imagine himself trembling in front of the Demon King. Compared to defeating the Demon King, which is unrealistic, I should first think about how to get out of this forest. Looking around, Shuren instantly made a judgment that this place wasn't suitable for him to stay for long. Looking at the sky again, according to the position of the sun, Shuren roughly knew what time it was and also identified the direction. Finally, he climbed up a higher tree and observed for a while. After choosing a direction, he began to use the holy sword in his hand to open a path while entering the forest. Shuren completely didn't notice that in the sky, there was a black shadow sweeping over, staring at Shuren who was shuttling through the forest, its eyes flashing with a fierce glint. He did not know if it was summer. Not only was the sun very strong, but the temperature was also quite high. Shuren, who was shuttling through the forest, swung the holy sword with difficulty. While chopping away the obstructing weeds and branches, he was panting and sweating profusely. "It's so hot," Shuren moaned weakly, but he did not stop and continued on his way. As he went deeper into the forest, Shuren felt that it was more and more dangerous. "I don't hear any birds or beasts at all," Shuren had a bad feeling, which made him want to leave this area as soon as possible. In particular, the ominous premonition was getting stronger and stronger, to the extent that it gradually made Sean feel uneasy. Then, at a certain moment, a message suddenly appeared in Shuren's mind. Obtain skill, enemy sense, learn? Obtain skill, enemy sense, learn? Shuren could not help but be slightly stunned. I obtained a new skill just like that? While Shuren was surprised, he did not hesitate and immediately chose to learn it. At this moment, the bad feeling from before seemed to have turned into a real warning sign, surging into Shuren's mind. Shuren only felt a headache and a chill on his back. Then, as if he had vaguely sensed something, he suddenly turned around and looked at the sky. Swoosh! The sound of something piercing through the air suddenly came. Bang! A muffled sound rang out like an explosion. Shuren only felt as if he had been hit by a heavy mountain. He did not even have the chance to groan as his entire body was sent flying, crashing into the trunk of a tree like a cannonball, breaking the tree. Ugh! Only then did Shuren feel a dull pain in his chest, causing him to cry out. Obtain skill, physical resistance, learn? Obtain skill, physical resistance, learn? As new information surged into his mind, Shuren was still in a daze. What's wrong? What happened? I've been attacked? Shuren, who slid down the tree trunk to the ground, did not react at all. And the amazing thing was that although he had clearly encountered an attack that could have sent him flying and smashed the tree, Shuren did not suffer much damage. He only felt a little stuffy in his chest. When Shuren finally reacted, he did not know if it was the effect of the enemy sense skill, but he clearly sensed the location of the existence that attacked him, causing him to hurriedly climb up from the ground and look up. With this look, Shuren froze. This was because what appeared in front of him was surreal. Guji! A voice filled with hostility resounded in the sky and lingered for a long time. A huge shadow descended from the sky and appeared in front of Shan. It was a bird. It was a black bird with a snake body, bird wings, and a human face. It was extremely large, with a wingspan of 10 meters. It looked extremely strange and evil. Just now, it seemed that this huge bird fell from the sky, attacked Shuren, and sent Shuren flying. Now, this bird was still staring at Shuren with a pair of bloodshot eyes, telling Shuren that it did not intend to let go of the prey in front of it. Ha ha ha, Shuren couldn't help but laugh. There was no other way. Isn't this joke a bit too big? After meeting the goddess, he was reincarnated into a different world, thrown into the forest alone, and then immediately encountered a strange monster's attack. This unfolded, how cliché. Guji! Shuren's cursing and the bird's cry burst out at the same time. Then, the bird turned into a black shadow again, broke through the air, and attacked Shuren. Shuren only felt that the skill, enemy sense, gave him a warning, so he didn't think about it and ignored his image and rolled to the side. Bang! A muffled sound rang out again. The tree that Shan had just crashed into was directly smashed by the raptor, turning into sawdust and debris that flew all over the sky and kept flying. Obtain skill, evasion, do you want to learn? Shan, who was rolling on the ground in a sorry state, received new information in his mind. Learn. Learn. Without thinking, Shuren agreed frantically. In a critical moment, this skill was definitely used to save lives. Therefore, Shuren, who didn't care too much, learned the physical resistance skill that he had just obtained and the evasion skill that he had just obtained. Guji! On the other side, the bird that smashed the tree flew back into the air, as if it was angry at its failed attack and angry at Shuren for resisting. After a cry, it spat out a bolt of lightning in Shuren's direction. The lightning seemed to be able to burn people's eyeballs. Shuren, who had just climbed up, only felt his vision go white, and he was instantly hit. Boom! The lightning hit the place where Shuren was, causing an explosion and blasting Shuren away, turning Shuren into a rolling gourd. Obtain skill, magic resistance, do you want to learn? Another new skill was obtained. Cough. Shuren, who had turned into a rolling gourd, coughed violently. As before, he learned the new skill without any hesitation. And this time was the same. Although he was hit by the lightning, Shuren still didn't suffer much damage. He only felt pain all over his body. At this point, Shuren understood what was going on. Is this the power of the holy sword? Shuren was lying on the ground covered in dust, and his eyes turned to the holy sword that had been tightly held in his hand. The holy sword was flowing with a bright light and gorgeous color, just like in the beginning. Because the holy sword had the effect of reducing any type of damage by 99%, Shuren was still unscathed until now, right? Guji! Guji! The bird in the air didn't know all this. It looked at Shuren, who was lying on the ground, looking like he was dying, but in fact, not even a drop of blood was shed. It let out a series of angry cries. Presumably, the other party didn't expect that the prey that it had found with great difficulty would still be unable to be taken down. Therefore, the bird swooped down, as if it wanted to completely finish off Shuren, and its whole body surged with fierce fluctuations. Watching this scene unfold, Sean's heart also burst forth with a sense of determination. Don't think that I won't fight back. Facing the ferocious figure that fell from the sky like a nightmare, Shuren clenched the holy sword and struggled to stand up. Clang! The radiance that was originally flowing quietly on the resplendent holy sword suddenly flourished and shone brightly. An amazing power flowed from the holy sword into Shuren's body. Just like that, Shuren raised the holy sword and faced the ferocious figure in the sky. Then, obtain skill, two-handed sword, do you want to learn? Without a doubt, Shuren chose to learn. Even without the memories of his previous life, Shuren still knew that he was an ordinary person who had nothing to do with fighting before his reincarnation. At least, according to the remaining memories in his mind, Shuren could judge that he lived in a very peaceful era in his previous life and was born in a very peaceful country. Not to mention fighting, he probably did not even experience fighting a few times. Let Shuren fight the ferocious monsters from the other world, in any case, it was impossible to see a chance of winning. However, from the moment Shuren set up the holy sword in his hand and learned the skills one by one, everything was destined to change. Guji! The sound of the savage bird still echoed in his ears. Clang! The holy sword in his hand continued to shine. Feeling the amazing power that poured into his body from the holy sword, Shuren calmed down incredibly. Time seemed to have slowed down around him. The speed of the savage bird that swooped down with ferocious fluctuations also seemed to have begun to slow down. The enemy sense skill gave a clearer warning than before, allowing Shuren to grasp the speed and position of the monster that fell from the sky. The evasion skill also seemed to be stimulating Shuren's instincts, allowing Shuren's body to naturally know the best dodge speed, dodge movement, dodge timing, and dodge direction. And the two-handed sword skill that he had just learned made countless methods and techniques of using the holy sword in Shuren's mind, giving Shuren a feeling. That was, he could perfectly use the holy sword in his hand to kill the enemy in front of him. So. Swoosh! Just as the ferocious bird that swooped down was about to hit Sean's figure suddenly moved as if he had the help of God. Following the instructions of the evasion skill, he instantly darted to the left with a faint sound of breaking through the air, escaping a certain distance. The savage bird just happened to brush past the position where Shuren was a second ago, and one of its wings almost swept in front of Shuren, who had fled to the left, setting off a strong wind. However, at the moment when the raptor's charge missed, Sean moved again before the raptor could fly away. This time, he moved the holy sword that he had been holding tightly in his hand. Clang! The holy sword made a clear sound as it cut through the air, like a bright arc of light, slashing at the savage bird at an astonishing speed. Poochie! The next moment, a crisp cutting sound was heard, and a large amount of blood also sputtered. The vicious bird didn't even have time to scream before its head was directly cut off. The human-faced head flew into the air, and its huge body also hit the ground due to inertia, causing dust to rise along the way, dyeing the ground a shocking blood red. Shuren, who was close to it, was directly splashed with blood. He maintained a slashing posture, breathing heavily, and his body trembling. Obtain skill, army god, do you want to learn? In his mind, new information appeared. However, this time, Shuren could no longer learn it immediately. Feeling the residual heat of a large amount of blood on his body and smelling the pungent smell of blood, Shuren could not help but bend over and vomit. This vomiting directly made Shuren's face pale, his whole body weak, and his heart beat faster than ever. In the end, Shuren collapsed on the ground, unable to even hold the holy sword. He looked so embarrassed and weak. Shuren could only struggle to take off the clothes on his body that were stained with blood and throw them aside. It was not until the pungent smell of blood was far away from him that his complexion looked better. This is really not something that a human should do. Shuren could not help but curse again. If it was possible, Shuren really wanted to ask the protagonists in online novels who could kill people and slaughter demons without batting an eyelid as soon as they transmigrated to another world. How did they do this? Not to mention anything else, just the hot blood that drenched his body and the pungent smell of blood alone made Shuren believe that no one could endure it for the first time without batting an eyelid. Maybe I'm not the protagonist. Shuren could only smile bitterly, but he did not dare to continue lying there. The appearance of the raptors told Shuren that this forest was not safe at all, and all kinds of dangers could appear at any time. Especially when he used the holy sword just now, perhaps because of the effect of the holy sword that could raise the level of skills. The range of effect of Shuren's enemy sense had expanded a lot, allowing him to sense many ferocious existences like the raptors. Now, because he had let go of the holy sword, the range and effect of Shuren's enemy sense had decreased. He did not sense any other enemies, but this seemed to be limited to the situation within a radius of 100 meters. Just now, when the effect of enemy sense was enhanced by the holy sword, Shuren sensed many existences similar to the raptors within a radius of more than a kilometer. Among them, there were even monsters that were more dangerous than the raptors. Therefore, it was really not good to stay here for long. Let's hurry up and leave this forest. Shuren got up and picked up the holy sword that had fallen to the ground. As soon as the holy sword was picked up, the effect of Shuren's enemy sense had increased a lot, allowing Shuren to once again sense the monsters that existed within a kilometer. This also confirmed Shuren's previous thoughts. His skills had all been upgraded because of the holy sword. After checking his various statuses, Shuren found some changes. First of all, after the battle just now, Shuren's level had risen from the initial level of 1 to 2. In addition, Shuren's skill points had also increased from the initial 100 points to 195 points. Seeing this situation, Shuren thought for a while and immediately learned the newly acquired Army God skill. Immediately, Shuren's skill points decreased by 1 point. Do I have to consume a skill point for every skill I learn? Before killing the raptors, Shuren had learned a total of 5 skills, so he had consumed 5 skill points. Then, leveling up gave Shuren an additional 100 skill points, so Shuren's skill points had become 195 points. Now, Shuren had learned a new skill, so his skill points had been reduced to 194 points. In addition, Shuren also found that every skill he had learned could be upgraded. Now, they were all at level 1. No, it should be said that except for the 2 skills that he had at the beginning, Providence, and Supreme God's Blessing, the other skills could be upgraded. No wonder the Holy Sword has the effect of upgrading skills. Thinking of this, Shuren upgraded the Two-Handed Sword skill. As a result, this skill seemed to be maxed out after being upgraded to level 10. The skill display changed from Two-Handed Sword LV1 to Two-Handed Sword LV Max, and it could no longer be upgraded. In other words, every skill that could be upgraded was at level 10. Moreover, every time a skill was upgraded, it would consume a skill point. If he guessed correctly, every time he leveled up, Shuren could get another 100 skill points. In other words, every time I level up, I can train 10 skills to the maximum? Shuren was speechless for a while. It was obvious that this was not normal. Shuren could not help but turn his gaze to a skill. Providence, unique skill. When leveling up, all ability types will be increased to the maximum. When leveling up, the amount of skill points gained will be increased to the maximum. All skill acquisition requirements will be reduced to the minimum. All skill upgrade requirements will be reduced to the minimum. Permanent effect. Cannot be cancelled in any way. There was no doubt that the reason for the current situation was all because of this skill. Whether it's so easy to learn skills, or to gain so many skill points when leveling up, or even to increase the level of skills so easily, it's all because of the effect of this skill, right? Was it really a cheat? Shuren could only think of it that way. If Providence was already like this, what about the effect of Supreme God's Blessing, not to mention the Holy Sword? Shuren had already experienced how powerful this sword was. Recalling the amazing power that surged into his body from the Holy Sword when he used it, Shuren had reason to believe that he was able to kill the vicious bird in one blow thanks to this sword. If the effect of the Holy Sword was not a problem, then this sword could not only help Shuren weaken the damage he received and increase the level of his skills, it could also increase his own level. This was the origin of that amazing power. Compared to these cheat-like abilities, the skills that Shuren learned were very normal. Now, Shuren could clearly see the effects of these skills: enemy perception, permanent skill, detect hostile targets, physical resistance, permanent skill, damage reduction for physical attacks, evasion, permanent skill, increase evasion ability, magic resistance, permanent skill, damage reduction for magic attacks, two-handed sword, permanent skill, increase the skill and attack power of two-handed sword type weapons, God of War, permanent skill, when entering the battle state, depending on the skill level, the user will be able to exert a certain degree of combat ability instinctively. Have a certain degree of control over the battle situation and the direction of the battle. Increase combat intuition, increase control over the body. These were the effects of the 6 skills that Shuren had just obtained. Every one of them was very practical, simple, and easy to understand. It made Sean feel like, that's right, this is normal. In this environment, any skill that could improve one's strength was extremely valuable. Therefore, Shuren upgraded all 6 skills until they were maxed out. The 6 skills consumed a total of 60 skill points. The 6 skills consumed a total of 60 skill points. That was because Sean could clearly feel that with the upgrade of the skill level, the effects of these skills had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Two-handed sword also brought more skills and methods of using two-handed swords and increased the attack power of the two-handed sword. For example, the two-handed sword skill also brought more techniques and methods to use two-handed swords, and it also increased the attack power of two-handed swords. The same was true for the other skills. Their effects had all been improved, giving Sean the confidence that he could deal with the raptor without the power of the holy sword if he were to do it again. Of course, it would be very difficult to kill that raptor so cleanly without a holy sword. Thinking of this, Shuren glanced at the corpse of the savage bird that was exposed in the wilderness. His head shrank reflexively as if he had seen something traumatic. He almost didn't recall the pungent and disgusting smell of blood. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Shuren didn't stay any longer. He took the holy sword and quickly left. About half an hour later, new monsters appeared. They seemed to have been attracted by the smell of blood and began to happily gnaw on the corpse of the bird. Just like that, Shuren experienced his first battle in a different world and the first baptism of his life. Thanks to this, Shuren did not dare to wander around the forest anymore. As the saying goes, when it's time to be a coward, one has to be a coward. It wasn't easy to obtain a second life, so Shuren didn't want to lose it. Therefore, Shuren became much more cautious after this. If it was before, Shuren really wouldn't know what to do at this time. If he went into the forest, he didn't know what monsters and beasts he would encounter. If he chose to walk in an open area, he might be discovered by monsters with good vision and be attacked. Therefore, if it was before, Shuren would definitely be very distressed and wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, because he had learned the skill, enemy sense, Shuren could detect many monsters in a large area, so he could avoid them. Shuren followed the feedback from the skill and circled around the forest, successfully avoiding countless monsters. In the end, Shuren successfully lost his way unknowingly. Thinking about it, it made sense, right? How can I not get lost if I keep circling around like this? Looking at the setting sun, Sean, who was sitting against a tree in the evening glow, sighed bitterly. It seems that it's impossible to leave this forest today. To begin with, Shuren wasn't familiar with the terrain and didn't know how to get out of the forest. He didn't even know how big the forest was, so he could only wander around like a headless fly. If that was the case, it would be impossible to get out of the forest. Am I really going to get lost in this forest? He would die if he did. Even if he wasn't killed by the monsters, he would starve to death. I might as well die again. Maybe I can be summoned by the goddess again and get a third life. Such thoughts popped up in Shuren's mind. It also showed how helpless and desperate Shuren felt about the current situation. Don't tell me there aren't any teleportation or flying skills for me to learn? While thinking about such things, Shuren finally patted the dust off his body and stood up. Although he said that, Shuren didn't really want to give up. Even if he wanted to give up, he would struggle until the end. Let's think about how to spend the night in this forest. At the very least, he needed a safer place to hide. Otherwise, if he were to sleep in the wild, he would be left with a pile of bones the next morning. The sun is about to set, let's get moving. Shuren used enemy sense to detect the monsters. He stared at a few of their reactions, gritted his teeth, and headed towards one of them. It couldn't be helped. If he wanted to find a place to hide, it would be difficult for Shuren, who was unfamiliar with the place and people. Since that was the case, Shuren could only head towards the location of the monsters that hadn't moved. The monsters have been staying in this place and aren't willing to leave. It shouldn't be too bad, right? Since it was all about luck, he might as well try his luck with a purpose. Maybe he could achieve his goal faster. With that thought in mind, Shuren headed towards the location of the monsters that hadn't moved. Night had finally fallen. After the sun went down, the air in the forest became heavier and heavier. Many of the monsters here seemed to be nocturnal creatures. As soon as the sky turned dark, the monsters appeared in every corner of the forest and began to enter an active state. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt that the night here would be more dangerous than the day. Fortunately, after the sun went down, Shuren finally found a hiding place that met his requirements. It was a cave located at the bottom of a cliff. If it's there, it should be enough for me to spend the night, right? Shuren, who was hiding in the bushes at the side of the cave, saw this scene, but his face did not show any joy. Because, no matter how I look at it, that guy doesn't look like he'll agree to let me go inside. Taking a closer look, in front of the cave, there was a monster lying there. It was a demonic dog that was as sturdy as a cheetah. Its body was covered in spots, and its fur was pitch black. There were flames flickering on its back. The hellhound seemed to have fallen asleep. It lay in front of the cave with its eyes closed and its back rising and falling slightly. Its breathing was also rather stable, but every breath it took was accompanied by an unbearable heat, causing flames to spurt out from its mouth, nose, and even the gaps of its tightly shut eyes. It looked like a hellfire hound that guarded the gates of hell, causing people to feel fear. Shuren felt a little helpless. Although I'd been mentally prepared for this, after all, he had specifically followed the feedback from the enemy awareness skill to find his way here, so it was natural to encounter a monster. However, seeing such a ferocious monster appear in front of him, Shuren's heart was still a little afraid. According to the reaction from the enemy awareness skill, this hellhound should be weaker than the raptor during the day, causing the feedback from the skill to be weaker. But this time it was different from the day. This time, Shuren was not being attacked, but he had to attack the monster instead. In this way, Shuren could occupy the cave and turn it into his hiding place. Shuren slowly adjusted his breathing. It's okay, with the holy sword in hand, it's impossible that I can't do it. Shuren tightened his grip on the holy sword and encouraged himself. It's weaker than the raptor during the day, and I could even kill that bird in a second, so there's no reason why I can't kill this dog. That was what Shuren told himself. However, this time, Shuren did not intend to fight it head-on. In theory, with the protection of the holy sword, physical resistance, and magic resistance, these two skills that could reduce the damage that Shan received, Shan should be able to win even if he faced the hellhound, which was weaker than the savage bird during the day. But, forgive Shuren. He was an otherworld person who had not experienced many battles, and it was too difficult for him to face it head-on against such a ferocious monster. Moreover, if they could win without any risk, why would they rush head-on? So, Shuren tried his best to suppress his breathing and footsteps, and followed the direction of the bushes and grass. While concealing his body, he quietly crept forward. Obtain skill, concealment, learn? At this moment, such a message appeared in Shuren's mind. Shuren was stunned at first, and then quickly checked. Concealment, permanent skill. Depending on the level of the skill, smell, breathing, footsteps, and even presence will be eliminated to a certain extent when in hiding, lurking, or ambushing states. If the skill level is high enough, the skill can also be used on the surrounding environment and other individuals. The appearance of this skill was like a timely rain. Originally, Shuren was worried that he would be discovered by the dog. No matter what, it was a dog, and Shuren was actually mentally prepared to be exposed because of the smell. But the appearance of concealment completely eliminated Shuren's worries. So, without any hesitation, Shuren learned this skill and raised it to the maximum level. With this, the maximum level of concealment was further enhanced by the holy sword, and its effect was completely explosive. By the time Shuren reacted, he had already silently appeared behind the hellhound. The sleeping hellhound was completely defenseless, and its entire body was exposed in front of Shuren. Immediately, Shuren made a decisive move. Pucci! As the holy sword fell, the bright and sharp blade directly penetrated the hellhound's body. Awoo! The hellhound let out a shrill howl, and finally woke up from its deep sleep. It opened a pair of red eyes that looked like they were burning, and a terrifying scorching flame erupted from its body. Shuren, who was very close to it, was instantly sprayed by the flames, and directly became a flaming man. However, Shuren's magic resistance skill seemed to be effective, and the holy sword's protection effect was also activated. Even though Shuren was bathed in the flames, he still did not suffer any damage, and did not even feel a trace of burning sensation. Not long after, the flames disappeared. The hellhound that was pierced by the holy sword fell directly to the charred ground, and all the flames on its body had been extinguished. The ground under its body was gradually dyed red with blood, and only some of the surrounding weeds were left burning slowly. Obtained skill, Assassination. Do you wish to learn? After successfully killing the hellhound, Shuren once again obtained a new skill. Assassination, permanent skill, attack while hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc., increasing the probability of a one-hit kill. Attack while hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc., increasing the probability of seeing through the enemy's weakness. There was no doubt that this was also a very practical skill, and Shuren directly raised it to the maximum level while his heart rate accelerated. Thanks to these skills, the situation is smoother than I thought. Sean pulled out the holy sword from the body of the dead hellhound, and then subconsciously distanced himself from it. This was the second time he killed a monster, and Shuren was finally somewhat used to it. However, the smell of blood still seemed to awaken some psychological trauma, and he did not dare to approach it. But I can't just leave the corpse like this, or there will definitely be monsters attracted by the smell of blood. Thinking of this, Shuren endured the discomfort, and first used the surrounding soil to bury the blood, and then dragged the hellhound's corpse into the cave. The cave was filled with the smell of wild beasts, and it was very unpleasant. There were all kinds of bones and rotten flesh, as if they were the souls of the hellhound. No wonder you ran outside to sleep, so this place is so smelly. Shuren wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In the end, Shuren didn't choose to turn around and leave. In order not to spend the night in the wilderness full of monsters, Shuren chose to endure the smell. Since the smell was so strong, it should be able to cover up Shuren's smell and prevent monsters from finding him. After entering the cave, Shuren kept an eye on the various monsters' reactions that were reflected in his mind using enemy sense so that he could be aware of any monsters that might come looking for him at any time. However, as he stared, growl unsurprisingly, Shuren's stomach began to growl wildly, draining all of Shuren's strength. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything all day, although in the forest, because of the small stream, Shuren had to drink large mouthfuls of water to replenish himself. But apart from water, Shuren didn't eat anything today. If this goes on, I'll starve to death. He had to find something to eat. However, what could be eaten in a place like this? Do I have to go out and hunt? Compete for survival with monsters in the middle of the night? At the thought of this, Shuren didn't feel good. In the next second, Shuren turned his head in silence and looked to the side. There, the hellhound's corpse was still lying. Shuren stared at the hellhound's corpse, and after going through many complicated psychological changes, he let out a big sigh. The beginning of this second life is *T. After saying that, Sean carried the holy sword as if he had resigned himself to his fate. He came to the side of the hellhound and cut off pieces of meat from its body. In order to fill his stomach, now was not the time to be disgusted. Anyway, the holy sword is immune to negative statuses, so I'm not afraid of poison. Shuren was ready to risk it all. Of course, he couldn't eat it raw. He would never eat raw demon meat in his life. In order to roast the meat that he had obtained with great difficulty, Shuren left the cave and picked up some dry branches from the surrounding bushes. He piled them into a pile and skewered the meat at the same time. As for the fire, there was no need to worry about that. Before it died, the hellhound released a fierce fire that set the surrounding weeds on fire. The weeds were still slowly burning even now. Shuren used the local materials and successfully lit the bonfire. He roasted the hellhound's meat and put it into his mouth. It tastes terrible. Shuren's expression was bitter, as if he was chewing wax. However, there was no salt, no soy sauce, and no seasoning at all. It was only natural that the roasted meat tasted bad. Moreover, eating wax was better than eating soil. So, Shuren eventually filled his stomach until he was completely full. After that, Xian extinguished the bonfire and buried the remains of the hellhound with sand. He then returned to the cave, found a more comfortable spot, and lay down. Perhaps it was because this was the lair of the hellhound, the temperature was not low. Instead, it was a little hot, so Xian did not freeze. Xian placed the holy sword beside him while looking at the night sky outside the cave. There seemed to be no moon tonight, but there were many stars decorating the night sky. Looking at the dazzling stars in the night sky, Shuren's tense heart finally relaxed a little. This world is not completely undesirable. At least, this night scene should not have been seen in his previous life, right? Even though Shuren had completely forgotten about his previous life and had lost almost all of his memories except for common sense, Shuren still remembered that in the big cities of his previous life, there were not many stars to be seen. And I seem to be an ordinary person in my previous life. I really don't know why the goddess would summon someone like me to be a hero. Could it be because he had cheats, but weren't those cheats given by the goddess? Shuren did not understand. Come to think of it, I don't even know the name of the goddess. Thinking back to that beautiful goddess who was unlike any other in the world, Shuren could not help but fall into deep thought. Then, Shuren fell asleep. The next day, after waking up from his sleep, Shuren left the cave and continued to look for a way out of the forest. In order to not lose his direction again, this time, Shuren realized that he could not avoid a disaster. Hence, he no longer changed his direction to avoid the monsters. Instead, he took the initiative to face the monsters. Thanks to this, Shuren encountered many monsters. He encountered the demon pig that could emit poisonous gas. He also encountered the black snake that could transform the surrounding terrain into a swamp. He had even encountered hordes of monsters and was besieged by them one after another. These encounters caused Shuren to encounter danger several times even with the holy sword in hand. However, at the same time, Shuren also learned a lot of skills from the disaster. When he was corroded by the poisonous gas emitted by the demon pig, Shuren learned abnormal status resistance. When he fell into the swamp and was almost suffocated to death, Shuren learned immortality. When he was surrounded by the monsters, Shuren was careless and had his holy sword knocked away. In the end, he learned limit change. Abnormal status resistance, permanent skill. Increased resistance to abnormal status. Immortality, permanent skill. Increase one's own regeneration ability and the effects of regenerative abilities. Has a certain resistance to attacks and abilities that cause instant death. When unable to maintain one's vital signs, one can forcibly maintain one's vital signs by consuming mana. Limit change, active skill. Works directly on one's life level. When used, all abilities will be enhanced. The effect depends on the amount of mana consumed and the level of the skill. All of these skills were very useful. Especially, immortality, and limit change. One allowed Shuren to forcibly maintain his vital signs even if he was completely submerged in the swamp. Even if he couldn't breathe, he wouldn't die. It could be said to be the ultimate life-saving skill. The other was the first active skill that Shuren had obtained. After using it, Shuren could directly obtain a superhuman body. Even a 10-meter tall tree could be jumped to the top in one breath. It was quite shocking. It was also the appearance of this skill that allowed Xian to feel a power that he had never felt before for the first time. That power was magic. It seemed to be the power that could be used to use skills and magic. By consuming this power, Xian could use active skills such as ultimate change, as well as permanent skills such as immortality, that required mana consumption. It could be said to be a dreamlike power. And by using mana, Shuren also obtained two skills, Magic Conductor, and Mana Recovery. Magic Conductor, permanent skill. Greatly increases mana. Greatly increases the effect of magic. Mana Recovery, permanent skill. Consumed mana will automatically recover. The appearance of these two skills finally made Shuren feel that he was indeed different. After being able to feel and use mana, Shuren felt that he had indeed come to the world of swords and magic. This made Shuren finally have some expectations. I wonder if I can use magic. With such expectations, Shuren defeated many monsters along the way and completely adapted to battle. He gradually adapted to this forest. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, in a corner of the forest, Shuren, who was dressed in ragged clothes and holding a dazzling holy sword, was fighting against the enemies. Roar! Roar! A group of monsters that were armed with clubs, covered in fur, had a horn, and had ferocious expressions, roared and charged at Shuren. Each of them had a sturdy build, like a gorilla. Ferocious waves reverberated around their bodies, just like the vicious bird with a human's face and a snake's body. By now, Shuren already knew that those waves were mana. The monsters in front of him also had mana. By using mana, not only could they achieve the purpose of strengthening their strength, but they could also increase their body's resistance to damage. There were even monsters that could use mana to spit flames and lightning, which were very dangerous. Over the past few days, Shuren had also encountered monsters that could petrify their targets, and even terrifying monsters that could bestow curses on their enemies and corrode their bodies. It could be said that if not for the max-level skills such as physical resistance, magic resistance, and abnormal status resistance, as well as the protection of the holy sword, Shuren did not know how many times he would have died in the face of these monsters. Now, facing these monsters in front of him, Shuren was no longer afraid. Looking at the horned monsters that were charging at him, Shuren did not retreat but advanced instead. Evolve. While running, Shuren did not hesitate to use the skill, Ultimate Evolve. At this moment, the max level, Ultimate Evolve, gave Shuren a huge boost, causing his abilities in all aspects to increase explosively. Whoosh! Suddenly, Shuren's speed increased several times, and like a shadow, he dashed straight into the horde of monsters. Poochie! The holy sword flashed with a dazzling sword light, and in an instant, a horned monster that was charging at the forefront was cut in half at the waist, and blood splattered on the ground. Roar! Roar! The horned monsters immediately roared in anger, and one by one, they pounced on Shuren, swinging their clubs and causing the whistling sound of the wind. The shadows of the clubs were like lethal weapons, attacking Shuren in a frenzy. In this regard, Xian seemed to have eyes all over his body. His figure was like the wind, constantly moving. Sometimes he rushed forward, sometimes he retreated, sometimes he darted left, sometimes he dove right, and sometimes he even leaped high. All the incoming attacks were perfectly avoided. With enemy sense constantly reminding him and transmitting the location of every monster to his mind, as well as the assistance of the evasion skill, it was impossible for Xian to be hit. Coupled with the army god skill that gave Xian godlike combat ability and intuition, Xian's figure could no longer be seen in a short while. They could only vaguely see a gust of wind blowing back and forth, causing the monsters to run around in circles. These monsters were shocked and angry at the same time. At the same time, the dazzling sword light pulled by the holy sword also flashed continuously, sweeping back and forth. At the same time, the dazzling sword light from the holy sword flashed and swept back and forth. As the battle progressed, the one-horned monsters successively perished under the holy sword's slashes, turning into broken limbs and bones as they fell into pools of blood. As the battle progressed, the horned monsters were killed by the holy sword light, one after another, turning into broken limbs and falling into pools of blood. This was all thanks to the series of skills that Shuren had learned. Now, Shuren had learned a total of 13 skills to the max level. In addition to Providence and Supreme God's Blessing, Shuren had a total of 15 skills. Compared to 10 days ago when he had just arrived in this world, it was naturally completely different. Especially the two skills, War God and Ultimate Change. One of them allowed Xian, who had never fought before, to feel as though he was possessed by a real war god, and he was able to exert amazing combat abilities as if he was aided by God. The other could enhance Xian in all aspects. In this way, coupled with the power of the holy sword, Xian naturally soared on the spot, and he was just short of becoming a god. Not to mention, Shuren had also leveled up these two skills to the max level. The effect was quite different from when they were at level 1. Even so, Shuren still had a lot of skill points left. After 10 days of continuous battles, Shuren had already leveled up to level 10, and he had a total of 1,000 skill points. Even after mastering 13 skills, he had only used 130 skill points, leaving him with 870 skill points. Therefore, based on his own improvement, Shuren could say with certainty that he had definitely been reborn as compared to his previous self. However, I don't know if I should be happy that I've fallen to the point where I have to eat and sleep in the open every day. Shuren's emotions were very complicated. He did not know when he had stopped fighting, but he was feeling emotional as he shook off the blood on the holy sword. All the single-horned monsters around him were lying in pools of blood, and their corpses were everywhere. None of them were spared. On the contrary, Shuren was completely unharmed, and not even a drop of blood was on him. This was naturally due to the psychological trauma caused by the first day he came to the alternate world, which made a certain hero completely afraid to get close to blood. Hence, he had been consciously avoiding the splattering blood and the pools of blood on the ground. Recalling the experience of eating and sleeping in the open every day, sometimes being awakened by monsters that attacked him in the middle of the night, and sometimes having to cut off the monster's meat to eat because he was hungry, Shuren had the urge to cry. "When will these days come to an end, goddess?" Shuren sighed, but his hands did not slow down at all. He began to cut up the surrounding monster's meat and picked out the edible parts. 10 days was enough for Sean to hone some survival skills in the wild, and he was not averse to eating magical beast meat at all. Anyway, he had the skill, abnormal status resistance, as well as the holy sword's negative status immunity and purification effect, so he did not have to worry about stomach problems at all. Of course, whether it was delicious or not, and whether he wanted to eat it or not, was another matter. "This is forcing me to become Bear Grylls." Shuren vented his anger by cutting a single-horned monster into two. At this moment, screech. Accompanied by a sharp cry, a black shadow swept across the sky. The moment Shuren reacted with the skill, enemy sense, he looked up and saw a monster. The moment he saw the monster, Shuren was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. Because Shuren thought of something. He thought of a way to get out of this forest. At this time, in the sky above the forest, the black shadow was flying leisurely. The black shadow had a lion's body and sharp claws, an eagle's head, and a pair of eagle-like wings. It was a magical creature born from the combination of a lion and an eagle. It was a rather famous magical creature, the griffin. The griffin was a rather powerful magical creature, possessing the bravery and strength of a lion, as well as the speed and wings of an eagle. This kind of magical creature was not inferior to a wyvern, and might even surpass it. Hence, even in his previous life, the griffin was a rather famous magical creature. In this other world, it was also an existence that could not be underestimated. Such a griffin did not seem to have appeared here because it had found its prey, but just happened to pass by. It flew rather leisurely, completely unaware that it had been targeted by someone. Shuren stared at the griffin flying high in the sky. "If I can ride on that griffin, I should be able to fly all the way out of this forest, right?" That was what Shuren was thinking. Moreover, the more he fought, the more Shuren was eager to make a move. If he wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible, this was the best method that Shuren could think of. If he missed this opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. In these 10 days, apart from the human-faced, snake-bodied bird, this griffin was the most suitable flying magical creature for Shuren to ride. It was not that Shuren had not encountered flying magical creatures in this period of time, but those magical creatures were either too small and not suitable for riding at all, or had strange shapes and could not be ridden at all. Only this griffin was able to ride on its back without any problems at all. All right. After thinking about it, Shuren, who had always been decisive and had an outstanding ability to accept things, no longer hesitated. Evolve. At that moment, Shuren directly activated the skill, Ultimate Evolve, allowing the mana to quickly circulate in his body, turning it into strength, and obtaining a superhuman body. Then, Shuren did a deep squat, concentrating all of his strength on his feet. Thanks to the effect of the max level, War God, Shuren, who could perfectly control his body, easily gathered all of his strength on his feet. In the next second, bang! With a loud explosion, Sean crushed the ground under his feet and stirred up a gust of strong wind, bringing along thick sand and dust. He broke through the air like a rocket soaring into the sky. Screech! In the sky, the leisurely flying griffin was startled by the sudden loud noise. Then, it saw a figure shooting over like an arrow. The direction was just right for it. Bang! Not long after, in the sky above the forest, there was a muffled sound. The griffin only felt that it had been smashed heavily. It let out a cry and its entire body rolled in the air. It almost fell down and lost the ability to fly. When the griffin stabilized its body, flapped its wings, and once again flew steadily in the air, it immediately discovered that something was wrong with its body. Unknowingly, a figure had landed on the griffin's back. Success! Holding the holy sword in one hand and the griffin's fur in the other, Xianxia laughed as he rode on the griffin's back. Obtain skill, mount, do you wish to learn? Before Xianxia could make a choice, the griffin finally reacted. Screech! Realizing what had happened, the griffin let out an angry cry, and mana surged out of its body, turning into waves. Thus, a tornado appeared on the griffin's body. The griffin's mana turned into a tornado, carrying with it an endless amount of wind blades, crazily scraping the griffin's body. Xianxia's expression changed, and he subconsciously grabbed the fur on the griffin's neck. The tornado that blew from the griffin's body carried with it an astonishing force, and it blew on Xianxia's body. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be blown off the griffin's body under the crazy blowing of the tornado, and then be twisted into minced meat by the internal force of the tornado. Xianxia had two skills, physical resistance, and magic resistance, which were at max level, and he also had the protection of the holy sword. Naturally, he would not be twisted into minced meat, but it was inevitable that he would be blown off the griffin's body. However, Xianxia learned the newly obtained ride skill as fast as possible, and he did not stop at all. After leveling it to the max level, he obtained the highest level of riding skills. Thus, not only did Xianxia not get blown away by the tornado, but he also used his greatest strength to clamp his legs on the griffin's body. He also used all his strength to grab the fur on the griffin's neck, and immediately lowered his body, wholeheartedly resisting the power of the tornado. TSS. 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 Suddenly, the tattered clothes on Xianxia's body were torn by the tornado. However, Xianxia was still riding on the griffin's body steadily, and he was unharmed. Screech! Sensing this, the griffin cried out angrily, and began to fly crazily, spinning back and forth in midair, leaping and sweeping, in an attempt to throw Xianxia off. Unfortunately, Xianxia was like the most skillful rider, firmly controlling himself on the griffin's back. Sometimes he adjusted his position, sometimes he changed his strength, sometimes he lowered his body, and sometimes he straightened his back, perfectly controlling the centrifugal force and sense of balance. Behave yourself. Towards the end, Xianxia still firmly controlled the griffin while holding the holy sword in a reverse grip, and used the hilt to hit the griffin's head. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, the griffin let out a painful cry. At the same time, obtain skill, taming, learn? Xianxia was slightly startled, and then immediately learned this newly obtained skill and leveled it to the maximum. At this moment, a look of realization appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He placed one hand on the griffin's back, and began to inject his own mana into it. This mana was slowly injected into the griffin's body with a specific frequency and flow path. Screech! Screech! The griffin that was furious because of the pain suddenly let out a comfortable cry, and the strength of its struggle also weakened. Seeing this, Xianxia was delighted, and hurriedly used the same method to continuously inject mana into the griffin, making the griffin's cries more and more comfortable, and it no longer resisted Xianxia. After an unknown amount of time, the griffin completely stopped struggling, and no longer resisted Xianxia's ride. Instead, it continuously cried at Xianxia, as if it wanted Xianxia to continue to inject mana into it. Why? Do you still want it? Xianxia suddenly smiled, and said to the griffin under him, if you are willing to take me out of this forest and to the nearest town, then I will satisfy you. Hearing this, the griffin let out a few cries, as if to express that it had received Lin Li's request. It flapped its wings, and flew in a certain direction. Xianxia, who understood something, could no longer hide his joy. Just like that, the man and the beast flew towards the periphery of the forest. On this day, a griffin flew across half of the forest, carrying a human on its back as it flew above the forest. During this time, there were no monsters that came to harass them. This was because most of the monsters could not fly, and the ones that could fly did not seem to dare to provoke high-level monsters like the griffin, This allowed Shuren to pass through half of the forest unimpeded, and the efficiency of his journey was higher than the previous 10 days combined. This made Shuren more and more happy, and he felt that there was more hope for him to escape, so he became more and more expectant. Of course, Shuren did not break the contract, and continued to inject mana into the griffin, causing it to fly faster and faster, and its cries became more and more comfortable. Obviously, this move of Shuren had completely captured the heart of the griffin. This made Shuren take a look at the effect of the Taming skill. Taming, active skill, uses mana in a specific way to achieve the effect and goal of taming monsters. The higher the level of the monsters that can be tamed, and the rarer and more powerful the monsters can be tamed. One could see how useful this skill was at first glance. Hence, Shuren worked even harder to inject mana into the griffin, making it fly even more vigorously. This naturally caused Shuren to consume a lot of mana. However, because of the Magitek skill, Shuren had a lot of mana. If Shuren's mana was 100 under normal circumstances, then after the Magitek skill, his mana would increase to 1000, and the increase was no less than 10 times. This was the effect of Magitek when it was only at level 1. Hence, after Shuren maxed out Magitek, Shuren's mana became many times more than before, and as his level increased, his mana would also increase, which allowed Shuren to use the Ultimate Change skill at will. Under such circumstances, coupled with the effect of the Mana Recovery skill, Shuren's mana would immediately be restored at the fastest speed, especially after it was maxed out. Shuren's mana would almost always be restored to full in a second, which was quite illegal. Because of this, Shuren did not need to worry about his mana at all. Even if he continuously consumed a large amount of mana, his mana would still be full, as if he had not used it at all. In this case, Shuren could continue to inject mana into the griffin to tame it and let it carry him. After flying for a long time, Shuren finally saw the border of the forest. I'm finally out? Looking at the vast plains that appeared at the edge of the forest, Shuren became excited. It's been 10 days, I can finally leave this damn forest. Shuren could not wait to see people other than himself and eat the food of human society, instead of dealing with monsters all day, eating their flesh, and playing the game of survival in the wild. Screech! The griffin seemed to be able to sense Shuren's thoughts, and it cried out, flapped its wings again, and increased its speed again. It had to be said that the griffin's speed was quite fast, almost comparable to the fighter jets in his previous life, which allowed Shuren to cross the forest that he could not reach in 10 days. It is said that griffins have the ability to predict the weather, and can fly in any weather. In some myths and legends, they are even the mounts of the gods. It really is true. Shuren praised, and the griffin screeched proudly, and flew even faster. Shuren hurried on at a speed that was completely incomparable to before, and after half a minute, he left the forest and entered the vast plains. After entering the plains, Shuren began to see some figures. They were people hurrying along what seemed to be man-made roads. Some of them were in carriages, and some were riding horses. They seemed to be merchants, and some even looked like soldiers or knights. In some corners of the plains, Shuren could vaguely see a few farms and pastures. However, the appearance of the griffin seemed to have caused some commotion, causing the people below to panic, and some of them began to move unnaturally. Some of the soldiers and knights even prepared to draw their bows, in case of a sudden attack by the griffin. However, they probably did not notice that there was a person on the back of the griffin. Shuren wanted to go down and talk to those people. However, if he appeared with the monsters, he might receive unnecessary hostility. I don't know how the people of this world view the monsters, it's better to be more cautious. If he was attacked because of moving with the monsters, it would not be worth it. Let's head to the town first. Shuren suppressed the urge to land in his heart and made this decision. Fortunately, the town soon appeared in front of Shuren. It was a town that occupied quite a large area. There were tall walls outside the town, and there were many figures moving about on the walls. They were probably soldiers or knights patrolling and guarding. Alright, let's land around here. Shuren immediately made this decision. Otherwise, once the monsters approached, the people on the walls would definitely attack immediately to prevent the monsters from entering the town. Screech! The griffin screeched loudly and obediently landed. Not long after, the griffin arrived at an uninhabited outskirts, and Shuren jumped down from its back. "You've worked hard." Shuren patted the griffin's head and said softly, "All right, you can go back." Hearing this, the griffin did not listen to him, and instead continuously screeched at Shuren. "What? Do you still want to continue?" Shuren was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. "That's a pity. I'll need to enter a human town next, and I won't be able to bring you along, nor will I be able to let you continue enjoying yourself. So, you should go back," Shuren said to the griffin. It was unknown if the griffin understood Shuren's words, but it screeched at him a few more times, and then looked at Shuren with dissatisfaction. After a long time, it let out a screech, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. The griffin hovered above Shuren for a while, then let out a clear and loud screech, and flew away. Shuren watched the griffin leave, and only when it completely disappeared into the horizon did he turn around and look at the town that was a distance away. "Otherworld, here I come." After saying that, Sean stepped forward, as if he could not wait any longer, and walked towards the town. Oh, standing on the exotic street and looking at the scenery before him, Shuren finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a sigh. The scene that was imprinted in his eyes had a reason for him to do so. At this moment, Shuren had already entered the town and was on the street in front of the city gate. It was surrounded by medieval-style stone and wooden buildings. The streets were filled with people in carriages or with luggage, dressed in retro tunics and Greek-style clothing. The ground was covered with stone bricks, and the roads were connected in all directions. There were shops and stalls selling all kinds of goods all over the place, causing the shouts and noises of the people to rise and fall, creating a very lively market scenery. It made Shuren feel like he had returned to ancient times and not reincarnated into another world. Except for one scene. On the streets, in addition to the various commoners and merchants, there were also people armed to the teeth. They looked ferocious and gave off a murderous aura. Some of them were soldiers patrolling the streets, and the security was tight. However, among these people, most of them were people with different equipment and were travel-worn. Some even had the smell of blood and were carrying heavy backpacks as they entered the town from the outside. At a glance, it was obvious that they were people who were ready to go on a killing spree. The existence of these people told Shuren that this was not the ancient times, but a real world. After all, among them, there were people who were carrying the corpses of large monsters. It was unknown whether they were going to sell them or bury them. Thanks to the existence of these people, Shuren could enter the town so smoothly. Otherwise, with Shuren's current appearance, it was very likely that he would be stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. After surviving in the forest for a full 10 days, not only was Shuren's clothes ragged, but due to the high-altitude battle with the griffins, his clothes had also become strips of cloth, almost unable to cover his body. In this way, if it weren't for the fact that there were also people covered in dust and injuries coming in from the outside, Shuren would likely have been stopped. Apart from that, there seemed to be a fee to enter the town. Before entering the town, Shuren saw merchants and civilians handing over some money and coins to the guards before they were allowed to enter. At that time, Shuren thought that he wouldn't be able to enter the town as he was penniless. Who would have thought that the guards only glanced at Shuren and let him pass? Adventurers don't need to pay the entrance fee, you can enter by yourself. This was the reason given by the guards. In other words, they treated Shuren as an adventurer. And the so-called adventurers were probably the people who exuded a murderous aura and kept heading in one direction. Adventurer? Shuren was a little excited. This was a popular profession in the otherworld. It was impossible for Sean not to know about the dream profession that was well known among those who had dreams from different worlds. So, is there a place like the Adventurers Guild here? Thinking of this, Shuren couldn't help but stride forward and follow the crowd of adventurers. It was worth mentioning that Shuren was carrying a long bag that was obviously made of animal skin. Naturally, the bag contained Shuren's holy sword. This was what Shuren had prepared before entering the town. It couldn't be helped. The holy sword was too conspicuous in all aspects. If he brought it in just like that, he was afraid that Shuren would instantly become the center of attention and even attract the greed of others. Therefore, Shuren wrapped the holy sword with the animal skin that was originally used as a blanket to keep warm in the wild at night. This way, he could carry the holy sword by his side to avoid being coveted. Just like that, Shuren followed the crowd and a group of adventurers who were obviously heading in the same direction and arrived in front of a building. It was a building that was obviously different from the others. It was located in a vast square and there were no other houses around it. Although it looked like it was only 4 or 5 stories high, the area it occupied was quite wide. The design and decoration were also different from the other buildings, appearing more unique. There was also a door plate hanging on the main door of the building. On the left side of the door plate was a sword, and on the right side was a ball of flame, as if displaying the sign of sword and magic. In the middle was a line of words written in the language of the other world, Adventurers Guild. There really is an Adventurers Guild. Shuren smiled at first, but then he was stunned. That's not right. How can I understand those words? That's right. Shuren could understand the words of the other world. No, it was not just words. Shuren could also understand the language of the people in this world. Just like what the guard said at the beginning, Shuren only now realized that he actually understood it at that time, and now he could understand the words of the people around him. I heard that someone saw a griffin appearing in the suburbs. It can't be? Griffin? There's actually a griffin? Wouldn't such a high-level monster only appear in the dangerous tree of forest? I hope that monster of that level doesn't fly here. That's right. I don't want to be summoned to deal with a monster of the level of a griffin. The adventurers around him chatted as they walked in and out of the Adventurers Guild's door. They were obviously using a language that Shuren did not know, but for some reason, Shuren could understand them and distinguish the words. Only now did he realize that even his own words had become the language of the other world. Is this the benefit of being a reincarnated hero? Shuren scratched his head. However, Shuren did not think too much about it. Instead, he felt that it saved him a lot of trouble. It's great that I don't have to worry about not being able to communicate in the other world. With this thought in mind, Shuren walked into the Adventurers Guild. The first floor of the Adventurers Guild's hall. It was a spacious hall without any extra rooms. The hall was filled with adventurers wearing all kinds of equipment. Some of them sat in groups of 3 to 5 around the tables and chairs in the hall, chatting excitedly. Some gathered in front of a bulletin board, looking at the parchments on it seriously. There were also some gathered in front of a counter, discussing something with people dressed as staff. The liveliness of the hall was even greater than the streets outside. Shuren's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Only a portion of them turned around and glanced at him. Then, they retracted their gaze and continued with their own business. Obviously, to the adventurers, the ragged Shuren was not someone worthy of attention. However, there were still some who noticed Shuren's unusual behavior. It could not be helped. Because it was Shuren's first time here, it was inevitable that he would look around and it was obvious that he was a newcomer. Hey! The newcomer over there. The counter is over there. If you want to complete any procedures, go there. Don't wander around. A boorish man, who was drinking, shouted at Shuren impatiently. His attitude was quite bad, but he still pointed the way for Shuren. It seemed like the boorish man had a warm heart that did not match his appearance and behavior. Thank you. Shuren understood the boorish man's intentions. He smiled at the boorish man and walked towards the counter. When Shuren arrived at the counter, the staff welcomed him immediately. Welcome to the Lamijan Adventurers Guild. How may I help you? A beautiful girl with a rather pure appearance sat in front of the counter and smiled at Sean. She asked the question like that. This made Shuren realize something. This town was called Lamijan. Looking at the smiling guild employee in front of him, Shuren pondered for a moment before speaking. Excuse me, if I want to become an adventurer, what kind of procedures do I need to go through? Shuren asked. Yes, Shuren was ready to become an adventurer. As a newcomer, he wanted to make a living in this world and become an adventurer. It seemed to be an inevitable thing. Therefore, Shuren decided to try being an adventurer first before continuing to plan for the future. At the very least, he couldn't let himself starve to death, right? Okay, you want to become an adventurer, right? The smile on the guild employee's face didn't diminish, as if he had already expected Shuren's intention. Then, please allow me to explain to you the necessary explanation between adventurers and the Adventurers Guild. With that said, the guild staff began to speak at a fluent speed. First of all, you may have some understanding, but let me first explain to you what an adventurer is and what an adventurer's guild is. Just like what Shuren knew before, the so-called adventurers were a group of people who engaged in adventurous activities and accepted all kinds of commissions to carry out their work. They were spread all over the world, and their traces could be seen all over the world. In the beginning, they appeared in the period just after the end of the war 1,000 years ago. In order to repair all kinds of damage caused by the war, various races that lacked manpower would have such a group of people appear one after another. In the form of accepting payment, they would work for the people who entrusted them to do all kinds of work. After 1,000 years of development, these people became the adventurers of today. Today, adventurers were in existence that could be seen everywhere in Omnipretensen. They were also a group that the higher-ups of various countries relied on and were deeply trusted by the people. The Adventurers Guild was the organization that adventurers belonged to. It was responsible for managing adventures and accepting commissions from various places and forces for adventurers. These commissions would be screened and classified according to the difficulty of the commission for adventurers to choose from. There was at least one branch of the Adventurers Guild in every city and town in every country in the world. The guild's headquarters was located in the capital of the Mitra Kingdom, which was the origin of adventurers. The Mitra Kingdom was also the country where Lamijan, where Shan was currently located, belonged. At the same time, it was also the largest known country. Shuren really wanted to know more about this country, but the guild employee didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Then, Shuren also had the urge to ask about the war 1,000 years ago and various races that the guild employee mentioned. Of course, Shuren wouldn't be unable to understand the latter. This was because Shan had seen all sorts of incredible things along the way since he had entered the town of Lamijan. There were orcs with beastly ears and tails. There were also dwarfs with wide bodies and short statures. There were even elves with pointy ears and outstanding looks. These races that only existed in the legends of the previous world were now naturally appearing in this town. Even in the Adventurers Guild, there were many of them, mingling harmoniously with the humans. It was truly a dreamy scene. This world didn't just have humans, there were all kinds of races. After all, even God and the Demon King existed, so it wasn't surprising. However, Shuren was a little curious about the war 1,000 years ago. But it seemed to be common knowledge in this world, and the guild employee didn't seem to want to explain it. Shuren could only suppress his curiosity and continue listening. Under such circumstances, the guild staff began to make an important statement. To become an adventurer, you must first reach the legal age of adulthood in your race. For example, humans and orcs are 15, dwarves are 50, and elves are 150. You must also reach level 10 and above. Only then can you meet the requirements to become an adventurer. There are also ranks among adventurers. Adventurers above level 10 are first-class adventurers. They will be awarded a black iron first-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 20 are second-class adventurers. They will be awarded a bronze second-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 30 are third-class adventurers. They will be awarded a silver third-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 40 are fourth-class adventurers. They will be awarded a gold fourth-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 50 are fifth-class adventurers. They will be awarded a platinum fifth-class special medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 60 are sixth-class adventurers. They will be awarded a mithril sixth-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 70 are 7th-class adventurers. They will be awarded a obsidian 7th-class medal by the Adventurers Guild. In theory, 7th-class adventurers are the highest class of adventurers. Even in our Adventurers Guild, which is spread all over the world, there are only 33 adventurers of this class. 4 of them are above level 80, and 1 of them is above level 90. Even though they are still 7th-class adventurers to the public and possess the Obsidian 7th-class Medal of Honor, these 5 are different from the other 7th-class adventurers. They are treated generously by various countries. Some of them are even conferred as honorary nobles. Sometimes, they will receive national commissions that can decide the country's situation, or they will receive commissions from the royal families of various countries. Our Adventurers Guild welcomes anyone to join us. We look forward to everyone becoming active as adventurers on the world stage. As long as it's not someone who has lost his blessing, we will not reject you." Upon hearing that, Sean raised his eyebrows. This so-called blessing was another thought-provoking term. The guild staff, who didn't know what Sharon was thinking, took out an item and placed it on the counter. It was a floating crystal that looked like a small globe without a map. This is the magic measuring device. It has the same effect as the level 6 Identify skill. It can detect the level of characters below level 70, and it can also detect skills below level 7. Although it can't detect unique skills and special skills, it can detect the presence of a blessing. Even if it can't tell which god's blessing it is, as long as there is a blessing, it will emit white light. Otherwise, it will emit black light. The guild staff said. "Please put a hand on top of the magic measuring device." Hearing this, Sharon couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It was obvious that if the demonic measuring device emitted a black light, the treatment he would receive would change drastically. What was this so-called blessing? According to the guild staff, it seemed to be a skill related to God. Sharon couldn't help but glance at a skill in his skill bar, Supreme God's Blessing. This should be considered a blessing I have, right? Thinking of this, Sharon calmed himself down, stretched out his hand, and placed it on top of the magic measuring device. Ching! In the next second, the crystal on the magic measuring device shone brightly, causing lines of words from the other world to appear on top of the device. Fortunately, the light was white. Seeing this, the guild staff smiled slightly, and then shifted his gaze to the words that appeared on top of the magic measuring device. With this, the guild staff was stunned. A level 10 20-year-old human? And he doesn't even have a single skill? The guild member exclaimed in surprise. Sharon's heart sank when he saw the guild member's unexpected reaction. "What's wrong? Did something strange happen?" Sharon pretended to be calm as he asked the guild member. His tone was filled with doubt as if he didn't realize what was going on. "No, there's nothing strange," the guild member said with a smile on his face, but Sharon didn't believe him. So, Sharon asked the guild member all sorts of questions, trying his best not to expose his lack of knowledge in this world. He tried his best to get information by beating around the bush. It wasn't easy, but Sharon could only do so. At the moment, Sharon didn't want to expose his abnormal side, especially when it came to common sense. Especially when it came to things like common sense, if one were to display excessive ignorance, it would not only be met with ridicule, but also suspicion. So, after some hard work, Sharon finally understood what was going on. According to the guild staff, in this world, all living beings had levels, even gods were no exception. The higher the level, the stronger the strength and ability in all aspects. Starting from level 1, as one grew and trained, the level would gradually increase until the highest level was level 100. However, not everyone could reach the limit. Depending on a person's potential and quality, some people would level up slowly, some would level up quickly, some would reach higher levels, and some would unknowingly stop growing and would never level up. Because of this, in Omnipotensin, the higher the level of those who could reach at a young age, the higher their status would be. Battles were the main way to level up, but the reason why they could level up was because they had grown. Therefore, they could only level up after sufficient battles and training. If they defeated their opponents too easily, the speed of leveling up would become very slow. Therefore, the best way to level up was to fight opponents of similar strength or opponents who were stronger than themselves. Battles to the death with monsters were the most beneficial for leveling up. In addition, training could also achieve the goal of leveling up. As long as there was growth, there was a possibility of leveling up. Thanks to this, people of all races could reach a certain level when they reached adulthood. As long as there were no problems with their quality and potential, no matter what race they were, they could reach level 10 when they reached adulthood. In other words, according to human standards, people should be able to reach level 10 at the age of 15. Those who reached level 10 at the age of 20 should have relatively low potential. Of course, this wasn't something to be surprised about. There were also some adventurers who were unwilling to be ordinary. Even if their aptitude and potential were low, they still wanted to become adventurers. They fought against magical beasts and did their best to increase their level. That was why many people had seen human adventurers who were only level 10 at the age of 30. However, it was a little surprising that they didn't even have a single skill even though they were level 10. After all, skills were abilities with various effects. As long as one had a certain amount of talent and met the learning requirements, one could master a skill. Moreover, one could use the skill points obtained from leveling up to upgrade the skills level. In this world, the only skills that could not be learned were unique skills and special skills. Unique skills were unique skills that a person possessed. There was no such thing as a second unique skill with the same effect. Apart from being born with a unique skill, some people would suddenly awaken a unique skill as they grew up. There were high and low effects, and even completely useless unique skills existed. Special skills were skills that could be obtained under special circumstances, and their effects were different. The so-called blessing was classified as such. These two types of skills could not be leveled up, and they could only be used to their greatest effect when they were possessed. Skills that could be leveled up were the same as an individual's level. It depended on the individual's potential and quality to learn them. Some people could easily learn the skills that they were good at, while others could not learn them in their entire lives. This was why there were all kinds of people in different fields. In particular, some skills with powerful effects were a great test of a person's quality and potential. If one wanted to learn them, they would usually have to meet relatively harsh conditions and spend a lot of skill points to learn them. This showed the difficulty of learning them. Fortunately, everyone could obtain different skill points when leveling up. Similarly, the amount of skill points obtained depended on one's potential and quality. The higher one's potential and quality was, the more skill points one could obtain when leveling up. Therefore, if one's potential was close to being exhausted, the skill points obtained would decrease. Only by training and fighting to the death could one obtain more skill points than usual. The highest one could obtain was 100 skill points. In other words, be it levels or skills, they could not be leveled up equally like in the game. Instead, it depended on the individual's potential and quality. This was the reality. However, there were skills that were difficult to learn, and there were skills that were easy to learn. Under normal circumstances, no matter how mediocre a person's talent was, if they practiced with weapons for a few years, they should be able to learn some weapon skills. Take Xianxia's two-handed sword for example. If an average person practiced with a two-handed sword for a few years, they would be able to learn it. Those with outstanding talent could even learn it in a few months or even a few days. Under such circumstances, logically speaking, no matter how bad one's talent was, they should be able to reach level 10 and have mastered one or two skills. But what about Xianxia? He did not have a single skill. Because of this, the guild staff was surprised. Only Xianxia knew that the reason why his level was relatively low was because he had only been in this world for 10 days. As for skills, the reason why he did not have any was that the magic measuring machine did not detect them. Not only did Xianxia not have any skills, but he also had a total of 17 skills. Among them, one was a unique skill, one was a special skill, and the remaining 15 skills were all at level 10. In other words, according to the guild staff, if the magic measuring machine could only detect skills below level 7 and not unique skills and special skills, it would not be able to detect any of Xianxia's skills at all. Thanks to this, the magic measuring machine could not display Xianxia's skills, causing Xianxia to be in a state where he did not have any skills at all. This gradually began to attract the attention of the surrounding adventurers, causing them to look over. After understanding the whole cause and effect, Xianxia could not help but fall silent. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized how abnormal his situation was. It was understandable that his level was low. After all, Xianxia had only been in this world for 10 days. To be able to reach level 10 in 10 days was already an incredible feat. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed so many magical creatures in the forest, he definitely wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly, right? But in terms of skills, Xianxia's situation was obviously very abnormal. Due to the unique skill, Providence, Xianxia could easily obtain skills that would take an average person years or even a lifetime to obtain. He could also obtain the maximum number of skill points every time he leveled up. Even leveling up skills became extremely easy. From the fact that the magic measuring device that the Adventurers Guild was equipped with could only detect skills below level 7, the guild probably didn't think that anyone could easily obtain skills above level 7, right? Furthermore, if a person with average talent obtained few skill points and the number of skill points needed to level up a skill were too high, it would be impossible for them to level up their skills. How many people could have skills that were at the maximum level? Even if they could, how many could an average person have? Whether it was level or skills, it depended on a person's aptitude and potential to determine the extent of their growth. This proved that even if a person with extraordinary talent could master a skill to the maximum level, it would be impossible to master too many skills, right? It was impossible for a person to be perfect. Even if they could easily obtain skills in their area of expertise, it would not be easy for them to obtain skills in other areas, let alone level them up easily. At least, according to the guild staff, even the god and the demon king could not obtain the full 100 skill points every time they leveled up. At most, there would be a few times where they would obtain the full 100 skill points. Moreover, from the guild staff, Xianxia also learned that the number of skill points required to learn and level up varied according to the different effects of various skills. There had never been anyone who only needed 1 skill point to learn any skill, let alone level up a skill. Generally speaking, the stronger the effect of a skill, the more skill points needed to learn and level up. Moreover, the higher the level of the skill, the more skill points needed to level up. However, due to the effect of providence, Xianxia could obtain the full 100 skill points every time he leveled up. Moreover, he only needed 1 skill point to learn and level up a skill. This was something that even the god and the demon king could not achieve. Besides, Xianxia now understood how terrifying the power of his holy sword was. Putting everything else aside, just the effect of increasing one's level by 100 was incomparably frightening to Xianxia now. One had to know that in this world, the maximum level was only 100. In other words, with the holy sword in hand, Xianxia was equivalent to being at the maximum level, and he could even stack his own level. Could it be that I'm already invincible in this world? As such a thought flashed through Xianxia's mind, he immediately denied it. According to Xianxia's own feeling, although the power of the holy sword was powerful, it was not enough to make him invincible. After all, apart from levels, there was also the difference in skills. High levels only meant high strength, stamina, agility, mana, and other aspects. However, a person's strength didn't just depend on their level, but also their skills. When a person with a weak physique who knew how to use combat skills compared to a person with a strong physique who didn't know how to fight, the former would usually win. Although a higher level meant that one could obtain more skill points, which could be used to learn and upgrade more skills, not everyone had the talent to learn many skills. The level enhancement of the holy sword would not give Xianxia additional skill points, and it would only purely increase Xianxia's level. However, Xianxia did not think that the demon king's skills would be inferior to his. Even if the demon king did not have 15 skills at the maximum level like him, what if he had 150 level 7 or level 8 skills? Moreover, who knew if he had any unique or special skills that violated the rules? With that thought, it was clear that Xianxia was still far from being invincible in this world. After all, Xianxia had only been in this world for 10 days. If Xianxia continued to grow in his current state, it was completely certain that he would surpass the demon king in the future, right? Not to mention, the holy sword not only enhanced his level, but it also enhanced the level of his skills and had other effects. Hence, even if he could not be considered invincible, Xianxia did not need to belittle himself. Of course, now, Xianxia could only show his abnormal side to others. Looking at the group of adventurers who had quietened down and were looking at him with surprised, doubtful, or inquisitive eyes, Xianxia sighed silently in his heart. This time, I should become a topic of conversation for a while, right? Forget it, let's get back to the main topic. Since I'm already an adult and have reached level 10, I should be able to become an adventurer, right? Xianxia said to the guild staff in front of him. Yes. The guild staff nodded immediately, picked up a quill and a piece of parchment, and began to make some notes. For now, we will temporarily register you as an adventurer. However, due to your low level and the fact that you are still a newbie, our guild will arrange for you to join a veteran adventurer party for your safety. This will allow you to get used to accepting and completing missions. After a month, if you can obtain the recognition and recommendation of the adventurer party you are in, we will grant you the official adventurer qualification and award you the adventurer medal. In other words, if he couldn't get the recognition and recommendation of the adventurers team within a month, Shuren would have to retire from the path of adventurers. Come to think of it, it made sense. Adventurers often had to fight monsters to the death and deal with all kinds of clients, some of whom were even people of high status. To complete a variety of tasks, one would need to have knowledge and abilities in various aspects. It wasn't realistic to think that it would be like in games and novels, where one could easily become an adventurer and rely on completing a large number of tasks to earn a large sum of money. The Adventurers Guild was an organization that was spread all over the world. To be able to develop to where it was today, it needed a good reputation and a good reputation. If an incompetent person messed up a task or failed to complete a task, it would be doubted by the public. Therefore, to become an adventurer, one had to pass an assessment. This is your permit. It recognizes that you have the right to temporarily accept a commission from the Adventurers Guild, and you can enter and leave Lemidgen freely without paying any entrance fees. It is valid for a month. Please take good care of it. The guild staff handed Shuren a piece of rolled parchment with a string tied to it. It looked like a scroll. Please report to the guild tomorrow morning. Your adventurers team will be waiting for you here. Hearing that, Sean took the permit, thanked the guild staff, and left the guild. The adventurers watched as Shuren left. They only started chatting after Shuren had left the guild. From this moment on, the news of a novice adventurer who had already reached level 10 without any skills spread in a small area. Just as Shuren had expected, he had become a topic of conversation for the time being. As for what would happen next, Shuren naturally did not know. However, Shuren could more or less guess a part of it. If it's possible, I really hope that I can start my first experience of living in a different world in an ordinary and smooth manner. With this thought in mind, the excitement that had been echoing in Shuren's heart since he left the forest had disappeared without a trace. Basically, Shuren was not a person who liked to do things in a high profile. Although he could not remember anything about himself in his previous life, Shuren still had some reservations about his personality. Therefore, Shuren knew himself very well and knew what kind of person he was. He was a person who was curious about novel things, but did not like overly exciting developments and events. If it was possible, he hoped to live an ordinary life. He did not join in the fun, and he did not want to stand out from the crowd. He just wanted to blend in with the crowd and quietly observe all kinds of novel things. However, on the other hand, if something really irreversible happened, Shuren would not blame the heavens or others, nor would he deliberately avoid it. He would only accept it as something that could not be helped. Therefore, Shuren basically did not have any special feelings about the extremely incredible matter of being reincarnated into a different world. He just accepted it helplessly and showed his curiosity in the appropriate situation. Thanks to this, Shuren's ability to accept things was very strong, or it could be said that he was very good at facing the objective facts, and was even better at finding joy in hardship. Even if he was curious about the profession of being an adventurer and the customs of a different world, he would not want to become eye-catching like the protagonists in novels, who were passionate about making a great name and career in a different world, so that his name would be left in history and change his ordinary and boring past life. In other words, Shuren actually hoped to be able to live an ordinary life. Even if he reincarnated into a different world, had a second life, became a legendary hero, and was asked by the goddess to defeat the Demon King, he did not want to do things in a too high profile. If it was possible, Shuren intended to become an ordinary adventurer, and then complete all kinds of commissions and missions in an ordinary way, slowly raising his level and strength. When the time was right, he would find a chance to defeat the Demon King and complete his mission. What's more, Shuren hoped that he could defeat the Demon King without anyone knowing, quietly, and before anyone could react. At that time, the people of this world might be extremely surprised, or very shocked, but no one would know that all of this was done by Shuren, so that Shuren could continue to live his second life in this world while hiding his achievements and fame. This was what Shuren wanted to do. Those with ambition might look down on Shuren, thinking that Shuren had already reincarnated into a different world, became a hero, and used such a foul cheat, yet he had no ambition at all. It was really a waste of his opportunities. Those who fantasized about having such a life and transmigrating to a different world like a main character to start a magnificent life might also blame Shuren, thinking that Shuren had already obtained what others dreamed of, yet he was still so unambitious. It was really hateful. However, Shuren was such a person. He did not want to seek excitement, nor did he want to achieve success and fame. He only wanted to live a stable life, and that was enough. Working as an adventurer to make a living, and if possible, touring this world, seeing all kinds of new and interesting things, and steadily raising my level. Can't I live such a life? Shuren sighed as he walked on the crowded street. Because of that, Shuren did not notice that someone happened to pass by him and happened to hear what he said, stopping in his tracks. "Hey, adventurer over there, you seem to be talking about something interesting." When such a pleasant voice entered Shuren's ears, Shuren was stunned. He stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at the source of the voice. Sean could not help but be stunned by what he saw. That was because a beautiful young girl came into Shuren's sight. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, 1 or 2 years younger than Shuren. However, she was tall and had a height of more than 170 centimeters. She gave off a noble and elegant vibe, as if she was a young lady from a rich family who was out for a walk. The young girl had a head of long, black, and beautiful hair. Her eyes were red, and she wore a dress that matched her temperament and was convenient for movement. Even though the dress was not gorgeous, due to the young girl's exceedingly beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, the dress was set off like a princess's dress in a palace. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and Buddha makes the gold. It should be the clothes that set off the person, but instead, it was the person who set off the clothes. It was really a little unbelievable. The young girl held a pancake-like snack that had its packaging torn open and ate it bit by bit. Her eyes were fixed on Shuren, and as if she was on a whim, she spoke to Shuren. "You're an adventurer, right? Don't all adventurers hope to make a name for themselves to achieve something great?" The young girl was just like that, asking curiously. Her words were not wrong. Basically, adventurers hoped to make a name for themselves so that they could enter the eyes of the nobles and even the royal family. From there, they could take on more high-level, high-difficulty, and high-reward missions. It could be said that the thing adventurers needed the most was fame. Only with fame could they attract more people's attention, get more opportunities to earn money, and finally leave their name in history. This was what every adventurer pursued. Many people had expectations and longing for the profession of adventurers because successful adventurers would be as dazzling as stars. They could receive the hospitality of powerful factions or even countries, taking money, fame, and status into their pockets. Therefore, to the ordinary people and even the nobles, becoming an adventurer was something worth looking forward to. Under such circumstances, Shuren made such a statement. No wonder the young girl was curious. "But may I know who you are?" After a moment of silence, Shuren asked in a doubtful tone. He didn't get carried away by the young girl's curiosity and attention, nor did he feel at a loss when the young girl suddenly spoke to him. He didn't even feel happy about it and spoke frankly in order to attract her attention, setting up the flag of a beautiful encounter. Instead, he expressed his doubt in an unromantic manner. The young girl raised a beautiful brow and put down the snack in her hand. "Do you want me to introduce myself?" The young girl's attitude was a little teasing. "But you have to know that not everyone can make me tell you my name, okay?" The atmosphere started to turn subtle because of the young girl's words. Ugh, at this moment, Shuren's expression was stiff and he was speechless. To Shuren, who was from another world, the young lady's words were undoubtedly arrogant. If it was in his previous life, it wouldn't be surprising if he was treated as a pretentious prick. Unfortunately, this was a world of swords and magic. There were gods, demon king, and even nobles and royals. Even the races weren't limited to humans. Such words might not mean much in this world. However, it also meant one thing. The young lady in front of him was either an arrogant and ignorant person or a real rich young lady with an extraordinary background. Regardless of which one it was, Shuren didn't want to have anything to do with her. Otherwise, according to the development trend of the story, there would definitely be all kinds of troubles in the future. Therefore, Shuren made a very straightforward decision. "Then I'm really sorry. Please forgive me for asking such an ignorant question. I'll leave now." After saying that, Sean lowered his head as if he was very humble. Then, he ran away as fast as he could. The young lady was stunned. Obviously, the young lady didn't expect Shuren to do such a thing. By the time the young lady reacted, Shuren had already blended into the crowd and couldn't even be seen. The young lady stared blankly at the direction where Shuren disappeared for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. That laughter was like a silver bell, extremely pleasant to the ear. Such a scene would even cause the surrounding people to raise their eyebrows, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were infatuated and intoxicated by such a scene. However, the people around seemed to be completely unaware that there was such an astonishingly beautiful young lady beside them as they walked past, as if there was no one else around. Until, young lady. Just as the young girl stopped laughing, an emotionless, high-spirited voice rang out. Unknowingly, a person separated the crowd and walked towards the young lady's direction. If Shuren was still here, he would definitely be surprised, right? This was because the person who separated the crowd looked exactly like the young lady. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Like the young lady's twin sister, be it height, figure, hair color, or eye color, they were all the same. However, unlike the former, not only was this young lady expressionless, but she wasn't wearing a formal dress either. Instead, she was wearing a maid's outfit. If the young lady was said to be a rich young lady strolling on the streets on a whim, then the maid would be a smart and reliable servant. You're here, Xianxia. The young girl looked at the maidservant who looked exactly like her and showed a kind and happy smile. She looked like a sister and looked very similar to her. Yes, I bought what you wanted, young lady. The female servant called Xianxia replied indifferently. She was holding a bag in her arms, and from the fragrance coming from it, it was clear that it was filled with delicious food. It was not hard to imagine that the young lady had asked Xianxia to buy something delicious. However, looking at the happy expression on the young lady's face, Xianxia was a little puzzled. You seem to be in a good mood, young lady Xianxia. Xianxia saw through the young lady's mood. The young lady, Xianxia, didn't seem to have the intention to hide it. Don't mind me, I just met an interesting adventurer. Xianxia seemed to be thinking about what happened just now. She smiled happily and said, it's not because of fear or respect, nor is it because she knows my background. It's just because I didn't tell her my name and acted as if she was afraid of getting into trouble, so she fled. This is the first time I've seen such a person. Upon hearing this, Xianxia didn't ask anything else. Although she didn't know what happened, Xianxia was already used to Xianxia doing something on a whim. Because the young lady who was like a twin sister to Xianxia was such a casual person who liked to do all kinds of things on a whim. This time, she must have done something on a whim, right? But it's been a long time since I've seen young ladies so happy. Xianxia said her thoughts honestly. That's true. Xianxia couldn't help but smile a little and said with some nostalgia, how long has it been since the last time you smiled so happily? Xianxia couldn't remember. However, Xianxia didn't continue thinking about it and soon revealed a relaxed expression. Come to think of it, Xianxia once again looked in the direction where Shuren left, and her eyes flickered slightly. That adventurer's magical power seems to be a little special, and the bag he carried seems to have a very familiar power. It shouldn't be an illusion, right? Xianxia was quite thoughtful. The reason why she talked to Shuren was not only because she heard Shuren's words, but also because of this reason. My cognitive obstruction doesn't seem to have any effect on him. Otherwise, even if I took the initiative to talk to him, he wouldn't have immediately noticed my existence and clearly cast his gaze on me. Xianxia murmured. Could it be that he, perhaps thinking of something, Xianxia's eyes began to become cold and dangerous. Young lady? Xianxia, who didn't know what Xianxia was thinking, woke her up and brought her back to her senses. It's okay, let's go. Xianxia smiled again and said to Xianxia. Of course, looks like I'll have to stay in this town for a while. With that thought in mind, Xianxia turned around and left the place. Seeing that, Xianxia didn't ask anything and quietly followed. From the beginning to the end, no one in the surroundings had noticed the presence of the twin girls. They were like ghosts that no one had noticed, leaving without a sound. On the other hand, Shuren, who didn't know that he had been targeted, was still rejoicing. Thank goodness I'm smart. Shuren, who had mixed into the crowd and ran for a distance, heaved a sigh of relief. His own troubles hadn't been solved yet, and Shuren didn't want to get involved in new troubles. Let's find a place to rest and enjoy my first night in the human society of another world. Shuren decided to stop thinking about troublesome things. After living as a savage for 10 days, he really wanted to change the quality of his life. As for other things, I'll think about it later. So, Shuren began to wander around this town. Shuren wandered around the Lamijan until the evening. Thanks to this, Shuren learned many things. For example, in this world, the common currency was gold, silver, and copper coins. It was no different from other worlds that used swords and magic. The purchasing power of a copper coin was just enough to buy an apple. 100 copper coins were equivalent to a silver coin, 100 silver coins were equivalent to a gold coin, and a gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Hence, a gold coin was enough to support an ordinary family of 3 for a whole month, and even have more to spare. Of course, for an ordinary family, having a gold coin was already good enough. However, it was not necessarily the case for adventurers and nobles. That was because in this world, ordinary items might not be worth much, but items related to magic were extremely expensive. For example, in this world, unlike potions that required time to take effect and did not have obvious effects, there were magical potions that could take effect immediately, and their effects were as varied and magical as magic. Shuren went to a magic potion shop and found that even the cheapest health potion cost 3 gold coins, while mana potion cost more than 5 gold coins. They were extremely expensive. However, with this kind of potion, one's injuries and mana would recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effects were extremely obvious. Hence, in an emergency situation, having a bottle of potion was equivalent to having an extra life. Only those with the harmonization skill could make magic potions, so the price of magic potions was naturally not low. Apart from magic potions, there were also items with magical effects in this world. Even if one did not know how to use magic, as long as one had the magic item, one could use the enchantment in the item. Only those with the crafting skill could make such items, so they were also very expensive. Of course, if there were magic items, there would also be magic weapons. As the name suggested, they were weapons that could be used to release spells and other magical effects that were beneficial to battle. Like magic items, they were weapons that could be used by anyone, but they were much more expensive than ordinary magic items, and only those with the forging skill could make them. Such magic items could be said to be a special feature of this world, and Shuren was dazzled by them. Moreover, magic potions, magic items, and magic weapons all required a precious mineral called magic crystal as a material. This was also one of the reasons why they were so expensive. Magic crystals were minerals that contained mana, and only appeared in rare high-grade mines. They were essential for making magic potions, magic items, and magic weapons. They could also be used to replenish mana, and were also used as a resource for mana consumption. Therefore, they were strategic resources that all factions and countries had been developing and coveting. Sean learned about all kinds of knowledge about this world through the introduction of various shops, and had a preliminary understanding of this world. Therefore, in order to survive in this different world smoothly, Sean felt that he also needed to make a good plan for his livelihood. Unfortunately, Shuren had just logged into the Adventurers Guild as a temporary adventurer today, and the adventure activities would only officially start tomorrow. Currently, he could only think of a way to survive. Fortunately, before Shuren left the forest, he had disintegrated the horned monsters. Although he had hurriedly subdued a griffin and left the forest, he had brought some items with him. For example, the animal skin used to wrap the holy sword. Because it was very tough, it was not like ordinary animal skins that would break upon contact with the blade of the holy sword. It was also good for keeping out the cold at night, so Shuren had brought it with him. After being identified by some of the shopkeepers, this piece of beast skin was determined to be the skin of a beast called the fallen scaled beast. It was extremely tough. This kind of monster was known as the toughest monster under level 50. Although it did not have extraordinary strength, if one wanted to subdue it, they would need to use high-grade magic or very high-performance magic weapons to break its defense. Due to its defense, the animal skin of the fallen scaled beast could be used to make armor. It was sought after by many adventurers and even nobles. The eyes of the shop owners who recognized this animal skin also shone. In order to buy it, they even offered 80 gold coins. Shuren did not mind selling it. After all, this was a so-called extremely tough monster. Back then, Shuren had only needed to use the holy sword to chop off its head, and the animal skin had also been cut off without much effort. Shuren did not particularly cherish it. But now, this animal skin was the only thing on Shuren's hand that could barely wrap the holy sword. Shuren still needed to use it, so naturally, he could not casually sell it. What Shuren sold was not the animal skin that was used to wrap the holy sword, but the horn of the group of single-horned monsters that he still had on him. According to the shop owner, this was the horn of a thorned horn monster that reached level 30 at adulthood. This kind of monster's horn could be used to make magic antidotes, and it could also be used to make daggers. However, thorned horns were monsters that lived in groups, and it was very difficult to subdue a lone thorned horn monster. This kind of horn was considered a relatively rare material. The shop owner had been sighing at Shuren's good luck, actually encountering a lone thorned horn monster. This made Shuren very embarrassed to tell the shop owner that he had not subdued a lone thorned horn monster, but had slaughtered the entire group. In the end, the horn was sold for 2 gold coins, so that Shuren was no longer penniless. After obtaining his first bucket of gold in the other world, Xian immediately bought some clothes and changed out of his clothes that had almost become strips of cloth. He then successfully found an inn and checked in at the price of 1 silver coin a day. After 10 days, Shuren could finally live in a place that humans should live in. After checking in, the first thing Shuren did was to take a bath. In the forest, Shuren had only bathed in a river a few times, and there were monsters in that river. Night fell just like that. How comfortable. After taking a bath, Shuren lay on the bed, his body still covered in moisture. His face was full of energy, and one look was enough to tell how comfortable he was. I feel like all the troubles of the day have disappeared. As expected, I am more suited to this kind of peaceful life. Just as Shuren was expressing his emotions, he heard a laugh. You're the first hero to say that. As this voice sounded, the world began to change. Then, before Shuren could react, he had already gotten up from the bed and stood on the ground. The room in the inn seemed to have been replaced, turning into a temple. In the center of the temple, in front of Shuren, a familiar beautiful figure came into view. Goddess. Shuren's eyes widened. Yes. Shuren once again returned to the temple where he was summoned. Although we haven't seen each other for 10 days, you seem to have changed. Looking at Shuren, who was staring at her in a daze, the beautiful goddess didn't know if she was praising him or teasing him. Her melodious voice that seemed to be able to sing a song that would go down in history entered Shuren's ears, leaving Shuren speechless for a long time. However, it was definitely not because Xian had fallen head over heels for the beautiful goddess in front of him and was unable to extricate himself. Shuren was speechless. It couldn't be helped. Why am I here again? Could it be that he had died again? While Shuren was thinking about it, the goddess seemed to see through Shuren's thoughts and smiled. Don't think too much. You didn't come here because you died. The goddess said. You can check yourself. This time, I summoned you here with a physical body. After hearing the goddess's words, Shuren realized the truth. Indeed, it was different from the last time he was summoned here. This time, Xian did not appear in the form of an incorporeal body. Instead, his feet were on the ground, unlike the last time when he was directly suspended in midair. In other words, this time, I was summoned here alive? Shuren looked at the goddess before him. That's right. The goddess nodded and said. Seeing that you have finally left the forest of monsters and entered a human town, even becoming an adventurer and about to settle down in this world, I summoned you here to greet you. What a willful motive. Shuren really wanted to say that if she wanted him to enter a human town and officially settle down in another world, it would have been better if she didn't throw him into a forest full of monsters at the start. Once again, the goddess answered his question in exchange for his heartfelt words. If I didn't throw you into the forest at the start, you wouldn't have been able to level up and learn so many skills, right? The goddess said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. And if you don't personally experience how different you are from others, how can you discover how much more outstanding you are as a hero? This sentence made Shuren's face fall. In other words, in order to let me fully understand how different I am, the goddess deliberately threw me into a forest full of monsters and not a human town, right? Isn't she afraid that I'll be eaten by monsters? As soon as this thought arose in his mind, the goddess's answer came immediately. Of course not. The goddess said confidently. With the protection of the holy sword, you'll be fine even if you're thrown into the demon realm, not to mention a forest full of monsters that are only level 50. Hearing this, Shuren finally couldn't hold it anymore. Say, goddess, don't tell me that you can't read my mind? Why do you know what I'm thinking? Xian protested. Also, don't say it as if everything has nothing to do with you. This is also caused by you, isn't it? Regardless of whether it was the holy sword or the various skills, weren't they all bestowed upon him by this goddess? Just as Shuren thought about this, the goddess denied his statement. Just as Xian was thinking about this, the goddess denied his statement. That's not right. You're mistaken. The goddess said, whether it's the holy sword or the skill, it's all yours. I'm just awakening them. As soon as these words came out, Xian was stunned. Shuren couldn't react. Seeing this, the goddess explained. The so-called holy sword is actually a power born from the concept of hero. It's a characteristic that only you otherworlders who are summoned from the demon realm have. The so-called holy sword is actually a power born from the concept of hero. It's a characteristic that only you otherworlders who are summoned from another world with the identity of a hero would have. The goddess then explained in an extremely pleasant voice, as if she was singing. If that wasn't the case, why would she need to summon heroes from other worlds in the first place? Just like how some people in the Omnipotensen can awaken their own unique skills, you heroes from other worlds also have your own unique skills, and you even have one more characteristic than the people in the Omnipotensen. Once you're summoned to this world as a hero, you can naturally awaken your own holy sword and unique skills. I'm just speeding up the process and directly awakening your holy sword and unique skills. If that wasn't the case, why would she need to summon heroes from other worlds? If she could freely bestow the powerful holy sword and unique skills to others, the goddess wouldn't need to specifically summon people from other worlds to defeat the demon king. She could just choose heroes from her own world. At the end of the day, since I need to seek help from others as a god to defeat the demon king, it proves that I can't defeat the demon king, right? If I can simply bestow such a powerful holy sword and unique skill to others, I'll just defeat the demon king myself. Why would I need the hero? The goddess said straightforwardly. The exceedingly reasonable argument left Shuren speechless again. But on second thought, it did make sense, didn't it? In your world, it seems that gods can't interfere with the direction of the world, so even if they see the demon king wreaking havoc on the world, they can only watch and at most give humans help so that they can defeat the demon king themselves, right? The goddess was amused. Unfortunately, this isn't the world of myths and legends, you know. Even if there are many similarities, this is still reality, and there will always be something different. What's different? For example, in this world, the Protoss and the demons are mortal enemies that have lasted for thousands of years and have been at war since a long, long time ago. The goddess said calmly. For us, the demon king is our greatest enemy. If we could destroy them with our own strength, we would have done so a long time ago. There's no such thing as not interfering with the laws of the human world. Rather, it's better to say that the divine race often affects the human world, bringing a lot of interference to the human world. Therefore, in this world, the gods were beliefs to the lives of the world, but they weren't illusory. They really existed. You already know about the blessing, right? The goddess pointed out. The blessing is the most common interference of us Protoss on the lives of the world. You also have the blessing that I bestow upon you, and that is the only thing I truly bestow upon you. Apart from the blessing being bestowed by the goddess, everything else was Shuren's own strength. Whether it was the holy sword or the unique skills, those were destined to be possessed by Shuren and had almost nothing to do with the goddess in front of him. In other words, your abnormalities almost all come from yourself and have nothing to do with me. Using the words of your previous world, that is, don't simply put the blame on me. The goddess's words left Shuren speechless. Looking at Shuren like this, the goddess smiled. Since there's still some time, let's talk about this world. With that, the goddess waved her hand and summoned a tea table and tea. It was said that when the world was just born, there were only two races in the Omnipotensen. One was the Protoss. The other was the demons. The Protoss and the demons appeared in this world almost at the same time. They were like natural enemies and had always been fighting each other. Unlike the demons who were born with great strength, although the Protoss also had all kinds of strength, compared to the demons, the Protoss were not a race that was born to fight. The gods could do many things. They could create the earth and life, but in terms of fighting strength, they were slightly inferior compared to the demons who were born to destroy and destroy. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of the gods. Generally speaking, the gods had their own duties. Some were in charge of life, some were in charge of nature, and some were in charge of fate. There were also duties such as health, harvest, wisdom, culture, and so on. However, there were only so many duties. Naturally, it was impossible for there to be so many gods, and it was even more impossible for there to be too many gods in charge of the same duties. Therefore, the number of gods was fixed from the beginning. Only when a god died could a new god be born. Because of this, the number of gods was very limited. On the other hand, the demons did not have such restrictions. After a long period of accumulation, their numbers became larger and the race became more and more prosperous. In the end, they even completely overwhelmed the Protoss. In order to fight against such demons, the Protoss began to create other races, such as humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and so on. They gave them guidance and allowed them to grow. Finally, they were able to resist the demons. However, the demons were not to be outdone. Not only did they create magic, but they also created monsters. Yes. Whether it was magic or monsters, they were all created by the demons. That was why they were called demons. Even the term magic came from the demons. Thus, it could be seen that the demons were indeed more outstanding than the Protoss in terms of strength. However, putting magic aside, as for monsters, although they were created by the demons, demons were not as omnipotent as the Protoss. As a result, the intelligence of the created monsters was quite low. Even the demons, who were the creators, could not control the ferocious monsters sometimes. As a result, although the monsters gradually multiplied and eventually spread to every corner of the world, without being tamed, they would still attack even the demons. Thanks to this, even with magic and the creation of monsters, the demons could not directly overwhelm the Protoss. In addition, the Protoss had also created magic systems such as holy magic and auxiliary magic. In the end, the two sides could not do anything to each other. However, in general, compared to the Protoss, the demons are still stronger. Demons are more powerful than the Protoss. Sitting in front of the tea table that she had just summoned, the goddess sipped on the fragrant black tea while talking. That's why, in order to resist the demons, the Protoss created the ritual of summoning the heroes. By summoning heroes with unique characteristics from another world to fight against the demons, the ultimate goal is to defeat the king of the demons, the Demon King. At the same time, the goddess also mentioned to Shuren, who was sitting opposite her and seemed to be focused on drinking the black tea. Although we Protoss can do all kinds of things, we can't directly bestow power. Therefore, we Protoss have high hopes for the heroes who are born with holy swords and generally powerful unique skills. We hope that one day, they can defeat the Demon King. Just like that, the goddess explained all kinds of things to Shuren. Regarding this, Shuren had a few questions. For example, why can't the gods directly bestow power? Shuren raised his question. The goddess gave a straightforward answer. Because levels and skills are concepts engraved in truth. Even the gods can't interfere. The so-called truth referred to the laws and rules of the world itself, also known as the world principle. Whether it's the Protoss, demons, humans, or demons, all of them have levels and skills. According to the individual's quality, talents, and potential, the growth rate in all aspects is different. All of these are concepts engraved in truth. In other words, it's the rules of the world itself. We Protoss can only interfere with phenomena and events, but we can't interfere with the rules of the world itself. We can't interfere with truth itself. The goddess explained. Of course, if it's within the scope of truth, then we can still interfere a little. For example, magic interferes with truth, with magical powers, thus interfering with phenomena and events, ultimately forming power. That is magic. Then, there are some magical weapons, magical items, and magical potions that can also temporarily increase the level of skills and personal abilities according to this magical characteristic. The holy sword that you possess also belongs to this category. However, interference with truth can only be done within the permitted scope. If it breaks the balance too much, then it will not be allowed no matter what. For example, the gods can bestow weapons or items that can increase one's strength, and they can also bless humans, but they definitely can't directly increase a person's level. Otherwise, humans wouldn't need to level up, nor would they need to grow. They could just be bestowed by the gods. As for weapons or items that can directly increase a person's level, they don't exist in this world at all. Until now, the only weapons and items that can increase a person's level are the holy swords of you heroes from another world. In this world, there are only items that can increase the level of a certain skill or a part of a person's ability. The goddess said. This is probably because you people aren't from this world, so you have somewhat deviated from the rules of this world's truth? Most of the heroes from another world could awaken extremely powerful unique skills. Perhaps it was because of the same reason. That was why the gods wanted to summon heroes. Unfortunately, not every person from another world has the qualities to become a hero. Otherwise, every single person from another world would have been summoned here, wouldn't they? The goddess said these words as if nothing had happened. Xianxia rolled his eyes without batting an eyelid, but he was also quite puzzled. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the reason I was summoned here and became a hero wasn't because I was randomly chosen, but because of something special about me? That's exactly what it is. The goddess once again saw through Xianxia's thoughts and smiled. At the very least, from ancient times until now, the number of heroes that have been summoned to this world has never numbered more than 10. In other words, the number of people from another world who had the qualities to become heroes was incredibly small. Xianxia was one of them. By the way, the heroes that were summoned in the past all came from a different world from you. The goddess said. Something even more astonishing. Come from a different world from me? The sudden fact made Xianxia, who was about to drink his tea, stop abruptly. His face was full of astonishment. The goddess couldn't help but smile at his reaction. Did you hear it right? The goddess smiled and said, there are many other worlds that are different from this omnipotenson. The world that you came from in your previous life is just one of them. The only thing they have in common is that the world you came from is very ordinary. There are no gods, no demons, and no special powers. Therefore, it is an absolute independent existence. Even the Protoss's god can't interfere with it. We can only summon foreign species with the characteristics of the hero within the scope of truth. That's the limit. That was really unexpected. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be understandable. If God could really summon people from other worlds so easily, then the Protoss wouldn't have needed to create various major races to resist the demons. They could just summon people from other worlds, right? Although there were pitifully few people who had the qualities to become a hero even in other worlds, and not everyone could awaken their own holy sword and unique skills, in this aspect, the people in this world had the same conditions. Not everyone could have a holy sword, and not everyone could have unique skills. They could only train from scratch, gradually level up, and learn skills. Only then could they make a name for themselves. In this world, the majority of people were still the same. Therefore, if one only considered the problem of manpower, it was the same no matter which world the people came from. If the Protoss could summon people from another world to this world, then most of those people would be like the people of this world. They would have no advantages and would have to train from scratch. Only a small number of people would be able to awaken their own unique skills, and it was unknown whether these unique skills could be used in battle. Only those who possessed the qualities of a hero would be able to awaken powerful unique skills and possess their own holy sword. Therefore, God only needed the brave and could only summon the brave. However, the number of people who had the qualities to become heroes seemed to be really small. Since ancient times, there were less than 10 heroes who were summoned into this world, and each hero came from a different world. This meant that there would only be one person who could become a hero in a world, and in many worlds, there was not even one person who could become a hero. Besides, there are strong and weak heroes. The goddess said, in the past, the holy sword and unique skills awakened by the heroes were different. As such, naturally, some heroes would awaken unusually powerful holy swords and unique skills, while some were relatively weaker. This would inevitably cause a problem. And that was, even a hero might not be able to defeat the Demon King. At this, the goddess's eyes seemed a little gloomy, and one could even say, disappointed. Seeing this, Shuren understood. I'm afraid that none of the heroes summoned in the past were able to defeat the Demon King, right? Otherwise, if the Demon King was defeated, there would be no need to summon Shuren. It was because the Demon King was still on the loose that God had to continue summoning heroes. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Demon King was that even the heroes of the past couldn't defeat him. Then, what about Kirin himself? Could he defeat the Demon King? Just as Shuren was thinking about this, the goddess cast her gaze over. The other party just stared at Xian fixedly. I think that you are the hero with the highest chance of achieving this goal. The goddess said to herself, after all, be it the holy sword or unique skills, I think the heroes of the past can't compare to you. These words made Shuren a little speechless. Logically speaking, he should be happy to receive such an evaluation, right? Unfortunately, you can't be happy, right? The goddess didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In your world, in those novels and myths, there are many protagonists who are born with the strongest talents. There are even situations such as the counterattack of trash and mediocre aptitude. All kinds of situations can happen to the protagonists. Even if I say that you are the hero with the most potential in history, you will only find it strange, right? Hearing this, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. This goddess can't really see through people's inner thoughts, can she? No matter what, she is a god, isn't it normal for her to have the ability to read minds? Why don't I try it? With this thought, Shuren began to imagine some scenes that were not suitable for children. At this moment, the goddess's smile suddenly froze, and a trace of redness appeared on her beautiful face. You bastard. What the hell are you thinking? The goddess slammed the table and said angrily, giving Shuren a shock. You really can see through people's hearts. Shuren stood up in shock. I didn't say that I couldn't do it, right? The goddess's face still had a trace of redness. It seemed that this goddess was unexpectedly very pure. Just as Xian was thinking about this, a gaze filled with murderous intent was cast on him, causing him to tremble all over. He hurriedly lowered his head, got rid of all distracting thoughts, and stopped letting his imagination run wild. Humph. The goddess snorted coldly, stood up, and said, let's stop here for today, I will send you back. With that said, without giving Shuren time to react, the goddess waved her hand, and the world distorted again. Wait. Shuren hurriedly said, you haven't told me your name. This was something that Shuren had always wanted to know. All this while, Shuren only knew that the other party was a goddess, and now that he knew that there was not only one god in this world, but also a Protoss, Shuren naturally wanted to know the other party's name. Then, just call me Nian. After that, the goddess who called herself Nian snapped her fingers, and Shuren disappeared together with the distorted world around him from the temple. In the hotel room, Shuren opened his eyes and found that he had unknowingly returned to the bed, as if he had never left. I'm back already? Shuren was a little uncertain, and even suspected that he was dreaming. However, the fact that the fragrance of the delicious black tea was still lingering in his mouth told Xian that everything that had just happened was definitely not a dream. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted like a hooligan. Wouldn't it have been better to ask more questions? After all, there were still many things that Shuren did not know. But, speaking of which, the goddess is quite cute when she's shy. Shuren smiled slyly. The night passed just like that. Remagen, Adventurers Guild. In the dead of the night, one of the rooms on the top floor of the Adventurers Guild was still lit up. Inside the room, a young girl dressed like a military advisor was sitting in front of a desk, working seriously. The young lady had a delicate face. Although she was wearing a pair of glasses, it did not hide her outstanding features. Instead, it added an intellectual and literary temperament to her. If she was on Earth, she would definitely be the most beautiful female professor on the internet. At least, the smart temperament that lingered around her made people not dare to go against her. They might even want to learn from her. Not long after, someone knocked on the door, interrupting the mood. "Come in." The young lady did not raise her head. She continued working while saying that. Suddenly, the door was opened and a person slowly walked in from the outside. "As expected, you're still working, Lily." The one who said this in a gentle tone was a young girl who was also in the prime of her youth. The young lady walked in slowly. Under the light, her face was as gentle and kind as her voice. She looked like a considerate young lady from a wealthy family, which made one's heart flutter. However, such a gentle and amiable beautiful young lady was actually wearing an incomparably heavy armor that wrapped around her graceful and delicate body. Under such circumstances, the young lady carried a huge tower shield on her back and a slender knight's sword on her waist. She looked like a female general who was ready to lead an army into battle. It was a huge contrast to her gentle and kind beautiful appearance. Thanks to this, the sound of the girl's footsteps carried the sound of metal. One could imagine just how heavy her equipment was. The young lady called Lily raised her head and looked at the young lady. Her calm and intelligent face showed a trace of helplessness. "I say, Vivian, you haven't given up on this armor?" Judging from her helpless tone, Lily must have reprimanded the young lady many times over this matter. The young lady, Vivian, was still as gentle and kind as ever. "I won't give it up, okay?" Vivian said in a gentle voice, as if she was not fed up with it. "I've said it many times. I hope to be a knight who can shelter my comrades from the wind and rain. No matter what, I don't want to give up on this armor and shield." The girl named Vivian sounded very submissive, but the content of her words had nothing to do with the word submissive. As a good friend of Vivian's for a long time, Lily naturally knew that she could only complain a little. It was impossible to persuade the young lady. "Even if, this obviously doesn't suit you at all." Lily sighed helplessly. "That's not true," Vivian replied with a smile. The relationship between the two of them seemed to be really good. They chatted for a long time before they got to the main topic. "Sorry, Vivian, there's something I need to trouble you with." Lily handed a piece of parchment to Vivian. "This is..." Vivian took it doubtfully. "This is the report submitted by the guild staff today." Lily knocked on the desk in front of her and said, "It said that a strange newcomer came today. They didn't know what to do with him, so they handed it over to me." "A newcomer?" Vivian's interest was piqued. After skimming through the report, she was startled and said, "He reached level 10 at the age of 20, but he doesn't even have a single skill? How is it?" Lily said in a rather thought-provoking manner. At that time, many adventurers had personally witnessed this newcomer's performance on the magic measuring machine. This matter seems to have spread. Even the magic measuring machine that was used at that time has been checked and confirmed to be malfunctioning. It should be true. Is that so? Vivian said sincerely. That's really strange. You think so too, right? Lily picked up her quill and pointed at the parchment that recorded the information on the newcomer. It's fine if he doesn't have talent and ability. But since he reached level 10, it proves that he has some combat potential. He shouldn't be unable to learn even a single skill. What do you think is the situation? Hearing this, Vivian thought seriously for a moment and raised 3 fingers. There are 3 possibilities. First, this newcomer has taken the wrong path. He has the potential to level up, but he didn't learn the skills he's good at. He has been working hard in the wrong field. For example, he has the talent of a mage, but he practiced swordsmanship that he doesn't have. This caused his level to increase, but he can't master the skills. Second, this newcomer might have encountered something in the past, such as a serious illness or something else. This caused him to be unable to fully grow and train. He only started to grow later and naturally reached level 10. Only then did he start to show his potential, but he didn't have the time to learn the skills. Third, at this point, Vivian said thoughtfully. Perhaps this rookie has some unique or special skill that caused this situation to occur. The 3 possibilities that Vivian had mentioned were exactly the same as Lily's conjecture. However, the 2 of them didn't think that it wasn't that this newcomer didn't have any skills, but that the magic measuring machine couldn't detect those skills. This was because no one would believe that a 20-year-old newcomer adventurer would have skills that were above level 7. Generally speaking, it was almost impossible to obtain a skill of that level before reaching level 70, unless someone was able to not learn any other skills and focus all their skill points on a single skill. That way, it might be possible to stack the skill to level 7 when they reached level 30. However, if one only learned a single skill, it would be very difficult to fight solo and reach level 30. In this world, apart from special circumstances, people would learn several skills in one go. Only then would they be able to form mature combat strength, participate in battles, and quickly raise their levels. In other words, people would usually train several skills at once. By the time one of them reached level 7, their level would naturally be high. This newcomer was only level 10, so it was impossible for him to have skills that were above level 7. In history, there had never been a situation where a person at level 10 had a level 7 skill, not even among the Protoss or demons. Hence, this possibility was naturally ignored by Lily and Vivian. Even so, this newcomer's oddity was enough to pique their interest. Regardless of the possibility, it's worth observing, right? Vivian smiled bitterly at Lily's words. Vivian had guessed the reason why Lily had called her here. Are you trying to stuff a newcomer into my adventurer party again? Vivian directly saw through Lily's plan. As expected of Vivian, you guessed it right away. Lily chuckled. Although Vivian wasn't the strongest adventurer in Lemegin, she was the leader of the best adventurer team. Moreover, the members of this adventurer team had all received Vivian's care when they were newbies. Because of Vivian's guidance, they were able to grow to become the best adventurers in Lemegin. Not only that, but because of Vivian's gentle and kind personality, she had guided many newbies and helped them grow. Therefore, in Lemegin, and even in other towns, Vivian's reputation and popularity were very high. Gentle, kind, approachable, and a guide for so many rookies. In addition, she was a beautiful girl who wore heavy armor and raised a huge shield to protect her companions. Such a person, to put it bluntly, could be said to be a goddess in people's hearts. Lily and Vivian were old friends, and she trusted Vivian quite a lot. Every time the Adventurers Guild encountered a troublesome task, she would recommend Vivian to solve it. Whenever the Adventurers Guild encountered a problem, Lily would also discuss it with Vivian. If there was a newcomer with extraordinary potential, Lily would even recommend that person to join Vivian's adventurers team so that Vivian could guide them. Although the newbie with the strange situation this time was not the type with extraordinary potential, if he really had some unique or special skills, it would be worth paying attention to. You know, unique and special skills often have extraordinary effects, especially unique skills. Some unique skills are completely useless in battle, but they can still be used in other areas. Some can even change a person's future completely, allowing them to ignore all unfavorable conditions and finally stand out. Lily's expression turned serious. Basically, those who are able to awaken unique skills are likely to be the best in their respective fields. The best examples are the two current royal advisors of the kingdom. The levels of the two royal advisors were extremely low, not even level 10. Moreover, they had not learned any combat skills. However, their status in the kingdom was higher than most of the high-level beings. That was because one of the two court advisors had a unique skill that could greatly increase the success rate of the tame skill. Hence, he could tame high-level magical creatures like wyverns in batches and provide a large number of wyverns as mounts for the kingdom's knights. The other one had a unique skill that could accelerate the ripening of any kind of plant, which provided a great guarantee for the kingdom's food supply. Many medicinal herbs that could be used to make magic potions took a long time to grow, which made the Mitra kingdom a famous food and potion powerhouse. Because of this, the kingdom placed great importance on people with unique skills. The Adventurers Guild also paid attention to people who might have unique skills and those who might awaken unique skills. If not for this, Sean's information would never have been brought to Lily's table. Although the possibility of this newbie having unique skills is low, it's still worth paying attention to even if he has some special skills. It'll be better if he's a genius who was forced to grow slowly. It'll be even better. That was Lily's plan. Of course, Vivian did not mind guiding newbies. In fact, apart from Vivian, there weren't many adventurers who had the patience and goodwill to lead newbies. Moreover, the news of Shuren's magic testing at the Adventurers Guild had already spread. If she casually arranged him into another adventurer's party, it would be a different matter if they would accept him or not. It was more likely that the adventurers in the party would treat him as trash who couldn't even learn a skill, and he would be treated coldly or even humiliated. Considering this, it would be good to arrange for him to be in Vivian's adventurer party. It had to be said that Lily had done her best to make such a thorough and appropriate arrangement for a newbie who had just joined and wasn't sure if he could become an official adventurer. Even if she had considered the possibility of Shuren having unique skills, based on Shuren's situation, the possibility of him having unique skills was indeed very low. It was more likely that he was trash who couldn't even learn a skill, so it wasn't worth putting in so much effort to arrange for him. For Lily to do this, it was probably for the sake of others, wasn't it? But my adventurer party hasn't had a new male adventurer for a long time. It's a little troublesome. Lily could only shrug her shoulders at Vivian's distressed words. It couldn't be helped. Apart from being outstanding, Vivian's adventurer party also had one thing that everyone knew about. That was, everyone in this adventurer team, including Vivian, was a beautiful young lady with outstanding looks. In this world, there were many women who chose to become adventurers, but there were also very few female adventurers who were both beautiful and powerful. If such a person were to appear in the Adventurers Guild, they would definitely become the target of every party. In the end, it would lead to all sorts of disputes and even some people's ill intentions and malice. Clearly aware of this, Vivian deliberately nurtured this team of adventurers in order to protect these female adventurers in the face of all kinds of evil intentions and malice. However, even so, there had been a few unpleasant incidents in the past. As mentioned earlier, Vivian was a kind person who was very friendly to newbies. Lily would often entrust newbies with great potential to Vivian to guide. However, these people might have potential, but it didn't mean that they were humane. In the past, there had been cases of people who had joined Vivian's adventurer party harboring evil intentions towards the girls in the party. In the end, they had actually attacked the girls. Therefore, it had been a long time since Vivian had allowed a newbie to join her adventurer party. Unless the newbie was a female, Vivian would only provide some help within her capabilities. This time, Vivian was a little hesitant when Lily had arranged for a male adventurer to join her party. Of course, Lily had thought about it. With Tara around, if this newbie really doesn't know what's good for her, we'll just break her limbs like the previous times. Then, I'll cancel her adventurer qualifications and expel her from the guild. Lily instructed without hesitation. Then, all right. Vivian pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Thus, Shuren's destination was decided. The next morning, Shuren had already woken up at daybreak. It was not because Shuren was good at waking up early, but because Shuren had developed the habit of waking up early in the morning during his 10 days of survival in the forest. In the wild, it was very difficult to sleep comfortably. During those 10 days, Sean would be awakened by the slightest movement or light, which made him wake up early in the morning. Fortunately, Shuren had a very comfortable sleep last night. Sleeping on a bed is the most comfortable. Shuren was satisfied. So, Shuren got up early to wash up and tidy himself up. He then prepared to go to the Adventurers Guild. There were no toothbrushes or toothpaste in this world. People seemed to use a toothbrush and some unknown powder to brush their teeth. Shuren, who was not used to this, had to spend a lot of effort to wash up in the morning. Then, Shuren put on the clean clothes he bought yesterday and the bag with the holy sword. He was ready to go on an adventure. Looking at himself in the clothes of another world and the long bag, Shuren could not help but sigh. Now, no one will suspect that I'm from another world. There was no trace of the characteristics of a person from a different world on Sean. It was as if he was born and bred in this world, and had the style of this world. Well, it's not bad. Shuren smiled, then walked out of the hotel room and went to the Adventurers Guild. Morning at Lemijin was just as lively as yesterday. Even though it was only daybreak, the streets were already bustling with activity. The shops and stalls were filled with shouts and cries, attracting many passers-by. Fully armed adventurers were mixed in with the crowd. Groups after groups of adventurers came from the direction of the Adventurers Guild. They seemed to be getting ready to leave the city for work. Shuren looked at the scene as he headed to the Adventurers Guild with other adventurers who had the same destination. Not long after, the square where the Adventurers Guild was located appeared in front of Shuren. Shuren and many other adventurers walked into the Adventurers Guild and entered the guild hall that he had visited the day before. Perhaps because it was still early, many adventurer parties were still gathering and choosing the quests they wanted to accept today. As a result, the guild hall was much livelier than the day before. Shuren walked through the crowd and went to the counter where the guild staff from the day before was working. At this time, the staff was also working and seemed to be explaining something to a few adventurers. However, when he saw Shuren coming over, he quickly waved at Shuren. Shuren immediately went to the staff. "I'm sorry, I'm late." For the time being, Sean apologized to the other party politely. "No, you're just in time." The staff smiled politely and said, "The adventurer group that arranged for you to join has just finished gathering. If you don't have any questions, you can go and report now." "Got it," Shuren nodded and asked, "Where is that person?" "On the second floor, please take that staircase." The guild staff pointed to the stairs in one direction, and said to Sean, "After you go up, there will be a guild staff who will show you the way. You can just tell him to take you to see Miss Vivian." "Vivian?" Shuren was a little surprised. It was obviously a girl's name, wasn't it? Could it be that the adventurer group that he was going to join was led by a girl? It wouldn't be some cliché story of meeting a beautiful adventurer, right? Shuren muttered in his heart. Because of this, Shuren didn't notice that the adventurers around him were pointing at him and whispering among themselves. "That's him, right? That's right, that's him. I didn't expect there would be a male adventurer who could join Miss Vivian's adventurer group. It's just temporary. In the end, he will be like the others, staying for a month before leaving the group, right? It should be said that if he behaves himself, he can still stay for a full month. If he doesn't, you're right." Similar conversations occurred among the adventurers around them. Sean did not notice any of this. After asking a few questions to the guild staff, he followed the direction that the other party pointed, climbed the stairs, and went to the second floor. The second floor of the Adventurers Guild wasn't a hall like the first floor. Instead, it was filled with rooms. The rooms were prepared for the adventurers. Of course, these rooms weren't for the adventurers to rest, but for official business. For example, some commissions had to be explained to the adventurers face to face. If some clients didn't want their commissions to be posted on the bulletin board in the hall on the first floor and be seen by everyone, they had to explain and assign tasks to the adventurers individually. Moreover, there were also commissions for trading items and transporting resources. All of these required a place for the handover, and the Adventurers Guild had prepared these rooms on the second floor. It was said that there were people with high status who would issue secret commissions that couldn't be done in public, so they would use these rooms. Therefore, there were many rooms on the second floor of the Adventurers Guild for adventurers and clients to use. Sometimes, the adventurers would borrow these rooms for a party meeting to discuss important matters. When the guild was in charge of some affairs related to adventurers, these rooms would also be borrowed. The adventurer party that Shuren wanted to join had borrowed a room on the second floor and gathered there, waiting for Shuren to report to them. Shuren went up to the second floor and told the guild staff that he was looking for the person he was looking for. Then, he was brought to a room. It was worth mentioning that when the guild staff in charge of leading the way heard that he was looking for a person named Vivian, he was a little surprised, and even muttered, "So it's him." This made Sean rather puzzled. Unfortunately, the staff didn't explain further, so Shuren followed him to a room. "Miss Vivian, the newbie mentioned above is here," the guild member in charge of leading the way said as he knocked on the door. "Please come in." At the next second, an unexpected gentle voice came from behind the door. The staff opened the door and allowed Shuren to see what was inside. It was a room that looked like a private room. The room wasn't spacious, but it wasn't narrow either. If Kieran wanted to use it temporarily, it would be considered a good place. However, Sean, who stood in front of the door, was stunned. This was because the person who appeared in the room surprised him again. "You're Shuren, right?" The one who spoke to Shuren in a gentle voice was a young girl who was clearly very beautiful and had a beautiful figure. However, she was wearing heavy armor and had a huge shield and sword leaning against the wall beside her. Beside the young girl were 3 other female adventurers who were about the same age as her and had outstanding looks. In other words, the private room was filled with young and outstanding female adventurers. Such a scene made Sharon stand at the door and fall into silence. He couldn't step in for a long time. The beautiful girls in the private room were also staring at Sharon with different expressions, as if they were observing him. Under such circumstances, the gentle young girl took the initiative to stand up. "I'm Vivian, and I'm currently the leader of this adventurer team. I'll also be your guide for the next month. You can just call me Vivian." Vivian smiled at Sharon, and her attitude seemed very kind. However, the others weren't like that. Sharon looked at the three girls besides Vivian. They were three girls who were no less conspicuous than Vivian in every sense of the word. Sitting beside Vivian was a petite girl in a hooded black robe. Her entire body was almost covered by the black robe, and her face was also hidden under the hood. One could only vaguely see the fair and delicate lower half of her face, and even her eyes couldn't be seen. Beside this black-robed girl, or rather, hiding behind her, was an equally petite girl with a pair of beast ears and a beast tail. She looked cute, but her face was filled with timidity and fear of strangers. She was an orc girl who gave people the urge to bully her. As for the last girl, she was an elf. She had a pair of pointed ears and waist-length emerald green hair. She wore a mage's robe and held a long staff in her arms. Her pretty face was more delicate than the rest, and she was even more dazzling than a debut idol. In addition to Vivian, there were 4 beautiful girls in the room. Even the black-robed girl, whose face was almost completely hidden under the hood, could tell from the lower half of her fair face that she was definitely not inferior to the rest of them. For such a small adventurer team, apart from Vivian, who was full of gentleness and friendliness, the other three's attitudes were not considered friendly. The black-robed girl didn't even raise her head. The orc girl kept hiding behind the black-robed girl, looking extremely afraid of strangers. The elf girl's face was even more tense, and she looked at Sharon with some wariness in her eyes. Sharon didn't speak for a long time. Because he had mixed feelings. An adventurer team made up entirely of beautiful girls. He didn't expect this kind of setting to actually appear. Moreover, he was about to join this adventurer team as a newcomer and the only male adventurer. This plot, as usual, it's cliché. Sharon only had this kind of mood. Vivian, who didn't know Sharon had this kind of mood, looked at him standing at the door without moving and saying a word, but the gentleness on her face didn't disappear. Come to think of it, Vivian also understood the fact that her team was quite conspicuous in all aspects, right? A newcomer, and a male, was suddenly arranged to join such a small team. Generally speaking, when they met, they would still feel at a loss. "So, please don't feel restrained, come and sit down." Vivian then kindly entertained Sharon. To be honest, Sharon didn't really want to go in. It wasn't that he didn't like to be with beautiful girls. Sharon was also a man, to be able to be with such a group of beautiful girls, naturally, he would be happy. However, because of his personality, compared to happiness, Sharon was more depressed. It couldn't be helped. "I can already imagine how much trouble I will encounter after joining this team." Sharon silently sighed in his heart. For him, who wanted to carry out ordinary adventuring activities and keep a low profile to improve his strength, joining this eye-catching team in front of him was really not what he wanted. Unfortunately, things had already come to this. Sharon could only walk into the private room and sit down on one of the seats. Opposite him, Vivian and the other 3 sat in a row, none of them sitting with Sharon. And in front of 4 beautiful girls, Sharon couldn't continue to stay silent. Sharon sighed in his heart while speaking. "I'm Sharon, hello." Sharon was considered to have done his best. Seeing Sharon's honest and obedient look, Vivian also felt a little relieved. In the past, most of the male adventurers who joined Vivian's team behaved poorly when they first met. Some of them kept sizing up Vivian and the others' looks and figures, some even wrote their inner desires directly in their eyes or on their faces, some liked to pretend to be gentlemanly and easygoing, but they couldn't hide their own thoughts. Even if they didn't have any evil intentions, they couldn't help but want to please Vivian and the others, appearing very humble. Vivian didn't dare to judge the character of this newcomer, but it seemed like he should be an honest person, and there was no need to worry about him messing around. Of course, she still had to observe him. This was only the first time they met, and she still had to observe his real character. At this thought, Vivian shot a look at her companions beside her. Seeing this, the 3 young girls raised their heads one after another. Tear. The black-robed young girl introduced herself in a cold voice. Although her voice was cold, it was surprisingly pleasant to the ears, and there was even a hint of childishness in it. I'm Lumia. I'm looking forward to your guidance, the orc young girl stuttered as she reported her name, her hand still tightly holding on to Tear's hand, undoubtedly showing her timid and shy personality. I'm Marika, looking forward to your guidance. The elven young girl also lowered her head and bowed to Shuren, her delicate face still tense. Although it wasn't to say that she was hostile towards Shuren, it was obvious that she was nervous and guarded against strangers. After that, the three young girls didn't speak anymore, leaving Vivian feeling a little helpless. As for Shuren, he was relieved. It was a normal reaction for a man to suddenly join a team full of beautiful women. But it was precisely because of this that Sean wanted to make it clear what needed to be said. Miss Vivian, Shuren said to Vivian, can I really join this team? Shuren went straight to the point. Can I really join this team? Shuren's question startled Vivian and the others. Why? Vivian seemed to be puzzled. Do you have any misgivings? This sentence made Shuren want to answer truthfully for a moment, yes. But if he really answered like that, it would be too much of a B***tch. So, Shuren mentioned it in a tactful way. Your team seems to be made up of female adventurers. If a male adventurer like me suddenly joins, there should be a lot of inconveniences, right? What Shuren meant was that regardless of whether he had misgivings or not, Vivian and the others should have some misgivings. Vivian and the others didn't expect Shuren to take the initiative to mention this point. At that moment, Vivian also smiled. Maybe it will affect us a little? Vivian didn't answer perfunctorily. Instead, she replied honestly, but don't look at us like this. In fact, we have experienced the same situation many times, and this time it is also the guild's arrangement. Whether it is out of obligation or the modesty of the seniors of the adventurers, we should not hesitate when it comes to nurturing newcomers. Obligation and modesty. Shuren suddenly raised his brows. That's right. Vivian looked at Shuren and said with a kind smile, we were also newcomers who struggled on the path of adventurers. At that time, it was also thanks to the thoughtful arrangements of the guild and the guidance of the seniors that we were able to walk all the way to where we are now. The guild and the adventurers have always been like this, contributing to the cause of adventurers, allowing the Adventurers Guild and the Adventurers Guild to grow stronger after 1,000 years. The Adventurers Guild and the Adventurers Guild were able to develop to this day and become a major force that could be spread all over the world. One could imagine the perfection of the system in all aspects. On the surface, the relationship between the adventurers and the Adventurers Guild was only mutually beneficial. One side used the Adventurers Guild as a platform to accept all kinds of missions, earn rewards, and improve their strength. The other side used the intermediary relationship between the adventurers and the clients to develop and grow. However, in order to make the career of the adventurers better, the guild did indeed have many restrictions and proper management. For example, if new adventurers were allowed to go on adventures without any training or assessment, the probability of encountering danger and losing their lives would be greatly increased, not to mention the completion of the mission. Therefore, it was reasonable for the adventurers to undergo a certain degree of enlightenment and assessment for new adventurers. On the one hand, it was to allow them to better complete missions, and on the other hand, it was to prevent people who weren't suitable for adventuring from encountering danger. So, it was necessary for the seniors of the adventurers to lead the new adventurers. For 1,000 years, the guild had been using this system to nurture new players, which was why the adventurer's career had been growing. Vivian and the others were once rookies and had been taken care of by their seniors. Since that was the case, they naturally had to be grateful for the kindness they had received. Shuren nodded, but he had doubts in his heart. As someone who came from another world, Shuren was very clear that even if this was the theory, there were very few people who could actually do it. As a person from a different world, Sean knew very well that even if that was the case, there were very few people who could actually do it. Even if no one wanted to be an ungrateful person, how many people would just accept favors without any qualms? How many people would be grateful and repay favors in the end, even if no one wanted to be an ungrateful person? How many people would just accept favors without any qualms? How many people would be grateful and repay favors in the end? Perhaps, training new adventurers here was an unshirkable duty of the veteran adventurers, but whether everyone was willing to do such a duty was another matter. No matter what, once they became adventurers in the same team, they would have to move together and carry out adventures. They might even go through fire and water together. The strength of each member in the team would directly determine the extent of the adventure the team would carry out in the future. If the team members were strong enough, they would naturally be able to take on some dangerous missions and do some jobs that were easier to earn. If the team members were not strong enough, they would have to consider the issue of safety. This would cause the team to be unable to easily take on some dangerous missions, and the subsequent adventures would definitely become much more troublesome. In other words, the addition of a newcomer would unexpectedly be a hindrance to a veteran adventurer team. With such an impact, there would definitely be very few adventurers who would sincerely want to bring in newcomers. Moreover, Vivian's team was made up of beautiful female adventurers, and the addition of male adventurers would definitely have a greater impact. In this way, the other party could still say that he was duty-bound. At the very least, Shuren had to admire this kind of heart. Moreover, Vivian had said so. At most, it's just a month's time. Our team's activities have been more frequent, and we haven't had a good rest for a long time. This time, we can treat it as a relaxing and rest. This is the common opinion of everyone in the team, so you don't have to worry about it. Vivian said so. Hearing this, Shuren thought for a moment, and then bowed his head to Vivian and the others. In that case, I'll be in your care for the next month. Shuren had finally accepted the current situation. Okay. Vivian suddenly smiled, and then suggested, let's not delay any further. Today, we'll first take on some simple missions so that you can familiarize yourself with the work of an adventurer. Naturally, Shuren couldn't refuse this suggestion. No matter what, Shuren also wanted to understand the work of an adventurer as soon as possible, and then smoothly improve his strength. The others didn't express their opinions, and left the private room with Shuren and Vivian, heading to the guild hall on the first floor. When Sean and the others came down from the second floor and entered the hall on the first floor, which seemed to be a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika didn't say anything about this situation. They looked at each other, and then walked toward the direction of the announcement board. Sean, who was traveling with the four of them, had a change in his expression, and sighed silently in his heart again. Things have indeed become troublesome. In the guild hall, the attention of the adventurers was first attracted by Vivian and the others, and then all focused on Shuren. Obviously, whether or not Shuren was willing to move together with Vivian and the others, he would receive a lot of attention. Shuren observed this scene, but his expression was indifferent. After all, this situation was already within Shuren's expectations. Since it had already happened, he had to accept it no matter how helpless he was. Shuren once again demonstrated his ability to accept things. Moreover, Shuren was just afraid of trouble. He wasn't afraid of trouble, nor was he a coward. There was no need for him to keep dwelling on this matter. Thus, Shuren followed Vivian and the others to the guild's bulletin board. He blocked the view of the surroundings and looked at the situation on the bulletin board. The bulletin board that the Adventurers Guild used to post many commissions was actually a decorated wall. There were pieces of parchment pasted on it, and the colors of the parchment were different. Some were black iron, some were bronze, some were silver, some were gold, and there were even platinum parchment. However, the color of the parchment was less, and the higher up it was. In other words, on the bulletin board, the black iron parchment was the most, and it was posted at the bottom. The platinum parchment was the least, and it was posted at the top. Vivian began to explain to Shuren. These are the commissions that the guild has filtered and posted. As you can see, each commission has its own color, and the color represents the difficulty of the commission. Previously, the guild staff had also told Shuren that there were also ranks between adventurers. From level 1 to level 7 adventurers, the Adventurers Guild would award a total of 7 types of metals: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, and obsidian. The guild would make the same commission based on the material of the metal to indicate the difficulty of the commission. Generally speaking, a level 1 adventurer with an iron class 1 beginner metal can only accept an iron commission, and so on. As for platinum commissions, only level 5 adventurers with a platinum class 5 special medal can accept them. At the same time, low-level adventurers can't accept high-level commissions, but high-level adventurers can accept low-level commissions. This is the system adopted by the guild. However, there are exceptions to everything. It's not impossible to accept higher-level commissions, but the prerequisite is that you have to form a small team of adventurers, and the strength of the team must be recognized by the guild. Only then can you accept higher-level commissions. Vivian said. Take our team for example. Normally, we can only accept commissions of the same level as the highest level adventurer in the team, but we are allowed to accept commissions of a higher level. This was also the reason why many adventurers were willing to form small teams. Firstly, it was naturally easier to carry out adventuring activities with companions, and it was safer when adventuring. Secondly, they would be able to obtain the authority to accept higher-level missions by forming a small team like this. Of course, forming a party isn't enough. If the strength of a party's members is uneven, or if there are problems with their teamwork, the guild won't grant permission to form a party. So, trying to find people to make up the numbers is not allowed. Forming a party is a more serious matter. It concerns the treatment, achievements, and other issues. You'll have to consider it carefully in the future, Vivian said as she continued to explain. At the same time, the higher the level commission is, the harder to complete it. Naturally, the rewards will be more. You should have noticed. Shuren had indeed noticed this. For example, this was written on a platinum level commission that was posted at the top of the bulletin board. Magic Potion of Immortality, mission, explore the ancient civilization ruins in the deepest part of the Lake of Felusine, and bring back the legendary magic potion that can make people immortal. Remuneration, 100,000 gold coins. This commission, whether it was the content or the reward, was quite stimulating. Not to mention the value of immortality to people with limited lifespans, just the reward of 100,000 gold coins was enough to make countless people go crazy. In this world, 1 copper coin could buy an apple, and 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. In that case, 100,000 gold coins was probably equivalent to a billion or even a few billion in his previous life, right? However, this was the highest level commission on the announcement board. Moreover, it was the most difficult and rewarding commission among the platinum level commissions. If it were a black iron ranked commission, the remuneration would be much better. Commissions ranging from a few copper coins to a few silver coins were available. The contents of the commission were also available, ranging from gathering medicinal herbs to missing persons notices. The difference between the two was so great that Sherfong could only sigh. If I didn't join a small team, I'm afraid I could only accept commissions of this level. Thinking of this, Shuren was glad for the first time that he joined this small team. Oh, right. Shuren suddenly realized something and asked Vivian, aren't there mithril and obsidian? Why haven't I seen commissions of this level? Vivian laughed. Mithril and obsidian commissions usually don't appear on the announcement board. Vivian explained, mithril and obsidian commissions are usually related to the life and death of a town or a noble family. They won't appear so easily. Obsidian commissions are the most difficult ones related to the fate of a country. Even if they appear, they will be carried out in secret. The king or a member of the royal family will appoint a level 7 adventurer to carry them out. That's why even the Adventurers Guild in the capital won't easily have mithril and obsidian commissions. Shuren finally understood. In other words, under normal circumstances, the highest level commission would only be platinum. Just as Shuren understood this point, Vivian and the others began to select their commissions. They tore them off the announcement board and headed to the guild staff at the counter to register. The commission that was torn off from the announcement board had to be carried out at the counter to be approved by the guild staff. Only then would the commission be considered officially accepted. Vivian's party tore off 3 separate commissions. Collection of spring water, mission, retrieve 3 bottles of spring water from the mana spring. The mana spring must be medium-sized. Reward, 20 gold coins. Skin of fire lizards, mission, head to the Mongol mountains where the fire lizards live. Hunt down 30 fire lizards and bring back their skin. Reward, 10 gold coins. Purge bloodsucking vines. Mission: a large number of bloodsucking vines have grown on the main road to the northern town of Felicia. They are causing great harm. Please purge them as soon as possible. Reward: 10 gold coins. Out of these 3 orders, one of them was a gold rank, while the other 2 were silver rank. Moreover, they were the type that could be completed in a short period of time. After being categorized and filtered by the guild, the quests that were posted were not based on the rewards, but purely based on the difficulty and danger of the quest. In other words, the higher the level of the mission, the more difficult and dangerous it would be to complete it. At the same time, the reward would be higher. However, this was not absolute. Among the low-level missions, there were also some missions with high rewards. Although these commissions were not dangerous and were not difficult to complete, they required a lot of time and a lot of luck to complete. There were even some that required specific conditions to complete. For example, among the iron missions, there was a mission to teach weapons to the children of aristocrats. The requirement was that an adventurer who had reached a certain level in the corresponding weapon skill could accept it. The mission would only be considered completed when the adventurer had taught the other party the skill. The reward was 30 gold coins, which was quite generous. A mission with such a high reward would usually not be classified as a high-level mission due to the fact that it was not dangerous or impossible to complete. Even an iron-ranked level 1 adventurer would be able to accept it. However, as mentioned before, ordinary people would usually need to spend a few years to learn skills. Unless the other party was a genius, accepting the mission would mean that it would take a few years to complete it. And if the person being taught was mediocre and had no talent at all, it would be even more impossible to learn no matter how many years of teaching. In the end, it would lead to the failure of the mission. Not only would a lot of time be wasted, but they would also not be paid. Therefore, the level of the mission depended on the difficulty and danger of completing it. Due to this reason, the last 3 missions that Vivian's team accepted were the kind that could be completed in a short period of time, but were somewhat difficult. Such missions were generally of a higher level, and the reward was also comparable to low-level safety missions that required a few years to complete. However, at the same time, they were also dangerous. However, looking at the relaxed expressions of Vivian and the others, this level of mission should not be a problem for them, right? Otherwise, Vivian and the others would not want to accept 3 missions in one go. Of course, the reason why they accepted 3 missions in one go was also because the completion path of the 3 missions was the same. There is a medium-sized source of magic in the Mongol mountains where the fire lizards live, and the main road to the northern town of Freysia is also the only way to get to the Mongol mountains. Therefore, these 3 missions can be completed together. Vivian explained to Sean, letting him understand that adventurers' adventures were usually like this, where they would take on several commissions in one go depending on the purpose. Originally, Sharon thought that the missions accepted by adventurers would be like most games and novels, where they would accept and complete them one by one. However, in reality, accepting several missions in one go seemed to be the norm for adventurers. Just like Vivian said, since there was a medium-sized source of magic in the Mongol mountains where the fire lizards lived, and the main road to the northern town of Freysia was also the only way to get to the Mongol mountains, the main road to the northern town of Freysia, these 3 missions could be completed together, right? Because of that, when adventurers accepted a mission, not only did they have to choose a mission of suitable difficulty based on their own strength and conditions, they also had to think about how they could complete the mission in a better, faster, and more convenient manner. Apart from that, adventurers also needed to know all sorts of knowledge in order to complete missions. For example, the 3 missions that Vivian's party accepted this time, such as what the source of magic was, where it usually appeared, how to peel off the fire lizard's skin after killing them, and how to get rid of the blood-sucking vines, were all required knowledge. Otherwise, even if they were strong, it would still be difficult to complete the mission. This made Sean realize once again that reality was reality, and it was still different from novels and games. Not everyone could make a living as an adventurer. Under such circumstances, Vivian's team left the guild under the watchful eyes of the crowd with the 3 commissions that had been completed. That's right. After leaving the guild, Vivian suddenly looked at Sharon before she could move towards the city gate of Lamajijin. Don't you need to gather some equipment before you set off? Vivian could not be blamed for saying that. Adventurers had to enter places filled with magical beasts to carry out missions. They would encounter all sorts of dangerous groups, so it was naturally better for them to be well-equipped and high-leveled. Putting aside the fact that Vivian was wearing heavy, airtight armor, she should at least be equipped with some sort of defensive gear, right? Lumia, for example, was wearing light leather armor that didn't hinder her movements too much. Terre, on the other hand, seemed to be wearing a chest protector, wrist protector, and knee protector under her black robe. Only Marika was wearing a magic robe, but the magic waves emanating from it were quite remarkable. It was most likely an extraordinary magic tool. On the other hand, apart from carrying a long bag, Shuren was wearing casual black clothes that he had picked out at random. He looked more like a traveler than an adventurer. It was no wonder that Vivian would suggest going on an adventure like this. If you're short on money, I can help you if it's within my means. The meaning behind Vivian's words was obvious. She meant that she could lend Sean the money to gather the equipment. In this regard, Shuren was a little hesitant. In fact, it was not that Shuren had not considered this problem. It was just that, putting aside the fact that the protection from using the holy sword won't hurt me, even if I don't use the holy sword, with the physical resistance and magic resistance skills, I don't feel like I need any defensive gear at all. These two skills had been raised to the maximum level by Shuren, so even if they were not as illegal as the holy sword, which could reduce damage by 99%, Shuren felt that unless it was a terrifying big shot, it would be difficult for them to harm him. In this case, why would he still need defensive gear? But, putting defensive gear aside, I do need a weapon. Shuren expressed to Vivian. Weapon? At this moment, not only Vivian, but even Terre, Lumia, and Marika, who had been silent all this while, felt a little strange. Vivian asked doubtfully. Aren't you carrying a weapon? Vivian was naturally referring to the long bag that Shuren was carrying. No matter how one looked at it, it was a weapon, right? However, Shuren touched his nose. This weapon of mine isn't very useful, it's better not to use it. That was what Shuren said. Shuren wasn't lying. In fact, it wasn't a good idea to use the holy sword in front of others. Shuren didn't dare to imagine what would happen if others found out about the existence of the holy sword. According to Nian, the holy sword was a weapon exclusive to heroes. Once it was exposed, Shuren's identity would be exposed. Of course, Shuren didn't want to expose it. In view of this, it wasn't just the holy sword. There were also unique skills, special skills, and a total of 15 skills that were at max level. For the sake of his peaceful life in the future, Shuren had to hide them well. Since that was the case, it wasn't a problem to say that the holy sword was not very useful, right? As for how others would interpret it, it wasn't Shuren's business. Vivian still felt a little strange, but she nodded. Then let's go and buy weapons for you first. What about defensive equipment? Vivian asked. I don't need defensive equipment for now. Shuren thought for a moment and shook his head. I'll buy defensive equipment when I have enough money. Since everyone is here, I'll leave it at that for now. Vivian wanted to say something, but she didn't in the end. She seemed to want to respect Shuren's opinion. Even if not preparing defensive equipment wasn't something worth advocating, it was just like what Shuren said. With them around, they should be able to take care of him during these few commissions. Moreover, if he really suffered because he didn't prepare defensive equipment, it would be a good lesson for him. Vivian thought and chose not to interfere with Shuren's decision. Since Vivian was already like this, the others wouldn't have any objections. Shuren, Vivian, and the rest headed to the weapon shop. There, Shuren bought an extremely sharp broadsword. The so-called extremely sharp was actually within the scope of ordinary weapons. It naturally couldn't be compared to magical weapons that were enchanted with magical effects. Hence, this sword was bought by Shuren for only 1 gold coin. Shortly after, the group left the weapon shop and rented a carriage. They left Lamijan in the carriage and headed north. Shuren's first adventure as an adventurer began. Along a road to the north of Lamijan, a carriage galloped at a steady pace, heading north along the road. The person driving the carriage was Vivian. She sat in the driver's seat and spurred the horse, glancing at the carriage behind her from time to time. In the carriage, an indescribable atmosphere was pervading. Shuren sat on one side of the carriage while the other 3 members of Vivian's team sat opposite him. However, they didn't even form a conversation. They just sat facing each other, causing the atmosphere to be a little heavy. They just sat facing each other, causing the atmosphere to be heavy. Xian glanced at the three girls sitting opposite him. Lumia stuck to Ter like a child. She didn't even dare to look at Xian. She lowered her head timidly and hugged Ter's arm tightly in her arms. One could clearly feel her nervousness and uneasiness. Ter, on the other hand, sat there quietly, not even looking at Xian. Only Melika would sneak a peek at Xian from time to time. Once she met Xian's gaze, she would hurriedly avert her gaze. Her wariness was undeniable. This scene had been maintained ever since Vivian left. Originally, the only one in the team who treated Xian with kindness was Vivian. Apart from Vivian, the other three had not spoken a word since they entered the private room after their self-introductions. If it weren't for Vivian who had been communicating with Xian, the heavy atmosphere would have appeared long ago. Now that Vivian was driving the carriage, leaving Xian alone in the team, it naturally became like this. Xian didn't show it on the surface, but he was inwardly cursing. Do I have to spend the next month in this kind of environment? It's really depressing. Why don't everyone? Xian spoke. Since the other party didn't want to break the stalemate, he would do it himself. However, the reaction of the three girls opposite him was greater than Xian expected. Ah. Ugh. Lumia and Melika were startled by Xian's sudden voice. Lumia couldn't help but let out a small whimper, while the other shuddered and tightened her grip on her staff. Even Ter seemed to have focused her attention on Xian. She raised her head slightly, and the eyes under the hood seemed to release a sharp gaze that instantly nailed on to Xian. In the carriage, the originally heavy atmosphere suddenly became even heavier. Xian was startled and smiled bitterly. You don't have to react so strongly, right? Lumia and Melika averted their gazes awkwardly. Only Ter continued to stare at Xian. Seeing this, Xian scratched his cheek. It seems that they are different from Vivian. They are very wary of me. Should I have a relaxed and pleasant conversation with such beautiful girls? What should I do? In the novels, the protagonists who could do this without batting an eyelid must have cheats, right? I really hope my cheat is also in this area. Xian didn't know how many times he sighed in his heart. After pondering for a while, he relaxed his shoulders. Forget it. Xian muttered in a low voice. That's right. Xian gave up without hesitation. Since they had no intention of talking and were so wary of him, Xian didn't want to do anything unnecessary to increase the variables. To put it bluntly, Xian could not do something like sticking a warm face to a cold buttocks. Therefore, Xian only said one sentence. Everyone, you don't have to be overcautious because of my existence. Anyway, it's only a month. I will try my best to reduce my presence so that I won't affect you. I hope we can meet and part on good terms in the end. After saying this, Xian didn't say anything else. His words startled the three young ladies. Ter, Lumia, and Melika looked at Xian in surprise, as if they didn't expect Xian to say such a thing. Thus, the three of them looked at each other and fell silent again. The atmosphere in the carriage seemed to have become a little heavier. Vivian, who was in the driver's seat, had been paying attention to the situation in the carriage. As she listened to Xian's words and felt the heavy atmosphere, a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. Sure enough, the things that happened in the past still affected Ter and the others greatly. At the same time, Vivian was also quite surprised by Xian's words. I didn't expect Xian to draw the line so straightforwardly. Thinking of this, Vivian became a little interested in Xian. Maybe he's different from the male adventurers in the past. Vivian continued to ponder as she urged the horse forward. The wheels of the carriage continued to rumble. At the same time, on the side of the road, a huge rock suddenly moved. In the carriage, Xian, who didn't plan to speak anymore, suddenly looked in a certain direction. Enemy. Xian's enemy sense skill reacted, telling Xian that an enemy had appeared. The reaction isn't very strong. The level shouldn't be high, and there's only one. Xian quickly made such a judgment. However, Xian didn't warn Vivian and the others. After all, he was a newbie adventurer who hadn't even learned a single skill. If he casually warned them, he might be suspected later. Therefore, Shuren decided to observe quietly and wait for an opportunity to act. However, Shuren had underestimated Vivian's party. Vivian. In the next second, Ter, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head and called out to the driver's seat in a vigilant voice. Vivian, who was driving the carriage, immediately tightened the reins and stopped the carriage amidst the neighing of the horses. In the carriage, Lucia and Marika had already stood up and entered a state of alert. Looking at this scene, Shuren was stunned at first, but then he understood. Have you discovered the enemy? Shuren looked at Ter, who jumped out of the carriage, meaningfully. This young girl probably had the enemy sense, skill like Shuren, but the level of the skill was probably not high, which was why she was slower than Shuren to detect the enemy's location. Vivian and the others were very clear about this, and the moment Ter warned them, they immediately became alert. Their quick reaction was amazing, as expected of a party of adventurers, with great teamwork. So, Shuren followed behind Lucia and Marika, carrying his bag and sword, and jumped out of the carriage. Everyone gathered in front of the carriage and looked at Vivian, who was comforting the anxious horse. At this moment, Vivian's expression was calm, and her gaze was on Shuren. Look over there, Shuren. In the direction that Vivian was pointing at, a piece of rock was moving slowly. In the end, it straightened up and turned into a huge stone statue. That's a magical creature called Gorum. It was originally just a rock mixed with special magical minerals, but because it existed near the source of magic, it was affected by the flowing magic, and eventually changed into a magical creature. Vivian spoke to Xianxia like this. Some mages will also use magic to create these magical creatures, and use them to fight and work. They can also appear in any place, and the higher the level, the bigger the size. If it's a Gorum from some secret realms, its body may even contain precious minerals, which is why many people covet it. But there are also Gorums that mimic to the roadside and attack people when they pass. Of course, the Gorum's body was mixed with very few magical minerals, and its level was also very low. Otherwise, it wouldn't leave the source of magic it inhabited and attack people by the roadside. They target the caravans that transport minerals, as well as adventurers like us who carry weapons and equipment made of precious metal minerals. Swallowing these metal minerals is the best way for them to increase their strength and level, and gradually change their bodies. Vivian watched the Gorum that was starting to run over, and said to Shuren. Looking at the size of this Gorum, it should be around level 15, at most 20. It shouldn't be a dangerous opponent for you. These words made Shuren instantly understand Vivian's plan. I'll leave it to you, Vivian said to Shuren. Let's see how strong you are. This was the first test after becoming an adventurer and joining Vivian's party. Shuren noticed that it wasn't just Vivian. Even Ter, Lumia, and Marika were looking at him. In front of him, the heavy footsteps of the Gorum that looked like a giant made of rocks were already approaching. Understood. Shuren nodded to everyone, and then walked in the direction of the Gorum while unsheathing the sword at his waist and holding it in his hand. The man and the rock approached each other, shortening the distance between them. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika watched quietly from the back. Feeling the gazes behind him, Shuren began to calculate in his mind. What level of strength should I use? Since I'm a new adventurer who hasn't even learned a single skill, I definitely can't display too much combat power, right? First of all, limit change can't be used, and I can't display any resistance skills, so I can't be hit. Unlike active skills like limit change, that need to be used by oneself, resident skills are permanent from the moment they are learned, and you can't choose whether to use them or not. In that case, in order to not let these resident skills be exposed, Shuren could only try his best to avoid being discovered. Also, he had to slow down his combat methods and not overdo it. He also had to be careful when evading so that he could hide, War God, and evasion, well. As for the Holy Sword, of course, he definitely couldn't use it. But I can't be too clumsy. Otherwise, if Vivian and the others thought that he wasn't strong enough and didn't have the potential to become an adventurer, the results of the test wouldn't look good. In the end, it would cause his goal of becoming an adventurer to fail. Therefore, Shuren had to perform to a certain extent, but he couldn't overdo it. At the same time, he had to do his best to hide his many skills so that he wouldn't give himself away. I'm too difficult. Shuren felt terrible. But the monster wouldn't understand Shuren's feelings. With heavy footsteps, it had already rushed in front of Shuren. Come on. Shuren could only shake off the various thoughts in his mind and focus on Gorm in front of him. In the next moment, Gorm, who had rushed in front of Shuren, raised his heavy arm and blasted a rock-like fist at Shuren. The evasion skill immediately reacted, moving Shuren's body to make Shuren dodge. However, in order not to expose the skill, Shuren could only do his best to restrain himself until Gorm's fist blasted in front of him. Only then did he twist his body at an extremely close distance, deliberately dodging the blow with a rather unpracticed movement. Suddenly, a whistling wind blew past Shuren's body. Boom! Amidst the rumbling sound of the ground, Gorm's heavy fist brushed past Shuren's body and landed on the ground, causing a vibration and rolling up the sand and stones. At this moment, Shuren, who had dodged to the side, suddenly moved. Taking advantage of the moment when Gorm fell into a state of stun after the attack, he closed in on him. Clang! Amidst the knocking sounds, the sharp greatsword drew a circle in the air and fiercely smashed into one of Gorm's feet, forcing him to kneel on the ground. It had to be said that Shuren had used this strike very cleverly. As the weapon in his hand was only an ordinary two-handed sword, it wasn't even a magical weapon, let alone one that could be compared to the holy sword. Moreover, he had to hide many of his skills, so Shuren used some tricks to knock Gorm's knee joints, causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. If he had used the holy sword, Shuren could have chopped Gorm into pieces with one strike. Even if he didn't use the holy sword, Shuren could actually split Gorm into two with just the increase in attack power from the max-level two-handed sword. If he added the increase from the limit change skill, it wouldn't be a problem at all. However, in order not to show off too much, Shuren restrained his strength and deliberately created the impression that he had defeated his opponent with tricks. This way, Shuren could hide many of his skills and show enough highlights to pass the adventurer's assessment. Thus, as Gorm lost his balance and knelt, Shuren began to attack fiercely without holding back. Dang! 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 Amidst the violent hammering sounds, Sean continuously slashed at Gorm's knee joints with great force, causing stone fragments to burst out from the places he struck and fly in all directions. The kneeling Gorm waved his arms in an attempt to attack Shuren, but Shuren dodged to Gorm's back to prevent the strong stone arm from hitting him. He also kept slashing at Gorm's knee joints, making it impossible for him to stand up. Bam! After who knew how many times Shuren slashed, Gorm's knee finally shattered, turning into many gravel pieces that scattered on the ground. Having lost a leg, Gorm fell heavily to the ground with a heavy thud. Now! Shuren seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. He leaped onto Gorm's back and faced Gorm's head on the ground. As if using all his strength, he raised the greatsword in his hand high and slashed down heavily. Bam! Amidst the sound of an explosion, Gorm's head was split open and shattered into countless pieces. Just like that, with some effort, Shuren successfully defeated the unlucky Gorm. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Shuren wiped his forehead as if wiping away sweat. While pretending to be tired, he secretly made a victory sign in his heart. However, when Shuren turned his head and looked behind him, he saw astonished expressions. He actually won? Ugh, this strength, Terre, Lumia, and Marika were either surprised or shocked. Not only the three, but even Vivian had the same expression on her face. I didn't expect you to win. It seems that your strength is much higher than I thought, Sean. Vivian's voice was filled with surprise. That performance made Sean's mouth twitch slightly. Is it strange? Shuren asked Vivian weakly. Didn't you say that this Gorm isn't a dangerous opponent for me? Hearing this, Vivian's expression turned a little strange. That's exactly what I said. Vivian smiled bitterly. Because Gorm is famous for being clumsy and heavy. As long as the level gap isn't too big, even a novice should be able to dodge Gorm's attacks and not get hit, so it's naturally not dangerous. But to defeat such a monster, it's also not something a novice adventurer with a difference of about 10 levels can do. Hearing this, Shuren's expression stiffened. Looking at Shuren, Vivian still had a strange expression on her face. At the end of the day, although Gorm is clumsy and its attacks can't hit its opponent easily, its body is made of rocks and minerals, so it's famous for its high defense. To defeat such a monster, one has to at least prepare a weapon with considerable destructive power, such as a heavy hammer or heavy axe, or bombard it with mid-level spells and above. I've never heard of anyone who can cut it down with a sword when their level is lower than theirs. In other words, Vivian's goal was not to let Shuren defeat Gorham, but to use this opportunity to see how Shuren would perform in a battle against a monster that couldn't be defeated but wasn't dangerous. In the end, Shuren, who did not know Vivian's goal, naturally wanted to complete Vivian's test by showing that he had to put in some effort to defeat the monster, and then defeat Gorham in the end. You're only at level 10, and you haven't learned any skills. The weapon you're using is also a new one that you've just gotten. Apart from its sharpness, it has no other advantages, not to mention magical weapons. Yet, under such conditions, you can defeat a monster that's of a higher level than you and isn't easily defeated. Don't you think it's strange? Vivian's words made Shuren feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Terror, Lumia, and Marika were still looking at him with rather surprised expressions, and even Vivian's gaze had deepened, Shuren laughed dryly. In other words, my strength isn't bad, and I didn't disappoint you, right? Shuren could only force the topic to continue. Yes, although I'm surprised, it's a good thing. Vivian looked at Shuren meaningfully, and then said, since you can even defeat Gorham, who's almost 10 levels higher than you should be able to learn skills soon. No, it's strange that you didn't learn any skills, but perhaps this also shows that you have high growth potential in all aspects, right? Growth potential in all aspects? Shuren asked subconsciously. What does that mean? Why? Don't you know? Vivian was stunned, and then asked even more strangely, according to the direction of training and the difference in talent, everyone's growth potential in all aspects is also different. This should be common sense, right? Common sense? To Shuren, this so-called common sense really had nothing to do with him. The most troublesome thing was also related to this aspect. However, Shuren more or less understood what Vivian was trying to say. When a person increases their level, although their strength will definitely increase, not all aspects will become stronger, Vivian explained. When a person increases their level, according to the direction of training, the different areas they are good at, and the different talent, the ability to increase will also be different. For example, when a strength-type warrior increases their level, their strength will definitely increase the most. Similarly, when a mage increases their level, the first thing they increase would definitely be their magic power. If they were not good at physical abilities, had no talent, and had not gone through any training, then when they increase their level, their abilities in this aspect would not increase. Thus, when a person increases their level, the ability to increase their growth will be different. For example, because I'm a defense-type vanguard, when I increase my level, the increase in durability and resistance to damage is the most obvious and huge, but the increase in other aspects is not obvious. Vivian continued to explain, and like Marika, when she increases her level, her magic power will increase the most, but her physical ability, even now, is no different from an ordinary girl. That was it. Vivian's explanation made Shuren finally understand why she said that he had high growth potential in all aspects. Since you were able to defeat Gorham under such conditions, you must have high growth potential in all aspects to be able to do it, right? Vivian thought so. It was obvious that under the same level, a strength-type warrior would definitely lose to a warrior who was both strength-type and defensive-type, and could even use magic, right? Therefore, if one's growth potential in all aspects was very high, then when one leveled up, all aspects of one's abilities would be fully improved, and the overall improvement would naturally be far greater than those who only improved one or two aspects. However, this was under the premise that other conditions, including skills, were not taken into account. If one learned combat skills and could also upgrade them to a certain level, the situation would naturally be different. Level was the hardware, and skills were the software. Only with both could one become truly powerful. Therefore, only those who had a high enough level and skill level could be considered strong. Those who only had the former were like imbeciles who only had a body but no brains, and those who only had the latter were like sickly people with brains but no physique. No matter which one it wasn't a good thing. In other words, if one wanted to calculate a person's strength, they would have to take into account their level and skills. Perhaps Sean is the type of person who has an advantage in terms of level growth, but is at a disadvantage in terms of skill learning. Vivian silently thought so in her heart. Although, generally speaking, this should be impossible. After all, as mentioned before, being able to upgrade to level 10 proved that one had a certain level of talent. Logically speaking, no matter how bad one was, one should still be able to learn some simple skills. What's going on? Vivian looked at Shuren and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Shuren also fell into deep thought because of Vivian's words. That was because Shuren remembered one of the effects of his unique skill, Providence. In addition to the extraordinary effect of acquiring and upgrading skills, Shuren's Providence also had another effect. When leveling up, all ability types will be increased to the maximum. Previously, Shuren didn't know what this effect meant. Now, Shuren understood. This effect is to allow all of my abilities to be enhanced to the greatest extent when I level up, right? Whether it was strength, durability, magic, or even reflexes, all aspects of abilities could be maximized when leveling up. That was the true manifestation of this effect. In Vivian's words, Shuren had the highest growth potential in all aspects. This made Shuren once again realize how overboard he was with his cheat, and he felt even worse. The bigger the cheat, the harder it is for me to hide. The bigger the cheat, the harder it is for me to hide. Shuren sighed in his heart. What's the standard for the level enhancement given by the Holy Sword? Since the abilities that could be improved during leveling up varied from person to person, and it was related to personal talents, and the direction of training, then which aspect of his abilities would be improved by the level enhancement of the Holy Sword? Moreover, how much would the improvement be? It can't be like the effect of Providence, which increases all ability types to the maximum, right? At least, when using the Holy Sword, Shuren could feel that his magic did not increase. As for other aspects of abilities, according to Shuren's current level of improvement, when he reached level 100, it seemed that he would be stronger than the level 100 given by the Holy Sword. Thinking of this, Shuren made a rough conclusion based on his feeling of using it. The level enhancement of the Holy Sword should be an average increase in all other aspects of abilities, except for magic power. Let's make an analogy. When Shuren leveled up, his abilities in all aspects were increased by the full value of 10. On the other hand, the level 100 bestowed by the Holy Sword was an equal distribution of 100 to various abilities other than magic power. In other words, every level gave Shuren an increase of 1 in abilities other than magic power. In this way, when Shuren reached level 100, his abilities in all aspects would reach the level of 1000, which was naturally stronger than the 100 from the Holy Sword's level 100. Of course, this was just an analogy. However, Shuren felt that when he reached level 100, he would definitely be stronger than the level 100 given by the Holy Sword alone. Not to mention other things, in terms of magic power alone, the Holy Sword did not increase it, but Shuren's own leveling up would increase his magic power. This was already a difference. But the Holy Sword also has other effects, so it can't be said that it is inferior to my unique skill. But if that was the case, Shuren's unique skill also had other effects. Both were strong in their own ways. However, Shuren had both. This should be the reason why the goddess thinks that I have the best chance to defeat the Demon King, right? Shuren muttered. Then, all right. Vivian clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. Now, we have a general understanding of Shuren's strength. Although he is still a newbie, I think his potential is much better than we thought. Vivian looked at Ter and the others and asked, do you think so too? Ter, Lumia, and Marika remained silent and did not answer. What do you think? Ter? Vivian seemed to have expected this situation and turned to Ter. Let's continue on our way. But Ter didn't give any reply. After a moment of silence, she coldly threw down this sentence and returned to the carriage. Wait. Wait a minute. Ter. Lucia hurriedly caught up with them, and Marika hurriedly caught up as well. The three of them seemed to be deliberately avoiding Vivian. Vivian could not help but feel helpless. Shuren did not think too much and was about to return to the carriage as well. However, when he passed by Vivian, Vivian said something. I hope you don't blame them. Vivian sighed and said, they don't hate you. It's just that they have encountered some unpleasant things in the past, so they are a little wary of you. Her words made Shuren stop in his tracks. Then, after thinking for a while, Shuren could roughly understand what had happened. A team with so many extraordinarily good-looking female adventurers. It's easy to imagine how much trouble they'll encounter. Shuren could also understand this. I will keep my distance, don't worry. Shuren smiled at Vivian and went back to the carriage. Vivian was stunned for a moment and then felt helpless. I didn't mean for you to keep your distance. Vivian just wanted to show that if she wanted to get closer to Terra and the others, she would have to put in a lot of effort to gain their trust. Who would have thought that Shuren would choose to keep his distance without hesitation? What a strange newbie. Vivian also muttered and went back to the driver's seat. The carriage that had stopped for a while moved again, and with the sound of the wheels, it continued forward. Half a day later, Shuren's group arrived at their first destination. Is that the blood-sucking vines? After alighting from the gloomy carriage, Shuren immediately saw their target, the blood-sucking vines. They were vines that grew on the road leading to the north. They were like roadblocks that blocked off the road. The vines were a dazzling red like blood and were extremely lush. They were like intertwined tree vines that were tightly intertwined with each other, forming a short plant wall that took up an extremely wide area. However, it was not something worth admiring. This was because Shuren could clearly see that the vines were like blood vessels. Not only were they bulging and contracting repeatedly as if they were transmitting something, but they were also wriggling continuously. It looked extremely disgusting. If he had just been summoned into this world and seen such a scene, Shuren felt that he would have started to vomit. Is this also a magical creature? Shuren muttered in disgust. Vivian, who was pulling the carriage, walked over and answered Shuren's mutterings. No, that is not a magical creature. It is just a plant that grows in places that have been drenched in blood. Although it looks like a magical creature with consciousness, it is in fact no different from other plants. The only difference is that it does not absorb water to grow, but only blood. If one is careless and gets entangled by it, one will not be able to escape. The vines will pierce through one's skin and suck all the blood in one's body to death. To many people, these blood-sucking vines are the same threat as magical creatures. Not only that, the blood-sucking vines had a strong vitality and tenacity. Once they grew, they would multiply rapidly until they absorbed all the blood in the ground. Ordinary swords would not even be able to cut a layer of their skin, and if one got too close, there was the danger of being entangled and sucking blood. Hence, these blood-sucking vines were a lot of trouble in many places. It is very difficult for most people to get rid of these blood-sucking vines. For this reason, no matter which town, once large amounts of blood-sucking vines are discovered, the town management will send troops to get rid of them, or entrust the task to the Adventurers Guild's adventurers to get rid of them. This is to prevent too much damage and hindrance. Vivian explained patiently. This time, the blood-sucking vines grew on the road to the northern town. It must have caused many merchants to suffer losses, and also caused inconvenience to the communication and trade between the two towns. Let's get rid of them as soon as possible. Saying this, Vivian looked at Marika. Is there any problem? Marika? Vivian asked. No. No problem. Melika immediately tightened her grip on her magic staff. She glanced at Sean discreetly, and then walked out. Seeing this, Shuren frowned. This was because he seemed to have guessed how they were going to get rid of those blood-sucking vines. It is difficult to get rid of the blood-sucking vines with ordinary swords, and we can't just go near them. That's too dangerous. When Vivian saw Sean's look of anticipation, she smiled, and said, so, the best way is to set up a big fire first, burn them all, and then slowly dig out the roots that have plunged into the ground to prevent them from growing again. However, due to their high vitality and toughness, if they were to set up a big fire normally, it would take a long time. Unless, use magic to burn the blood-sucking vines all at once. As soon as these words left Vivian's mouth, Marika began to move. This is the breath of Ferris. Marika raised her staff and chanted a solemn incantation from her alluring red lips. Crimson flame essence, transparent truth, with prayers as fuel, rise here. At this moment, Marika's face no longer maintained its previous tension and nervousness. Instead, it was as if she had turned into a fairy of nature, gathering magic around her as she shouted loudly. Ferris rain of fire, heaven's fire. The crystal embedded at the top of the staff that Marika raised high shone brightly. Instantly, a wave of heat surged from above Marika and turned into countless flames. Like a curtain of rain, it rained down on the blood-sucking vines. The flames turned the surrounding area crimson, as if the rays of the setting sun had been summoned, causing the temperature in the air to rise. Bang, 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 bang. In the next second, the endless rain of flames landed on the blood-sucking vines. Like an explosion, it set off waves of fire and completely engulfed the vines. Just like that, the blood-red vines fell into the sea of fire and were burned. As if letting out soundless screams, the blood-sucking vines in the sea of fire began to struggle frantically. Anyone who saw this scene would not think that they were just plants. Instead, they would be like Shuren, seriously suspecting that they were magical creatures. Unfortunately, magical creatures at least knew how to escape or counterattack in the face of a life-and-death crisis. The blood-sucking vines could not do this, and could only struggle in the sea of fire, as if making a final struggle. It didn't take long for the vines to turn into charcoal one after another under the burning of the great fire, and they were burned to ashes. The air was completely filled with the scorching heat of the flames. That's magic. Shuren, whose face was illuminated by the flames, watched this scene. It was unknown whether he was moved or lamenting. Although Shuren had seen monsters that could spit fire and lightning many times in the magical creature forest, it was Shuren's first time seeing magic like this. Shuren stared at the back of Marika, who had cast this magic feast. When all the blood-sucking vines had been burned, the fire was like an illusion. As Marika retracted her magic, it gradually died out. The large patch of blood-sucking vines was burned just like that, leaving only a charred patch on the ground. Phew, only then did Marika let out a sigh of relief and put away her magic staff. You've worked hard. Only then did Vivian step forward to comfort Marika. It's still as powerful as ever. Ter also gave her evaluation indifferently. As expected of an elf, Lumia, who was hugging Ter's arm, cast a look of worship at Marika. In response, Marika only shook her head and said, "I didn't do anything special. I just used magic like before." As she said this, a smile bloomed on Marika's face. Evidently, facing her companions, Marika's emotions were not so tense, and she slightly recovered her original personality. Seeing this, Shuren, who had originally planned to step forward, stopped. Seeing Marika's genuine smile, Shuren gave up on a plan that had just arisen. Looks like I can't get her to teach me magic. He had to admit that this was a pity. But, magic? Feeling the abundant magic flowing in his body, and thinking of the magitech skill that he had, Shuren felt that he should find an opportunity to learn magic. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his ability. After that, in order to completely eradicate the blood-sucking vines, under Vivian's lead, Shuren and the rest walked into the charred ground that had been charred by fire magic, and dug out all the roots of the blood-sucking vines. The roots of the blood-sucking vines did not move like the main body, and were more like the roots of a normal plant. They would not entangle the human body, and would only absorb the blood that had seeped into the soil from the ground. They would then spread their seeds, allowing the blood-sucking vines to multiply. In addition, they did not dig very deep, so Shuren and the rest used the weapons in their hands as tools and quickly dug out all the roots. After that, the group gathered all the roots of the blood-sucking vines under Vivian's instructions. Then, Marika cast a fire magic to burn all the roots, and the work was finally over. After this, the guild will probably send someone to confirm it. Let's head to the next location, the Mongol mountain belt. Under Vivian's instructions, the group set off once again. This time, the journey was completely unimpeded. There were no hiccups at all. If one had to point it out, it would be that with Shuren deliberately keeping his distance, or perhaps because he did not have much of a presence anymore, the atmosphere in the carriage was not as oppressive. After the work just now, Marika's nervousness seemed to have subsided, and she began to speak more. This caused Ter and Lumia to be unable to remain silent, and they would more or less talk to each other to ease the tension. Of course, this did not include Shuren. Shuren ignored the interaction of the three girls and looked out the window, his mind filled with thoughts of magic. Under such circumstances, the carriage arrived at the Mongol mountain belt before dusk. "All right, we're here." Vivian stopped the carriage at the foot of the mountain. She called for Shuren and the rest to come out of the carriage, while she replenished the water and salt for the horses that were pulling the carriage. Shuren, who came out of the carriage, looked up and saw a chain of mountains. That was the Mongol mountain belt. Although we do not need to go deep, the sun is about to set. It is not suitable to enter the Mongol mountain belt at this time. Let's camp at the foot of the mountain. That was Vivian's plan. Camp? Shuren looked over. That's right. Vivian looked at Shuren and said patiently, most of the dangerous monsters are active at night. Furthermore, visibility is very low in the mountains at night. It is best not to do any adventurous activities. This way, we can avoid most accidents. Shuren immediately fell silent. That was because he recalled how he spent the nights in the forest of magical beasts for the past 10 days. That's right. Camping is good. Camping is the best. I love camping. When he came back to his senses, Sean had already said these words resolutely. Looking at Sean's sudden change in attitude, Vivian's head was full of question marks. Ter and the rest came out of the carriage. Sister Vivian? Too? Lumia asked meekly as she glanced at Sean with a cowardly expression on her face. Lucia asked weakly and glanced at Shuren. Her eyes were filled with nervousness. As for Ter, she did not say a word. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Shuren. As for Ter, she didn't even say a word. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Sean from under her hood. This time, it was Sean's turn to be full of question marks. Of course, when these question marks appeared, it meant that it wasn't me who had a problem, but all of you. Of course, when these questions appeared, it meant that it was not him who had a problem, but them. Hearing that they were going to camp, all of them glanced at him. What did that mean? Sean was about to open his mouth and rebuke him. However, Vivian seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped him. Even if we take a carriage, it will take us until midnight to reach the nearest inn. Moreover, we will have to rush over from there tomorrow morning, which will waste a lot of time. If we miss the activation of the mana source, we will have to waste another day. With that in mind, let's just camp here. After that, Vivian immediately took down the luggage from the carriage's cargo rack and handed a few black curtains to Ter and the others. Go and set up the tent. I'll feed the horses. Please? Vivian did not give Ter and the rest a chance to refuse. Vivian. Ter spoke. There was a rare hint of reproach in her voice, as if she was dissatisfied with Vivian's decision. However, Vivian stared straight at Ter. I think you understand, right? Vivian said to Ter with an unusually serious expression. He did nothing wrong. Ter was speechless. It was not just Ter. Even Lucia and Marika were speechless. The three of them looked at Shuren again. This time, they were not as rude as before. Lucia even had an apologetic look in her eyes. Soon after, the three of them took the curtains and walked to the side in silence, preparing to set up the tent. It was worth mentioning that the curtains were actually magic tools. As long as mana was injected into them, they would expand like heat and turn into tents. Therefore, even if Shuren did not do it himself, it would not be a problem for him to set up the tent. Shuren watched as Ter and the rest left, then looked at Vivian. I'm sorry for making you unhappy, Vivian said apologetically. Vivian immediately said apologetically, in the past, there were a few male adventurers arranged by the Adventurers Guild in our team, and some of them took advantage of the camping time. Hearing this, Shuren roughly understood what was going on. No wonder they were so wary of me. Shuren mumbled. I'm really sorry. Vivian apologized again. She sighed and said faintly, although it was not our intention, from all aspects, we have received too much attention from men and male adventurers. Moreover, we are also adventurers, and some unavoidable troubles are really unavoidable. That's why I've formed this team to gather all female adventurers who might encounter similar problems in various aspects. I hope to more or less dispel some people's bad intentions. Vivian was very honest. She even said these words. It's not that I can't understand. Shuren spread out his hands and said, it's just that, aren't you and the guild a little too greedy to let me join this party? Perhaps. Vivian did not deny it. Instead, she smiled and said, however, We naturally considered all the disadvantages and finally made this decision. This proves that you have such value. Value. Shuren looked at Vivian and said as if he was joking, "What value do I have? Can I still be a hero?" Hero? Vivian was stunned for a moment. Then, she said with a smile, "If you are a hero, we will have a headache." These words stunned Shuren as well. Why? Shuren said in surprise, "Don't you want to see a hero appear and defeat the Demon King?" Vivian was taken aback by his words. Then, wasn't the Demon King defeated long ago? When? This sentence rang out, the air was silent. Shuren's expression completely froze. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he could no longer hide his astonishment. What? What did you say? At this moment, Shuren couldn't help but cry out. What? What's wrong? Vivian was shocked by Shuren's reaction. No. Nothing. Shuren tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart, but he still couldn't help but say, "You said that the Demon King has long been defeated?" Yes. Yes. Vivian looked at Shuren with a face full of surprise, as if to confirm Shuren's expression. After a while, perhaps she realized that Shuren didn't seem to be joking, so she said curiously, "The Demon King has long been defeated by this Mitra Kingdom hero in the war 1,000 years ago, so the world returned to peace." The adventurer industry also began to appear at that time because of the damage caused by the war and the lack of manpower. Isn't this historical knowledge that even children know? Hearing this, Shuren's expression became very ugly. No, it should be said that it directly became very ugly. What's wrong with you? Shuren's behavior made Vivian seem a little worried, and there was a faint trace of uneasiness in her tone. Nothing. Shuren wanted to say something, but in the end, he held it back. However, Shuren still asked the question that should be asked. Can you tell me in detail about this matter? Shuren asked Vivian. Vivian frowned and was about to ask something, but she stopped because of Shuren's expression. Because at this moment, Shuren's face appeared to be showing a patience that she had never seen before. It was as if he had discovered that the meaning of his life had gone wrong, and he had almost taken the wrong path, and it was the kind of situation that occurred because of the deception of others. It was as if he had been betrayed and urgently needed to know the truth. This made Vivian want to say something, but in the end, she chose to remain silent. This is something that everyone knows. Vivian was the first to say so. You should know that since the birth of the world, Protoss and demons have always been enemies, thus setting off a long historical war that led to the emergence of humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and even demons, right? In response to Vivian's question, Shuren responded with a nod. This was indeed the history of this world that Shuren learned from Neon. Vivian's explanation was not different from that of the goddess. Because the overall strength of the Protoss race is inferior to that of the demon race, and their numbers are naturally limited, the Protoss race has always been at a disadvantage in wars since ancient times. Even though they have successively created races such as humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, in the face of the ever-multiplying demon race, the Protoss race still can't gain an advantage. So, in order to defeat the demons, the supreme goddess Omnis, who was at the top of the Protoss, finally created a ritual that could summon heroes from another world. Thus, she summoned the heroes. The heroes were born with powerful unique skills and exclusive holy swords. Every one of them showed amazing potential. Even when compared to the demons, as long as they could grow, they could easily become stronger than them. Every time they joined the battle, the situation on the battlefield would change, allowing the Protoss and the humans to turn the tables and gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, there was still an existence that stood at the top of the demons. The real king, which was the Demon King. Even the supreme goddess Omnis was afraid of the Demon King's strength. Even the heroes couldn't easily defeat the Demon King. Therefore, although there were several heroes in history who once turned the situation on the battlefield, the Protoss still couldn't defeat the demons and win the war. Up to this point, Vivian's explanation was similar to Neon's. Until, 1,000 years ago, the last hero, who was known as the strongest in history, appeared. That hero had a holy sword and unique skills that were far more powerful than his predecessors. He easily defeated the strongest subordinate of the Demon King. In the end, with the help of the Protoss and the humans, he was sent to the Demon King. At this point, the hero and the Demon King entered the final battle. That battle wasn't only between the hero and the Demon King. Even the Supreme Goddess, who was at the top of the Protoss, and the other 3 goddesses, as well as the 6 demons directly under the Demon King, participated in the battle. The strongest humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves also participated in that battle. In that battle, the hero defeated the Demon King, and the demons were completely defeated. The Protoss also suffered heavy losses and could no longer continue the war. So, under the leadership of the hero, the Protoss and the demons announced that the war would no longer continue, and the world returned to peace. Later, in order to give the major races a chance to buffer their relationship, the Supreme Goddess Omnis displayed her power and divided the world into 3. She led the Protoss to one of the 3 worlds and called that world the Celestial Realm. The demons also retreated to the other world under the leadership of the remaining demons, turning that world into the Demon Realm. As for the humans, including humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, which formed the humans, they stayed in this world, and that world became the human realm. Just like that, the war that lasted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years came to an end. The Protoss and the Nephilim also reached a state of non-aggression. The human race, under the leadership of the hero, began to recuperate. The hero himself even founded a country and became the king. That is the Mitra Kingdom. Because of that, the war had ended 1,000 years ago, and the Demon King had long been defeated and no longer existed. Now, the human realm, the celestial realm, and the demon realm all have dealings with each other. The Protoss still protects the humans and gives blessings to the children of the humans. In order to make the demon realm prosperous, the demons also have contact with the various kingdoms in the human realm. Even the Protoss and the demons sometimes also communicate with each other. Even though the hostility brought about by the past war has not been completely destroyed, it has been somewhat alleviated. In about another 1,000 years, the 3 races will be completely separated and coexist peacefully. This is something that many people are looking forward to. Vivian's statement made Shuren completely speechless. Then the hero, Shuren's voice was a little hoarse. In response, Vivian stared at Shuren and only spoke after a long while. The hero has not appeared since the death of the founding king of the Mitra Kingdom. The Protoss also sealed the summoning ritual of the hero and never used it again. That's reasonable, right? The hero is the trump card that the Protoss uses to defeat the Demon King and even the demons. Now that the war has ended, and the 3 races need to move toward the path of peaceful coexistence, the hero is no longer needed. Or rather, if the hero appears again, that will be a big problem. Because that means that the Protoss is preparing to attack the demons again. Naturally, the demons will not be unresponsive to the hero who can threaten them to the greatest extent. When that time comes, the humans will definitely not be able to stay out of it. So, if the hero appears, the peace between the 3 races is very likely to be broken, and war is also likely to happen again. For this world, the hero is the biggest fuse for war. He must not appear again. Night fell quietly. At the foot of the Mongol Mountains, Vivian's party had already set up their tents and lit up a bonfire to illuminate the surroundings. At this moment, with Vivian in the lead, the group of young ladies surrounded the bonfire, but they looked to the side. There, Sean's back was facing them and he was walking away. Seeing Shuren like this, Vivian looked worried. Ter, Lumia, and Marika looked at each other in dismay. Sister Vivian, Lumia asked timidly, what's wrong with him? Lumia asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Obviously, everyone had noticed that something was wrong with Shuren and Vivian. Weren't you guys chatting happily just now? Why did you suddenly? Marika also spoke, but she didn't know how to describe it. Under such circumstances, even Ter cast an inquiring glance at Vivian. Vivian let out a sigh. I don't know what's going on. Vivian said helplessly, I don't know why Sean suddenly became like that. Recalling the conversation just now, Vivian realized that after she said, the hero must not appear again, Shuren became completely silent and didn't say anything else. No, later on, Shuren said to Vivian. I'll take a walk nearby for a while. After saying that, Shuren left just like that. Did I say something wrong? Vivian reflected. I don't think it's your problem, Ter said calmly. It should be that man's problem, right? Ter's words could be considered to have hit the nail on the head. But this was Ter. Just as Shuren had always felt, she had a decisive and calm personality. Coupled with her reticence, many male adventurers were afraid of her, even in Ramage. On the other hand, Lumia and Marika had become much more cheerful in the absence of Shuren. Lumia still looked like she was afraid of strangers, but at least her speech was no longer stuttering, and it was flowing more smoothly. Needless to say, Marika seemed to be free of shackles, and even her expression became much more relaxed. This was the true appearance of everyone in Vivian's party. Vivian was gentle and considerate. Ter was cold and silent. Lumia was timid and afraid of strangers. Marika, on the other hand, was quite lively, but because of Shuren's arrival, she restrained this side of her personality. Now that Shuren was not here, Marika was not too restrained. Now that Vivian was not here, Marika was not too restrained. Marika excitedly asked Vivian, although big sister Vivian has always been so gentle, it seems a little different this time. Is that so? Vivian seemed to have not expected to be said this, and was momentarily taken aback. I think so too. Lumia stole a glance at Vivian, and then said hesitantly, I have a feeling that Sister Vivian is paying more attention to that. Mr. Shuren then to the other newcomers. Now that Lucia had put it that way, Vivian was no longer oblivious. Although Vivian was gentle and considerate to everyone, and took good care of the newcomers, this time, it seemed that she was paying more attention to Shuren than to the other newcomers. It could not be helped. Ever since Shuren defeated Gorham, I felt that he must be hiding some secret that we don't know about. Vivian had no intention of hiding it, and said honestly, although I don't know what kind of secret it is, I have to say that he has indeed attracted my attention. If not for that, Vivian would not have been so quick to confess the situation of the team to Shuren, nor would she have been so protective of Shuren in front of her teammates. Even if it were someone else, Vivian would have done the same, but she would definitely choose the right time to confess to the other party about the situation of the team members, and would not be as protective as she was with Sean. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and no matter how gentle and considerate Vivian was, she would not be so protective of the opposite sex that she could not trust. In the end, Vivian did the same for Shuren, because she had sensed something different about Shuren. Moreover, you all know that I am different from the average human, right? Vivian's words silenced all the young girls. Vivian smiled and said, because of my own uniqueness, I have special feelings for some relatively unusual individuals. Ter and the others understood what Vivian was trying to say. In other words, that person gave you such a special feeling? Ter looked at Vivian. That's right. Vivian nodded and said, that's why I couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Not only is he hiding a secret, but it's not a small secret. Vivian had some guesses. I'm afraid that Shuren has been blessed by a very high god, Vivian said with certainty. That blessing gave me a feeling that it was of a higher level than that of Her Royal Highness, so I couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Her words surprised everyone. A blessing that is of a higher level than the blessing of Her Royal Highness? Lucia was quite surprised and said, how is that possible? That's indeed impossible. Ter was silent for a moment, and then said quietly, Her Royal Highness has been blessed by one of the three great goddesses, and there is only one blessing that is of a higher level than that among all the Protoss. That's right, there is only one. Vivian couldn't help but say in a low voice, but that one has been deep in the Holy Realm at the end of the Divine Realm since the end of the war 1,000 years ago, and has never appeared again. How could anyone have the blessing of that one? It should be said that even in the distant past, no one had ever received the blessing of that one. At the very least, Vivian had never heard of that supreme being blessing anyone. But if that's not the case, then what's going on? It was because of this question that Vivian couldn't help but pay more attention to Shuren. Only then did Ter and the others understand what was going on. In other words, Mr. Shuren is not an ordinary person? Lucia said doubtfully, but isn't he a novice adventurer who hasn't learned any skills and only reached level 10 at the age of 20? It was precisely because of this that it was more likely that this person was hiding a secret. At this moment, I can roughly understand how Sister Vivian feels, Melika suddenly said. Melika suddenly spoke. She hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, I can also feel some abnormalities from that person. You? Vivian, Ter, and Lucia looked at Melika in surprise. Yes. Melika seemed a little embarrassed, and said evasively, I don't know why, but from the moment we met, I could feel how should I put it, an unusual sense of closeness from that person. This was a very shocking thing. Because the elves were a race famous for being pure and holy, and generally speaking, it was impossible for them to feel close to a male stranger. Furthermore, she had almost been offended by a male adventurer in the past, so how could Melika feel close to a male adventurer? But Shuren gave Melika such a feeling. If this feeling was placed in the novels of Shuren's previous life, it would probably be the signal for the strategy guide, free, right? But in fact, not only did Melika not feel happy about having such an inexplicable feeling, she was even a little afraid. Because of this, Melika was overly nervous in front of Shuren. Perhaps, this was the truest reaction of a truly pure and untainted woman. Vivian and the others were very surprised. Even Melika feels this way? Lucia was surprised. Ter seemed to be frowning. The elves are beings born from nature, and they are the closest to nature and the world. They are even known as the race closest to the Protoss. Vivian was a little surprised, and she murmured, logically speaking, it should only be the Protoss who can make the elves feel a sense of closeness from the very beginning. Could it be that Shuren was a Protoss? Impossible. Protoss are only female, right? Ter said straightforwardly. That's right. Because the first god to be born, the supreme god Omnis, was a goddess, and the other gods were born after receiving power from the supreme god Omnis. It can be said that the supreme god Omnis was the prototype of life, so all the gods are goddesses, and only goddesses. Vivian also said with certainty, because the supreme god Omnis was the first god to be born, and the other gods are all goddesses, and only goddesses. In this case, it was naturally impossible for Shuren to be a Protoss. So, who exactly was Shuren, thinking of his behavior just now, and his overreaction to the Demon King and hero? Vivian's eyes flickered. Could it be? Before Vivian could finish her thoughts, Ter raised her head. Since that man is so special, what do you plan to do? Ter asked for the time being. What to do? Vivian came back to her senses, and after pondering for a moment, she said, we don't need to do anything special. Just train him as an ordinary rookie. No matter what secrets Ter had, Vivian did not intend to delve too deeply into it before she could confirm that it was something bad. After all, who didn't have some secrets, not to mention others? Vivian herself had secrets that others definitely did not know. Not only Vivian, but even Ter. Vivian looked at Ter, thought for a moment, and said, right now, Shuren's emotions seem to be a little off, and it's too dangerous for him to act alone. Can I trouble you to follow him secretly and protect him for a while? Hearing this, Ter did not answer, but after a while, she stood up and walked in the direction where Shuren had left. Rumia and Marika continued to talk as they looked at Ter's current state. As for Vivian, she could not help but think in her heart. I hope it's not what I think it is. Otherwise, this world would probably not be peaceful again. Sigh. In the dim forest path, a sigh could be heard clearly. Shuren walked on the path, walking aimlessly while thinking about the new information that he had just learned. He couldn't help but sigh. I thought I would come to a world full of cliché plots. But what happened? Isn't this turn of events a little too sudden? At least, until now, Shuren hadn't come back to his senses. Because this meant one thing. Have I been deceived? Wasn't that the case? The Demon King has already been defeated and the world has been peaceful for thousands of years. In this situation, why would there be a need for a hero to save the world? However, the goddess had indeed used such a reason to resurrect Shuren, who had died once, awakening him as a hero and allowing him to descend into this world. What is the meaning of this? Shuren couldn't figure it out at all. What's more, Shuren had a feeling that all his efforts so far were in vain. I became an adventurer to accomplish the goal of defeating the Demon King, yes. The reason why Shuren chose to become an adventurer wasn't just because he wanted to earn money. If he wanted to earn money, Shuren could have stayed in the forest filled with monsters for a few days, defeating many monsters and collecting their body parts to sell. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood at all. Even for leveling up and improving his strength, Shuren didn't have to deliberately become an adventurer. he could just keep fighting the monsters and ensure that his level would definitely rise by leaps and bounds. But in the end, Xian still chose to become an adventurer. It wasn't just because he was interested in this legendary dream profession from another world, but also to gain a foothold in this world and ultimately achieve the goal of defeating the Demon King. Otherwise, as an outsider who had just arrived in this world, how could Xian find the Demon King and defeat him? That was why Xian needed information. He needed a channel that could allow him to obtain all kinds of information in this world without any obstacles. And becoming an adventurer was a good way to do so. After all, no matter which story he looked at, adventurers had to travel all over the world. Coupled with the Adventurers Guild, which was a force that could be found all over the world, Xian could use his identity as an adventurer to integrate into this world first, and then naturally obtain all kinds of information about this world. Moreover, Xian also needed to solve the problem of his identity. Otherwise, it might not be a problem now, but when his level increased and he became a little more eye-catching, Xian would definitely enter the eyes of all kinds of people and perhaps be investigated by them. By then, if Xian didn't have an identity, it would definitely cause all kinds of trouble. Therefore, Xian could totally imagine that if he didn't become an adventurer and just hid his identity and didn't communicate with anyone, silently earning money and leveling up, he would definitely be questioned by others one day. If Xian didn't become an adventurer and used Lamijin as a stronghold, going in and out of the town every day and bringing back large amounts of monster materials, even the guards would remember Xian's face, wouldn't they? If that happened, Xian would sooner or later arouse the suspicion of others. When someone with ulterior motives appeared and investigated him, his abnormalities in all aspects would probably be exposed. In the end, he might even be targeted and discovered the existence of the sacred sword, which would lead to even more trouble. In the end, the losses would outweigh the gains. Because of this, and considering all kinds of problems, Xian chose to become an adventurer. He would use this identity as a springboard to blend into this world and make plans later. In this way, when he had leveled up and gathered enough intelligence to defeat the Demon King, Xian could directly set off to achieve his goal. At that time, in order to travel freely in this world, Xian also needed an identity. That was why Xian had chosen the path he was on now. Who would have thought, I'll die before I can achieve anything? Now, he had lost his biggest target. In fact, personally speaking, Xian felt that he could still be happy about this important piece of information. Since the Demon King has been defeated and the world has long returned to peace, I don't have to painstakingly fight against those guys that even the gods fear. I can also start my second life in peace and live as an ordinary adventurer. From this point of view, this matter was quite worthy of celebration. However, Xian didn't think that the goddess who summoned him into this world would resurrect him and make him a hero just for fun. There was no doubt that the goddess summoned Xian for a purpose. Moreover, the goddess even used the defeated Demon King as an excuse to deceive him. This made Xian feel as if he had been involved in some invisible conspiracy. Anyway, this kind of development is also a kind of routine, right? Xian, on the other hand, was very open-minded. As usual, he accepted the sudden situation with a helpless attitude. Moreover, he still couldn't be sure that everything was a conspiracy. Maybe the Demon King isn't dead yet, and Nian knows this, which is why she held the summoning ceremony of the hero again. Who knows? Or, in fact, after 1,000 years of recuperation, the demons planned to start another war in order to redeem the humiliation of losing to the Protoss. That's why Nian once again held the summoning ceremony of the hero. So what, but, even someone as gentle as Vivian said in an absolute tone that the hero can't appear again. Presumably, the relationship between the three races really can't tolerate any changes, right? If the appearance of the hero was exposed, then no matter how much inside information there was, the relationship between the three races would definitely become precarious. Just like Vivian said, no matter what, if the demons knew about the existence of the hero, they would definitely not let it go, and it was impossible for them to ignore this threat. Once the humans knew that the Protoss had performed the summoning ceremony of the hero, they would definitely suspect that the demons had done something, and they would have a grudge against the demons. Then, the Protoss might also want to use the power of the hero to completely eradicate the demons who were once their mortal enemies. No matter which world, ambition and malice were things that were never lacking. There were people among the three races who yearned for peace, and there would definitely be people who wanted to destroy everything. Once the existence of the hero was confirmed, Shuren could think of dozens of ways to use this matter as an opportunity and an excuse for those who wanted to do whatever they wanted. Presumably, Vivian knew about this, which was why she was so determined to say that the hero can't appear again, right? Once the hero appeared, no matter what the reason was, his existence itself would become a spark to break the peace. And this was definitely something that most people didn't want to see. So, this world doesn't need the hero anymore. Shuren sighed again. At this moment, a voice entered Shuren's ears. Indeed, this world doesn't need the hero anymore. Such a sentence echoed in the dark forest, causing Shuren to stop abruptly. Shuren raised his head forcefully and looked forward. At the next moment, Shuren saw it. Good evening, should I say that? It was a young girl who said those sweet words with a faint smile on her face. A young lady with black hair and red eyes was sitting on a tree branch in front of him. She was wearing a gown that made her look like a princess's dress. She was swinging her little feet as she held a dessert in her hands and nibbled on it. Shuren had seen this young lady before. And, it was yesterday. You're the pretentious prick from yesterday? This sentence came out of Shuren's mouth. Pretentious prick? The young lady was stunned. Then, she frowned and said, You can call me Xianxia. Although I don't know what pretentious prick means, I can feel that it's not a good thing. Can you not call me that? Hearing this, Shuren raised his eyebrows. Is that okay? Sean said with a faint smile, You seem to have said before that not everyone can make you tell me your name, right? Just like Xianxia did just now, Sean said with a faint smile. Indeed. Xianxia looked at Shuren. The displeasure between her eyebrows disappeared and was replaced by a smile. She said, But I don't want you to run away like last time. So, you better tell me your name this time. Then, Madame Xianxia, tell me your name. May I know what you're doing here? Shuren said in an aggressive tone, which was rare for him. Don't tell me it's a coincidence, okay? Perhaps Sean's bad mood was expressed in his tone and attitude, perhaps because his monologue was overheard by the other party just now. However, Xianxia didn't seem to care at all. Just think of it as a coincidence. Xianxia said to Shuren in a light tone, If it wasn't a coincidence, how could I have heard such interesting words? As expected, the other party had heard everything that he had said just now. I just happened to pass by Lemijin during my escape. I didn't expect to run into something like this. Xianxia looked straight at Shuren as if she wanted to see through all his secrets. But, thanks to this, I seem to have an unexpected gain this time. This sentence told Shuren that the young lady was indeed here for him. Perhaps, after yesterday's encounter, the young lady had been keeping an eye on Shuren, to the extent that she was willing to follow him to this place. In other words, am I being followed? Shuren murmured. Xianxia didn't respond to his question. She just smiled and looked at Shuren with a meaningful gaze. Just like last time, you seem to be saying something interesting this time, right? Xianxia said with a smile, This time, you are telling the truth. This world doesn't need heroes anymore. Are you sad? Sad? Shuren squinted his eyes and pretended to be confused, but he said from the bottom of his heart, Why should I be sad? In fact, Shuren couldn't be happier. The world didn't need heroes anymore, so he could throw away this responsibility and live a carefree life, right? But, you should be worried that you will be involved in some conspiracy, right? Xianxia saw through Shuren's thoughts. I don't know why the Protoss summoned me, nor do I know the current situation of the three races in this world. Simply put, there is a serious lack of information, so you don't know which side to trust. I'm right? A new hero. As soon as Xia's voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became incomparably heavy. Shuren completely gave up on getting lucky. Because the truth was clear. His identity was exposed. Aren't you going to take out the holy sword from the bag on your shoulder? Xianxia said provocatively, If you don't use the holy sword, you can't be my opponent with your current level. Opponent? Shuren looked into Xia's eyes and said, Are you here to fight me? Why? Xianxia was still smiling. Is it strange? Of course it's strange. Shuren ignored Xia's provocation and said, If you're really here to fight me, I would have discovered your existence long ago. After all, Xian had a skill like enemy sense, which allowed him to detect enemies that were hostile to him. Under such circumstances, if someone approached him with hostility, Shuren would have discovered them long ago. However, Shuren didn't discover Xianxia's existence in time. This proved that she actually didn't have any hostility towards Shuren. Of course, aren't you too naive, my hero? Xianxia seemed to be amused, and the smile in her eyes began to disappear. Indeed, I don't have any hostility towards you. But in this world, you don't have to fight only when you are hostile. Just like me, if I just wanted to test your true abilities and not become your enemy, don't you think that I have enough reasons to deal with you? As soon as she said that, a dark whirlwind of magic rose from Xianxia's body. The magic stirred up a hurricane that blew in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway and rustle, and the fallen leaves to fly everywhere. Shuren's heart tightened, and he unsheathed his weapon without hesitation. The weapon that was unsheathed wasn't the holy sword, but the broadsword hanging on Shuren's waist. In the next second, boom! The magic that rose from Xianxia's body turned into gravity, and like a field, it shook the entire world and pressed down on Shuren. In an instant, all the fallen leaves in the air were pressed down on the ground, and the surrounding trees seemed to be pressed down by an invisible force. Not only did they creak, but they also cracked inch by inch. Shuren also felt his body being pressed down by an astonishing gravity, and he was pressed to the ground. If there were no accidents, this gravity should be enough to press Shuren to the ground. However, it was unknown whether it was the magic resistance skill or the abnormal status resistance skill, but the gravity acting on Shuren's body suddenly weakened before it pressed him to the ground. Huh? Looking at this scene, Xianxia was extremely surprised. He resisted my gravity magic without using the holy sword? This was something that Xianxia didn't expect at all. Unfortunately, it was too late for that. Evolve. The moment the gravity weakened, Shuren decisively activated the ultimate evolve skill. In an instant, magic flowed through his body, causing Shuren's strength to increase by a large margin. Bang! Therefore, in the midst of the muffled sound, Shuren crushed the ground, and rushed towards Xianxia like a rocket against the gravity. Since the other party had already made a move, there was no need for hesitation. This was the decisiveness brought about by Shuren's strong acceptance, and also the ruthlessness that he had honed in the forest for 10 days. Seeing this, Xianxia wasn't surprised, but smiled instead. Things are starting to get interesting. Bang! In the quiet forest path, a rumbling sound rang out without any warning, causing strong winds to blow like a hurricane, mixed with sand and dust that danced in the air. It was a spectacular sight. Amidst the violent winds, 2 figures dashed out, one after the other. Huh! Xianxia seemed to be flying backward. As she flew, she stretched her hand forward, and with a delicate shout, she released her magical power. That magical power directly turned into a substantial gravity wave, like an invisible undercurrent gushing out from a black hole, blasting towards Shuren, who was also flying towards her. Naturally, Shuren could not see the invisible gravity wave. Perhaps this was the tricky part of this kind of magic, it was impossible to guard against. However, even if he could not see the gravity wave, it did not matter. Because Shuren still had the evasion skill in effect, in addition to the battle intuition and battle instincts brought by the war god skill, Shuren did not need to do anything at all, his body naturally dodged to the side, avoiding the invisible magic cannon. Bang! The powerful gravity wave instantly brushed past Shuren's body and hit the ground, blowing up the area. Xian, on the other hand, took advantage of the wind and waves of the explosion to accelerate in the stirred-up sand and dust, and dashed towards Xianxia. In the next moment, the broadsword was like a falling thunder, drawing a cold arc, mercilessly slashing towards the girl in front of him. Clang! Just like that, a loud strike, like the ringing of a bell, appeared between the man and woman in the battle. Shuren's merciless slash was blocked by Xianxia's slender and beautiful hand. Xianxia blocked Shuren's slash with her bare hand, causing a loud impact that sounded like the ringing of a bell to resound. Shuren could feel that his slash seemed to have struck a soft mass of water, unable to exert any force. Upon a closer look, in front of Xianxia's raised palm, a circle of constantly rotating and fluctuating magical power burst out. That magical power also turned into gravity, as if there were countless waves of gravity swirling around, forming a gravitational turbulence. Shuren's strike did not hit Lexia's hand, but the gravitational turbulence. It was like a stone that was constantly being washed by an irregular torrent, unable to fall, float, or drift in any direction, and could only sway. The ringing of a bell was not the sound of hitting a hard object, but the vibration caused by the blade of the broadsword swaying at high speed in the gravitational turbulence. One could imagine how amazing the magic Lesia used was. But, she had a look of surprise on her face. "Are you really a level 10 novice adventurer?" Laxia was extremely surprised as she said, "How did he achieve this level of power without using a holy sword?" Upon hearing that, Xian responded with a smile without any hint of a smile. Hearing this, Shuren replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, "Shouldn't I be the one who said that? Don't you have to chant a long incantation before you can use magic? What's with your ability to cast magic so casually?" With that said, Shuren did not wait for Lesia to reply. He suddenly emptied one of his hands, grabbed the bag on his shoulder, and used it as a blunt weapon, smashing it in Lesia's direction. Unhurriedly, Laxia withdrew the gravitational turbulence. Like a light falling leaf. She seemed to have changed the gravity around her and herself. She flew away like a kite and widened the distance between them. As long as the level of the chant skill is high enough, you can forego chanting to a certain extent and directly cast magic. Lesia smiled. Of course, no matter how high the level of the chant skill is, you still have to chant the name of the spell to cast it. My situation is the effect of a unique skill. I don't even need to chant the name of the spell. As long as I have enough mana, I can cast magic with just a thought. In other words, as long as you have enough mana, you can cast magic infinitely, right? Well, this kind of setting is quite common. Shuren picked up the bag again, raised the broadsword with one hand, and pointed it at Lesia. Seeing this, Lesia still smiled. Speaking of which, apart from the holy sword, the hero also has an outstanding unique skill, right? Lesia sized up Shuren, and said with great interest, "You're so strong at level 10. Is it the effect of your unique skill?" Before she could get an answer to this question, Lesia's expression froze, and she suddenly floated into the air. Bang! A heavy broadsword slashed through the air and landed heavily on the spot where Laxia had been a second ago. The broadsword struck the ground and destroyed the rock slab there. It stabbed into the ground amidst the rubble, debris, and dust, stirring up an explosive sound. Shuren threw the weapon, and it almost hit Lesia. "Hey! That's dangerous." Lesia, who was floating in the air, angrily shouted at Shuren, who maintained his throwing posture. "Don't tell me you're expecting me to explain my abilities seriously in battle like you?" Shuren looked at Lesia as if she was an idiot. "Don't you know that if you can fight, don't talk nonsense? Villains usually die because they talk too much?" As he spoke, Shuren's brows twitched, and he darted to the side. Bang! The same explosion as before resounded and reverberated in the surroundings. An invisible gravity wave blasted the spot where Shuren was just a moment ago, blasting away the dust. How treacherous! Shuren, who dodged the attack, couldn't help but scold. "No, do you have the right to scold me?" Lesia, who was in the air, couldn't help but complain. The two seemed to be fooling around, and there was no tension in their conversation. However, while they were having such a conversation, the two of them were merciless when they started fighting. Bang! 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 Amidst the incessant explosions, countless gravity waves bombarded like a barrage, setting off wave after wave of explosions, causing dust and explosive winds to fly. Facing the incessant bombardment, Shuren moved swiftly like a ghost, dodging all of Lesia's attacks. He even successfully retrieved his broadsword, leaped into the air, and slashed at Lesia like a meteor. Lesia relied on her gravity magic to control gravity to evade Shuren's slashes again and again. If she couldn't evade, the turbulence of gravity would be set off, either disrupting Shuren's movements and preventing him from approaching, or repelling Shuren's sword and dispelling his slashes. Hence, the mana undulations were wreaking havoc, and the broadsword slashes were accompanied by waves of sword shadows. The battle between the two was extremely intense, but they couldn't do anything to each other. I've said it before. With your current level, you won't be able to defeat me without using the holy sword. Xianxia declared, although I didn't expect you to display this level of strength without using the holy sword, it's not enough to defeat me. Alright, pull out the holy sword. Let me see just how strong a hero is after 1,000 years. Upon hearing that, Shan replied. Do you think I'm a decent protagonist who's easy to talk to? Do you think I'll use it just because you say so? Not to mention the problem of losing face, the mere question of whether there was a trap or a conspiracy was enough to make one hesitate. Xianxia had always felt that there was something wrong with the brains of those protagonists who would immediately do as their opponents said to provoke them. So, I won't. This man, seeing that Xianxia continued to charge at her with the broadsword, Xianxia felt both annoyed and helpless. It was the same last time, and it's the same this time. Does this man like to do unexpected things? Although it was indeed interesting, Xianxia felt rather helpless since she couldn't force Linli to use the holy sword. Can't you just go with the flow? Of course, Linli's scruples weren't completely useless. At the very least, Xianxia had her own reasons for wanting to force Xianxia to use the holy sword. Since her intentions were so obvious, it was only natural that Linli wouldn't act according to her wishes. However, just like what Xianxia said, if Linli didn't use the holy sword, Xianxia wouldn't be able to deal with her at his current level. Because I'm not hostile towards him, so he didn't use all his tricks, right? If Xianxia really wanted to kill Linli, Linli wouldn't have held back his trump card. He doesn't look like a hero at all, but there's not a hint of confusion in his eyes. Logically speaking, after discovering that the Demon King had been defeated, Lin Li's identity as a hero might become the spark of war, and the fact that he was summoned might be the start of a huge conspiracy. No matter what, as the person involved, Lin Li would still feel uneasy. However, although this new hero was conflicted about this matter, he didn't seem to be at a loss. This wasn't because he had an extremely strong will, nor was it because he was calm and composed, but because his ability to accept things was a little different from ordinary people. Therefore, this new hero might be conflicted about this matter, but he definitely wouldn't be at a loss, right? This meant that Lin Li didn't have a strong desire to defeat the Demon King as his mission. I heard that these heroes were summoned to this world after they died and were resurrected. That's why they helped the Protoss defeat the Demon King in exchange for their resurrection. Perhaps, the man in front of her treated this as a pure transaction, or a way to repay a debt of gratitude. In that case, it was also very normal that Lin Li wasn't persistent about it. With this level of acceptance, if Xianxia were to display her true hostility, Lin Li would definitely not hesitate to take out the holy sword, right? I really can't help it. At this thought, Xianxia closed her eyes and opened them slowly. Xianxia, who was about to charge at Xianxia again, stopped abruptly. That was because Xianxia's enemy sense skill suddenly reacted frantically and turned into a warning sign that struck his entire body. Lin Li at the same time, Xianxia, who was floating in the air in front of Shan, exploded with waves of air. Mana far more terrifying than before was burning continuously from the girl's body. Hero Lin Li had enough fun. Hero? Not only did Xianxia's body surge with astonishing magical power, but her eyes and expression also became incomparably cold. His current appearance was completely different from before. After sensing the warning signs from the enemy sense skill, Xianxia understood. From this moment on, Lin Li was truly hostile towards him. No, it should be more accurate to call it killing intent. Are you getting impatient? Xianxia forced a smile. That's right. I'm tired of playing with you. Xianxia said calmly, next, I will attack with the determination to kill you. If you still don't mind, then continue to hide your holy sword. Her words were met with a playful smile from Xianxia. Xianxia stopped attacking Xianxia and stood still. If you can do it, then come and try. That was enough for Lin Li's answer. Seeing that Xianxia was still not going to use the holy sword, Xianxia was annoyed and angry. Then don't regret it. After saying that, Xianxia stretched out a hand to Xianxia. I use a lot of spells, but there are two that are the most powerful. Xianxia said. One is gravity magic. The other is space magic. These two spells could be said to be Xianxia's strongest means. Especially space magic. Whether it is attack, defense, binding, or movement, it is at the forefront of all types of magic. Like this. Xianxia stretched out her hand and pointed it at Xianxia. Buzz. Suddenly, the space around Shuren seemed to be swaying, filled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shuren felt as if he was nailed to this space and could no longer move. This is a magic that directly fixes the space itself. Once this is done, the fixed space itself will no longer undergo any changes, just like turning into a rock. The things inside will not be able to move, nor will there be any changes. Unless you can shatter the space itself, otherwise, once you're locked in this space, you won't be able to escape no matter what. Xianxia explained ruthlessly. Of course, as long as the level of the magic space skill is high enough, then not only can it be fixed, but it can also distort space, move through space, and even cut space. Even the destruction of space can be done. These words caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. How is it? Still not going to pull out your holy sword? Xianxia confirmed. No, it should be a final warning. However, in that fixed space, Shuren still looked at Xianxia. In his eyes, there was still a playful look. Stupid. Xianxia's eyes turned cold, and she no longer hesitated. Snap. With a snap of Xianxia's fingers, the world changed. The space where Shuren was suddenly turned into a black box as if it was swallowed by a black hole. Bang! Then, the black box shattered, and the space around it disappeared completely. The interior of the space became empty. Whether it was the earth or the soil, everything seemed to have been dug out of thin air, leaving only a pitch-black hole. Until, bang! A second shattering sound was heard. What? In mid-air, Xianxia revealed a shocked expression. Because, spatial annihilation? That sounds pretty scary. In the pitch-black hole, a figure appeared out of thin air as if it had emerged from the broken space. Shuren stood there unscathed and said cheerfully. Unfortunately, magic is ineffective against me. Yes. Magic was ineffective against Shuren. Not only magic, but even physical attacks were ineffective against Shuren. After all, both physical resistance and magic resistance had been trained to the maximum by Shuren, rendering almost all physical and magical attacks useless. There was one thing that Xianxia was wrong about. I don't even need to use the holy sword to deal with you. Even without the power of the holy sword, Shuren would be hard to kill. I can't deal with you without using the holy sword? Maybe. But that doesn't mean that you can deal with me, Miss Pretentious Prick. This was the reason why Shuren was fearless. At this moment, Xianxia was really shaken. He actually cancelled out spatial destruction? No, that's not right. That wasn't cancelling out, but resisting. If it was cancelling out, then the opponent should have released a powerful magic that was not inferior to hers. However, the opponent did not do so at all. He really just resisted Xianxia's magic. Could it be, he learned a resistance skill? Resistance skill. It was one of the most powerful defensive skills in the game. Because most defensive skills basically aim to increase the user's defense, allowing the user to take damage, so that the damage would not reach the user. For example, if a person's original defense could only resist the attack of a level 10 object, if a person learned a defensive skill, their defense would be improved to the point where they could resist a level 20 or 30 attack. But the resistance skill was different. Resistance skill would not increase the user's defense, nor would it allow the user to take damage. Instead, it would directly weaken the damage acting on the user. This was a completely different meaning from the former. If it was the former, no matter how much defense was stacked, in the end, the user would encounter an attack that exceeded the defense, which was the so-called defense break. But the resistance skill was different. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, the resistance skill could directly weaken the damage itself. And the higher the level of the skill, the more damage it could weaken. In other words, the former had the so-called endurance limit, but the latter did not at all. Whether it was a level 1 damage or a level 100 damage, the damage could be weakened equally. However, if one wanted to learn the resistance skill, one must constantly take damage so that one would have resistance and immunity to a certain type of damage before it could be learned. It was quite difficult. Therefore, the resistance skill was the most difficult to learn among the defensive skills, but it was also the most powerful defensive skill. Since Shuren could even resist spatial destruction, then, unless he cast some rare unique skill or special skill, or used a legendary magic item, The only possibility was that he learned the resistance skill that could weaken magic damage. The problem was, that was a high-level magic cast by the level 7 magic spatial skill. Even if it was a resistance skill, it was reasonable to be able to resist a part of the damage, but to completely nullify it, how high must the skill level be? At least the same level as the magic spatial skill, which was at least level 7, right? And Xianxia also had a unique skill that not only exempted her from the chant requirement, but also enhanced the effect of magic. In this way, unless the opponent learned a level 8 or even level 9 resistance skill, it was impossible to do this. But this man was clearly only level 10, he was only level 10. How could he learn such a high level and difficult skill? Then he must have used an unique skill or the power of the holy sword. It was said that the hero's holy sword had all kinds of amazing effects. For example, it could increase the user's level. Another example, it could help the user resist damage, just like the resistance skill, which would directly negate a certain degree of damage. It was described in the legends that when the heroes resisted the powerful demons, with the protection of the holy sword, no matter how many demons there were, they would be immune to a certain degree of damage. Especially the heroes who defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, they could even be immune to half of the damage from any opponent. This incident was still regarded as a legend to this day, and was written in books of legends and even in various novels. In that case, Xianxia must have used the holy sword. While Xianxia was convinced, she couldn't help but look at the package that Xianxia carried on his shoulder. The package didn't show any signs of being opened. This made Xianxia waver again. On the ground, Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the scene clearly. This is a good chance. While the opponent was wavering, let's hit him when he's down. Xianxia made such a decision without any psychological burden. However, at this moment, Xianxia suppressed her wavering emotions and heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like it's not just the holy sword. Your unique skill is quite powerful as well, Xianxia said. In the end, Xianxia attributed the reason to the strength of the hero's unique skill. Just like what you said, I can't deal with you anymore. Xianxia looked deeply at Xianxia and said, you are more extraordinary than I thought. Perhaps even the hero who defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Xianxia paused and sighed. Let's stop here for today. Xianxia withdrew all her magical power and her expression returned to its previous cold state. Are you trying to escape? Xianxia immediately went over to provoke him. Do you want to keep me here? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, it's better not. Even if you use the holy sword and can defeat me, you can't stop me from leaving. Who asked Xianxia to learn spatial magic? As long as she teleported, Xianxia could easily leave the battlefield. But you don't have to worry about me escaping. I just don't want to fight with you anymore. Xianxia took out an invitation letter from her chest and threw it in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia looked at this scene. Then, he let the letter fall to the ground. Why didn't you accept it? Xianxia couldn't help but complain. Xianxia's answer was also very strong. Wouldn't it be foolish of me to catch something thrown by an enemy who wanted to kill me just now? Xianxia retorted. According to the atmosphere just now, perhaps it would be the coolest to naturally take the next step. This was often written in novels, and Xianxia had often thought about it when he was reading novels. What if it's a bomb? Hence, Xianxia resisted subconsciously. You. Xianxia was infuriated. Her chest heaved up and down, which attracted Xianxia's attention. He had to admit that this girl had a great figure. Forget it. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, I will return to the Lemijin. If you want to see me, come to the address written on it. After saying that, Xianxia seemed to be worried that Xianxia wouldn't play by the rules again. Remember to come. Or you will regret it. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and disappeared as if she had merged with the space around her. Xianxia stared at the spot where Xianxia disappeared. After a long time, he finally relaxed his shoulders and shifted his gaze to the invitation letter on the ground. Regret it. He had a feeling that he would regret it if he went to her. No matter how I look at it, it looks like I'm going to be dragged into some new trouble. Xianxia didn't forget that when Xianxia first appeared, she said she was escaping to the Lemijin. Colluding with a fugitive? Troublesome. Very troublesome indeed. So, shush, a handful of soil flew over and buried the eye-catching invitation letter. That's all. Shuren acted like nothing had happened. He stretched his body and left the place. However, after Shuren left, a figure quietly appeared and picked up the invitation letter from the soil. The girl in the black robe watched Shuren leave in silence for a long time. The campsite at the foot of the Mongol mountains. When Shuren returned, Vivian was the only one left in the campsite beside the bonfire. "You're back?" Seeing Shuren return, Vivian stood up. "Sorry, have you been waiting for me?" Shuren looked at Vivian, who relaxed after seeing him, and felt a little touched. He stepped forward and said apologetically, "Where are the others?" "Lumia and Marika have gone to rest. I'm the only one here to keep watch. I'll change shifts in the middle of the night." Vivian smiled and said, as for Terre, she should have gone to patrol nearby to see if there are any monsters coming down from the mountains. While saying that, Vivian looked at Shuren and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine." Shuren answered immediately. "Is that so?" Vivian was relieved and said, "It seems that you've thought it through." Shuren suddenly scratched his head. Thought it through? This statement was simply like saying that there was something that Shuren couldn't figure out just now. "Actually, you don't have to worry so much." Shuren said rather embarrassedly, "I'm indeed surprised by some things, but it's not to the point where I can't figure it out." This was the truth. Just as Lesia thought, although Shuren was conflicted about the summoning of the hero and the fact that the Demon King had been defeated, he wasn't that perplexed. The reason why Shuren responded to the mission of defeating the Demon King was purely for the sake of a deal. Nian resurrected him, who had died once, and gave him a second life. In exchange, he helped her defeat the Demon King. That was all. Under such circumstances, even if the Demon King had been defeated, Shuren wouldn't have any problems. Judging from the current situation, what was truly bothering him was his identity as a hero. Once this identity was exposed, it would definitely affect the world. This was something that was certain. And no matter what kind of inside story was behind this matter, it wasn't something that Shuren should be concerned about. Of course, Shuren also understood that he might have become the center of the inside story, and the possibility of falling into some kind of conspiracy was very high. However, this wasn't enough to make Shuren feel perplexed. "I've been bombarded by so many similar plots in my previous life. Of course, I know what I should do now." Now, there was only one thing that Shuren should do. That was to improve his strength. No matter what kind of conspiracy I encounter, as long as I can increase my strength, then when the situation happens, I will have enough ability to deal with it. So, I will work hard to improve myself. This was what Sean needed to do next. There was no need for any hesitation. Sean planned to slowly collect information and understand this world while continuously improving his own strength. That way, sooner or later, the mystery would come to him, who was the center of the inside story, and he would have enough strength to solve it. First, I'll set becoming an official adventurer as my goal. With the identity of an adventurer and the guild as a source of information and a channel to understand this world, Shuren could gradually solve some of the mysteries in his heart. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild's influence was spread all over the world, so he would definitely be able to come into contact with all kinds of people, which would be helpful for Shuren to improve his strength. In order to improve his strength, Shuren had two directions. One was to increase his level. The other was to acquire skills. For the former, it was easier to fight to the death with an opponent of similar strength, and it was difficult to achieve the goal of insta-killing the opponent. For Shuren, who had the Holy Sword and various skills that were at max level, it wasn't the most efficient method. Therefore, Shuren planned to focus on the latter. He would take all kinds of risks and come into contact with all kinds of characters to learn skills on his own, or get others to teach him new skills. With the unique skill, Providence, Shuren believed that he would be able to quickly learn all kinds of skills and raise them to max level in an instant. This was definitely a way to greatly improve his strength, and it was undoubtedly more efficient than painstakingly leveling up. In any case, Sean did not want to become an ascetic monk in order to improve his strength, and then become an autistic monk in a forest full of monsters to train himself into a 10-mile slope sword god. Not only would that be hard, but he would also lose contact with the outside world. Without any source of information, it would also be difficult to respond in time when something unexpected happened. When he saw such a plot in his previous life, Sean had thought more than once, aren't those protagonists afraid of being out of touch with the outside world, or even suffering from communication and social barriers, and no longer able to keep up with the times and the community when they go into seclusion for so long? One had to know that reality was not as gentle and kind as the setting in the novel. Those who only thought about their own matters would be beaten up by society. Besides, he had already activated such a huge cheat. Even if he didn't act recklessly, he couldn't let himself suffer, right? When he recalled the 10 days he spent in the magical forest, even Sharon's face turned green. I must become an adventurer. At that moment, Sharon made such a firm statement. This made Vivian, who didn't know what Sharon was thinking, show an expression of admiration. I'm glad that you think so. Vivian said with a gentle expression, if you encounter any difficulties and need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Sharon thanked her from the bottom of his heart. If it's really necessary, let me do this. In fact, there were many ways that Vivian could help Sharon. At least, Sharon wanted Vivian to tell him more about this world so that he could better understand the situation of this world. Since that was the case, Sharon wouldn't be unreasonable. Good luck. Vivian patted Sharon's shoulder and encouraged him. After a while, in the direction where Sharon came from, a petite figure quietly returned. That was naturally Ter. Thank you for your hard work. Vivian looked at Ter and smiled at her. Ter nodded, then glanced at Sharon before walking in the direction of the tent. Sharon blinked. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sharon seemed to feel that just now. Ter looked at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. It should be an illusion, right? Sharon muttered. After that, Sharon and Vivian kept watch. During this period, Sharon also asked Vivian about many things. It wasn't until late at night when Lumia and Marika came out to take over the shift that Sharon regretfully stopped and returned to the tent to sleep. By the way, there were a total of 3 tents. Vivian and Ter shared one, Lumia and Marika shared one, and Sharon used one. For some reason, the location of the tent was quite a distance from the first 2 tents. It had to be said that this was very distressing. The next day. At dawn, when the sky was still bright, the campfire at the foot of the mountain was extinguished. When Sharon was still sleeping, Vivian entered his tent and dragged him up. Now is the time for the nocturnal monsters to return to their nests, and most of the diurnal monsters will only appear after dawn. Now is the best time for us to enter the mountain. Vivian used this reason to gather everyone together. However, the girls seemed to have already prepared for this, or perhaps they were already used to this kind of life, so they all looked energetic and did not look sleepy at all. Only Sharon, who was constantly yawning in the middle of the energetic girls, looked like he would collapse at any time. Really, too indecent. Hurry up and wash your face, and be refreshed. Vivian was like a worried sister who rushed Sharon to wash up, causing Sharon to smile bitterly. I thought I was used to waking up early after coming to this world, but I really can't compare to the orthodox adventurers. As an adventurer, not only did he have to keep watch for several hours in the middle of the night, but he also had to get up early to enter the mountain to complete the commission. It was really hard. Moreover, after entering the mountain, he had to encounter all kinds of dangerous monsters, so he could not be careless. So even if he did not have enough sleep, he had to be energetic and could not slack off. Don't they consider sleeping or something like that? Sharon washed up in a daze while thinking about such things, until he splashed cold water on his face and fiercely rubbed his face a few times. Only then did he become energetic. Immediately after, Sharon returned to the side of the girls, and together with the girls who were ready to go, they prepared to enter the Mongol mountain belt. Everyone, come over. Vivian called out to everyone and took out a map from her luggage, spreading it in front of everyone. Naturally, it was the map of the Mongol mountain belt. On the map, there were not only detailed road markings, but also several special signs. There was a red X symbol, an icon symbol that looked like a pool, and a few other miscellaneous symbols. This map was drawn with great care. First, let's confirm our goal for this trip. Vivian's gaze swept across everyone. Now that we have cleared the blood-sucking vines, the remaining two tasks are to collect spring water from the medium-sized mana source and obtain the skin of the fire lizard. Vivian was the first to confirm before she said so. There are a total of 17 mana sources in the Mongol mountain belt. One is large, 3 are medium-sized, and the remaining 13 are all small. So, let's first eliminate all the small mana sources. As she said, Vivian took out a quill and marked the 13 pools on the map with X signs. Only then did Xian know that the pool icons were the locations of all the sources of magic in the Mount Mongol belt. The large mana source in the belt of the Mongol mountain belt is said to have level 80 powerful monsters. Vivian said, although if we bring back the spring water from the large mana source, the client will be overjoyed and announce that we have completed the task and will even pay us extra. The large mana source usually has the highest level of dangerous monsters in the area. The large mana source in the Mongol mountain belt is said to have level 80 powerful monsters. For safety's sake, we can't go near there. Vivian crossed out a golden pool icon on the map. She also crossed out the icon of a nearby pool. Because that mana source was too close to the large mana source, Vivian directly crossed it out, right? This way, there are 2 remaining mana sources. One of them is closer to us, and the other is in the other direction of the mountain range. It is clear at a glance which side we should go to. Vivian decisively crossed out the other pool sign, leaving only one pool sign. Then, Vivian used a quill to mark the path from where everyone was to the remaining pool sign on the map. This is the closest path to the target mana source. We'll go there from here. Vivian pointed at the path with the tip of her pen and said, follow this path. If everything goes well, when we arrive at our destination, it should be the time when the monsters start to become active. We should try to collect the spring water before that, and then guard the vicinity of the source of mana. When the monsters get close, we will immediately hunt down the fire lizards. In this way, the mission would be successfully completed. That's the battle plan. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Vivian asked everyone. Ter, Lumia, and Marika did not speak, so they thought that there should be no problems. But, I have a question. Shuren raised his hand with a serious expression. What exactly is the mana source? Shuren had long wanted to ask this question. Until now, Shuren still did not know what the mana source was. However, when they heard Shuren's question, Lumia and Marika could not help but tilt their bodies and almost fall to the ground. Even Ter was speechless, leaving Vivian speechless. It seems that you're seriously lacking in common sense, Shuren. Vivian said helplessly. However, Vivian no longer gave Shuren a puzzled look. You should know that there is magic in everyone's body, right? Sorry, I didn't know. Is that so? Vivian began to look at Xian sympathetically, even pitying him. Even the other girls felt helpless, causing Ter to fall silent, Lumia to be at a loss, and Marika to have a subtle expression. This made Shuren feel like he was being treated as a bad student by a primary school teacher, and he could not help but laugh dryly. Then I'll explain it to you from the beginning. Vivian could not help but laugh, and then began to explain patiently. Everything in the world has the possibility of carrying mana, especially life itself. From the moment it was born, it will have mana, because the essence of mana is life force. After life force is transformed, it can be turned into mana, so even commoners have mana in their bodies, albeit very weak. Only by raising one's level will one be able to hold a considerable amount of mana, which can be used to cast spells and skills. And as an existence that gives birth to all life and things, the world itself has an extremely large amount of life force operating. Therefore, be it the atmosphere or the earth, there will be mana that belongs to the world. When this mana is gathered in one place and solidified, it will form a mana source. This is the mana source. Vivian's explanation was rather simple and easy to understand, and Xian instantly understood the nature of the source of mana. However, there was one thing that Shuren had actually wanted to ask for a long time. Magic power is transformed from life force, right? Shuren said in a tone that sounded like he was about to complain. This setting is indeed very common, but I've always wanted to ask, in this way, a large amount of mana and life force will be consumed, but will people really not die? This was a question that had troubled Shuren for a long time. In his previous life, Shuren often saw various settings related to life force, which made him rather concerned about the nature of this power. In particular, the mechanism that could be used to convert life force into mana made Shuren wonder if the mages who wantonly used mana would suddenly die on the spot one day due to exhaustion of life force. However, no matter which story it was, people seemed to use this power as if it was a matter of course, and in the end, they were still safe and sound, which made Shuren puzzled no matter how hard he thought about it. In the end, these points would be classified as it's just a novel, and you'll lose if you take it too seriously, and no one would pursue it further. Now, Shuren felt that since he had encountered this problem in reality, he had to get an answer. Otherwise, it would be the rhythm of driving someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Naturally, Vivian could not know these thoughts in Shuren's mind. Hence, in response to Shuren's question, Vivian replied with a smile. "I don't think you should worry too much about this," Vivian said, "because vitality is the power that any life uses to maintain its own survival, just like how flowers and trees need to absorb nutrients and water to grow. Perhaps without vitality, no life can survive, but vitality will still be consumed." Hearing this, Shuren somewhat understood. Simply put, life force is the same as nutrition. It is needed to maintain life activities. Without it, one will die from malnutrition or even malnutrition, but it can be replenished, right? Many people understood life force as something like an individual's lifespan, and thought that consuming it would shorten one's lifespan or something. But in fact, life force was only used as the energy needed to carry out life activities. Of course, life couldn't live without it, but even if it was consumed, one would not die immediately. Just like how a person had to eat to replenish the nutrients and energy needed by the body, life force could also be recovered through rest, sleep, and eating. At the same time, it was something that needed to be consumed to maintain life activities, and not a lifespan that absolutely could not be lost. Of course, if one completely lost life force, there would be no way to carry out life activities, and one would eventually die. However, under normal circumstances, it was the same principle as starvation. A moment of hunger would definitely not lead to death unless one was starved for a long time. Therefore, life force could not be depleted all the time. Once it was not replenished and completely drained, it would be over. As for mana, although it was transformed from life force, the human body originally needed to consume life force to maintain life activities. Now, it was just an additional function of transforming mana into mana. It was one of the many life activities of a person. No matter how much mana was transformed into, as long as one's daily rest, sleep, and food were maintained well, and as long as one's vital signs were all normal, allowing one's life force to be fully replenished, then it would not be exhausted. However, there is a direct relationship between mana and life force, and the connection between the two is stronger than that of ordinary life activities. If one mana is fully replenished, and of life force, of mana would not be depleted. Vivian said. Thanks to this, when a person's magic power has an abnormal condition, it will usually directly reflect on the body. You have to pay attention to it. Vivian's words reminded Shuren of one of his skills, immortality. This skill could forcibly maintain Shuren's vital signs by consuming mana, which was perhaps the best proof of the direct relationship between mana and life force. The world is the same as the human body. Maintaining all kinds of natural activities requires life force, but life force will still be naturally replenished, as long as there is no problem with the world itself. Vivian said to Shuren as she pointed at the pool icon on the map. These mana sources are like our own life force, which can be converted into mana. If a large amount of this mana is gathered in a single location, it will take the form of spring water after a long period of transformation. It might even take on a solid form. At that time, it will become magic crystals or various magic ores and metals, Sherfeng explained. Because of this, the spring water in the mana source could be used for various purposes, just like magic crystals. Whether it was to create magical potions, magical tools, or magical weapons, it could be used. Of course, the larger the mana source, the higher the concentration of mana in the spring water. Some mana sources' spring water could even directly replace the effects of magic crystals, so it was also a very valuable resource. The problem is that it's not only us humans who want it, but also monsters, Vivian said with a serious expression. Vivian's expression became serious as she said, Because monsters can directly absorb mana to obtain power, these mana sources are very attractive to monsters. As a result, all kinds of monsters would naturally gather around the mana source, and the larger the mana source, the more powerful the monsters would be, making it very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the mana in the mana source may also affect and interfere with the surrounding environment, causing some special monsters to be born. That was how Gorham was born, Vivian said with a smile. It's probably because its level is too low that it was chased away by the other monsters who have their eyes on the mana source. It can only attack people by the roadside and absorb metal ores to increase its strength, but it met you. How unlucky. What else could Xian say? He could only smile. However, thanks to Vivian's thoughtful explanation, Xian finally understood why she came up with such a battle plan. Since the monsters will be attracted to the mana source, we just need to wait near the mana source. Sooner or later, our target will appear, right? Not only that, but if everything went smoothly, and the monsters fought each other for the mana source, Xian and the others could lie in ambush and wait for the battle to end. Then, they could come and reap the rewards, directly peeling off the skin of the fire salamanders that were killed by the monsters. The fire salamanders are gregarious monsters between level 30 and level 40. Based on the size of this mana source, it should be able to attract a group of fire salamanders. Vivian summed it up in one sentence, telling Xian that this was exactly what she was planning. Regarding this, Xian also only had one sentence to say. You're really treacherous. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were all stunned by his words. Then, Xian changed the topic and added another sentence. But I like it. After saying that, Xian gave Vivian a thumbs up. Vivian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even Tara and Marika didn't know how to react, and Lucia was the only one who still looked like she was the one who had been humiliated. Then, let's go. Vivian put away the map. The group packed their luggage, tied the carriage to a deep forest, and entered the Mongol mountain belt. Not long after, the sky was completely bright. Sunlight shone down from the sky, illuminating the earth and causing the vegetation in the Mongol mountains to seem to be covered in a layer of golden gauze. It looked exceptionally beautiful. However, there was no doubt that there were many dangers hidden in this beautiful nature. The magical creatures that were active during the day began to become active at this time, causing ferocious roars to echo from every corner of the mountain range. However, Vivian's team arrived at their destination without any risk or hindrance. Alright, we're here. Vivian, who was walking at the front, stopped in her tracks and informed her companions behind her. This made everyone relax, and they all more or less heaved a sigh of relief. Are we finally here? Marika cried out as she panted tiredly. Are you all right? Marika? Lumia supported Marika, her face full of concern. It's time for you to train your body, Marika. Ter stood behind the two girls as if she was bringing up the rear for them and said calmly. But, they're mages. Marika immediately puffed up her cheeks. As they had to reach their destination before the monsters became active, Vivian's team had to carry out a rather strenuous and hurried march along the way. Under such circumstances, it did not take long for Marika to become breathless and almost unable to move. According to the information that Vivian had revealed before, this elven girl was a pure mage. When she leveled up, her magic power increased the most, but her physical abilities seemed to be no different from that of an ordinary girl. Since that was the case, it was naturally quite difficult for the beautiful elven girl to rush through the mountains. If it weren't for Lucia supporting her from the side and even carrying her on her back, they most likely wouldn't have been able to reach their destination in such a short period of time. However, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Xian, who was at the back of the team, looked at Lumia, who was supporting Marika with a worried expression. He clearly looks weak, but not only can he keep up with everyone's footsteps, he can even carry a person on his back without panting or blushing. Xian was not surprised at all that Vivian and Ter were behaving this way. After all, it was obvious that the two of them were not low-level mages like Marika. They had always given Xian the impression that they were strong women, so it was normal for them to be behaving this way. However, Lumia's performance could not be compared to those two at all. Since yesterday, she had been like a delicate and afraid pendant, hanging around either Ter or Marika. The only thing missing was the words "I'm very weak, please don't bully me" written on her face. However, her unexpected performance made Shuren feel that he had misjudged her. Of course, Marika's performance also surprised Shuren. "Is there no magic that can strengthen the body?" Shuren asked. Although Sean asked, he did not expect to get a reply from Marika. He just wanted Vivian to explain to him. However, Shuren did not expect to get a reply from Marika. He just wanted Vivian to explain it to him. However, something unexpected happened to Shuren. Body strengthening belongs to the category of support magic. I haven't learned the magic assistance skill, so I can't use it at all. Marika was still angry. I'm proficient in fire and ice magic, so I've only learned the magic, fire, and magic, ice skills. I haven't learned any support magic at all. As soon as she said this, the surroundings became quiet. Shuren was stunned, his face full of surprise. Vivian, Ter, and Lumia were also stunned, and looked at Marika in surprise. Only then did Marika come back to her senses. Realizing her attitude just now, her angry face began to be stained with panic. "No, it's not that." Melika seemed to be at a loss as to what to do and began to speak haltingly. Upon seeing this, Sean scratched his face and said with an awkward but not polite smile, "Thank you for your answer." Shuren gave Marika a way out of this embarrassing situation. "No. You're welcome." Marika's pretty face began to turn red. The originally quiet atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. It was not until a while later that Vivian broke this strange atmosphere. "Let's collect the spring water first." Vivian looked at Marika with some amusement. "Marika, can I trouble you?" Okay." Marika immediately ran forward as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Wait. Marika. Beware of monsters." Lumia hurriedly chased after her. Really, Ter, on the other hand, muttered something under her breath and followed them, as if she wanted to protect Lucia and Marika. Only Shuren and Vivian were left at the scene. "What do you think?" Vivian teased. "Marika is very cute, right?" "Cute?" Shuren immediately rolled his eyes at Vivian. "It's just a sentence. What does it have to do with whether she's cute or not?" Shuren almost cursed it out loud, ruining his honest image. "Isn't this good?" Vivian did not care about Shuren's sudden change of words, and muttered to herself. "At least this will let you know that they don't actually hate you as much as you think." "Perhaps that's true," Shuren muttered. "But this is just Marika, right?" As for Ter and Lumia, one was still cold and taciturn, and the other was timid and afraid of strangers. They did not have the slightest inclination to interact with Shuren. "Is that so?" Vivian said meaningfully. "Perhaps, there are some who have already let down their guard against you, but you just don't know about it." After saying this, Vivian left Shuren behind and walked in the direction of her companions. "There are others?" Shuren had a blank look on his face. "There was such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? I didn't do anything special, did I? Could it be some cliché invisible strategy that suffocated the development?" Forget it, Shuren did not feel happy at all. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to suffer the retribution for all the things he had said when he first saw the plot of such a novel? Would he become the main character who would be ridiculed? And one of those slow, passive strategy types? Hiss. Oh no, I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Shuren seemed to be explaining to someone. "What are you doing? Come here quickly." At this moment, Vivian's voice came from the front. "Coming." Shuren immediately ran over in high spirits. The source of mana that Vivian's team had set their sights on was no different from a pool, be it in size or scale. However, the spring water inside was indeed not ordinary water, but the form of the materialization of mana. In essence, it was still mana, so it emitted a misty radiance. It looked like a pool covered with a layer of light mist, which was rather pleasing to the eye. If such a place existed in my previous life, it would definitely become a tourist attraction, attracting a large number of tourists and making a lot of money, right? Shuren had such a thought the moment he saw the source of mana, which showed how pleasing the appearance of the source of mana was. However, considering that there are monsters around, no one would come to this place for sightseeing unless they have a death wish, right? Otherwise, the task of collecting the spring water would not have been entrusted to the adventurers. It was because the location of the mana spring was usually where monsters wreaked havoc, so people couldn't collect the spring water wantonly, and could only entrust it to adventurers. Otherwise, all the mana spring would be drained, and adventurers wouldn't be able to complete it as it was now, and they wouldn't be able to earn rewards from it. Moreover, collecting the spring water from the source of mana also required skills. Because the spring water is solidified mana, not only does it need a special container to hold it, but it will also evaporate into ordinary mana and dissipate into the atmosphere if it leaves the source of mana. Hence, special tools are needed to extract and preserve the spring water, Vivian explained to Shuren. At the same time, she got Ter and Lumia to take out a set of equipment that seemed to be used for chemical experiments from their luggage and handed it to Marika, who was in charge of collecting the spring water from the source of mana. The spring water that has been extracted through specific steps can be stored in a special container for a certain period of time. The time it can be stored is also related to the size of the source of mana. The spring water from a small source of mana can be stored for about 3 days, a medium one for about 7 days, and a large one for a month. Vivian's detailed explanation helped Shuren solve a mystery. Originally, Shuren had thought that since the spring water from the source of mana was so useful, why not make a big move and transport the spring water all at once? If there was a time limit, it would not be difficult to understand. This also dispelled Shuren's idea of completely draining the source of mana and selling the spring water in the town. It had to be said that this was a pity. In addition, the steps to extract the spring water were rather complicated, and even Mage Marika, who had the highest affinity for mana, would need a lot of time to do it. During this period, it was inevitable that monsters would appear. Ah! Amidst the shrill cry, a black figure slowly walked out of the forest. Be on guard! Ter was the first to notice the enemy. She shouted a warning, causing everyone to tense up and face the enemy. Xian also unsheathed the broadsword at his waist and stayed by the side of the crowd like a low-key newcomer. Of course, what he was thinking was, discovering the enemy and not being able to warn the others. How troublesome. With the maxed-out, enemy sense, skill, Xian was naturally the first to discover the enemy in the truest sense. However, he was unable to warn everyone, so he only reacted now. As for the enemy that appeared, it was a humanoid monster with a long sword and a round shield. It was covered in green scales, had a reptilian head and tail, and had a ragged cloth around its waist. Lizardman? Vivian took out the tower shield that she had been carrying on her back and equipped it. There are more behind. Lumia clenched her fists nervously as she spoke to the others. Just as he had said, behind the lizard men, black figures similar to the lizard men slowly appeared in the forest. They were all lizard men. 1, 2, 3. There are 22 of them in total. Ter seemed to have used enemy sense to detect the number of enemies and informed the others in a calm voice. I'll help too. Marika, who was extracting the spring water, immediately stopped what she was doing and picked up her staff. The group then faced the group of lizard men. At this moment, Vivian suddenly said to Shuren. Speaking of which, I don't think we've shown our strength in front of you yet, have we? When she said this, the smile on Vivian's face was not the usual gentle and kind type. Instead, it was full of shrewdness and capability. This is a good opportunity. Let me introduce the adventurers of this team to you. When Vivian said so, the group of lizard men in front of them began to move. Ah! Ah! With a threatening roar, the lizard men slowly emerged from the forest and rushed over. Seeing this, Shuren reflexively wanted to meet them. However, someone was faster than Shuren. Ha! Lumia, who was originally standing there nervously with her fists clenched, suddenly shouted and shot out like an arrow. With the speed of a bullet, she instantly dashed in front of a lizard man. Her speed was so fast that even Shuren was surprised. Ah! The lizard man seemed to be startled as well. When it regained its senses, it immediately roared angrily and raised the sword in its hand, slashing at Lumia. Watch out! Shuren said subconsciously. It could not be helped. Lumia had always given Shuren the impression that she was weak and timid. Seeing that the lizard men were attacking her so close, Xianxia naturally could not sit back and do nothing. Don't worry. However, Vivian was unusually calm and did not make any move to save her. The next second, clang. With a crisp sound of metal colliding, the lizardman's sword was deflected. Facing the incoming sword, Lumia directly punched out and actually knocked the sword away. Upon closer inspection, Lucia's hands were now covered in metal gauntlets. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lumia punched out and sent the lizard man whose weapon had been deflected flying, creating a strong gust of wind. The scene was so shocking that even Xianxia was stunned. Vivian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Lumia, the vanguard of our party. She is a dog among the beastmen. She has an extraordinary sense of smell and the beastman's innate physical strength. Thus, she mainly uses the skills, bare-handed combat, and body enhancement, as her main combat skills. She has also trained these two skills and has raised them to level 6. She is currently level 44, a 4th-rate adventurer. As soon as Vivian's voice trailed off, Lumia had already dashed toward the second lizard man. She deflected the lizardman's weapon and threw it into the air with a punch. Immediately, burn off. Marika raised her staff and gathered her mana, causing the crystal on the staff to glow. Boom! The lizard man that was blasted high into the air burst into flames and was instantly burned to ashes. Marika, as you can see, our party's mage is an elf. Because elves are close to nature, they have an extremely high affinity for mana and magic. All of them are natural mages, and Marika's magic is among the best even among her peers. She is proficient in fire and ice magic. Apart from chant and meditation, which are compulsory for mages, Marika has spent all her skill points on magic fire and magic ice, training them to level 4. As a result, Marika can use these two types of intermediate magic. She is currently level 42, also a 4th-rate adventurer. As she said this, Vivian suddenly turned around and fiercely rammed to the side. Bang! A lizard man that had unknowingly snuck over was sent flying by Vivian's tower shield. The lizard man smashed into a tree trunk and was on the brink of death. As for me, you should already know that as the leader of the party, I am a defensive vanguard. The skills I have learned are one-handed sword, shield, light equipment, parry, provoke, and damage reduction. Currently, I am level 50, a 5th-rate adventurer. Vivian turned around and smiled at Xianxia. Next, let me introduce you to the strongest member of our party, who is also the #1 genius in Lamjin. As if riding on Vivian's words, a petite figure dashed out from the crowd. Whoosh! The wind whistled through the mountains. It was not the wind brought by nature, but the wind brought by a person. The petite black-robed girl turned into a gust of wind at this moment. As she dashed forward, she raised her head and looked at the group of lizards. Her eyes under the hood flashed with a cold light. In the next moment, a pair of weapons fell into the girl's hands. It was a pair of sharp blades with ferocious serrated edges. Holding such a pair of lethal blades, Terre dashed into the group of lizards. Ah! Ah! The lizards cried out. However, this was the only reaction they could make in time. Poochie! When the sound of flesh being torn rang out, a lizard did not even have time to react. Its body was cut open by a ferocious blade, and a large amount of blood splattered. Terre killed the lizard closest to her without hesitation and shook off the blood on the blade. Ah! Ah! The surrounding lizard men reacted. Seeing this scene, all of them were enraged. They surrounded Terre and slashed at her mercilessly with their swords. In response, Terre seemed to have already grasped the enemy's movements. Her figure flashed like a gust of wind, leaving a series of afterimages as she dodged all the attacks. Moreover, while dodging, Terre also used her footwork and the inertia of dodging to get close to the lizard's weapons at an extremely fast speed. Poochie! The sharp blade flashed and cut off the head of a lizard, separating its head from its body. Poochie! 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 The sharp blade flashed one after another, mercilessly cutting open the bodies of the lizards one by one. Terre flashed quickly, and the two blades in her hands were like the scythes of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the lizards one by one. It was extremely bloody. Xianxia showed a surprised expression. Even he could tell that Ter's battle prowess was much stronger than the rest of the team. Vivian seemed to have expected this scene, and she smiled faintly. Ter is a guerrilla warrior who focuses on attacking power and explosive power. She is best at one-hit kills and attacks that target weaknesses. In order to kill the enemy as quickly as possible, she decided on the best combination of skills when she was at her level, and after rigorous training, she successfully learned all of them. Vivian looked at the figure that moved like a gust of wind and said word by word. The skill that can increase the skill and attack power of a bladed weapon, dual blade. The skill that can ignore a certain degree of defense, penetration. The skill that can increase one's speed as one's level increases, acceleration. Able to see through the enemy's movements. Not only can I dodge the enemy's attacks, but I can also use all means to get close to the enemy. At the fastest speed. This is the upper tier skill of evasion, close evasion. The skill that can detect enemies with hostility, enemy sense. All of Ter's skills are used to get close to, detect, and kill enemies. She has upgraded all of them to level 5 and above. The amount of skill points one could obtain depended on one's innate talent and potential. That was why Ter was able to upgrade so many of her skills to LV5 and above. One could imagine how many skill points she would obtain when she leveled up, and how much talent and potential she had. She's currently level 59, and she's only one step away from becoming a level 6 adventurer at level 60. Ter is only 16 years old this year, 2 years younger than me. Even Lumia is older than her by a year. Ter is regarded as the most famous genius in Lumigiona. Her talent and potential are so high that only one person in the entire Mitra kingdom is stronger than her. Shuren raised an eyebrow at Vivian's words. He looked at Ter as well. I didn't expect this last to be a famous genius. Moreover, the other party was the strongest existence in Vivian's party, and he was actually at level 59. This was something that Sean had not expected either. What surprised Shuren even more was that Ter was the youngest in Vivian's party. Lumia, who had always treated her as the backbone of the party, was a year older than her. As for Marika, she was probably the oldest in Vivian's party. After all, Shuren remembered that the staff of the Adventurers Guild had said that elves were only considered adults when they were 150 years old. Only then could they be considered adventurers. As such, Ter was naturally the youngest in the team, but she was also the strongest and the most talented. Then, Ter has learned another skill, Vivian said in a rather surprised tone. Look carefully. That skill is amazing. Look at it carefully. That skill is incredible. It was indeed amazing. Shuren had already seen Ter use the skill. Huh. Seeing its companions being killed one after another, Ter's next target, a lizard man, seemed to be afraid. It abandoned the long sword in its hand and raised the round shield in its other hand to protect itself. But facing the enemy with the shield, Ter didn't go around it. Instead, she rushed forward. One of the sharp blades in her hand suddenly trembled. A wave of magic surged into the sharp blade and covered its edge, causing it to flicker with a red light. Die. Ter made a ruthless announcement with a cold voice. Poochie. With a flash of the flashing red blade, the lizard man and the round shield in its hand were cut in half. A surprised expression appeared on Sean's face again. Vivian's explanation immediately came from the side. That's an advanced skill that has a very low chance of being learned at level 70, magic sword. Vivian said. As the name suggests, this is a skill that can add magic attacks to one's weapon. The higher the level, the more powerful it will be. It can also be extended and retracted, and its shape can be changed at will. Even at level 1, its attack power is enough to cut through steel. In history, there were people who used magic sword to cut through city walls. There were even legends of brave men using magic sword to split the sea. It's a skill that all melee fighters dream of. There's a huge gap between the status of those who have learned this skill and those who haven't. Because high-level monsters and even demons usually have very high defense, physical attacks are extremely difficult to deal significant damage to them. Even elemental monsters that are completely immune to physical attacks and have no physical body can use this skill to deal effective damage. Ter learned this skill 3 months ago and trained it to level 2. That's why she's known as a genius. Hearing this, Shuren's mind became active. Soon, all the lizard men had fallen. Not only did they fall to Ter's sharp blade, but they also fell to Lucia's fists and Marika's magic. These three girls had all displayed extraordinary strength, especially Ter, who had changed Shuren's opinion of her to a certain extent. Even Lumia and Marika looked at Ter with admiration in their eyes. Sure enough, Ter is still so powerful. No, she should be even more powerful than before, right? Lucia and Marika went to Ter's side and chattered incessantly. It seemed that these two girls were Ter's little fangirls. However, had they forgotten the fact that Ter was younger than them? Well, there was no rule saying that they couldn't worship someone younger than them. In his previous life, there were also a bunch of so-called young ladies who pretended to be young and crazy about little fresh meat that was much younger than them. They were used to it. Thank you for your hard work. While Shuren's thoughts were running wild, Vivian stepped forward to comfort her companions. Her expression was once again filled with gentleness and kindness, completely different from the shrewd look she had just now. Of course, Ter also did not take their compliments seriously. This level is nothing, Ter said in a calm voice, at least not as good as that princess. Her words attracted Shuren's attention. Princess, who is this? Ignoring Shuren's contemplation, Vivian said with a smile, the person you're comparing to is a little strange. The person you're comparing to is a little strange. Not to mention Mitra, no one in the entire human world can surpass her. Even if you search the entire immortal realm, demon realm, and human realm, I'm afraid that only existences at the level of the 3 great goddesses and the 6 great demons can defeat her, right? Vivian's words were met with silence from Ter. But this was not a silent refutation, but a tacit agreement. Obviously, Ter also expressed her agreement with Vivian's words. But, Shuren suddenly froze. Because, for some reason, Ter suddenly turned around and looked at him. Although he could not see her face and eyes under the hood, Shuren could feel that Ter's gaze was full of contemplation. It was as if she was making an evaluation of Shuren and using him as a comparison. Xian did not understand what was going on with his behavior. However, compared to this matter, Shuren was more concerned about another matter. The demon sword just now was very powerful. After considering his choice of words, Shuren hinted to Ter. Ter was silent for a while and then nodded in response. If I can learn that skill, no matter who it is, no one will be able to do it. Xian's mouth twitched when he saw Ter's weak reaction, and he continued to make obscure hints. This time, Ter glanced at Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Then, she nodded coldly and gave the lowest level of response. Although you are young, there is a saying that the more powerful one comes first. So, even if you have to be someone's teacher, I'm sure you can do it, right? With a stiff smile, Shuren continued to hint wildly. Ter was silent and no longer gave any response. Shuren was suddenly at a loss for words. This girl is so king hard to deal with. What are they doing? I don't know, is this some kind of secret signal? On the side, Vivian, Lumia, and Marika looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little strange. Shuren and Ter looked at each other and both fell into silence. After a while, Shuren felt that he still had to take the initiative. Again, Shuren simulated hundreds of crazy hints in his mind and was ready to show off his skills. Unfortunately, Shuren's ambition was completely crushed by Ter's words. You want to learn? Ter's blunt words hit the nail on the head. Shuren, who was ready to show off his skills, immediately felt stifled. The crazy hints that were about to come out of his mouth became this kind of response. Who wants to learn? I don't want to learn. Shuren's words became like this, and his tone was filled with inexplicable arrogance. This time, not to mention Ter, even Vivian, Lumia, and Marika fell into silence and were speechless. Xian came to his senses and wished he could slap himself in the face. Where did I get that Sundara? Shuren wanted to die. However, at this moment, Ter said such words. I can teach you. In front of everyone, Ter made such a statement. Ter? Vivian was instantly surprised. Huh? Lumia was also surprised. You want to teach me? Marika was also surprised. This was because everyone who knew Ter knew that this genius girl was not a person who was eager to communicate with others. She was often quite cold to others, and only in front of her teammates would she more or less relax, but that was just her attitude. She was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to help others. Moreover, Ter was very wary of Shuren and had always been on guard against him. Such a sudden change in Ter was really surprising. What was even more surprising was that Ter actually directly announced that she wanted to teach Shuren the demon sword skill. That's the demon sword. Even a level 70 melee fighter only has a very low chance of learning an advanced skill. The words that Marika blurted out should be what everyone who understood the situation wanted to say, right? Even a level 70 melee fighter only had a very low chance of learning an advanced skill, and Ter was known as a second-to-none genius when she learned it before level 60. Now, she wanted a level 10 new adventurer to learn it? Those who knew about this would definitely say, stop fooling around. But Ter was indifferent. Find me when you return to Remigen. With that, Ter turned around and left. Lumia and Marika looked at each other again, and then hurriedly followed. Shuren, on the other hand, had not yet reacted. He stood there alone, blinking his eyes. Vivian looked at Shuren with a meaningful gaze, and after a while, a smile bloomed on her face. See, I told you that there are people who have actually let down their guard against you. It's just that you don't know about it. Vivian said in a chuckling tone, leaving Shuren speechless. All right. It seems that as a hero who transmigrated to another world, I still have some cards to play. After that, everything went smoothly according to Vivian's battle plan. After Marika finished extracting the spring water, the group laid an ambush in the surroundings, waiting for the monsters to appear. There were quite a lot of monsters attracted by the source of magic, and there were also quite a variety of them. It was comparable to the forest that Shuren had stayed in for 10 days when he first came to this world. There was even a group of thorny-horned monsters that Shuren had slaughtered, which made Shuren feel even more familiar. No way, that period of time was undoubtedly a dark history for Shuren, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a period of psychological trauma, so Shuren almost couldn't help but rush out and get rid of all the thorny-horned monsters. Unfortunately, it seemed that Shuren didn't have to do it. Just as Vivian had said at the beginning, the monsters attracted by the source of magic all fought over the spring water. The scene was much more spectacular than when Ter slaughtered the lizards. Not only were there all kinds of monsters spewing fire and electricity, but there were also extremely tragic bites and gnawing at each other. It made Shuren feel like he was watching a never-before-seen horror movie, and he felt somewhat nauseous. If not for the experience of the 10 days in the forest, Shuren felt that he would have directly vomited. It was worth mentioning that the girls in Vivian's team were much calmer than Shuren. Even Lumia, who was the most timid among them, looked at the scene seriously and was not frightened at all. Their mental fortitude was much stronger than those girls in his previous life who would scream for a long time at the sight of cockroaches and rats. After all, we're adventurers, and we're used to it. At the very least, this quality was something that Shuren felt that he should learn from. This is also a common problem with cheats. All they have is strength, but they're completely lacking in other aspects. So, did he really not consider using a skill that could allow him to comprehend some supreme realm and become a cool and handsome tough king? My cheat, just as Shuren was immersed in his own world with nothing to do, the salamanders that were the target of Vivian's team finally appeared in groups. They also participated in the tragic battle, and in the end, many died tragically under the claws of the other monsters and became corpses. This battle lasted until a level 62 rhinoceros monster appeared. Only then did it come to an end. The rhinoceros monster displayed overwhelming strength, and after slaughtering all of its competitors, it drank all the spring water in the mana source and left in satisfaction. It was only then that Vivian's team came out from the bushes that they were hiding in. Is this all right? Shuren turned to Vivian and asked. He was naturally referring to the fact that he had allowed the rhinoceros monster to drink all of the spring water, and did not carry out a crusade against it. Instead, he had simply let it go. Vivian shook her head and said, "Don't worry." Vivian shook her head and said, "After a night, the magic in the atmosphere and the earth will once again gather in the source of magic and solidify into spring water. There's no need to fight such a dangerous monster for something other than the mission." After hearing Vivian's words, there was no need to fight with such a thing. That should mean that the source of magic would be filled with spring water again, right? That should mean that the source of magic would be filled with spring water again, right? Normally, the source of magic would be like this. After attracting a large number of monsters to fight each other, the winner would drink all the spring water, and after a night, it would form a new spring water again, repeating the process. Hence, people call the period when the source of magic is filled with spring water the active stage. Vivian explained the reason why she and the others camped at the foot of the mountain yesterday. It was because at that time, it was not suitable to enter the area where monsters were active, and it was even more unsuitable to collect the spring water of the source of magic. At that time, the spring water of the source of magic would probably have dried up, right? Vivian did not want to miss the time when the source of magic was active, so she camped at the foot of the mountain and collected the spring water before the monsters were attracted to the source of magic. After a while, the monsters that are too weak to fight for the source of magic will be attracted by the corpses and blood of the monsters here, Vivian continued. Since they can't compete for the mana source, they'll target the corpses of these monsters. They'll consume their flesh and blood to obtain the magic that hasn't completely dissipated and slowly increase their strength. Let's quickly collect the materials of these monsters before they arrive. That was the goal of Vivian's team. Immediately, under Vivian's lead, the team began to dissect the corpses of the monsters with practiced techniques. In the process, Vivian also explained a lot of knowledge to Xianxia, such as how to dissect the monsters, which parts of the monsters would be needed, how to bring them back to sell for money, how to store and carry the materials, and so on. Vivian explained all kinds of knowledge to Xianxia. Vivian's explanation was also quite easy to understand, and Xianxia, who had just arrived and did not know much about this world, could understand it. Of course, during this period, there were also many monsters that approached them. However, these monsters were of low levels, and Vivian seemed to want to let Xianxia practice with them, but for some reason, she gave up on the idea. I feel that these are not suitable for you to practice with. I'll find a suitable opponent for you next time. Xianxia could only nod in bewilderment at Vivian's words. In the end, these monsters were all taken care of by Lumia and Marika. Are you all ready? At the foot of the Mongol mountains, Vivian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, asked the carriage behind her. Ready. We can go now. Sister Vivian. Lumia and Marika's eyes widened in shock. Vivian smiled when she heard Lucia's reply, which was full of vigor. Then, let's go back to Lamijin. Vivian started the carriage and let it run forward. Upon closer inspection, on the roof of the carriage and the position of the carriage's cargo boxes, there was a lot of luggage filled with monster materials. One look and one could tell how good the harvest was. Xianxia also sat in the carriage, looking at the Mongol mountains that were gradually getting further and further away. He sighed with emotion at the end of his first adventure. However, Xianxia did not miss it. Instead, he looked forward to returning to Lamijin. When I get back, I'll learn the demon sword skill from Terror. As for the other skills, I'll try to learn them if I can. Otherwise, the skill points would be a waste. And magic. I really want to learn magic. Xianxia had many things he wanted to do. Compared to troublesome matters like the hero and the demon king, the conflict between the Protoss and the demons, and the peace between the three races, Xianxia looked forward to these things more. This world is quite interesting. Adventures were also quite interesting. Right? Lamijin, Adventurers Guild. As usual, today's Adventurers Guild was as noisy as ever. In the hall on the first floor, adventurers wearing all kinds of equipment and carrying all kinds of weapons gathered together as if to vent their emotions. They gobbled down meat and gulped down wine. This seemed to have become the norm. Of course, there were also people gathered in front of the bulletin board, selecting various commissions. The guild staff also had queues in front of the counter. This was also one of the reasons why it was so lively. It was only at a certain moment that the noise in the guild decreased significantly. The reason was simple. That was because an eye-catching party had appeared in the hall on the first floor of the guild. Look, Vivian's party is back. Oh? That was fast this time. Miss Vivian is still as beautiful as ever. Sister Marika is also so beautiful. As expected of an elf. Little Lumia is also cute, right? Hey, keep your voices down. If Tear hears you, you'll be in trouble. As expected, the women in that team are all too beautiful. I really want to join that party. Look, that newbie is still in there. Looks like he didn't do anything to disgust people. What a lucky guy. Amidst such discussions, Shuren and his party returned to the Adventurers Guild and stepped into the hall again. Sean could naturally hear the discussions around him, and could also feel the judgmental and even piercing gazes. He silently shrugged his shoulders for himself in his heart. As expected, there's nothing new about them. Shuren no longer took it seriously. As for Vivian's party, they seemed to have gotten used to such gazes. They ignored the people around them and went straight to a counter. Welcome back, Miss Vivian. The guild member immediately stood up and expressed his condolences to Vivian. Yes, we're back. Vivian responded with a gentle smile, but her words went straight to the point. We've completed the task that we previously accepted. With that, Vivian gestured to Marika, who was beside her. This is mid-sized mana spring water, a total of 3 bottles. We've also collected the skin of the fire lizards. Marika placed a package on the counter and said politely, please inspect it. Alright, 3 bottles of mid-sized mana spring water and 30 fire lizard skin. We've indeed received them. The guild staff glanced at the package and confirmed the items. It was unknown whether it was because he trusted Vivian's party or because he had the ability to quickly confirm the materials. In addition, the guild has also confirmed from the merchant caravan that all the blood-sucking vines on the main road to Frisia have been cleared. The 3 missions you've accepted have been confirmed. This efficiency was truly high. As expected of the Adventurers Guild that had influence all over the world. The guild staff pushed out a tray filled with dazzling gold coins. Gold-ranked commission, spring water collection, reward is 20 gold coins. Silver-ranked commission, fire lizard skin, reward, 10 gold coins. Silver rank mission, eliminate blood-sucking vines, reward is also 10 gold coins. A total of 40 gold coins, please confirm. Hearing this, Vivian nodded. She kept the gold coins and passed them to Marika while conversing with the guild staff. Are there any requests for the scales of the lizards, the horns of the thorny-horned monsters, and the venom sacs of the bristled spiders? There's a request for the horns of the thorny-horned monsters. Although there's no request for the venom sacs of the bristled spiders, the potion workshop on the west side of the street seems to need ingredients that contain poison. The apprentices will come to the guild regularly to issue requests. Next time, we can just give them to them. There's no need for the scales of the lizards. What about the eyeballs of the purple-eyed beasts, the heart of the gargoyle, and the tendon of the sharp-toothed salamander? Apologies, someone brought the eyeballs of the purple-eyed beasts this morning. The tendons of the sharp-toothed salamanders were still in stock in the guild warehouse, so we handed them over. However, the heart of the gargoyle is a rare ingredient. There will be many who want it, and it might appear at any time. When the time comes, we'll trade with them. Thank you, we still have some materials here. It's alright, these are high-grade materials for monsters. There's a huge demand for them, and soon someone will come to ask for them. Then I'll leave it to you. Alright. Vivian chatted smoothly with the guild staff. She had Lumia, who was carrying a backpack that was larger than her, step forward and hand it over to the guild staff. What's going on? Shuren was a little puzzled. To his surprise, Tear, who had been silent all this while, answered Shuren's question. That's to confirm if there's a need for the materials we've collected. Tear said calmly, because adventurers often encounter monsters that are unrelated to the mission and collect their materials. Although these materials are not within the scope of the mission, the guild might receive a commission to collect these materials or to defeat such monsters. Therefore, adventurers can usually report to the guild at this time and complete the commission that they haven't received yet. Shuren immediately understood. It made sense. If adventurers collected materials from other monsters during an adventure, and the guild received a commission to collect these materials, they could hand over the materials after the mission was completed and earn extra remuneration for the commission. Even if there weren't any commissions to collect these materials at the moment, it wasn't certain that there wouldn't be any in the future. Therefore, adventurers would also hand over some of the materials to the guild for management, so that the guild could directly hand over the materials to the guild and complete the commission. There are some who don't do this. They will bring the materials they collect to the shops in the town and sell them in exchange for money. It all depends on the individual. Ter said in a monotonous voice. Our party usually hands over our materials to the guild. We'll only keep the materials that are relatively high grade and valuable. If you feel that this isn't appropriate, you can make a suggestion to Vivian. Vivian will calculate the portion of the materials that needs to be given to you and let you handle it yourself. This is our party's policy. That's quite humane. Sharon thought about it and said, I don't have any objections. Let's do it this way. Ter nodded and did not say anything else. Not long after, Vivian, who had dealt with the commission and materials, came back with Lumia and Marika. We were quite lucky. There were a few materials that were needed, so we completed a few additional commissions and received 60 gold coins as remuneration. Vivian smiled and said with a bag of money that had been distributed. We've received a total of 100 gold coins from this mission. Each of us can get exactly 20 gold coins as remuneration. Here, keep it well. With that, Vivian handed the 4 bags of money to each of them. This money is really easy to earn. With this thought in mind, Sharon stretched out his hand to the bag of money that was handed to him. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and snatched the bag of money that Vivian was about to hand to Sharon. It's not good for a newcomer to receive so much remuneration. Why don't you treat everyone to a drink? A voice full of laughter rang out and entered everyone's ears. The sudden voice and the situation stunned everyone present. Sharon also raised his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked at the owner of the hand that had snatched the pouch. It was a girl about the same age as Vivian. No one knew when she had appeared in the hall, but she had also appeared beside Vivian. The man was dressed appropriately like a military uniform and wore a pair of glasses on his face. He exuded an aura of intelligence and ability. Lily? Vivian was stunned when she saw this person. Then, she called out her name. It was Lily. The surrounding guild staff and adventurers stood up one after another. Guild leader. Haha. Just like that, everyone saluted Lily. Including Ter, including Lumia, including Marika. President? Sharon was surprised. You're Sharon, right? Lily looked at Sharon. She narrowed her shrewd eyes behind her glasses and smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Lily Lazahad, the president of the Remigian Adventurers Guild. Please take care of me in the future. This was the first time Sharon had heard someone say their surname. Moreover, she was the president of the Remigian Adventurers Guild. Why did you come down? Vivian asked in surprise and delight. From her attitude, it was obvious that she was familiar with her. That was the truth. I heard that you guys were back. I just finished my work, so I came down to take a look. Lily's gaze swept across Vivian's team and the large backpack on the counter. She smiled. It seems that your trip was quite smooth. It went quite smoothly. There were basically no accidents. Vivian nodded. She was amused. Why? Are you worried? Do I look like such a cold-blooded person to you? Lily rolled her eyes. Since I'm the one who gave the extra work to your team, wouldn't it seem like I'm trying to shirk responsibility if I don't show some concern? I didn't say it to that extent. Vivian's expression turned from one of amusement to one of laughter. The conversation between the two of them seemed so natural and familiar, telling others exactly what their relationship was like. The surrounding adventurers and guild staff were also not surprised. It was obvious that they already knew about this. What's going on? Sean shuffled back to Ter's side as if he was avoiding her. He lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you?" As you can see, Vivian and President Lily have known each other for a long time, Ter said calmly. Before Vivian became an adventurer and before Lily became the leader of the Adventurers Guild, the two of them already knew each other. They've known each other for at least 10 years. Vivian chose to become an adventurer in Remigian because Lily was transferred here. Dyer was unmoved by Vivian's words. I heard that Vivian chose to become an adventurer in Remigian because Lily was transferred here. In other words, the two of them grew up together? The person who arranged for you to join our team is actually President Lily. Like Vivian, she's famous for taking care of newcomers. Speaking of which, you have to thank her. Otherwise, given your situation, you might have become the target of bullying in the Adventurers Guild. Ter glanced at Shuren. Also, I believe you've noticed that President Lily's identity isn't ordinary. Not only is she the president of the Adventurers Guild in Remigen, but she's also the only daughter of a famous noble. Even the lord of this territory can't be rude in front of her. You have to be careful too. It was no wonder the surrounding adventurers were so well behaved and courteous when Lily appeared. A great noble? Shuren muttered softly. It seemed that in this world, only nobles would have surnames. While Shuren was thinking about these things, Vivian had already started to question Lily. By the way, why did you snatch away Shuren's share of the reward? Vivian said unhappily. That's very rude, isn't it? Indeed. Lily did not deny it. She admitted it openly while changing the topic of conversation. She looked at Sean and said with a profound meaning, "What do you think? A newcomer?" The smart and capable president tossed the topic to Shuren. Shuren didn't waver. This was because Sean had already realized why the man was doing this. I think the president's words make sense. Shuren said calmly. As a newcomer adventurer, it's not good to take so much reward. As a newbie who had just joined the party and was only level 10, not to mention that he hadn't even learned a single skill, the fact that such a person had joined Vivian's party had already caused all sorts of controversy. If he were to receive the same remuneration as the older members of the party and split it equally with them, wouldn't that be unacceptable? At least, in the eyes of others, Shuren was just following Vivian's party. With his level, he definitely wouldn't be able to complete a silver or even gold commission. If Shuren were to accept the reward, he would probably be criticized by the entire Adventurers Guild at this time tomorrow. Not only would it be bad for Shuren, but it would also affect Vivian's party. This president is here because of this, right? Since she was Vivian's childhood friend and had been with her for more than 10 years, Lily definitely understood Vivian's character and style very well. She knew that Vivian wouldn't mistreat Shuren, which was why she came to stop him. In other words, Lily was here to help Shuren and Vivian avoid the possibility of being criticized. I didn't help much with this commission. It was everyone who did the hard work. I just watched from the side. Shuren said self-consciously. I'll thicken my skin and take a gold coin as the reward. This time. This was understandable. After all, Marika was the one who used magic to get rid of the vines, and she was the one who collected the spring water. Even dealing with the monsters and dismembering the materials were done by Ter and Lucia. From start to finish, Shuren had only fought a Gorm, and this had nothing to do with the commission. It was inappropriate to take too much reward. If not for the fact that Vivian wouldn't be able to accept it, Shuren wouldn't even want to take the reward. After all, Shuren still had his pride as a man. He was already being taken care of by Vivian, so he couldn't be so boorish in other aspects. He hadn't thought of it before, but now that Lily had reminded him, Shuren naturally wouldn't accept the reward. But, Vivian's brows furrowed as if she couldn't accept this. Alright, since he's already said so, don't be too stubborn. Lily patted Vivian's shoulder and said, gentleness should be used in different situations. Not being able to distinguish between work and personal interests is one of your few weaknesses. This isn't the first time you've taken in a newcomer. You should have realized this and reflect on yourself. As she spoke, Lily took out a gold coin from the purse she had snatched and walked over to Shuren. You have a bright future. I have high hopes for you. Lily stretched out her hand and lifted Shuren's. She placed the gold coin in Shuren's hand and smiled at him in appreciation. You flatter me. Shuren returned a smile. Looking at this generous and meticulous beautiful president, he sighed in admiration. What an interesting woman. After that, Lily dragged the unhappy Vivian upstairs. They must have a lot to talk about, right? After Lily left, the guild members heaved a sigh of relief and resumed their noisy state. Ter, Lumia, and Marika stayed behind and approached Sean, who had been looking in the direction where Lily and Vivian had left. Let's go. Ter said calmly and led Lumia and Marika out of the guild hall. Shuren retracted his gaze and followed Ter and the others out of the guild hall. After they left the guild hall and went outside, Shuren was stopped by someone. Lumia tried to talk to Sean in a timid manner. Shuren looked at Lumia. Lumia immediately shrank her neck under Shuren's gaze, not daring to speak to Shuren. But in the end, Lumia mustered up her courage. This is for you. Lumia held something in her palm, closed her eyes, and handed it to Shuren. Her timid and shy appearance almost made Shuren think that this cute orc girl wanted to give him a love letter and confess to him. Unfortunately, what Lumia handed to Shuren was not a love letter, but a pouch of money. This is? Sean did not understand what was going on. That, Lumia stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence, which made Lucia anxious. Marika could not stand it anymore. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke on behalf of Lei Lin. That was secretly given to us by President Lily, Marika said softly. I think this is what the president wants to give you. I see. Shuren was stunned for a moment. Looking at the pouch of money, he came to a sudden realization. On the surface, it looks like she's helping us get rid of any possible criticism in the future. But in reality, the president didn't really intend for me to only receive 1 gold coin as payment, right? This was the only reason Shuren could think of. But he guessed wrong. That's not your payment. Ter's tone was still calm. Considering the president's style, this is probably the aid she gave you, right? Aid? Shuren did not understand what she meant. Marika once again tried to explain to Sean. Actually, President Lily has always been funding the newcomers. Marika said, because newcomers often encounter difficulties due to external factors, such as not having enough money to gather equipment for the initial stage, or not having money to buy magic potions for treatment when they get injured, leading to setbacks or even death. So, ever since President Lily took office, she has often suggested to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild to set up a mechanism for newcomer subsidies to help newcomer get through the initial difficulties. Ter had also mentioned that Lily was the same as Vivian. Both of them were the type that took special care of newcomers. Sean finally had a glimpse of how she was taking care of the newcomers. But, this proposal has never been approved. Marika said regretfully. Because, in that case, there would be people who specifically become adventurers for the sake of the newcomer subsidy. After receiving the money, they would give up on the adventure, or purposely fail the monthly assessment instead of using the money on adventuring activities. That way, the guild would inevitably suffer a huge loss. So, this wasn't very realistic. It was impossible for it to be approved. Even if the subsidy wasn't for the trainee adventurers, but for the official newcomers who had passed the assessment, just the subsidy alone would cause the guild to incur huge expenses. After all, the only requirement to become an adventurer was to reach level 10. There were plenty of players in the world who had reached this level. Even if only 1% of the players in the game passed the adventurer's test and became an official adventurer, the guild would still be burdened by the financial support they received. Thus, this matter could only be left unsettled. But President Lily is still supporting the newcomers in her own way. As long as the president judges that they have enough potential to become an outstanding adventurer, the president will personally provide financial support, Marika said to Shuren. Melika said to Sean, this is no secret among adventurers, so this should be the aid fund given to you by the president. After hearing this, Shuren was unsurprisingly surprised. That president is actually doing such a thing? Shuren didn't expect this at all. On the other hand, Ter expressed this. That president's real purpose in coming to the guild hall should be to see you, Ter said calmly. Otherwise, even if she is the president and the only daughter of a great noble, she can't forcefully interfere with other people's teams and the distribution of rewards. In the end, how the rewards should be distributed was actually the matter of the adventurers in the team. Although Lily's motive was for Shuren and Vivian, it wasn't appropriate for her to interfere with the affairs of other people's teams. Shuren felt that he indeed shouldn't have received so much reward, so he didn't think much of it. But if it were someone else, they would probably feel unhappy about it. Disregarding everything else, Vivian still looked unhappy until the very end. She was probably reprimanding Lily right now. But in reality, Lily didn't appear to stop Vivian from distributing the rewards. Even if the president knows Sister Vivian very well, she wouldn't have thought that she would distribute the rewards in public, right? Marika reminded. That's right. The distribution of rewards didn't necessarily have to be done in public. Vivian could have taken the rewards and left with everyone in the team, then distributed them in private. This way, no one would know how much Sharon had received, and naturally, there wouldn't be any criticism. In other words, the president wasn't here to stop me from receiving too much reward to avoid criticism. Instead, he was here to see if there was a need for me to help. But he just happened to see Vivian distributing the rewards in public and felt that it was inappropriate, so he stopped her. Sharon understood. That should be the case. Ter nodded and said, and from your actions and Vivian's attitude, the president judged that he could help you, so he secretly passed the money to Lucia and had her bring it to you. Yes, yes. Lucia said nervously. Please accept it. With that, Lucia lowered her head and handed the bag of money to Sean with a blushing face as if she was handing out a love letter again. Sharon couldn't help but laugh. In the end, he accepted the pouch of money, opened it, and glanced at the amount inside. Sharon was shocked by what he saw. So much? The pouch of money was filled to the brim with golden coins, at least 100 of them. This should include the money that was taken from you just now. Ter told Sharon the reason. That's too much. Sharon frowned. 100 gold coins was equivalent to 1,000,000 copper coins, which was also equivalent to a few million in his previous life. Even if it's aid, is it really okay to give so much money to a newbie? Moreover, Sharon had already decided not to accept too much reward. If the money included the money that was taken from him just now, then Sharon didn't want to accept it. Ter only replied with one sentence. Just treat it as the president's expectation of you. You can repay her. In the future. These words caused Sharon to fall silent. All right. Sharon was silent for a moment before saying, I'll remember this favor. Riley Lazahad. What an interesting woman. At the same time, in the president's room on the top floor of the Adventurers Guild, Lily was unsurprisingly being scolded by Vivian. All right, it's my fault, Lily surrendered. I just wanted to help you guys. How did things turn out like this? The president of the Lamijan Adventurers Guild looked helpless. She was probably afraid of Vivian's pestering. However, Vivian's attitude remained the same. No matter what, this is an internal affair of our party. It's not good for you to force your way into it, is it? Vivian was still holding a grudge. But Vivian wasn't wrong. If, as the guild leader, you casually interfered in the affairs of adventurer parties, especially when rumors of such a sensitive matter like remuneration were deliberately spread by someone, I'm afraid that other adventurer parties would become estranged from you from then on. Is that really fine? Vivian was worried. She wasn't trying to scare Lily. Lily understood that if she didn't do her job properly and was used by someone with ulterior motives, trouble would be inevitable. However, Lily wasn't too worried. Do you think I've been pretending to be the president of Lamijan for the past 3 years? Lily smiled and said, situations like this will be stifled by me before they happen. Others might not know, but don't tell me you don't know? Hearing Lily's words, Vivian finally felt a little more at ease. Just like how Lily understood Vivian, Vivian also understood Lily very well. She knew how meticulous the only daughter of a great noble family was. She would never allow such a possibility to happen. Other people in high positions might only display their abilities after the situation had happened, solving the problem perfectly and showing off their intelligence and superior means to the world. Lily, on the other hand, was different. She didn't want to put in so much effort to solve the problem after it happened. Instead, she was very persistent in taking measures before it happened to kill the danger in the cradle. Because of this, the impression of Lily in Lamijan was mostly that she was noble and kind-hearted. They saw her helping newcomers and taking special care of them as an act of kindness. However, they didn't know that Lily was doing this because she wanted to kill the danger in the cradle. Newcomers often encountered danger, that was to aid them, upgrade their equipment and supplies, and ensure their safety as much as possible. Outstanding adventurers were hard to find, then give them enough attention while they were still at the stage of being newcomers, and groom them. These policies were actually because Lily was good at preparing for a rainy day. Or rather, she was obsessed with preparing for a rainy day. Following this style of doing things, Lily had managed to nip several major incidents in the bud, allowing her to remain calm and peaceful in the 3 years she had been in office. Thus, people only knew that the president was kind and generous, but they didn't know that she was meticulous enough to discover the signs of many incidents and kill them all. It was also because of this that a newcomer like Sean would catch Lily's attention and be assigned to Vivian's team. Lily would also head to the hall to meet Sean the moment Vivian's team returned. If it were someone else, they wouldn't act so directly and take the initiative to meet the person they wanted to meet. Instead, they would use their status as the president to ask the guild staff to go to the hall and invite the person to their room. Frankly speaking, the reason why Vivian took such good care of the newcomers and nurtured them without hesitation was because of Lily's influence. Otherwise, as gentle as Vivian was, she would not treat everyone equally and take care of them all the same. Lily, who had affected Vivian, naturally wouldn't allow any unsettling rumors to spread. "Alright," Vivian sighed. "I know I don't think as much as you, and I'm not as smart as you." Vivian could only admit it like that. "Don't say that." Lily chuckled as she picked up her quill and knocked it on the table. "I'm glad I made the trip down. Otherwise, how could I have met such a newcomer?" "Why?" Vivian asked in surprise. "Have you already seen how extraordinary Sharon is?" "No, I didn't," Lily said straightforwardly. "But judging from how you and Tare treated the newcomer, I can roughly guess that there is something about him that made all of you look at him in a different light." Lily's sharp senses told her that everyone in Vivian's team had a subtle attitude towards Sharon. "At first, I thought that because of what happened in the past, Tare and the others would reject the newcomer," Lily said with a faint smile. Lily smiled faintly and said, "In the end, apart from little Lumia, the 3 of you seem to be treating the newcomer differently. Especially Tare's behavior, which surprised Lily the most." Lily had never seen a male adventurer get so close to Tare. Not to mention a male adventurer, even if it was a female adventurer, Tare wouldn't give them the slightest bit of attention. This was the arrogance of a genius, and Lily was used to it. However, the more accustomed she was to it, the more surprised she was today. Even Tare, who once dared to break the limbs of a careless noble family's heir, has such a performance. No matter what, I can only think that there's something special about that newcomer. Lily looked at Vivian and said, "What do you think? Did you see anything special about him?" This was the mission that Lily had given Vivian. She wanted Vivian to investigate Sharon to a certain extent and see if this newcomer really hadn't learned any skills or if there was something unusual about him. However, "I'm sorry, I don't really want to talk about this." Vivian fell silent for a moment before giving such an answer. "You don't want to talk about it?" Lily didn't expect Vivian to say such a thing. For a moment, she was stunned. "Sharon does have secrets," Vivian said with a bitter smile. "But from what I've seen so far, I can only say that this secret might be bigger than we think. I'm afraid we can't bear the consequences." Her words made Lily speechless. "Is it troublesome?" Lily straightened her back a little and looked straight at Vivian. "Yes, it should be very troublesome." Vivian met Lily's gaze and said seriously, "I hope it's not what I think it is. Otherwise, Sean's existence might cause the balance between the 3 races, which is barely maintaining peace, to completely collapse." At this moment, even Lily's expression couldn't help but change. "It has actually reached this stage?" Lily furrowed her brows and began tapping on the table faster. Vivian knew that this was Lily's habit when she was thinking. Right now, Lily's mind must be weighing the pros and cons at an unimaginable speed, right? However, this did not last long. "Since even you said so, it seems that I have to believe it even if I don't want to." Lily came to this conclusion. "What do you plan to do?" Vivian asked. "What else can I do?" Lily said unhappily. "Help that newcomer clean up the aftermath." "Clean up the aftermath?" Vivian suddenly understood. "Have you investigated Sharon?" "Let's forget about it for now." Lily curled her lips and said, "You know my character. I like to plan ahead. Since I've taken special care of that newcomer, I naturally have to investigate him to prevent any problems from arising." In the end, however, Lily found nothing. It was as if Sharon had popped out from a crack in a rock. "At first, I thought it was because time was too short that I couldn't find anything useful. Now, it seems that not only can this investigation not continue, but I also have to think of a way to help him conceal information and even fake an identity. That was Lily's plan. Will it work? Vivian decided to ask anyway. It's not a big problem. Just make it look like he came from an orphanage that I sponsored. Lily didn't have to worry about it. She had thought it through. Lily had set up an orphanage for the children of those adventurers, who had already established their own families, who had encountered danger during their adventures and sacrificed themselves gloriously. From those orphanages, there would often be children who had embarked on the same path as their parents. Some of them wanted to thank Lily and become independent, so they became children of adventurers. Because of this, as long as Lily was willing to help Sharon forge an identity, it would be a piece of cake. The prerequisite is that he is trustworthy, Lily reminded. Lily reminded him, I don't want to help a spy from another country or even a demon. Can you guarantee this? Lily stared at Vivian. Vivian couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Then, she nodded heavily. Although we've only been in contact for a short time and his existence itself is a very unstable factor, I can guarantee that he isn't a spy from another country or a spy from the demons. Vivian recalled Sean's reaction when he was involved in the war 1,000 years ago, and spoke with determination. She spoke with determination, if anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Hearing this, Lily immediately smiled. For you to go this far, that newcomer is really lucky. Lily spread her hands and said, all right, I'll get on your boat. Vivian felt warmth in her heart. She also knew that Lily's decision to do this would definitely be a huge risk. For someone like Lily who wanted to nip any risk in the bud, this was definitely not a decision she could make easily. Vivian could only say one sentence. Thanks. Everything was expressed in this short sentence. Anyway, I've already helped that newcomer. Since that's the case, let's go all the way. Lily smiled. However, I'm getting more and more curious about that newcomer. I have to find a chance to have a drink or two with him. Of course, Sharon didn't know about the conversation and decision between Lily and Vivian. After all, he wasn't an omniscient and omnipotent cheat. He couldn't possibly know that he was being taken care of far more than he had imagined. After parting ways with Tara and the rest, Sharon returned to the hotel and had a good night's sleep to recover his energy. The next day, Sharon didn't head to the Adventurers Guild or meet up with Vivian's party. Instead, he left Lemegin alone and went to a forest in the outskirts. This should be the place, right? Looking at the forest that maintained its natural scenery, Sean confirmed the address mentioned in his memory. After exiting the east gate, head south along the main road and enter the forest in the outskirts. This is the place. But what should he do next? Sharon started to worry. Fortunately, Sharon didn't have to worry for too long. The destination appeared on its own. You're here? Along with the somewhat cold words, the black-robed young lady silently walked over from the front. Who else could it be other than Tara? Sorry, I'm late. Sharon quickly went up to her. It's fine, I just arrived. Tara replied in a calm tone. The conversation between the two of them seemed very casual, but if it were not for Tara's cold tone and attitude, the content of the conversation would have sounded like a lovey-dovey conversation between a couple who were about to go on a date. At least, that was how Sharon felt. Unfortunately, the person in question had no such intentions. Since you're here, let's get started. Tara turned around and said, let's move to a less conspicuous place. Okay. Sharon followed her obediently. It couldn't be helped. Today, Sharon was here as a student. Before this, Tara had promised to teach Sharon the demon sword skill, and now it was time to fulfill that promise. Yesterday, after they parted ways, Tara had asked Sharon to look for her here the next day. That was why Sharon had come here. But ever since he arrived, Sharon had been puzzled. So you're not staying in Lemegin? Sharon asked curiously. No. I don't like crowded places, Tara said calmly as she led Sean into the depths of the woods. I don't like crowded places. It doesn't look like there are people here, Sharon said, looking at the natural scenery around him. But can people live here? Yes, Tara said. There's a ranch nearby, Tara said, you have your own house in Lemegin. I'm staying there on the condition that I drive away the monsters every day. I can live there. I thought only elves like Marika would want to live in nature, Xiran muttered. Elves had always given people the impression that they were beautiful and pure. People would think that they didn't want to live in cities, and that they wanted to live in nature. Of course, this was Xiran's assumption. There's a hotel in Lemegin for the elves. Marika lives there, Ter said. Lucia and her 7 sisters are staying in Lemegin. Some of them are renting a place for themselves. Vivian is staying at the president's house. I'm the only one who lives outside. Firstly, I don't like crowded places. Secondly, I can hunt monsters nearby when I'm not adventuring. It's a form of training. The latter must be the real reason why Ter chose to live outside the city. She's a genius, but she's still so hardworking. So no one can become stronger easily. Xiran completely ignored his own existence, thinking about things as if it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Xiran froze. Just now, did he hear something that he couldn't just listen to and forget about? Lucia has 7 sisters? Xiran realized that he had just heard something shocking. That's right. As if she did not notice Sean's astonishment, Ter continued calmly, Lucia's parents were adventurers, and they married late. They only had Lucia at the age of 40, and 7 daughters at the age of 50. That's why Lucia has 7 sisters who are 10 years younger than her. This is something that everyone in the party knows. In other words, Lucia's parents gave birth to septuplets when they were 50. At this moment, Sean was filled with endless admiration for Lumia's parents, especially for Lumia's father. His admiration was as vast as the ocean, and he couldn't help but admire him. Unfortunately, now, Lumia's parents have passed away. The reason is that they suffered many internal injuries during their time as adventurers. In the end, they passed away when they were only in their 50s. Ter's next words made Xiran pause. What about Lucia? Xiran asked hesitantly. It's what you're thinking. Ter glanced at Xiran and said, she's the only pillar of support in her family. She became an adventurer in order to raise her 7 7-year-old sisters, and now she and her sisters depend on each other. Xiran fell silent. If that was the case, Xiran could understand why Lucia, who was so timid and afraid of strangers, would choose to become an adventurer and engage in dangerous activities. It wasn't that Lucia wanted to do it, but she had to do it for her sisters. I'll bring some gifts for Lucia next time. Xiran made up his mind. Just don't scare her. Ter didn't seem to mind. As they spoke, the two of them came to a relatively empty wilderness. Let's do it here. Ter turned around, faced Sean, and said, let's cut to the chase. I'll tell you the requirements to learn the demon sword first. Xiran nodded and began to focus. Under such circumstances, Ter began to explain. I'm sure you already know that this skill is an ultimate melee skill. It's an advanced skill that only players have a very low chance of learning after reaching level 70. Compared to ordinary skills, whether it's attack power, lethality, or practicality, it's much higher. Ter explained in a cold voice. However, the requirements to learn Wicked Sword aren't that high. There are only 2. 1. Upgrade a close-range weapon to LV5 or above. 2. You must have sufficient magical power. As long as these 2 requirements are met, it's possible to learn Wicked Sword. However, very few people were able to fulfill these 2 conditions. The reason was simple. Melee experts usually don't have a lot of magic power, and those who have enough magic power usually choose to become mages. So, although these 2 conditions are not difficult to satisfy both of them at the same time is more difficult than you think. Ter looked at Xiran and said. If you can't meet these 2 requirements, even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn Wicked Sword. Ter's meaning was clear. Do you meet these 2 requirements? That's what she meant. Ugh, Xiran's expression turned a little bitter all of a sudden. It wasn't that he felt guilty because he couldn't fulfill the learning requirements. On the contrary, Xiran felt that he couldn't fulfill the requirements anymore. Leveling up a close combat weapon skill to level 5 and above, Xiran's two-handed sword was already at the max level. His mana must reach the required level. Although he did not know what the standard was, Sean not only had the growth of all his abilities reached the maximum every time he leveled up, but he also had Magician, a skill that could greatly increase his mana and magic power. This skill was also at the maximum level. If this did not meet the standard, then Sean would not believe it. In summary, Shuren had fulfilled the learning requirements without a doubt. It could even be said that he had exceeded the requirements. However, to those who didn't know better, Shuren was still a level 10 newbie adventurer and he hadn't even learned a single skill. No matter how they looked at it, he didn't seem like he could fulfill the requirements to learn demonic sword. It was precisely because of this that everyone in Vivian's party was surprised when Ter said that she would teach him the demon sword. If Shuren admitted that he fulfilled the learning requirements, it would be the same as telling Ter that he had hidden the information about the skill. If that was the case, maybe Ter has already discovered something. Shuren suddenly came to a realization. After all, Ter didn't hesitate to agree to Shuren's request to learn demonic sword. If Ter felt that Shuren couldn't fulfill the requirements to learn demonic sword, would she agree to it so readily? Definitely not. So, this little girl has more or less noticed something unusual about me, right? Shuren looked at Ter and was speechless. Ter didn't rush Shuren to answer and waited quietly. After a while, Shuren was the first to relax his shoulders. Then, what should I do next? What these words were equivalent to was already self-evident. Of course, Ter understood. After a moment of silence, she replied. Since you've fulfilled the learning requirements, let's start with the basic steps, Ter said. Can you feel the presence of mana? I should be able to, right? Shuren heaved a sigh of relief that Ter didn't want to get to the bottom of it, but he said with uncertainty, is it the vicious energy waves emitted by monsters during battles? You can say that. Ter neither denied nor confirmed it. She just said, generally speaking, it's not easy to sense mana unless you learn the skill, mana sense. Otherwise, most people are like you. They can only sense the presence of mana through waves, aura, atmosphere, and other forms. She just said it was the same logic as sound waves. Those who learned mana sense were like holding a sound wave detector. They could clearly feel the existence of sound waves, and they could also see them through the instrument. Under normal circumstances, people naturally wouldn't be able to sense the existence of sound waves. They could only hear the sound within the range of human hearing, and not directly sense the existence of sound waves. That was how mana was. Usually, people wouldn't be able to sense it directly. Only those with sharp senses would be able to sense its existence in other ways. However, to directly sense and feel mana, one had to learn mana sense. If one learned this skill, one would be able to directly sense and even see mana. This was quite useful. Take Shuren as an example. Although he could use enemy sense to detect the presence of hostile beings, he couldn't detect non-hostile individuals. Even if he could sense danger, he wouldn't be able to detect if someone was monitoring or following him. He couldn't use it to detect other individuals that weren't directly connected to him. Like a radar, he couldn't detect the location and movements of people around him. Of course, monsters were an exception. They were always hostile to all humans. Once they saw a human, they would attack. Therefore, it was only limited to monsters. People with enemy sense could detect the existence of monsters at any time and anywhere within the range of effect of the skill. Because of this characteristic, enemy sense could be used in many other situations. For example, if someone wanted to sneak into an important facility that was heavily guarded, enemy sense could detect the location of all the patrols, guards, and even soldiers in the facility. This was because they would be hostile to all intruders at this time. Once one stood in the area of the intruders, one could use enemy sense to detect them. Thanks to this, characters such as thieves, spies, and adventurers would learn the skill, enemy awareness, from time to time. This skill was quite useful. However, enemy sense's target was still hostility, not life reactions, so it was impossible to detect the movements of any existence at any time and place. However, magic sense was different. It could detect and even see magic directly. Unless the opponent's magic was too low or the distance was too far, one would not be able to detect it. As the skill level increased, the perception would become more and more acute, and the range would also become larger and larger. It was the same principle as enemy sense. However, in a situation, anyone could clearly sense the existence of magic. That is the magic flowing in your body, Ter said. When the magic power in one's body grows to a certain level, anyone will be able to sense the flow of magic power in their body, Ter said. Ter raised her head and stared at Shuren. Now, focus your attention on your own body and sense your own magic. Hearing this, Shuren nodded and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his body. Thump, thump, the sound of his heartbeat seemed to become very clear. Shuren concentrated all his attention and searched for magic in his body. Not long after, I feel it. Shuren said with his eyes closed. In Shuren's senses, there was a stream of magic flowing in his body. That feeling was as if he could see air currents or water currents flowing in his body. In the past, Shuren had felt the existence of magic in his body more than once, but not as clearly as it was now. Previously, Shuren could not be said to be sensing magic. He was just following the technique of using the skill and naturally mobilizing the magic with the skill. So, obtain skill, magic sense. Learn? Shuren was easily qualified to learn the skill just mentioned. Before Shuren could react, Ter's voice came into his ears. Focus your mind a little more, into the depths of your body. Let your consciousness affect the magic and release it. Remember, don't use the feeling when you use the skill to release the magic. That way, the magic will automatically be released according to the method of activating the skill. You can't control this part of the magic, so it's meaningless. You have to use your own feelings to control the magic. First mobilize it bit by bit, then gather it in the hand holding the weapon and release it. Pay attention, don't release it in one go, that way the magic will scatter. You have to let the magic flow through your arm into the weapon and gather it in the weapon. Listening to this explanation, Shuren, who had unsheathed the broadsword at his waist, followed Ter's instructions and mobilized the magic in his body. Obtain skill, magic manipulation. Learn? The new skill was immediately obtained by Shuren. Learn. This time, Shuren reacted immediately and learned the two skills that he had just obtained. Not only that, but Shuren also leveled up mana manipulation to its maximum level. This skill that he had only learned for less than a second had transformed into a godly skill of the highest level in Shuren's hands. At this moment, Sean felt that the mana in his body seemed to be perfectly controlled by him, as if he was waving his arms. With a thought, Sean's magic power immediately gathered from his body to his hand at a very fast speed, and then poured into the broadsword that he held tightly in his hand. Hum. A tremor sounded. The broadsword in Shuren's hand began to emit light. It was the radiance of mana. Through human manipulation, the magic power that was transformed into power could be seen by the naked eye like this. Seeing this scene, Ter was a little surprised. He actually completed the stage of releasing and manipulating mana so quickly? Because Ter had experienced the same stage, she knew that it wasn't easy to achieve. Logically speaking, it's difficult for most people to even sense mana directly. Under such circumstances, even if one can sense the mana in one's body, it's naturally extremely difficult to manipulate it, let alone release it outside of one's body. Just like how the spring water would evaporate sooner or later and disperse into the atmosphere, the mana in one's body could only flow within one's body. Once released, it would usually disperse. One must undergo rigorous training in order to maintain the form of mana and manipulate it. Back then, Ter had been stuck at this stage for an entire month before she managed to overcome it. It was said that if one had the mana manipulation skill, it would be very easy to overcome this stage. But even so, wasn't Shuren's success a little too fast? As expected of, Ter muttered to herself. But soon, Ter's expression turned serious again. That's it. Maintain the control of mana and let it circulate in the weapon. Don't ever relax your control, or it will disperse immediately. Ter only gave him a few hints. Then, while in this state, consciously guide the circulating mana to the blade or the tip of the sword. Let the mana continuously gather there. According to this method, the mana's quality and concentration will increase continuously. In the end, it will be like how the mana in the atmosphere and the earth will condense into a spring and undergo a qualitative change. This way, the magic sword that can cut through anything will be formed. Upon hearing that, Xian immediately concentrated and poured the mana in his body into the broadsword in his hand, strengthening the mana that was gathered in the broadsword. The magic light on the broadsword became more and more dazzling and resplendent. At that moment, Xian undoubtedly used all his strength. All his mana was poured into his weapon. Even the mana that was quickly replenished by the mana recovery skill was used up generously and poured into the broadsword in his hand. Shuren's mana growth rate was already the highest among all the mages, and he would never lose to any other mage in terms of mana growth. Now that his mana was amplified by the max level, mana conducting, skill, it became abnormally huge and extraordinary. In the end, not only did Xian pour all his mana into the broadsword, but he also continued to pour the mana that was quickly replenished into it. What would happen in the end if he did that? It was simple. Xian didn't even have the time to gather his mana at the blade or the tip. The huge amount of mana in the broadsword had already gone berserk, and in the end, it directly transformed into a qualitative change. Ugh! Xian felt like the broadsword in his hand had suddenly become ridiculously huge, and he couldn't help but raise it high. Hum! Accompanied by a vibrating sound that was countless times louder and stronger than before, Xian raised the broadsword high, and a red light burst out from it, shooting into the sky and instantly turning into a dazzling and huge mana blade. What? Ter was shocked. At the same time, a message appeared in Xian's mind. Obtain skill, magic sword. Learn? Obtain skill, magic sword. Learn? Finally, Xian successfully obtained this ultimate skill for close combat. However, Xian felt that the broadsword in his hand had become extremely heavy. It was as if he wasn't holding a sword, but a mountain of swords, pressing down on him so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Moreover, the mana that gathered on the sword showed signs of dissipating, becoming extremely unstable. No, it wasn't dissipating, it was exploding. I'm going to explode. Such a thought flashed through Xian's mind. Without a second thought, Xian learned the newly acquired magic sword skill and leveled it up to its maximum level. This method was both correct and incorrect. It was correct because Xian had successfully used the maxed-out magic sword skill to stabilize the astonishing amount of mana gathered on the broadsword. On the other hand, because the skill's level was instantly maxed out, the power of Xian's magic sword naturally increased by a large margin. Bang! The mana storm exploded, and the mana blade on Xian's broadsword expanded in the blink of an eye. The magic power blade, which was already 100 meters long, soared into the sky. Xian waved his hand almost instinctively. No! A familiar, cold voice entered Xian's ears. The voice had a rare sense of panic and anxiety. Unfortunately, it was too late. The mana blade that soared into the sky fell down like a heavenly pillar, bringing with it a dazzling light and a mana storm. Boom! On this day, in the wilderness on the outskirts of Lemegen, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Along with the roar, the ground began to shake, giving off a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Countless demonic creatures were frightened away by this phenomenon, forming all kinds of large and small beast tides. The caravans and adventurers that were coming and going on the nearby streets were also frightened and panicked. Even the citizens of Lemegen felt a tremor under their feet. There was also a thunderous roar in the sky, causing many to jump in fright. Many children even started crying. What's wrong? For such a loud and clear sound to suddenly appear, it's really scary. Is it thunder? Is it thunder? No, it seems to be a little different from thunder. And the ground seemed to shake just now. You felt it too? What's going on? In the Lemedian there was a general murmur of fear and trepidation. Not long after, the scouts of the Adventurers Guild and the knights of the town were sent out to investigate. No one knew that all of this was caused by a novice adventurer who was practicing his skills. I'm in trouble, that was the only thought in Xian's mind. At this moment, he had no choice. Looking at the scene before him, Xian couldn't think of any other words to describe what he had done other than causing trouble. The vast wilderness in front of Xian had changed drastically. Bam! 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 It was the sound of countless gravel crashing to the ground. Phew! It was the sound of sand and dust dissipating in the air. A huge slash mark was like a crack in the ground, splitting the wilderness as it continued to extend forward. Finally, it reached a mountain peak. At first glance, it looked like a bottomless cliff, making one's heart palpitate. What was even more frightening was that at the end of the cliff-like fissure, the tall mountain peak seemed to have been split in half. Moreover, the remaining mana was wreaking havoc in the surroundings like formless tornadoes. How could Xianxia not know what he had done? As expected of a close combat ultimate move. Its power is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia gave a nonchalant and objective evaluation as though he was an expert in a wuxia novel. That was if one ignored the cold sweat that flowed out of his forehead. Cough, cough. At this moment, the sound of coughing came from the side, and it reminded Xianxia of something important. Tear. Xianxia wasn't the only one here. At that moment, Xian quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the cough. There, Tear knelt on the ground on one knee and raised her hands in front of her as though she was blocking a storm a moment ago. Now, she was coughing non-stop and looked rather pathetic. Are you all right? Xian hurriedly ran over. He wanted to help her, but he didn't know where to start. He looked extremely awkward. Tear ignored Xianxia's awkwardness. She coughed and lifted her head to look at Xianxia. Although Xianxia didn't see Tear's expression under the hood, he inexplicably knew the expression in her eyes. His gaze was as if he was looking at a monster. I didn't do it on purpose. Xianxia defended himself with an extremely unnatural expression. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Besides, I did everything according to what you taught me. As he spoke, Xian subconsciously raised the broadsword in his hand, as if he was a suspect who wanted to hand over the tools of the crime and clear himself of all charges. Unfortunately, bam, the broadsword that Xianxia raised was filled with cracks. Then, as though it couldn't hold on any longer, it shattered into pieces. Moreover, the shards didn't fall to the ground. This was because before they could touch the ground, they had already scattered like powder and were carried away by the wind. Xian and Tear were left speechless as they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. Then, Tear turned to Xianxia. Xian didn't have to identify it to know that the look in Tear's eyes was not only as if she was looking at a monster, but also as if she was looking at a human-shaped monster. No, perhaps Tear's gaze was more like she was looking at a new demon king. That was for sure. Xianxia's face turned red instantly. He was holding it in. After holding it in for a long time, Xianxia squeezed out a sentence. What should we do next? Xianxia seemed to have given up on defending himself. Tear could only continue to stare at Xian speechlessly. It was not until a while later that she looked at the seemingly bottomless cliff-like rift and the mountain that was divided into two halves on the distant horizon. The scene reminded Tear of the magical blade that fell like a heavenly pillar. Her heart skipped a beat. Let's leave this place first. Tear tried her best not to let her voice tremble. She took a deep breath and spoke to Xianxia in a cold voice. With such a huge commotion, Lamajian must have noticed it already. We need to leave before the investigators arrive, said Vivian. Upon hearing this, Xian hesitated. Is that okay? Xianxia's uneasy and guilty expression calmed Tear down a little. You can stay if you want, Tear said. Tear said, but in that case, when the investigators arrive, you will be taken away and interrogated, or even tortured. In the end, you may even be regarded as a spy of the demon race who deliberately sabotaged you. Will that be all right? Xianxia's spirits were lifted. Then let's go. Tear's brows twitched when she heard Brendel's words. But now wasn't the time for a leisurely conversation. Tear suppressed the urge to say something. And stood up. But as soon as she stood up, her body tilted and fell to the side. Are you okay? Xianxia quickly extended his hand and supported Tear. I'm fine. Tear's face blushed under the hood, causing her to glare at Xianxia fiercely. She seemed embarrassed. After all, he was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and he couldn't even stand up. It was too embarrassing. Ugh. Xianxia seemed to understand what was going on. He shrunk his head and said weakly, I really didn't do it on purpose. Tear found it funny and infuriating at the same time when she saw Xianxia's aggrieved expression but didn't dare to say much. After a moment of silence, Tear spoke up. You'd better not mention what happened today to anyone, Ter said. You can't tell anyone, not even Vivian. Even Vivian can't do it? Xian was stunned. That's for the best, Ter said calmly. Ter said faintly, it's not that Vivian can't be trusted, but just in case, the fewer people know about this, the less trouble there will be. Okay, Shuren thought for a while and nodded. Shuren was more than willing to save himself some trouble. It wasn't a big deal anyway, was it? It should be, also. Ter glanced at Shuren, and for the first time, her voice sounded serious and serious. Don't use the demon sword carelessly anymore from now on. It was an important matter, and Ter had to remind him. Otherwise, what would the consequences be? The mere thought of it sent chills down Ter's spine. I can't use it anymore? Shuren was a little distressed. Is learning this skill for nothing? Then wouldn't everything he had done today be a complete waste of effort? Ter also frowned. Ter let out a long sigh. At least, before you can adjust the power at will, it's best not to use this skill in front of others, Ter said. Then, as though she thought of something, she added, also, don't use it in a crowded place. Okay, Shuren was relieved and nodded without further ado. After that, the two of them hastened their steps and left the place as though they were escaping from a crime scene. However, this earth-shattering scene was still left behind. A few hundred years later, this place would still look the same, and it might even become a tourist attraction. After leaving the crime scene. After leaving the crime scene, Shuren thought he would be questioned by Ter. After all, no matter how he looked at it, a person who could wield such a powerful, demon sword, couldn't possibly be a newbie adventurer. No, it should be said that as far as Ter knew, there was no one else who could wield the demon sword to such an extent. If one wanted to compare the demon sword to Shuren's demon sword, the only person who could do so would be the brave warrior who left behind the legend of splitting the sea. However, even if it was that hero, to be able to train the demon sword to such a level, he must have spent a lot of time and effort and raised his level to a very high level to achieve this. As for Shuren, from the time he learned the demon sword to the time when he could wield it to this extent, he didn't even know if a minute had passed. Moreover, Shuren's level was still very low, so it was impossible for him to not be questioned by others when he made such an earth-shattering achievement. Therefore, after leaving the wilderness, Shuren was prepared to be questioned by Ter. But who would have thought that Ter would not pursue the matter at all? She merely said, don't worry. Instead, she said, since you've learned the demon sword, do you want to learn the other skills? Ter was just like that. Not only did she not pursue Xian's issue, but she also acted as if she had forgotten the pain after the scar had healed. This made Shuren a little uncertain about Ter's thoughts. However, since there was such a good thing, Shuren didn't want to reject it. Therefore, after learning the demon sword, Shuren asked Ter about the penetration, acceleration, and close-range evasion. From Shuren's point of view, these three skills were very useful. One could ignore a certain level of defense, one could increase one's speed, and the last one could not only allow the user to dodge the enemy's attack, but also allow the user to get close to the enemy with the fastest speed possible. To a close-range fighter, these were undoubtedly godly skills. Therefore, Shuren really wanted to learn these three skills. Ter didn't hold back either. She taught Shuren the penetration, acceleration, and close-range evasion, unconditionally so that Shuren could learn them. However, in the process of learning these skills, there was another accident. However, this time it wasn't an earth-shattering accident. Obtain skill, penetration. Learn? Obtain skill, armor destruction, do you wish to learn? Obtain skill, acceleration. Learn? Obtain skill, free movement, learn? Obtain skill, close-range evasion, learn? Obtain skill, teleportation, do you wish to learn? Obtain skill, as mentioned above, in the process of learning skills, Xian not only learned the skills that he wanted to learn, but he even obtained skills that were beyond his plan, just like when he obtained mana perception and mana operation. As mentioned above, not only did Shuren learn the skills that he wanted to learn, but he also obtained skills that he didn't expect, just like when he obtained mana sense and mana control. Free movement was acquired during the process of learning haste. As the name suggested, it allowed the user to move without any hindrance in any situation. Therefore, the user could run on walls, move on water, and pass through all kinds of obstacles like parkour in treacherous terrain. The user's speed would not be affected by external factors. As for teleportation, it was naturally a skill that he had obtained in the process of learning melee evasion. It was the fourth active skill that Shuren obtained after learning magic sword, taming, and ultimate change. Its effect was simple. When it was about to be attacked, it would ignore the laws of physics and instantly teleport the user to another location. When he obtained this skill, Shuren was even more excited than when he learned magic sword. This was because it was a limited version of teleportation. However, this skill was still a teleportation skill and not a teleportation skill, so there were still some limitations. There were 3 limitations. 1. It could only be used when the user was attacked. 2. The teleportation location was uncontrollable. It was a random teleportation, and the user couldn't decide which location to teleport to. 3. The range was limited. The maximum teleportation distance was only about a radius of 10 meters. Since the skill was only at level 1, this skill could only teleport within a radius of 1 meter at most. But even so, this skill seemed to be a high-level skill that was not inferior to magic sword. It was said that no one in the Mitra kingdom had mastered this skill. Because of this, Shuren didn't hesitate to upgrade it to the maximum level. Of course, Shan had also leveled up all the other skills to the maximum level. It was the same for the magic sense skill he had learned before. In other words, this time, under Ter's guidance, Shuren learned a total of 9 skills and upgraded them to the maximum level. Under such circumstances, Shuren was surprised to find that his level had also increased. After learning about this matter, Ter remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Leveling up isn't just limited to battles. Even ordinary training is possible. As long as you allow yourself to grow, your level might suddenly increase. In other words, this was the situation this time. After learning a lot of skills, Shuren undoubtedly grew, so his level increased. However, it may also be because of the influence of the magic sword. Ter added and murmured, in that situation, even if a large number of unlucky monsters were involved, it wouldn't be surprising. This sentence made Shuren smile embarrassedly while praying in his heart. Forget about the monsters, please don't implicate humans. Otherwise, it would be a great sin. With this thought in mind, Shuren glanced at his current level, LV18. I leveled up 8 levels in one go? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't just because he had grown stronger that he leveled up. No matter what, there was one thing that was certain. After a day, Shuren had grown a lot stronger. As it turned out, there was no need for a cheat to become the sword god of 10 Mile Slope. However, the stimulation of a cheat to the people around him was equally scary. At least, after witnessing Shuren learn all the skills that she had planned to learn in less than a day, Ter went silent for a long time. Then, you can go back first today. Ter threw such a sentence at Shuren. What about you? Shuren asked as he was immersed in his emotions. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Let's go and fight monsters of a higher level. After leaving those words behind, Ter turned around and left. Shuren wanted to follow, but he was rejected. Left with no other choice, Shuren turned around and looked at the direction of Lamijin. Next up is magic. Who should I learn from? How troublesome. About an hour later, Shuren returned to Lamijin and re-entered the town. However, Shuren looked a little guilty as he walked along the streets of the town. People passed by in 2s and 3s around Shuren, bringing along such conversations. Haven't the Knights and Adventurers Guild investigated what the anomaly was about yet? They've been back for so long. Looking at how panicked they were when they came back, something big must have happened, right? Could it be that the devil race is up to something? Don't say that. Even the demons maintain a peaceful relationship with us humans and the Protoss. Although the problem children have caused a lot of trouble, it's said that many of the leaders of the demons have been working hard for the sake of peace among the 3 races. It's better not to ostracize the demons for no reason. That's true, but other than the demons, who else could have caused such a huge commotion? Could it be the problem children of the demons doing something troublesome again? Or maybe it's just a natural phenomenon? Then the Knights and Adventurers Guild wouldn't be so panicked, right? That's really worrying. Conversations like these constantly entered Shuren's ears. Shuren could only lower his head and shrink his neck like a suspicious person. If he was seen by the patrolling soldiers in the town, he might be interrogated. Or rather, when he entered the town, Shuren was already interrogated by the guards. You're an adventurer who came back from that direction, right? Yes. Then you should have seen some strange phenomenon, right? What is this strange phenomenon? It's a strange earthquake and loud noise. If you saw anything with your own eyes, please tell us. This is also a request from the higher-ups. We hope that all adventurers can cooperate with us and investigate the cause of the phenomenon. Is that so? Yes. So did you see anything strange? No. Alright, then please enter the town first. Thank you. This was the conversation Shuren had with the guards at the city gate before he entered Lemegen. With this experience, Sean, who was the culprit of all this, felt that it was better for him to lower his head as low as possible when he saw the entire town that seemed to be in a state of unease and panic, as well as the worried faces of the surrounding citizens who were constantly chatting about the same topic. In the end, I was just training my skill. I didn't do anything scary on purpose. How did this happen? Shuren looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. I clearly didn't use the holy sword. I used this skill as a level 10 novice adventurer. Even if I accidentally poured too much mana into it because of Magitech and mana regeneration, and accidentally raised the skill's level too high, it shouldn't have turned out like this, right? Shuren felt wronged. In other novels, the protagonists would destroy the heavens and the earth at the slightest provocation, and the destruction they caused would be many times more terrifying than his. In the end, they would only receive respect and worship from passers-by. Why did he have to be treated like this when it was his turn? This is the real reality, isn't it? Think about it. When faced with a real calamity, even if the calamity was in human form, people wouldn't feel respect and admiration just because of the terrifying destructive power it displayed, right? People only respected and admired heroes who used great power to protect themselves and the order of the world. If this power couldn't be used by the world, then to the common people, they wouldn't be any better than the Demon King. Just like now, when faced with an incomprehensible phenomenon and power, people would only show fear and anxiety. If they wanted to be like the protagonists in the novels, disobeying everything and going against the heavens, the earth, and the universe, and yet they still wanted to be respected and admired, that was just wishful thinking. Rather, if one of his actions really made the people around him feel so uneasy and panicked, what was there for the so-called protagonists to be proud of? In any case, as for Shuren himself, he felt rather apologetic when he saw the expressions of the innocent people who felt uneasy because of his carelessness. No matter what, he couldn't hurt the innocent, right? I should restrain myself in the future. In order to prevent today's situation from happening again, Shuren felt that he had to first study the Demon Sword skill. Although Sean could freely control the power of the Demon Sword, after it was upgraded to the maximum level, he still had to study how strong the Demon Sword could be with the amount of mana he injected into it. Otherwise, if he infused a little more mana like today, it would be a tragedy again. At the thought of the earth and mountains that he had split open, Shuren felt his heart sink. I'm only at level 10, and I've already become like that. Now that my level has almost doubled, what will happen if I use the Demon Sword with all my might? Furthermore, if he were to use the Holy Sword, what would happen? Although the Holy Sword could not increase Shuren's mana, it could still increase the level of the skill by 10 levels. And the Demon Sword, at level 10, was already that powerful. If this skill was increased by another 10 levels, spare me. Shuren did not dare to think about it. At this moment, Shuren suddenly came to his senses and turned in a direction as if he was surprised. Because the mana sense skill that Shuren had learned and upgraded to the maximum level suddenly gave him a very shocking reaction. What powerful mana! This level of mana did not seem to be at the level that a human could possess. Is there such a powerful person in Ramjan? Shuren stared in that direction. He could sense that an individual with powerful magic power was approaching. Then, not long after, the person appeared. It was a tall, skinny man with long limbs, wearing a cloak, and a very feminine face. The man walked over slowly, his face expressionless. His gaze did not stop on anyone, not even on anything. It was as if everything around him was not worthy of his attention. His attitude was not arrogant, nor was it disdain, but disgust. Yes. The man seemed to hate everything here, or rather, he hated everything in this world. He didn't even want to look at his surroundings. The man brushed past Sharon. Finally, he stopped. Is that you? The man stared at Sean, but his pupils were extremely dim, as if Sean's figure was not imprinted in them at all. It was as if he was talking to an animal that walked on 2 feet rather than a human being. Sharon squinted his eyes and did not say a word. The man did not seem to mind either. He stared coldly at Sharon and took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. On the parchment, there was a drawing of a person. Sean glanced at the person in the portrait, and then his pupils constricted. Have you seen this person before? The man asked coldly. On the drawing, there was indeed a person that Sharon was familiar with. Sharon frowned hard at the portrait that was raised in front of him, not saying a word. The man in front of him looked at Sharon coldly. Have you seen this person before? The man asked again. Who are you? Sharon didn't care about the man's question and asked instead. However, the man didn't even care about Sharon's question. You have seen this person before, haven't you? The man's voice became colder than before. This made Sharon frown deeper and his mood started to turn sour. The man's attitude made it clear that he didn't take Sharon seriously, or rather, he didn't take anyone seriously. He did things his own way and thought he was the only one in the world. However, it wasn't because he was arrogant, nor was it because he was arrogant. It was because he hated everything in this place, which was why he showed such an attitude. In other words, the man didn't take Sharon seriously not because he thought he was something special, but because he didn't want to dirty his eyes with the things he hated. However, it was undoubtedly infuriating. If I say I haven't seen her before, what will you think? At that moment, Sean crossed his arms and stared at the other party as he spoke. You have. The man's expression didn't change, he said calmly, you have remnants of her. Magic on your body. Either you came into close contact with her, or you fought with her, and it happened recently. It must be because of this that the man purposely stopped and talked to Sharon, right? The opening line of "is that you" should actually mean "is the person she's been in contact with here you?" Sharon didn't hide it on purpose. Indeed, I fought with her, Sharon nodded and admitted, then smiled and said, but, so what? The man only had one answer for this question. Where? The man cut to the chase. How would I know? Sharon was even more direct, throwing such an answer back. You don't know? The man looked at Sharon coldly and said, it's impossible that you don't know. Really? Sharon said sarcastically, what makes you think I know? The man suddenly became silent, but his eyes and expression became more and more impatient. Where is she? The man's attitude was no longer just disgust, but also a mixture of warning and killing intent. With the skill, mana sense, Sharon could sense that the man had mobilized his magic. In other words, the man could attack at any time. Facing this situation, Sharon only wanted to say one thing. At your grandmother's house. Sharon greeted the man's family kindly. The man became silent again. However, the surrounding air started to become heavy. The man stared at Sean as if he was considering whether to make a move or not. Sean kept smiling, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. It was as if he was considering whether to make a move or not. After all, Sharon was just afraid of trouble, not afraid of trouble. If he wanted to fight, Sharon would scold him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. If he wanted to fight, Sharon wouldn't be afraid at all. Anyway, he still wanted to test the effect of the demon sword. If this pretentious guy dared to fight, Sharon would definitely let him know how red the flower was. Of course, Sharon felt that it was more likely that this fight would not happen. Not to mention that they were in the town now, if they dared to fight in the street, it would cause the knighthood problems. Since the man's purpose was to find someone, he probably didn't want to alert the enemy. If the matter got out of hand and scared the target away, it would not be worth it. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would be able to fight. As expected, I'll remember you. The man threw this sentence coldly, then turned around and was ready to leave. But at this moment, Shuren moved. Bang! With a heavy muffled sound, Shuren suddenly jumped up and kicked the back of the man who had turned around. Gwa! The man suddenly let out a muffled cry. Caught off guard, he was kicked away by Shuren and fell to the ground. There were gasps and commotion from the townsfolk around. But Shuren completely blocked them, ignoring the gasps and commotion around him. Before the man could react, he jumped on him. Bang! 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 Amidst the muffled sound, Shuren rode on the man's body and punched the man's face with both hands. What are you pretending for? What are you pretending for? Keep pretending. F***ck. Shuren seemed to be possessed by a grumpy brother. He kept swinging his fists and punched the man again and again. The man could only scream in pain. He subconsciously blocked with both hands, and his mind was blank. It seemed that he didn't expect things to suddenly turn out like this. But Shuren just wanted to say, acting like you're the only one in the world, as if the whole world owes you money, and then you want to run after saying that? Run. Are you going to fight me? Are you afraid of alerting the enemy? Then you don't have to hit me. I'll just hit you, and I'll help you beat the grass to scare the snake. Are you satisfied with that? Don't want to make things bigger? Then I'll make it bigger. Why don't you keep pretending for me? Sean cursed as he swung his fist mercilessly at the man's face. Stop. Stop. You. The man finally reacted. Feeling the pain on his face and listening to Shuren's unpleasant scolding, the anger and grievance in his heart exploded. Boom. On the man's body, an amazing magic power finally exploded. The mana was like a storm that swept out, causing the pedestrians in the surroundings to panic again. They let out panicked cries and fled in panic. However, not only did Shuren not leave, but he also raised his fist. Again. In the buzzing tremor, the magic power on Shuren's fist turned into a shining red light. At this moment, Shuren used the skill of the demon sword to gather the magic power on his fist, forming the light of magic power. Immediately, Shuren punched down. Boom! A thunderous explosion immediately resounded. The man, whose body was full of amazing magic power, was punched into the ground by Shuren's shining red fist, shattering the road under him. His whole body sank into the ground and was buried by gravel and sand. The area within a few meters of the explosion caved in, turning into a pit, and cracks continued to spread into the surroundings. Shuren jumped out of it. Phew, it's finally refreshing. Brushing off the dust on his body, Shuren looked refreshed. In the pit, the man had already fainted. He had completely lost his consciousness. Hey! The adventurer's over there. What are you doing? What's going on? At this moment, a series of messy footsteps and shouts were heard. Shuren, who was patting the dust off his body, turned around and looked at the source of the sound. On the other side of the street, a group of fully armed knights were walking over quickly. Around them, the frightened citizens were still hiding in the distance, pointing at them and discussing among themselves. Under such a situation, Shuren wasn't surprised when he saw the knights walking over quickly. After all, the commotion here was so big that the knights who were guarding the town would definitely come over to check on the situation. Especially after the unusual phenomenon that happened not too long ago, it was impossible for them not to be sensitive. Hence, Sean watched as the knights of the Knights Guild surrounded the scene. Then, a middle-aged man with an aura that was obviously different from the common knights walked out. I am the captain of the 7th Squad of the 3rd Knight Regiment under Marquis Muriel. The middle-aged man glanced at the big pit in the middle of the street and his heart skipped a beat. Then, he looked at Shuren with a serious expression. What happened here? Shuren asked without a second thought. A suspicious man suddenly pestered me. It seemed like he wanted to harm me, so I subdued him. Shuren said it with a straight face. A suspicious man? The captain was instantly confused. Yes. Shuren said with a serious face, I was just passing by and he suddenly took a portrait and asked me some strange questions to force me. It was all the truth, not a single bit of falsehood was mixed in. At least, from what he said, Shuren was a complete victim. Is that so? The captain glanced over the big pit and said with a heavy expression, so you are the one who destroyed this place, right? Why haven't I heard of a high-level adventurer like you? It seemed like in the captain's heart, Shuren was a little more suspicious. Unfortunately, Shuren had already prepared an excuse. You've misunderstood. Although the person who destroyed this place was indeed me, it was because I used a defensive magic tool given to me by the seniors in my current team. My level is not high enough for you to recognize me. Shuren then began to spout nonsense with a serious face. It couldn't be helped. If he claimed that all of this was his doing, it would be impossible for him to beat up that pretentious criminal who was obviously not an ordinary person with his current level and strength. Not to mention beating someone up like that, even if he said that he caused such a huge damage to the surroundings, it would definitely raise suspicions. When that time came, if someone investigated him, Shuren felt that he would not be able to hide some of his details, and there would be trouble. If it weren't for the fact that Sean couldn't help but act as if he could crush him to death at any time, and that he didn't want to do anything to him because of the current situation, lest he ruin the real big thing, Sean would never want to make a move in such a high-profile manner. But in the end, Sean still took action. Still, Sean was just afraid of trouble, not afraid of trouble. He wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible, so he didn't want to be too conspicuous, but he didn't want to shrink his head and keep a low profile. Again, Shuren was just afraid of trouble, not afraid of it. He wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible, so he did not want to be too conspicuous. But he did not want to shrink his head and keep a low profile. At the end of the day, the protagonist's attitude of not fighting back after being hit, not retorting after being scolded, and not acting like it was nothing when being despised by others, as if the ridicule of others was due to ignorance, and he did not want to bother with those people, was a pain in the ass in Shuren's eyes. Because that was just an attitude of putting himself in a higher position than others to look down on others. In many cases, it was really no different from believing that he was infallible. But what about Shuren? He was really an ordinary person. It was true that he wanted to live a peaceful life, but there were many people in this world who wanted to live a peaceful life. Could it be that they were not allowed to get angry when others picked on them? That was impossible. So, since the other party had already pressed the tire in his face, Shuren did not want to be like some traditional classic development. Because the other party did not make a move, he let the other party leave with a sense of superiority, leaving behind a pretentious aura, and then slowly slapping the other party in the face later. If he felt aggrieved, then just go ahead. Could it be that only others had the right to make a move, and he had to fight passively to be considered superior? That was also impossible. In view of this, seeing that the other party was speaking fiercely with a murderous aura a second ago, and then seemed to want to let him go, the next second, he actually dared to turn his back to him without any defense. Shuren really felt that if he did not give him a good kick, he would be letting down his intelligence. Of course, although he felt good, Shuren did not want to expose his extraordinariness. Since that was the case, he could only talk nonsense. After reading so many novels in his previous life, he had seen all kinds of plot developments. He believed that as a reader, they would have their own way of dealing with such a situation, right? Therefore, Shuren did not panic at all. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Adventurers Guild to investigate. I am a new adventurer who recently joined the guild. Currently, I am in the adventurer team led by Captain Vivian. You should know Vivian, right? Sean's words made the paladin come to a sudden realization. So you are an acquaintance of Miss Vivian? The knight captain changed his serious expression and said with some respect, "My apologies for my rudeness." As expected, if it was Vivian, it was impossible for the other party not to know her. After all, Vivian was a high-level adventurer who had reached level 50. She was very famous, and her childhood friend was the descendant of a great noble that even the nobles in this territory did not dare to slight. She was the leader of the Adventurers Guild, so it was impossible for the knights in this town not to know of her existence. Not only was Vivian famous, but her way of doing things was also very trustworthy. The knight captain did not suspect Shuren. Naturally, Shuren would not hit a smiling person, so he said very modestly, "No, I am the one who was rude. No matter what, I am quite sorry for causing such damage, so I will compensate you." Understood. The Lord Paladin finally relaxed his expression. At this moment, there was some commotion among the knights who went to the big pit to investigate. A knight rushed over in a panic and whispered something into the knight captain's ear. What? The knight captain's expression changed drastically, and he immediately went to check on the man who had been dug out of the big pit. From his clothes, the knights found the portrait that Xianxia had mentioned. Now they won't suspect me anymore, right? The evidence was conclusive, and Xianxia was more or less relieved. However, the knight's panic made Xianxia realize that this matter might not be so simple. Especially the knight captain, his expression was quite ugly as he looked at the portrait. Then, the knight captain returned to Xianxia. We have confirmed that this is indeed a problematic person. If I am not mistaken, I am afraid that he is a wanted criminal by the kingdom. The knight captain bowed to Xianxia, and said, "Thank you for your help this time. After we have confirmed this person's identity, the Lord may very well reward you. Please do not leave Limijan for the time being." After saying that, the head knight gave an order and led all the knights to detain the unconscious man. They left at a faster pace than when they came. The murmurs around them grew louder. Xianxia watched as the knights left. He thought of the person in the portrait, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The next morning, Xianxia went straight to the Adventurers Guild after coming out of the hotel. Vivian's party had a day off after returning from a mission yesterday, so they had to gather today. I wonder what kind of mission I'll get this time. Xianxia thought about it as he arrived at the Adventurers Guild and entered the hall on the first floor. However, the atmosphere in the Adventurers Guild today was a little different than usual. More specifically, there were more people in the guild than usual, and they were all discussing the same topic. The topic was the abnormal phenomenon that happened yesterday. Obviously, the adventurers seemed to be paying attention to this matter. Xianxia even heard the conversation. You said that the wilderness southeast of the town was almost split in half? Yes, even the mountains seem to have been split in half. It can't be? That's too scary. How could something like this happen so suddenly? Who knows? All we know is that it's definitely not a natural phenomenon because the investigation team of the guild and the knights of the town noticed a large amount of magic residue. Which means it's man-made. Based on the most convincing theory, it's generally believed that the phenomenon was caused by the attack of the demonic sword. Demonic sword? Are you kidding me? What kind of demonic sword could turn that place into such a state? I don't believe it either, but this is indeed the most convincing theory. Only the demonic sword could split the wilderness and mountains like this and cause such destruction. I really can't believe it. Let's hope this theory is wrong. Yeah. Such a conversation made Xianxia involuntarily feel that, as expected, no matter which world it is, there's no lack of smart people. These people had almost figured out the truth behind the abnormal phenomenon, but they still couldn't believe it. They couldn't imagine who could use such a powerful, demonic sword. Let's hope they don't find out about me. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. With this thought in mind, Xianxia went to the room where Vivian's team gathered on the second floor. However, as soon as Xianxia entered the room, he was caught by the team members. Then, Mr. Xianxia, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Vivian stood in front of Xianxia and greeted him with a smile. Seeing Vivian like this, Xianxia was dumbfounded, and he looked behind Vivian in a daze. There, Ter was sipping on a drink. Lumia was cowering in a corner seat, looking at him timidly. Even Marika was holding her staff, looking at Xianxia with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Xianxia asked the crowd nervously. No one paid attention to Xianxia. No, it should be said that he did not dare to pay attention to it. Lumia quickly lowered her head, and Marika quickly looked away, pretending not to see anything. It was as if they were afraid that Vivian would scold them. Ter was the only one who glanced at Xianxia and said indifferently. The good deed you did yesterday has been found out. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Did they really know about the demonic sword? Just as Xianxia was thinking about this, Ter seemed to have seen through his thoughts and added. This morning, a group of knights came to the guild to look for Vivian, and they confirmed that you subdued a suspicious person on the street yesterday. Ter's words made Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. So you're referring to that? He thought that the demonic sword was really exposed. However, Vivian was not very satisfied with Xianxia's reaction. Otherwise, what do you think I'm referring to? Vivian stared at Shuren, as if trying to see through his mind. And nothing. Shuren quickly shook his head and then changed the topic. I did do what you said, but is there a problem with that? Of course there is a problem. Vivian still looked at Shuren and said, according to the people from the Knights, you claimed that you used a defensive magic tool that I gave you to cause excessive damage and subdued a suspicious person, but I don't remember doing that at all. Vivian was here to denounce him for this. Unfortunately, Vivian was wrong. I didn't say that you gave me a defensive magic tool, did I? At that time, what I said was, I used the magic tool given to me by the seniors in my current team for self-defense. Sean corrected him with a righteous tone. Used a defensive magic tool that was given to you by a senior in your current team? Vivian was slightly stunned, but she immediately reacted and said, are you trying to say that it was not me who gave you the defensive magic tool, but someone else in the team? With that said, Vivian turned around and looked at the rest of the team. I didn't. Lumia immediately shook her head in panic. It wasn't me either. I didn't prepare that kind of magic tool. Marika also dissociated herself from this matter. Vivian immediately turned to look at Ter. Ter was about to answer, but she did not succeed. Because someone was one step ahead of her. It was Senior Ter who gave it to me. Shuren suddenly pointed at Ter, as if he was pointing at a criminal. Huh? This time even Ter could not help but be stunned. You gave it to me? Ter? Vivian was a little surprised. Not to mention Vivian, even Lumia and Melika were surprised. Ter wanted to deny it. But before that, Ter subconsciously shut her mouth when she saw Sean gesturing to her from behind. After a while, Ter glared at Sean fiercely before turning her head away and replying in a low voice. It was indeed from me. And so, Ter became Shuren's accomplice. Phew, Shuren heaved a sigh of relief again. Yesterday, after using that excuse, Shuren had already thought of asking Ter to help him cover up the lie. After all, Ter was the only one in the team who knew more or less about Shuren's true strength and secrets. Based on her attitude before, she should be willing to help Shuren hide the truth. As it turned out, Shuren's idea was right. Ter had indeed connived with him. However, everyone in the team was unsurprisingly surprised by this. I didn't expect Ter to. I've never seen Ter use a magic tool before. Lumia and Melika looked at each other. Vivian also frowned. She glanced at Shuren and then at Ter, her eyes revealing a smile and helplessness that others couldn't detect. Forget it. Since you all have said so, I won't pursue the matter. Vivian said, anyway, we have basically confirmed the identity of the person who was subdued by Shuren. Shuren has done something good in disguise and not done something bad. Hearing this, Shuren was a little concerned. Have you found out the identity of that person? Shuren asked Vivian. That's right. Vivian nodded. Shortly after, Shuren heard this sentence. That person should be from the Old Demons faction. Old Demons faction? In the private room, Shuren muttered the term that Vivian mentioned. On the other side, Ter, Lumia, and Marika all seemed to become solemn because of the term. Some straightened their backs, some took a deep breath, and some tightened their faces, causing the atmosphere to be heavy. Seeing this, Shuren knew that it was definitely not something good. In fact, that was the case. The so-called Old Demons faction refers to an extreme faction among the demons. Vivian seemed to understand the doubts in Shuren's heart and began to explain. They advocate that the current way of existence of demons is quite distorted, no longer as pure or even orthodox as in the past. They believe that the current demons have lost what they should be, so the purpose of their existence is to correct this distortion and return the demons to their original state. If these words were to fall into the ears of others, they might not understand what they meant. However, Shuren, who already knew the current situation of the demons, easily understood what this meant. Return the demons to their original state? Shuren pursed his lips and said, in other words, they think that the demons should not maintain a state of peace with the humans and the Protoss, right? In layman's terms, that's it. Vivian smiled bitterly. They believe that the origin of demons is the Demon King, and that the Protoss and the humans are enemies who crusade against their king. The current demons, on the other hand, are wagging their tails and begging the Protoss and the humans for mercy after the Demon King passed away. In order to survive, they abandoned their self-esteem as demons. They are all a group of traitors, so they have always wanted to return the demons to their original state. They are very hostile to the Protoss and the humans. Vivian's words reminded Shuren of the pretentious prick. Indeed. That B***starred has always acted like he hates everything in this world. It's as if all humans and human objects are filthy trash. Shuren finally understood why that guy had such an attitude. But, that prick? Vivian looked puzzled, as if she did not understand the meaning of the adjective. Don't mind the details, Shuren laughed dryly and said, then why did he appear in Limigion? Shuren, who asked this question, actually already knew why the other party came here. Because it was already very obvious. You saw the portrait in his hand, didn't you? Vivian said. His goal is to find the person in the portrait. That's right. That was the purpose. To be more precise, it should be said that this was the goal of the old demons. But there was one thing that Shuren did not understand. Why would the old demons want to find the person in the portrait? Why would the demons want to find the person in the portrait? In order to make the demons return to their original form, why did that group of problem children sneak into the human town that they hated and rejected so much in order to find that person? Why would the group of problem children, who wanted the demons to return to their original form, sneak into the human town that they hated and rejected to find that person? Even the rest of the team expressed the same opinion. I heard that the old demon faction has always been committed to destroying the balance between the three races, so they often do things that are no different from terrorists, causing many incidents. I heard that the demons have been working hard to destroy the balance between the three races, so they often do things that are no different from terrorists and cause many incidents. Could it be? Lumia also said with a trembling voice, the abnormal phenomenon that happened yesterday was caused by the demons? Shuren's mouth twitched. Why does it feel like someone is going to take the blame for me from the development of this conversation? While Shuren was thinking about this, Vivian glared at Shuren. Currently, the guild and the knights are indeed leaning towards the idea that all of this is the work of the old demons. After all, they don't know that someone went there to practice his skills yesterday, and the person who taught him lives nearby. Vivian was a little annoyed. Ahem. Shuren's eyes widened, and he could not help but cough. As expected, we can't hide it. Ter seemed to have predicted this outcome and sighed silently. Huh? Lumia and Marika, on the other hand, tilted their heads. For a moment, they did not seem to understand what Vivian meant. Vivian was just a little annoyed, but just as she had said, she didn't intend to pursue the matter any further, and continued to explain. At the moment, the guild and the knights are still investigating this matter. The identity of the infiltrator from the demons has been confirmed. If I'm not mistaken, he should be one of the three masterminds who caused the large-scale assassination in the royal city. Vivian said. His name is Killian, and he used to be a subordinate of the dragon demon, one of the 6 demons who now lead the demons. He was a follower of Tyrannosaurus, one of the 4 cadres of the dragon demon. He was level 77 and was once highly regarded as an excellent talent who could become the 5th cadre of the dragon demon. But 10 years ago, he suddenly joined with 2 other demons to plan the large-scale assassination in the royal city, causing the deaths of many nobles and even members of the royal family. After that, he disappeared without a trace. No one expected him to appear in Limigion, and the higher-ups are in a mess. Vivian looked at Shuren and rolled her eyes. Such a terrifying character was actually subdued by a level 10 novice adventurer using a so-called self-defense magic tool. The knights were shocked. They came to me this morning to confirm, not so much to confirm the cause and effect of the incident, but to find out what that powerful magic tool was and why a novice adventurer would be given such a powerful magic tool to protect himself. Shuren almost broke out in a waterfall of sweat. This was bad. His boast had been blown away. Not panicking? I'm sorry, Sean is panicking right now. He hadn't been able to understand the identity of the other party, and he hadn't thought about the rationale behind the boast. Shuren felt that he was going to be screwed. What Sean didn't know was that Vivian had already smoothed things over for him. Actually, he's a novice with a lot of potential. That magic tool isn't mine, but was given to him by President Lily in the form of financial support. It's to prevent him from dying while he's still a novice. That was how Vivian had explained it to the knighthood. After all, Vivian herself was only level 50. If she had a magic tool that could subdue a level 77 expert, wouldn't it be better for her to use? Hence, if she said that the magic tool was a gift from Vivian, the knights would probably still be suspicious. Hence, Vivian simply pushed it to Lily. With Lily's identity, it wouldn't be strange for her to have such a powerful magic tool, right? Moreover, Lily was indeed very considerate of novice adventurers with potential. Even if it was a little exaggerated to directly give such a powerful magic tool, as long as Lily insisted on her words, the knights had no choice but to believe her. Fortunately, Vivian had already discussed this with Lily beforehand. Both of them had decided to conceal Xianxia's identity and background, so there shouldn't be any problems on Lily's side. Of course, because of this, Lily had already told Vivian about it. To be able to subdue Killian and cause such a phenomenon, I'm really starting to get curious. In other words, Xianxia had been completely targeted by the president. It could only be said that this was the price. Naturally, Xianxia knew nothing about the secret agreement between Vivian and Lily. Xianxia could only laugh dryly as his brain worked furiously, trying to find a way to cover up his lie. However, Vivian did not seem to intend to pursue the matter further. It was as if she only wanted to give someone a warning. She changed the topic in the next second. Anyway, that's how it is. Because of the strange phenomenon and the old demons, Lemidgen is going to be very busy. Lily has already considered the possibility of something even bigger happening. She's now in contact with the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the capital. This was the style of the guild leader who liked to plan ahead. What should we do with the people from the old demon faction? Melika asked worriedly. Although he's been subdued, his level is so high. Is there anyone in Lemidgen who can keep an eye on him? This was a reasonable concern. Even in the entire Adventurers Guild, there were only 33 people who were above level 70. Although this number was limited to adventurers, there were definitely more high-level beings in this territory and even the kingdom. However, Lemidgen was not a flourishing city in the entire Mitra kingdom. It was difficult to find someone who could suppress a demons of Killian's level. Even Tyron raised his head to express his opinion. In Lemidgen, the highest level is the leader of the 3rd Knight Regiment, Balin Moreau, Tyron said coldly. Commander Balin is the 3rd son of Marquis Moreau, the ruler of this territory, and has considerable authority. You could say that he's the most powerful person in Lemidgen. Only leader Lily is his equal, but he's not even level 70 yet, right? Dyer said coldly. Yes, Vivian nodded. After all, Mr. Balin is only 28 years old. If not for being the 3rd son of Marquis Moreau and being the most talented among the children of the Moreau family, he wouldn't have been able to command the 3rd Knight Regiment at such a young age, let alone be assigned to guard this place. As a Marquis family, the Moreaus had a lot of assets. Their territory included many towns and cities, including Lemidgen. One could imagine how vast their territory was. The Moreau family had 3 knight regiments that belonged directly to the Marquis family. Each of the knight regiments had more than 3,000 knights. Then, the 3 commanders and the chief commander of the 3 great knight regiments were in charge of these nearly 10,000 knights. On the surface, these 4 people were the strongest in the territory. Apart from adventurers who often traveled around the world, there were almost no locals with a higher level than them. Under such circumstances, these 4 naturally had high levels. Each of the leaders had to be at least level 70, and the chief commander had to be at least level 80. Of course, this was the condition of a marquis. Earls, viscounts, and barons below the marquis naturally didn't have that much combat power in their territory. As for the dukes, who were the highest-ranking nobles, only those who were part of the royal family could be conferred the title of dukes. They would have at least 7 knight regiments under their command. There would be at least tens of thousands of knights in their territory. It wouldn't be surprising if the leaders and chief commanders were all at least level 80. However, this was only the condition of the Mitra kingdom. As a country founded by the brave who once defeated the Demon King, the Mitra kingdom's status in the continent was second to none. It wasn't something that ordinary countries could compare to. Putting everything else aside, just the Knight Order alone required one to be at least level 30. Those who didn't reach this standard were only ordinary soldiers and guards. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become a Night Orders commander in a territory. However, the chief commander of the 3rd Night Regiment in Moreau's territory hadn't even reached level 70. The reason was that he was the 3rd son of the Marquis family and was extremely talented. That was why the Marquis allowed him to become the chief commander of the 3rd Night Regiment. They also sent Remigian to guard the town, but in reality, it was equivalent to letting him govern the town. Because of this, Remigian was ruled by the chief commander of a night regiment because he was a noble himself. Mr. Balin is currently level 68. He should be able to reach level 70 before he turns 30, right? Vivian said. Back then, the citizens were all happy because of Remigian's appointment. In a territory, other than the city that was the center of the territory, the other cities and towns were governed by the branch families or vassals of the noble families that ruled the territory. The combat power of these places naturally couldn't compare to that of the city in the center of the territory. In Moreau's territory, the highest combat power in some of the towns was not even level 60. Under such circumstances, how could the citizens not be happy when Remigian, who was of such a high rank and noble status, as well as the leader of one of the 3 great night orders, came to govern the city? But this time, Remigian's highest combat power was clearly not enough to deal with the situation. The opponent is a level 77 demons expert, and he was once an outstanding talent under the command of the dragon demons. From the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago, we can see that this person isn't someone ordinary people can deal with. As she said this, Ter glanced at Shuren discreetly. Fortunately, someone was able to subdue him this time, but it might not be the same next time. It wasn't hard to understand what she was implying. I know. Vivian nodded again and said solemnly, Lily has already spoken to Mr. Balin. They should have some arrangements. We just need to do our job well. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Our job? Shuren asked doubtfully. Vivian's expression turned serious. Actually, Lily has made a request to our party, Vivian said. Vivian replied, she'll be in charge of the old demon sect and the natural phenomena. We'll have to find the person that the old demon sect has their eyes on. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Find her? Only Shuren's eyes twitched, and he was speechless. Vivian, who didn't notice Shuren's reaction, spoke up. The existence that the old demons have their eyes on is in the Remigian. This in itself is a very unstable factor, Howren said. So, we have to find her and find out why she came to Remigian. We have to figure out the cause of this whole thing. This is the request that the president personally issued to us. In other words, this was the job of Vivian's team today. The request is platinum, and it might even be upgraded to mithril or obsidian. This was undoubtedly a high-level request that Vivian's party had only received a few times. But how do we find her? We have so few people. If we want to find a person in Remigian, we might as well leave it to the knights. Lumia and Marika spoke up one after another. Ter was the only one who lowered her head slightly before she spoke. I have a clue. As she spoke, Ter took something out from under her black robe. Seeing the thing, Shuren's eyes widened, and he cursed in his heart. This time, they were really screwed. About an hour later, Vivian's party left the Adventurers Guild and arrived at a secluded corner of Remigian, walking on a deserted, dilapidated path. Vivian looked at the winding path and turned to Ter. Are you sure it's here? Vivian asked Ter for confirmation. If there's nothing wrong with the address on it. Ter gave a lukewarm reply. But this doesn't look like a place for people to stay. Lumia said timidly. I've never heard of a place like this. If it's just a place to hide, it's a perfect place. Melika seemed a little nervous as she held her staff in front of her. Just like that, everyone in Vivian's party discussed cautiously. Only Shuren kept his mouth shut and followed behind the others, showing what it meant to stay out of this. Ever since Ter said she had clues about the target, Shuren had been acting like this. The party didn't notice anything strange, so they followed the address Ter provided and arrived at the place. But just as Lumia said, this place didn't look like a place suitable for living. Instead, it looked like a wasteland where beasts and monsters gathered. Perhaps even the slums were better than this place. Shuren was in disbelief. He didn't know why a town like this would have such a place. Was it an undeveloped area? If it had been any other time, Sean would have consulted Vivian's team with such doubts in mind. But today, Shuren just wanted to shut up and be a weak, helpless, and pitiful baby. Under such circumstances, Vivian gave an order. "No matter what, let's go in and take a look," Vivian said softly. Otherwise, in a situation where there are no clues, we can only use extreme methods to find him. Vivian had originally planned to use money to solve this problem. According to her, she knew a few intelligence merchants. As long as she could pay them, they would take action. It would just take a lot of time. Now that Ter had a clue, it couldn't be better. You're right. Then let's go in and take a look." Both Lumia and Marika gave in as well. And so, they walked in together. But just in case, Vivian, as the vanguard tank, walked in front and took off her heavy tower shield. Lumia stayed by Melika's side to protect her. Only Shuren and Ter were in charge of bringing up the rear. This gave Shuren a chance to get close to Ter. Shuren said weakly. "Miss Ter, can I ask you a question?" Shuren was finally ready to ask. However, Ter was unmoved. "You want to ask me why I have that clue, right? You're really observant." Shuren said humbly. Sean said humbly, "If you could explain something to me, I would be very grateful." "Don't use those strange words. It makes people uncomfortable," Ter said indifferently. "I just happened to pick it up." "Don't use those strange words. It makes me uncomfortable," Ter said indifferently. "I just happened to pick it up." "Happened to pick it up?" Shuren asked carefully. "Are you sure? Unless I tell you directly that I was there at that time, you will still doubt me no matter what I say, right?" Ter said in an indifferent tone. Sean had nothing to say, so he could only change the question. He asked in a low voice, "Then how did you confirm that the address recorded on that thing is the one the old demons are looking for, and also our target?" Shuren was speechless. He could only ask another question. "Then how can you be sure that the person in the picture is the person that the old demons are looking for?" Shuren didn't know what to say. He could only change his question. "Then how did you know that the person recorded on the item is the person the old demons are looking for, and that person is also our target?" In the end, Vivian trusted Ter unconditionally. That was why she brought everyone here without asking any questions. But how did Ter connect the clue to the person in the portrait? Shuren couldn't figure it out. No, there was only one possibility. But Shuren didn't want it to be this possibility. Unfortunately, there were too many things in this world that didn't go as one wished. When you were confronting each other, didn't that person admit that he was a fugitive who came to Limijan? Ter said with a shocking tone. If that's the case, it's very likely that the person is the person the old demons are looking for. Her statement was reasonable. Unfortunately, this was the last thing Shuren wanted to see. After all, it meant something. "So you've been watching from the side?" Shuren felt like all the mysteries had been solved. Why did Ter teach him the demon sword, when she knew that his level and strength weren't high enough, because she had seen Shuren's true strength? Why did Ter only express shock about Sean fulfilling the conditions to learn the demonic sword, and the result of the earth-shattering phenomenon? Why didn't she express any doubts, because she knew Shuren's uniqueness? On the night when Sean returned to the camp under Mount Mongol, Vivian told him that Ter had gone to patrol the surrounding area. So, Ter must have seen Shuren outside the campsite and seen Shuren's secret, right? "Let me be clear. I didn't follow you on purpose," Ter said. "At that time, you weren't in a good state. Vivian was worried that you would be in danger if you wandered outside alone, so she asked me to follow you and protect you in the dark." "Vivian?" Shuren was stunned. He quickly asked, "Does Vivian know about it?" "I'm not sure. At least, I didn't tell her about it," Ter said straightforwardly, but judging from Vivian's reaction, even if she didn't notice it directly like I did, she must have noticed something special about you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let you go even though she knew that you were the culprit behind the phenomenon. These words made Shuren feel uncomfortable. In other words, the identity that he thought he had hidden well was already known by Vivian and Ter. More than that, there might be more people who knew about it. Sharon really wanted to curse. Fortunately, Ter told Sharon about it. Don't worry. I didn't tell anyone about it, not even Lumia and Marika. Vivian definitely didn't tell anyone about it, Ter said indifferently. Dyer said indifferently, your identity is too sensitive in today's era and situation. If it is exposed, not to mention anything else, the old demons will definitely target you first, and then take the opportunity to destroy the rare piece. This is a serious matter, and we all know what to do. Is that so? Sharon heaved a sigh of relief, but he also sighed. I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry about it, Ter said indifferently. This is also for our own good. While Sharon and Ter were having this secret conversation, the three people in front of them suddenly stopped. It seems that we have found the right place. Vivian stared ahead and made a decision. At this moment, everyone in Vivian's team, including Sharon and Ter who were still chatting privately, looked ahead. But in the next second, everyone could not help but be stunned. There's nothing here, Lucia murmured in a daze. That's right. In front of everyone, apart from the same old road, there was nothing that Vivian could identify the location of the target. Wait, only Sharon, with the skill, mana sense, clearly sensed something was wrong here. Vivian looked ahead and said to the crowd. It's not that there's nothing here, it's just that we can't see it. Vivian's words were immediately affirmed by the mages in the team. I can feel the subtle flow of mana here. Melika seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, could it be a barrier? That's right. Vivian suddenly smiled, and said, someone must have set up a barrier here. And it's a very high-level barrier, Ter said coldly. Dyer said coldly, shielding, concealment, protection, and confusion. Just from the surface, I can think of 4 effects. In other words, Lucia said uncertainly, is it really here? The answer was very obvious. If it wasn't here, how could such a high-level barrier appear out of nowhere? Who would believe it without any clues? So, we found the right place. Vivian continued to look ahead, and then asked Melika, can you break this barrier? Ugh. Melika suddenly showed a very troubled expression, and said, such a high-level barrier is rare even in the elven homeland, I'm not too sure. Then can you directly destroy the barrier? Ter looked at Melika, and said, if you use the demon sword, you should be able to forcibly break the barrier. The demon sword was not only an extremely powerful ultimate skill, but it could also rely on its nature to cause real damage to existences that had no physical body and were immune to physical attacks. Barriers were also non-physical barriers that had no physical body, so if the power of the demon sword was enough, it was completely possible to use it to split open the barrier. Melika thought for a moment, and then was about to nod. But at this moment, I think it's better not to do this. Sharon, who had been staring in the direction of the barrier since the beginning, suddenly spoke. Huh? Melika could not help but be stunned. Huh? Lumia was also surprised. Even Vivian and Ter paused, and then turned to look at Sharon. What's wrong? Vivian asked with a straight face. Did you notice anything wrong? Obviously, Vivian took Sharon's words very seriously. But this time, Vivian seemed to have overestimated. I don't know much about barriers, and I don't have any related skills in this area, so I didn't find anything wrong. Sean shook his head, but his tone sounded very weak. However, if I'm not wrong, this boundary may have been launched with space magic. Even the demon sword can't split space itself, right? He said. A spatial magic barrier? Vivian was surprised. Is that true? A spatial magic barrier? Vivian was surprised. Is that true? Melika was also shocked, and said, could it be that the person who created this barrier can use space magic? Spatial magic. Lumia said, trembling. Isn't that a very rare and difficult magic? Oh? Sharon's eyes turned slightly, and he asked, is this magic very difficult? The one who answered this question was not Melika or Vivian, but Ter, who seemed to have thought of something after hearing Sharon's words, and fell into deep thought. Spatial magic is famous for being very difficult to learn. It's said that it's a magic system created by the Demon King himself. Even among the demons, there are very few high-level beings who are involved in this magic system, Ter said in a deep voice. The number of humans who use spatial magic is much fewer than the demons. Even in history, I'm afraid you can't find more than 10 people who use spatial magic. That's right. Melika continued Ter's words, and said in a loud voice, in the human race, once a magician who can use spatial magic appears, he will immediately be treated like a state guest, and be invited into the palace to become the exclusive court magician of the royal family. Even the Protoss will pay special attention to those who can use spatial magic. Well, that's a common setting. Shuren was speechless for a long time and then sighed. After all, it involves space, so it's only natural that it's rare and difficult. I understand. Unfortunately, although Shuren could understand, it did not mean that the others could. If the target is a high-level magician who can use spatial magic, then this trip might be a little troublesome. Vivian became serious, and as if talking to herself, she said, should we go back and think about it? It seemed that she had seen a corner of the target's strength, and for safety reasons, Vivian did not want to barge in head-on. The others probably had the same idea. I agree. Melika was the first to express her opinion. The target is a spatial magic user, and we don't know if he has any companions. If we barge in like this, if there's a conflict, we might all be killed. I'm fine with anything. Ter thought for a moment, and then said calmly, since even the demon sword can't break through the barrier here, I have no other way to deal with it. I also agree. Lucia raised her hand, and said in a low voice, it seems very impolite to barge in like this. No one in Vivian's team dared to act rashly. It was obvious that space magic held a very high position in their hearts. This scene made Shuren scratch his face. That? Shuren asked, is this person someone we must meet? That one sentence attracted everyone's attention. Yes. Vivian also looked at Shuren. After staring at him for a while, she nodded heavily, and said, we must have a good talk with this person first. This could be said to be the most urgent matter. Shuren could sense Vivian's determination from her tone. So, Shuren crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. Thinking of how Vivian had taken care of him so far, and how she had clearly discovered his secret but still helped him hide it, Shuren muttered in his heart. It's not bad to return the favor here. Thinking of this, Shuren opened his eyes, raised his head, and looked forward. Then, Shuren took a deep breath. Check the water meter. A loud shout came out of Shuren's mouth, and it echoed in the surroundings for a long time. Shuren! Shuren! Whoa! What's wrong? Shuren's sudden shout startled Vivian, Lumia, Marika, and Ter. This was especially so for Lumia, who was a timid canine girl to begin with. She wailed as if all the hair on her body were standing on end. She was truly frightened. Sorry. Shuren was instantly amused. Like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank, he grinned and said, I just wanted the people inside to come out and greet me. I didn't mean to scare you. Although that was what he said, Shuren's expression and tone only gave off the feeling that he was saying one thing but not the other. However, what Shuren said was the truth. He indeed wanted the people inside to come out by themselves. All of a sudden, the scenery on the old, monotonous road distorted without warning. No, it was not the scenery that was distorting, but the space itself. As if responding to Shuren's shout, the space first spun like a vortex, and then swayed like a mirage. Under such circumstances, the old, monotonous road dissipated like a faded painting and was then replaced by another scene. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, everyone in Vivian's party widened their eyes. Even Shuren raised an eyebrow, and he could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. Because the scenery in front of them had completely changed. The old, dilapidated road had turned into a high-class path paved with smooth and beautiful stone bricks. The land that was originally like an abandoned area had become a garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. In the garden, there were ornamental plants that seemed to have been meticulously trimmed, and there was also a stylish fountain. There was even a luxurious mansion in the middle of the garden. It looked like the mansion of a great noble and was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Everyone in Vivian's party was stunned. Illusion? Ter muttered. So beautiful. Lumia's eyes could not help but twinkle. Why is there such a mansion here? Vivian was astonished from the bottom of her heart. Only Marika seemed to have received a great shock. She stretched out a hand, covered her cute little mouth, and spoke with a trembling voice. If the other party is a spatial magic user, then this mansion and garden couldn't have been directly transported from other places using spatial magic, right? Marika felt that she had seen the truth of everything. But it was precisely because of this that he was extremely shocked. Beside her, hearing Marika's words, Shuren was also astonished. He looked at the garden and the mansion in front of him again. You used spatial magic to transport it from another place? This was really incredible. That guy seemed to be someone far more extraordinary than what he had known. Just as everyone fell into a state of shock, a figure slowly walked out from the mansion in front of them. She was wearing a mage uniform and had long black hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were as beautiful as rubies, and her figure was tall and voluptuous. She exuded an extremely shrewd and capable aura. Welcome to Flower Pavilion. The maid bowed to the members of Vivian's team with a voice that was devoid of any emotion. The rest of the girls aside, Sean and Ter were taken aback when they saw this person. You're Xianxia? Sean really doubted his own eyes when he saw the young lady who had come looking for him dressed in a maid's uniform to welcome him. Her temperament had also changed drastically. But this time, Shuren was wrong. I'm Xianxia, not Miss Xianxia. I'm just a maid of this Blossom Pavilion. The maid who called herself Xianxia's expression did not change, and her voice was still as calm as before. Miss Xianxia is in the Blossom Pavilion. She asked me to welcome her. Hearing this, everyone in Vivian's team looked at each other. Sean, on the other hand, stared at the girl who called herself Rorschach and kept sizing her up. It couldn't be helped. This person, be it looks, height, or appearance, was exactly the same as Xianxia. For a moment, Shuren even wondered if this person was Xianxia in disguise to toy with him. But if that was the case, the young lady's acting skills were too good. Not only her expression, but even her temperament had changed drastically. Compared to the past Shuren saw her, it was like heaven and earth. Could it be twins? Shuren subconsciously muttered this setting that would make countless otakus go wild with joy. Xianxia, however, ignored Sean's reaction and spoke with a straight face. Please follow me. With that, Xianxia made a pleased gesture to everyone. No one moved. Sister Vivian, what should we do? Both Lumia and Marika looked at Vivian, seeing her as their pillar of support. Should we go in? Ter asked indifferently. Her petite body seemed to have tensed up, and she seemed to have entered a state of alert. What do you think? Shuren? Vivian pondered for a while and did not make a decision. Instead, she asked for Shuren's opinion. Let's go in. Shuren was still staring at Xianxia. After a while, he exhaled and said, Now, I'm also a little curious about that guy. After saying that, Shuren led the way into the garden and walked toward the mansion. Seeing this, Vivian and the others exchanged glances again, and then followed behind Shuren into the garden. An accident happened at this moment. Oh no! Shuren, who had the skill, mana sense, was the first to notice the abnormality. His expression changed, and he turned around abruptly, rushing toward Vivian and the others. But at the same time, with another tremor, space began to distort. Shuren! Ah! Wait! Tisk! The exclamations of the young girls rang out in unison. Under the distortion of space, Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika seemed to be sucked into an invisible black hole, and they instantly disappeared on the spot. Shuren just happened to rush to where the girls were, and his outstretched hand brushed past Vivian's body. After Vivian disappeared, his hand landed on nothing. Thus, Shuren's emotions were ignited very smoothly. Playing with me? Shuren turned his gaze and stared at Xianxia, and the mana in his body surged out, turning into a dark flame that burned fiercely. Thanks to this, the entire garden and mansion began to tremble, and the air also let out a mournful wail. Even a level 80 expert would find it difficult to breathe in front of such a commotion. However, Xiaoxia's expression was the same as usual. Don't worry, they just returned to the Adventurers Guild, Xianxia said expressionlessly. Missy only wants to see you, she doesn't want to see anyone else. Sharon's aura suddenly froze. In the garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, Sean and Rorschach just stared at each other. One was full of aggression, while the other looked unusually calm, which made the atmosphere depressing. Sharon tried to confirm the authenticity of Xia's words. After all, Sharon was not naive enough to believe a stranger's words. However, Xia was too calm. Not only did she not reveal any emotional fluctuations, but she was also indifferent under the pressure of Sharon's aura. There was no sense of power in her body, and she felt like an ordinary maid. Compared to Xianxia, who exuded an incredible aura, she was undoubtedly very mediocre. However, even Xianxia could not be so calm under the situation of Sharon's emotional outburst. It was too unusual for a maid without the slightest sense of power to be able to do this. Is she really Xiaxia's twin sister? If she is, why would the willful twin sister of that spoiled Missy claim to be her maid? I don't understand. Sharon kept sizing up Xia until he was sure that he could not see through her thoughts, then he gave up. At that moment, Sharon thought for a while, and then slowly withdrew his mana. Obtain skill, oppression, learn? Under such circumstances, a new skill was actually obtained by Sharon. Sharon took a glance and found that it was an active skill that could exert mental and physical oppression on all targets within a certain range through the release of mana or one's own aura. Because Sharon took a similar action, he could directly obtain this skill, right? Sean thought about it and decided to learn it for the time being. Don't let me know that you're just joking. After leaving such a sentence to Xia, Sharon resumed his steps. However, this time, Sharon was not going to enter the mansion. Instead, he walked out of the garden and left directly. May I ask where you are going? Xia looked at Sharon and asked calmly. Sharon ignored her and stepped straight out of the garden. Until, I knew it. You will definitely not play by the rules again. With such a helpless voice, the space around Sharon distorted, and the scenery changed. Sharon only felt that his vision was blurred, and then he was already in a luxurious parlor. Missy. Xia, who was transferred with Sharon, bowed to the owner of the parlor. You've worked hard, Xia. A girl who had the same figure and appearance as Xianxia but was wearing a formal dress sat at a guest table. She smiled at Xianxia and then turned to Sean. I say, since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xianxia rolled her eyes at Sharon. In this regard, Sharon's mood could almost be said to be indifferent. The young lady is delicate and noble, but she also has a bad temper. She can meet whoever she wants and chase away whoever she doesn't want to meet. She's too dignified, and a small rookie adventurer like me can't overstep her boundaries. So, it's better for me to be tactful and leave. Don't you think so? The sharpness in Sharon's words could be said to be quite obvious. I'm just asking your lovers to go back, but you actually left. You're the one who knocked on the door. Who's the one with the bad temper? Xianxia said with a faint smile, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't even be able to open the enchantment outside, let alone come in. It's already a reward to be able to take a look at my floral house, right? Is that so? Sharon was still sarcastic. Do we have to feel honored? Of course. Xianxia smiled meaningfully at Sharon and said matter-of-factly, do you know what this floral house used to be called? Sharon frowned. Seeing this, Xianxia said with a smile. In the past, it was called the Demon King House. This sentence made Sharon's eyes move slightly. The Demon King House, could it be? That's right, this was once the official residence of the Demon King. After I stole it, it was renamed to Floral House? Xianxia revealed the shocking news with a chuckle. You stole the official residence of the Demon King? Even Sharon felt speechless by this statement. It's just incidental. Xianxia looked relaxed, but she did not say anything more. She just pointed to the seat in front of her and said, sit down. It's not easy to wait for you to come here. How about I treat you to a cup of tea? Sharon did not move. He just rolled his eyes. Seeing this scene, Xianxia showed a vigilant expression. Don't do anything crazy again. I'm begging you. It really tests your spirit and heart. Xianxia almost gritted her teeth and said, don't you want to know why the old demons are looking for me? You came here with those little girls for a purpose, right? Then it's not a bad thing to talk to me, right? The three questions in a row fully expressed how much of a headache Xianxia had for Sharon's previous unconventional actions. Sharon suddenly rolled his eyes. He immediately stepped forward reluctantly and sat down opposite Xianxia. As soon as Sharon sat down, Xianxia, who had been staying silent at the side, appeared beside him out of nowhere. She was holding a tray with a tea set in her hand. Please have some tea. With a voice that was too calm for a maid, Xianxia said faintly while gently putting the hot and tempting teacup in front of Sharon. This time, Sharon did not do anything else. With the protection of the abnormal status resistance skill, Sharon was not afraid that others would poison the tea. Therefore, Sharon took the cup and took a sip of the tempting tea. At this moment, an incomparably delicious spread in his mouth. It's delicious, Sharon could not help but be surprised and unconsciously said such words. Is that so? Xianxia immediately said happily as if she was being praised. The tea that Xianxia makes is the most delicious in the three realms. Xianxia seemed to be proud of it. You flatter me, eldest Mississippi, Xianxia replied in a plain tone. I'm just telling the truth. Xianxia, on the other hand, was strangely stubborn in this regard. It was not that Sharon could not understand Xianxia's pride. The tea was indeed delicious and fragrant. It could be said to be almost as delicious as the tea that Sharon drank at Nian's place. It was understandable that she wanted to show off since she could bring out something of the same level as the tea that the goddess used to entertain her. Unfortunately, Sharon was not really here to drink tea. I won't waste any more time. Sharon was not polite at all. He directly said to Xianxia, the person that the old demon sent is looking for is you, right? Xianxia responded with a smile. Silence spoke louder than words. That was something that could be confirmed. This was because the portrait that Killian carried was a portrait of Xianxia. That was why Sharon, who had fought with Xianxia, was said to carry the remnants of her magic. That was why Killian followed this magic to find Sharon and interrogate Sharon. It was also normal for Ter to know how to use this magic. When they came down from Mount Mongol, Xianxia gave Sharon her address. Although the invitation with the address was buried by Sharon, Ter, who had witnessed everything, picked it up. That was how they found this place. Just like what Ter said, since Xianxia claimed that she had escaped to Lemijin when they first met, the reason for her escape was very intriguing. If she needed to escape, it meant that someone was after her. With that in mind, the old demons came to him with a portrait of Xianxia and asked him if he had seen her and where she was. No matter what, it was obvious that the people chasing after Xianxia were the old demons. The question was, why would the old demons chase after Xianxia? Don't tell me they're hunting you down because you stole the mansion left behind by the Demon King? Sharon suspected. How could that be? Xianxia chuckled and said disdainfully, although those people claim that they want the demons to return to their original form and follow the will of the Demon King, that they shouldn't betray their dignity and coexist with the Protoss and the human race just to survive, in the end, they're just a bunch of ambitious and evil people who want to do whatever they want and satisfy their selfish desires. They wouldn't go through so much trouble for a useless mansion. The prerequisite is that this mansion is really useless, right? Sean simply poked at the heart of the problem and said, what if this mansion actually has a function that the people of the old demon faction can't ignore? Then, the old demons would have a reason to take the mansion. Of course, Xianxia understood this. But, don't worry. As I said, this mansion is just something I stole along the way. Although it has some special effects, it's not enough to cause people with ulterior motives to fight over it. Xianxia took a sip of black tea and said, they're after something else, something that I really want to steal. It's not on the same level as this mansion. In other words, you have something that the old demons want, right? Sharon looked straight at Xianxia and said, what is it? Why? Are you concerned about it? As expected, as a hero, I can't just ignore something that's been targeted by the dangerous members of the old demon race, can I? Xianxia smiled with great interest. Her words only got Sharon's disapproving expression. Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Seems like that's not the case, Xianxia muttered, you're obviously less interested in these things than I thought. That was indeed the case. To be honest, Sharon had no interest in the old demons or the conspiracies surrounding Xianxia. Originally, Shuren knew that Xianxia was on the run, which was why he avoided her. Under such circumstances, he didn't care about what dangerous things Xianxia had on her or the purpose of the old demons. These things had nothing to do with him, so why would Shuren care about them? Therefore, as long as it didn't directly harm him, Shuren really didn't want to get involved in these troublesome matters. But, this is what it means to be in the human world. Shuren said reluctantly, since Vivian and the others are so concerned about this matter, I probably can't stay out of it. Vivian's team was obviously acting for the sake of this town and the kingdom. Shuren had received a lot of care from them, so it was necessary to return the favor. To put it in simpler terms, it would be that, whether it's you or the old demons, since you've dragged this town into this, unless I run far away, I'll probably be involved sooner or later, right? Shuren said with a fake smile, then don't you think I should do something? Oh? Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. She asked curiously, then what do you plan to do? It's very simple. Shuren said bluntly, for example, I'll kill you here, then throw the things you stole and your ashes into the mountains, and let the old demons send people to loosen the soil for your grave or something like that. No, no, no. You and I should be working together to drive away the old demons, right? Xianxia's face stiffened, and she couldn't help but complain loudly, that side is clearly the evil faction. What was the logic behind this solution? You're a hero, not the demon king, right? Obviously, even Xianxia was almost frightened by Shuren's strange style. Only Shuren didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his speech at all. Who said that the brave ones have to be righteous? Shuren replied with such words, in the end, the hero is a means that the Protoss summons from the other world to deal with the demon king. To put it nicely, it's a hero who saves the world. To put it bluntly, it's a weapon used for war. It's just a matter of different standpoints. If it's not the Protoss but the demons who summon the hero, I guess the hero will only become a demon, right? That's right. Xianxia was stunned, and said as if she had lost all her strength, is your brain always so strange? Why would the Protoss summon a guy like you into this world? You don't know, but I want to ask. Shuren said, it's a good thing to be able to live again, but I'm starting to wonder if it's really a good thing. Alright. Xianxia could not find the words to refute. She could only hold it in for a long while before she said, let me remind you first. Regardless of strength, if I just want to escape, no one can kill me. As a user of spatial magic, if Xianxia just wanted to escape, no one would be able to catch her. Otherwise, it would be a problem if Xianxia could remain unscathed and do whatever she wanted in the face of the old devil sex pursuit. But this was also the question that Shuren wanted to ask. You can escape at any time if you want to, but you chose to stay in Lemegen, even after knowing that the old demons are looking for you. What's your purpose? Shuren finally asked the question that bothered him the most. Intuition told Shuren that this matter might have something to do with him. And Xianxia's answer in the next second confirmed this thought. My purpose is to find you. Xianxia put on a poker face and stared at Shuren. It's because I know you're the new hero that I stayed. Even when I received news that the old demons had already infiltrated Lemegen, I still didn't leave. Hearing this, Shuren only had one thought in his mind. That was, trouble was coming. As expected, let's work together. Xianxia looked straight at Shuren and said. Let's work together. When Xianxia said this, Shuren was silent. Then, Shuren stood up silently, turned around, and left without looking back. Wait. Who would turn around and leave without hesitation the moment they heard about working together? Xianxia immediately appeared behind Shan in a flash and grabbed him. She yelled loudly while her expression was still full of astonishment as if she was doubting life. Let me go. Shuren was firm and said, I know it's a troublesome thing. If I continue to listen, it's very likely that I will have to do it. Since that's the case, it's best not to listen. Let me go now. With that, Shuren was about to shake off Xianxia's hand. Unexpectedly, Xianxia seemed to know that her strength was no match for Shuren. She directly pounced on him and hung on him. This time, Shuren was completely hugged by Xianxia. Not only did he feel an extremely soft and comfortable touch, there was also a tempting body fragrance that directly drilled into the tip of Shuren's nose. This time, it was Shuren's turn to be shocked. What about me? Xianxia said extremely angrily, I won't allow you to leave. Others are still talking and you actually turned around to leave? This is the first time I've seen someone like you. No, if it were someone else, Shuren would not have done this. No matter what, Shuren still understood the most basic manners. However, in the face of Xianxia, who obviously had a lot of problems, Shuren really wanted to stay away from her. It would be best if he could use his rudeness to anger her and drive her away. Even now, being hugged tightly by such a fragrant beauty, and being in a bad state in various places, Shuren still wanted to escape. I just want to help Vivian and the others to get some useful information. I don't want to jump into your trap. So, let me go. Shuren pressed Xianxia's head and pushed it away. Xianxia stubbornly retorted with a stubborn expression. I won't let go. Unless you break my head. Otherwise, I will definitely not. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop. It's going to break. You're actually breaking it. This is no longer a question of whether I'm brave or not, but a question of whether I'm a man or not. You. The stubborn Xianxia let out a blood-curdling screech. Her head, which was held down by Sean, mercilessly exerted force on it, almost breaking it. Xianxia could not believe it, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. Because you're cute and a woman, you'll be treated gently, making men feel helpless and soft-hearted. I'm tired of seeing this kind of trick. Shuren sneered, if you don't let go, I'll really break it this time. The threatening voice made Xianxia's face turn green. At that moment, Xianxia quickly let go and looked at Shuren, angry and hateful. On the other hand, Shuren looked refreshed, as if he had awakened an incredible hobby, which made people shudder. Xianxia's chest was heaving up and down violently. She was itching to bite 2 pieces of flesh off Sean's body. After a while, Xianxia suppressed the grievance in her heart and took a few deep breaths. I'm being serious. That was all Xianxia could say. I'm being serious too. Sean did not hesitate to reply with such words. Xianxia admitted that she really wanted to bite this man to death. However, she still turned the gloominess in her heart into a sigh. I'm not joking with you. Xianxia's face tightened. She looked at Shuren and said, that thing must not fall into the hands of the old demons. Otherwise, not to mention Lamagian, this country, and even the world itself will be in big trouble. Shuren's eyes twitched. So this was how it would develop, no matter which story it was, once something like town, country, or world appeared, it would definitely be a series of cliched and melodramatic plots. What was puzzling was that if such a thing really happened, it would be just like what Shuren said. In the end, it would become a situation where he had no choice but to do it. Yet, there were people who called such actions the Virgin Mary and criticized it. The old Shuren really wanted to ask if anyone knew what a Virgin Mary was. Shuren definitely did not want to be a Virgin Mary, or rather, no one wanted to. However, if such a thing really happened, Shuren had to admit that at least he could not sit back and do nothing. Therefore, Shuren did not want to continue listening and let the situation become a situation where he had no choice but to do something. Now, sigh, Shuren sighed. Then let me hear it first. Shuren squinted his eyes and said, at least, I'll make a decision after I hear it. That's right. Xianxia also heaved an obvious sigh of relief. She even wiped her sweat and said, I was really worried that you would leave just like that. If things go wrong, I will still leave. Shuren decided to warn her and said, I'm just going to listen for now. I'll talk about your so-called cooperation after I hear it. That's all for now. Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, can you sit down now? Shuren mumbled a few words and sighed again. Then, he stepped forward and sat back in his original position. At this time, Xianxia came forward. Please have some tea. As if everything that happened just now was just a farce, Xianxia was still unmoved after witnessing the interaction between Shuren and Xianxia. She poured hot tea into their teacups expressionlessly. Shuren felt that this maid might be more incredible than he imagined. Xianxia seemed to be used to Xia's attitude and picked up the teacup on her own. Then, not long after, I'm afraid the old demons will come to Lamagian to rescue Killian. Xianxia went straight to the point. Rescue? Shuren looked up. That's right. Xianxia finally calmed down and said, no matter what, Killian is one of the most important talents of the old demons. He's level 77. The old demons will definitely not sit back and watch this kind of power be disposed of by the humans. So, it was normal that someone would come to rescue him. Plus, I'm here. I reckon that the ones who will come will not be small fries. There may even be a large force of the old demons, who will not hesitate to attack this town to get what I have. Xianxia said so. If it was before, I would have left directly and not confronted them directly. But this time, since a variable like you has appeared, I want to show them what I'm made of. To be more specific, I want to destroy the main forces of the old demon sect with you. Xianxia's words, which were filled with hostility, surprised Xian. Although he had only met Xianxia a few times, in Xian's opinion, this lady might be casual, but she wasn't the type to play with other people's lives. When they met at the foot of Mount Mongol, she didn't show any hostility towards him. She only forced him to unleash his murderous intent in order to force him to use the holy sword. But in the end, she left right after that. She shouldn't be the kind of person who was too violent. But now it seemed that this lady wasn't violent. She was just picky. Do you have such a huge grudge against the people of the old demon sect? Xian asked for the time being. What do you think? Xianxia smiled faintly. I've been hunted for so long. If I had a choice, do you think I would run away and not take revenge? That was true. If it were Xian, he would definitely find a way to take revenge. That was probably how Xianxia felt now. She finally had a chance to repay the old demons. Of course, she wouldn't let it go. Moreover, as long as the old demons are weakened, they won't be able to hunt me down. Then, I can take the opportunity to do more things, Xianxia said seriously. So, I want to work with you. Xian immediately began to calculate in his mind. These words sounded reasonable, but no matter what, there were still a few questions that couldn't be avoided. For example, what's in it for me to work with you? Xian was very direct. Not really, but at least it can prevent you from doing any harm. Xianxia was also very direct. I don't need to explain it to you. As long as the old demons send a large army, Limijan's combat power is only at level 68. He won't be able to resist them. For the sake of this town, you have a reason to take action, right? You still have the nerve to say that? The corners of Xian's eyes twitched, and he looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. He said, if you hadn't stayed here all this time, the old demon faction wouldn't have set their eyes on this town. You're the one who single-handedly caused all of this, and now you're saying such things. Do you really think I'm a brat who's easy to fool? How good would it be if you were so gullible? Xianxia sighed and said snappily, do you think I'll be fine if I don't stay here? Once the thing in my hand is taken by the old demon clan, not to mention this town, even the entire human world will be in danger. So, I'm also risking my life here. Then you can continue to run. Xian straightened his back and said seriously without hesitation, as long as you continue to run, no one will be able to catch you according to what you said. By then, this town will be spared from danger. It's the best of both worlds. Don't think about revenge. Just leave. You. Are you even human? Xianxia slammed the table. I'm working so hard for the sake of the human race and the human world. Is it appropriate for you to say that? No, even if you say that, it's not appropriate for me. Xian said innocently, I'm not a person of this world. Even if you tell me that you're working so hard for the sake of the people of this world, it doesn't feel real to me, dear. This? Xianxia was speechless. She felt suffocated and wanted to scream in her heart. How could such a person be a hero? What are the Protoss guys thinking? No, I can't think about it anymore. Otherwise, my brain will break. Calm down, I need to calm down. Just when Xianxia was desperately trying to comfort herself, Xian said lightly. Don't you think that what I said makes sense? Then it's not too late to change your mind. Xian's words made Xianxia hug her head. She had the urge to cry. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been on standby, suddenly spoke. Mr. Xian should have seen what kind of people the old demon's faction is like, right? Xianxia suddenly uttered these words. You mean that pretentious prick? Xian couldn't help but look at her. Although I don't know what you mean by pretentious prick. Xianxia said calmly, but in your opinion, is it really good to leave someone like that alone? Shuren's eyes suddenly flickered. Recalling the situation when he met Killian, Shuren knew what Xianxia was referring to. Someone who rejected the human race and everything in the human race, and treated everything in this world as if they were filthy things. It was obvious how dangerous it would be if they were left alone. The old demons faction are basically like that. They hate everything other than demons. They even hate their compatriots who abandoned their self-esteem in pursuit of peace. They act unscrupulously for the sake of unreasonable ideals. For this era, they are undoubtedly a malignant tumor. Xianxia said calmly. I believe you already know what Killian did in the royal city 10 years ago. The old demons faction are such dangerous people. If left alone, this kingdom and even this world will be destroyed by them sooner or later. When that time comes, can you guarantee that this town won't become one of their future targets? Sean could not help but frown at his words. He had to admit that this maid's words carried some weight to Shuren. It wasn't that Shuren was compassionate and felt that these malignant tumors of society should be eradicated. But he was very clear that if the situation developed to that extent, he might not be able to escape from it in the end. Do you know why the heroes of the past spared no effort to defeat the Demon King? Xianxia looked at Shuren again and said, it's not because they want to be heroes, nor is it because they are driven by the Protoss. It's just that in this world, once a conflict breaks out between the three races, they have to resist no matter what. Shuren more or less understood what Xianxia was implying. I don't know why the god race is still summoning the hero at this point. What are they planning? Xianxia looked deeply at Shuren and said, but since the Protoss has secretly summoned the heroes, it proves that something big is about to happen. Maybe our meeting isn't a coincidence, but a kind of fate. Between the two of them, one was summoned into this world by the Protoss in an inexplicable state, while the other was hunted by the old demons faction. From a certain point of view, it could be said that they were quite fated. Besides, this matter really won't do you any harm, right? That was what Xianxia had said. You really don't want to think about it? Hearing this, Shuren fell into deep thought again. Xianxia didn't rush Shuren. Together with Xianxia, they quietly waited for Shuren to come to a conclusion. Shuren frowned and thought for a while, then looked up. What did you steal that made the old demons faction chase you like this? Shuren pointed to the heart of the problem. About this, you can actually go back and ask your squad leader. Xianxia was silent for a while, then said faintly. Ask Vivian? Shuren was startled. Yes. Xianxia curled her lips and said, she knows who I am and what I have done. You will know when you go back and ask her. Shuren was speechless. With Xianxia's reminder, Shuren remembered. Previously, when Vivian said that she was looking for Xianxia, this was what she had said. The existence targeted by the old demons is in Lamajian. This is a very unstable factor, so we have to find her and find out why she came to Lamajian. We have to figure out the cause of the whole thing. This is the mission that the president has personally issued to us. That's right, Vivian said that they had to figure out Xianxia's purpose and the cause of the whole thing, but not Xianxia's identity and background. Moreover, when the knight captain saw Xianxia's portrait when he subdued Killian, he also had an ugly expression. This proved that Xianxia's identity was not a secret to these people. Perhaps Xianxia's identity was more transparent than Shuren had imagined. However, this girl had been talking about stealing the Demon King's official residence and stealing dangerous things since the beginning. Could it be that her real identity was some heroic thief or righteous thief? Should I just capture her and be done with it? The way Shuren looked at Xianxia gradually changed. Xianxia's sharp senses sensed something. Her body trembled, and she looked at Shuren warily. Although she did not know what this hero was thinking, Xianxia knew that it was definitely not something good. At that moment, out of self-preservation instinct, Xianxia quickly changed the topic. In short, even if I'm not on the same side as you, I'm not your enemy. There's no harm in cooperating with me. Think about it carefully. At this point, Xianxia's attitude was already very humble. This made Xianxia feel tired, and the idea of doubting her life became stronger and stronger. Shuren folded his arms and began to seriously consider this matter. Destroy the main force of the old demons, this wasn't something that he absolutely couldn't do. After Meeting Killian, Shuren's impression of the so-called old demons had dropped to the lowest. Even if he really destroyed them all, he would not feel any psychological burden. Moreover, if the old demons really came to rescue Killian, what would happen to Lamajian? Shuren did not know, but Shuren knew that those guys would definitely find trouble with him. After all, according to the general direction of the plot, at this time, the pretentious criminal whose name was very similar to that of a small fry in a certain peasant manga should be mad at him, feeling that he had been humiliated by him, and in a state where he could not wait to kill him. If he was rescued afterwards, he would take revenge like a standard villain. It could basically be said that it was a plot that could be thought of using one's knees to think. Moreover, the other party would definitely come to take revenge in a very high-profile manner, such as taking the people of this town as hostages, forcing him into a desperate situation, or taking the whole town to be buried with him, letting him die in agony and so on. This could be said to be the typical villain style. When that time came, he would be forced to take out the holy sword and kill all these villains in a second, but because of this, his identity would be exposed. From then on, he would enter the eyes of the major forces, be valued or worshipped, and establish the protagonist mode. This was another trick, right? If Shuren wanted to be the protagonist, this would be a textbook example. All he had to do was follow it. Unfortunately, Shuren was not that kind of person. If that was the case, why don't I take this opportunity to sneakily get rid of those so-called old demon faction fellows without any risk, and then push all the blame onto this great hero bandit? Shuren suddenly saw the light. But before that, Shuren still had something to confirm. With just the two of us, can we destroy the main force of the old demons? Shuren's meaning was clear. He did not want to meet some big shot and be killed in the end. You're still worried about this? Xianxia laughed and said, you're able to remain unscathed in front of me even though your level is so low. If you add the power of the holy sword to the mix, apart from the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, who else can be a match for you? That's not necessarily true. Shuren did not get carried away at all. Instead, he was very cautious. How do I know how high the level of the people coming will be? How strong will their abilities be? Not to mention, everyone knows that it's easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. If I can't do it in the open, how do I know if the other party will not do it in the dark? At least, Shuren did not think that reality was like the novels, where as long as one was strong enough, they could destroy the universe and ignore everything. One had to know that in the current era, even a warring race that could blow up a planet could be almost killed by a laser gun. The hanging man who hid in the life support system all day could also fall in front of the gun of a double-faced spy who spoke a strange Kansai accent. Sean felt that it was better for him to be cautious in case something went wrong. You're really a strange guy. Xianxia laughed bitterly. Indeed, the old demons have many inhumane means to use, and I can't guarantee that it's foolproof. But this time, we're going to attack them, not them hiding in the dark. As long as we're careful, with your and my abilities, we should be able to keep our lives and escape in one piece, right? Shuren had extremely high-level resistance skills and the protection of the holy sword. Even if he could not win, he would not be in trouble. This had been proven in front of Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia was a user of spatial magic. If she simply wanted to escape, almost no one could stop her. With this ability as a guarantee, Xianxia dared to invite Shuren to destroy the main force of the old demons. Unless the other side has some strange unique skill user, but the probability is very low, so we can rest assured. Xianxia seemed to be very confident, but Shuren still felt that this was a flag. But, unique skill? Shuren pondered. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Unique skills are very special abilities. They may be completely useless, or they may show earth-shattering effects and overturn all unfavorable conditions. So, people who can awaken unique skills are generally valued. You're so extraordinary at such a low level because of your unique skill, right? Therefore, whether or not there was a unique skill, and what effect it had, directly determined a person's usefulness and strength. Generally speaking, it's fine if you don't have a unique skill, but if you do, you first have to consider the strength of the unique skill, and then calculate the level and skill. This is the standard to judge a person's strength. That was Xianxia's explanation. For example, the 6 great demons of the demon realm. In terms of levels and skills, the cadres under them aren't much different from them. However, as the Demon King's dependents, the 6 great demons all have rather terrifying unique skills. They can easily crush these cadres whose levels and skills aren't much different from theirs. It's also because of this that the heroes of the past have high hopes. They usually have powerful unique skills, and some even have holy swords that don't lose out to unique skills. With these 2 conditions added together, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 great demons dare not underestimate them. You haven't been summoned to this world for long, but as a hero, you should be able to grow quickly. In the future, when you encounter enemies, you must not ignore the effect of unique skills, okay? Listening to Lessia's words, Shuren pondered. 10 minutes later, Xianxia led Shuren out of Lessia's floral hall. Well then, Mr. Shuren, please accept this. Xianxia handed an item to Shuren outside the floral hall. What is this? Shuren took the item with a puzzled expression. An ordinary-looking piece of parchment was rolled up and tied with a string. It lay in Shuren's hand in the shape of a scroll. It looked no different from the adventurer's permit Shuren had obtained from the Adventurers Guild. But this was no ordinary piece of parchment. This can be considered a magical tool for now. Xianxia said calmly, although the tool itself is made of ordinary material and is no different from ordinary parchment, Miss Xianxia has used her spatial magic to connect it to another piece of parchment. As long as Miss Xianxia writes something on that piece of parchment, the content will appear on the parchment in your hand. Oh? Sean understood a little and said, in other words, this is considered a means of communication? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Miss Xianxia has already set up a magical barrier for detection around Lamijin. Once the old demons appear, Miss Xianxia will be the first to notice. When that happens, I hope that Mr. Shuren will meet up with Miss Xianxia after receiving her communication. That was it. In the end, Shuren agreed to Xianxia's invitation and decided to destroy the old demon's main force with her. This was also for Shuren's own sake. I hope the old demons will appear soon. That was Shuren's hope. Indeed. Xiaxia's face was expressionless. If they don't appear soon, Miss Xianxia will have a headache. After all, Killian was not only a member of the old demons, but also the culprit who had attacked the royal capital and carried out large-scale assassinations, causing the deaths of many nobles and even members of the royal family. The kingdom would not sit idly by and watch such a vicious criminal be dealt with. Not long after, the kingdom would probably send someone over to escort Killian to the capital to be judged. It was precisely because of this that Lamijin had to go to great lengths to keep an eye on Killian. He even had Lily run around for him. If things went smoothly, Killian would be brought back to the royal city when reinforcements arrived from the royal city. At that time, it would be very difficult for the old demons to rescue him from the hands of the royal city. Considering this point, when the people from the royal capital arrived, it was very likely that the people sent by the old demon clan would directly give up on the rescue. If that happened, Shuren's and Xianxia's plans would be shattered. This was not a bad thing for Shuren. Instead, it was what he wanted to see. However, he did not know if the old demons would come looking for him to avenge Killian. So, to be on the safe side, Shuren still hoped to destroy them with his own hands. He did not want to have to constantly be on guard against a group of dangerous terrorists in the future. Of course, Xianxia felt the same way. She hoped that she could take this opportunity to make the old demon faction suffer a terrible defeat and make them suffer the consequences. Because of this, Shuren and Xianxia both hoped that the old demons would appear as soon as possible. They know very well that once the pretentious criminal is handed over to the royal capital, the difficulty of rescuing him will increase by several levels. So, after receiving the news, they should be eager to act, Shuren said thoughtfully. I just don't know if they can make it in time. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a problem. Xiaxia's expression was still the same. Killian would definitely not come to Lamijin alone to look for Milady. That would be inefficient. He would at least bring a group of subordinates with him. Those subordinates might have already gone back to report this matter. The old demons will soon receive the news and come to the rescue. Let's hope so. Shuren said this as if he did not have much hope. He then looked at Xianxia and sized her up. By the way, Miss Xianxia, aren't you coming with us? Just call me Xianxia, sir. Xianxia said, but her tone was not respectful or polite. She said calmly and frankly, I'm just Miss Xiaxia's maid. I'm confident in handling daily chores. Unfortunately, I'm not good at fighting. I'm only level 10, so please don't expect too much from me. Is that so? Shuren was very doubtful. He could not help but mutter, shouldn't a maid be stronger than her master to be considered qualified? If that's the standard, I don't think there are many qualified maids in this world. Xiaxia seemed to be speechless at Shuren's words. She then looked at Shuren and said, Miss Xiaxia has always been protecting me and giving me shelter. That's why I can continue to survive. It's just a pity that I can't be of any help in fighting. I can only hope that Mr. Shuren will take care of Miss Xiaxia's safety. With that, Xiaxia bowed her head to Shuren and gave him an impeccable bow. She then turned around and left without hesitation. Shuren watched Xiaxia leave. After a while, he muttered to himself. Even if that's what you said, I don't think it's my turn to worry about such things. Xiaxia's safety was not something he needed to worry about since she possessed spatial magic, right? Well, if that guy is really in danger, then I can be the hero to save the damsel in distress. That was also a development that had already been agreed upon by common practice. But, if she wants to marry me, then I'll paste her portrait on the bulletin board of the Adventurers Guild and arrange a bearded adventurer for her to go on a blind date for me. Sean muttered to himself maliciously, as if he was vowing to carry out the standard of breaking the routine. Achoo! In the living room of the flower house, Xiaxia, who was drinking black tea, suddenly sneezed in a cute manner and shivered all over her body. What's going on? Why is there an inexplicable determination in my heart that I have to prioritize my own safety no matter what happens next? Xiaxia hugged her own body and endured the chill as she tilted her head in a daze. She did not know what was going on. Unaware of all this, Shuren left Floral Hall in a good mood. At the same time, the space around Floral Hall suddenly trembled, and the scenery was distorted. The beautiful garden was replaced by a dilapidated road that looked like an abandoned area. Shuren turned his back on everything and left for the Adventurers Guild. When Shuren returned to the Adventurers Guild, he found Vivian and the others waiting for him in the hall on the first floor. Shuren. Seeing Shuren walk in, Vivian immediately stood up. You're back? Phew, Lumia and Marika both breathed a sigh of relief. Ter reflexively stood up with Vivian, but then sat back down without a trace. In the Adventurers Guild, all the adventurers looked at Shuren because of the reaction of Vivian and the others. Shuren ignored them and walked up to them. Are you guys alright? Shuren looked at them and felt relieved when he found that they were all fine. Shouldn't we be the ones saying that? Vivian smiled bitterly and reached out to grab Shuren's hand. Come, let's talk somewhere else. Saying this, Vivian led Shuren to the second floor, and Ter, Lumia, and Marika hurriedly followed. The surrounding adventurers stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Hey, Miss Vivian, actually, that newbie, the crowd began to quarrel over this. Unfortunately, Sean did not know everything that had happened here, nor did he know that this would bring him a considerable amount of trouble in the future. In a private room on the second floor of the guild. When Shuren returned to the meeting place, he was surrounded by Vivian's party. Have you seen the owner of the floral club? Vivian asked impatiently. She must have been waiting for news from Shuren for a long time. It couldn't be helped. After we were transferred back to the Adventurers Guild, we planned to go back immediately. However, the owner of the floral club didn't seem to welcome us. In order to avoid unnecessary conflict, we decided to wait for you here. Ter looked at Shuren and told him about their actions. Although I think it's a little dangerous, fortunately, they didn't intend to harm you. Lucia and Marika, on the other hand, said the same thing. Clearly, they did not agree with this plan. After all, they didn't know Shuren as well as Vivian and Ter. Until now, they still thought that Shuren was just a new level 10 adventurer. Naturally, they were a little worried about leaving Shuren alone. Vivian and Ter knew that Shuren was special, so they more or less let go of their worries and chose this plan. Shuren immediately understood what everyone was thinking. After scratching his face, he spoke. Yes, I did. Shuren's vague tone made everyone look at each other. Can you tell me what you talked about? Vivian hesitated for a moment before asking the question. Vivian must be very concerned about this matter, right? Actually, it wasn't anything important. Sharon thought for a moment and selectively revealed, originally, I wanted to help you find out more information, but they said that Vivian already knew her identity, so they asked me to come back and ask Vivian directly. Everyone's attention was focused on Vivian. Even Sharon did the same. Vivian instantly fell silent. This reaction told everyone that Vivian indeed knew the identity of the other party. Sister Vivian? Why didn't you tell us? Lucia and Marika spoke one after another. One was puzzled, while the other was doubtful. On the other hand, Tare remained silent as usual. However, it was clear that this young lady knew something as well. This was very normal. According to Sharon's speculation, Lesia's identity didn't seem to be too secretive. At least, it was more transparent than he had imagined. Perhaps it was not surprising that Tare, who had seen Lesia's portrait and met her in person under Mount Mongol, knew who she was. Sharon even suspected that Tare guessed Lesia's identity the moment she saw her. After Sharon left, she picked up the invitation letter with Lesia's whereabouts written on it and took it out when everyone wanted to look for Lesia. As Lucia and Marika had never seen Lesia before, they, and Marika, Lucia, they had no idea. Under such circumstances, Vivian was silent for a while, and then let out a sigh. Actually, Lucia and Marika also know who she is, but because they haven't seen her, they don't know who we're looking for. Saying so, Vivian turned to Sharon. I've told you before that Killian is one of the 3 masterminds of the old demons who planned the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago, right? Sharon didn't quite understand what this sentence was trying to convey. Why is that pretentious prick suddenly involved? Sean began to mutter to himself. But right after that, Sean suddenly thought of something, and it caused him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. It can't be? Sharon thought of a possibility. It seems that you've guessed it. Vivian smiled and said, Killian is only one of the masterminds. At that time, there were 2 other masterminds of the old demons who participated in that incident. Who were they? The answer was almost obvious. According to the records in the capital, at that time, the old demons who attacked the capital were led by 3 demons who were all above level 70. The 3 high-level demons were a skinny old man, a feminine man, and a girl with an extraordinary temperament. The man was Killian, and he was already level 70 at that time. The old man was called Beto, and he had the highest level among the 3 masterminds. The assassination was basically led by him, and most of the targets were killed by him. I heard that even the plan itself was planned by him, and he could be considered the leader of the 3. And then, Vivian looked at Sharon, who had fallen into a state of silence because of her words, and smiled bitterly. I think you've already guessed the last one. In fact, it would be strange if you didn't guess it. However, at this time, Vivian stood up with a serious expression. Compared to the previous 2, although the last mastermind participated in the incident, she didn't carry out any killings at all. Vivian said seriously, at that time, she directly sneaked into the capital, and when everyone thought that she was ready to attack the direct descendants of the royal family and cause great damage to the Mitra kingdom, not only did she not kill anyone, but she also stole something important and escaped. Stole something important? Sharon's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, what was it? Vivian's answer to this question was a little unsatisfactory. Actually, I don't know what the thing that was stolen was. Vivian shook her head and said, it seemed to be a very secretive and important item. Apart from the direct descendants of the royal family, no one knew about it. However, the king himself warned that the thing was too dangerous and was left behind from the war 1,000 years ago. If it was misused, it would cause a great disaster. Therefore, compared to Beto and Killian, the girl who stole the thing was the most wanted. Because of this, whether it was Vivian or the head knight who saw the portrait at that time, they both recognized Lesia, right? Sharon had a feeling that this matter seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. Because, no matter how it sounded like there was a serious inside story. Vivian, who didn't know what Sharon was thinking, continued to explain. After that, the girl seemed to have directly left the old demons, and began a life of escape with that thing. The people of the old demons have been sending people to hunt down the girl. It seems that they want to eliminate the traitor, but whether there is any other intention is also worth pondering. The kingdom has also put the girl on the wanted list, intending to recover the important thing that was stolen. But first, the girl's escape skills are very good, and it is difficult to have direct contact with her. Secondly, the king has personally ordered that if the girl is found, she must be dealt with carefully. Otherwise, if she uses that thing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Because of this, when the girl was found this time, the higher-ups did not dare to rashly send people to arrest her. They could only send people to secretly look for her, and make contact with her to find out why she appeared in Lemidgen, and whether she is in danger. Only then can they make plans. And so, Vivian accepted this mission and went to Floral Hall with the rest. Perhaps, after being transferred back, Vivian didn't dare to look for him directly because she was worried about this matter. That guy, Shuren had the urge to strip him naked. What did he mean by saying that the other side is the evil camp? You used to be in the evil alignment too. After that, Shuren told Vivian and the rest about the conversation he had with Xianxia in Floral Hall. Of course, Shuren only revealed part of it. He did not mention that he would be working with Xianxia to destroy the main force of the old demon's faction. If he told them about it, Vivian and the rest would definitely not agree to it, right? No matter what, I'm working with a wanted felon. If they find out about this, Shuren had a bad feeling about it. Shuren even wondered if this was part of Xianxia's plan. Otherwise, if Xianxia had revealed her identity from the start, Shuren would have reconsidered and not agreed to it so easily. However, Shuren was very clear about Xianxia's intentions. That person seems to be hiding from the old demon's faction because she doesn't want that thing to be abused. So, there shouldn't be a purpose for her to appear in Lemidgen. Shuren decided to let Vivian and the rest know about this. But, if it was possible, Shuren wanted to complain. If you don't want that thing to be abused, why did you steal it from King City? You really have nothing better to do. Of course. That was what Shuren thought, but he knew very well that there must be a deeper story behind this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up like this. And Shuren might be involved in this. If he continued to actively contact Vivian, he might be able to dig out something. Unfortunately, Shuren had no such thoughts. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. It's better to just let that kind of secret that will mess with my life for the rest of my life go to hell. Based on the above reasons, Shuren did not want to know about the inside story at all. At least, not now. After all, Shuren had only been in this world for about half a month. Even with a cheat, he had not fully developed yet. Not only was he only level 18, but he could also learn more powerful skills with unique skills, making him far stronger than he was now. Think about it, if he did not have this condition, he could imagine how miserable it would be if he was only level 18 and got involved in this matter. Therefore, Shuren felt that it was better for him to avoid this kind of thing while he could still grow rapidly. When he really couldn't avoid it anymore, he would only feel at ease if he had absolute strength to deal with it. To put it simply, Sean was more inclined to grow wretchedly and then push through in one wave instead of working hard to break through the Shiraba. This could be seen from his previous behavior of wanting to defeat the Demon King without any risk. In any case, I won't be interested in those otherworldly quests that torment myself half to death. Therefore, Shuren was not too hung up on what Xianxia had taken from the city, and what the old demons were after. As long as the former didn't have it easy, and the latter didn't have it their way, the result was enough. Why should he worry too much about other things? Under such circumstances, Shuren said what he needed to say, and left the rest to Vivian and the rest to make their own judgment. And so, I'll have a good talk with Lily about this, Vivian said to everyone after a moment of contemplation. After pondering for a while, Vivian said to the rest, let's cancel our expedition for now. We don't know what's going to happen next. We'll just stay in Lemidgen and wait for further orders. This was a stopgap measure. I have no objections, Ter said plainly. I'll be staying in town for the time being. It'll be convenient for us to assemble and move around at any time. I have no objections either, Lucia said with some concern. Lumia said worriedly, with the current situation, I don't feel comfortable leaving my family alone in town. Of course I have no objections, Marika quickly said. Marika hurriedly said, if anything happens, remember to tell us immediately, Sister Vivian. Yes, I will. Vivian smiled and nodded. She then looked at Shuren, thought for a moment, and said, "Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be accepting any missions for the time being. But the assessment will continue. An adventurer's job isn't just about combat power. You don't seem to have a good understanding of many aspects, so I suggest you look for opportunities to supplement your knowledge in various aspects." Shuren naturally accepted this suggestion. Originally, Shuren didn't know much about this world. If there was a chance to supplement his knowledge in this area and let him have a better understanding of this world, Shuren would definitely welcome it. If Shuren was like everyone else and knew that Xianxia was wanted by the kingdom, perhaps so many things wouldn't have happened. That way, Shuren would definitely report her to the Adventurers Guild or the knighthood the first time he saw her. Let's see if she still dared to wander around freely. With this thought in mind, Shuren received a very useful piece of information from Vivian. There's a huge library on the 3rd floor of the guild. There are many useful books for adventurers to use. You can go there to take a look when you're free. This news made Shuren's eyes light up. Why did Shuren choose to become an adventurer in the first place? Apart from solving the problem of his identity, didn't he also need to use the Adventurers Guild to gather information? Now, it was time to use it. I knew it. Reality is different from novels. Adventurers need to solve all kinds of missions and need to have knowledge in many aspects. For example, how to dissect magical materials, how to identify various magical items, and so on. There's bound to be a channel for adventurers to understand and learn. Originally, Shuren thought that the guild relied on the old to guide the new and let the old to teach the new. Now, it seemed that the guild provided assistance in this aspect in a more convenient way. Perhaps this was specially prepared by Lily, a person who liked to prepare for a rainy day. No matter what, this was very useful to Shuren. Time is of the essence. I'll use it without hesitation. After making up his mind, Shuren immediately headed to the 3rd floor of the guild after Vivian's party was dismissed. 3rd floor, library. It was an extremely vast space. Bookshelves were arranged neatly like a long dragon, extending into the depths of one's vision. Books, old and new, were quietly lying on the many bookshelves, emitting a unique scent of books. It's really big. When Shuren arrived, he looked at the vast place that looked more like a bookstore than a library. He sighed. Inside, many adventurers seemed to be using this place as well. They were confirming something in front of the crystal-like magical items. Then, they dispersed and headed towards the bookshelves. Shuren walked forward curiously and arrived in front of a magical item. In the end, he discovered that it was a table of contents that displayed the various types of books and their positions on the shelves. That's pretty good. Shuren smiled and confirmed the table of contents. Just as Shuren had expected, most of the books in the Adventurers Guild's library were related to completing commissions. For example, classification and composition principles of magical items, magical beast catalog, identification and types of materials, precautions for wild adventures, summary of dangerous places in the human realm, location of mana sources, and other books whose contents could be easily understood just by looking at the titles appeared one after another on the catalog. Shuren confirmed the titles of these books while trying to find the ones he wanted. Among them, there was one book that caught Shuren's attention. Omnipotensen? Shuren decided to read it as soon as he saw the title of the book. Because this book was about the origin and history of the world called Omnipotensen. Following the directions of the catalog, Shuren arrived at the bookshelf where his target was and found the book without a hitch. How convenient. While sighing at the convenience of the library, Shuren began to flip through the pages of the book named Omnipotensen. Until this moment, Shuren finally understood the true face of this world for the first time. No, it should be said that Shuren had already learned the true face of this world from Mian. According to the goddess, in the beginning, there were only Protoss and demons in this world. The Protoss had mastered all kinds of abilities through the control of all kinds of domains and domains. Demons were born with extremely powerful strength and were unparalleled in the field of combat and destruction. Protoss could be said to be the greatest existence in their respective domains due to their different domains. But because of the different domains they were in charge of, they were also good at different things. Therefore, among the Protoss, there were individuals who were not good at combat or had no combat power at all. Demons were generally strong in terms of strength and there was no limit to their numbers. The overall strength of the race was far above that of the Protoss, but there was no way for them to be as omnipotent as the Protoss, who could perform miraculous abilities. The two races had been fighting since ancient times, which led to a series of disputes later on. This part was almost exactly the same as what Nian had explained. However, Shuren discovered that before that, Protoss and demons actually had their own origins. The introduction of the book went like this. At the beginning of the world, there were only two lives in the Omnipotensen. One was called Omnis. The other was called Christi. Omnis is an omnipotent being, the origin and beginning of the world. Christi is the symbol of power, the embodiment of destruction and destruction. The Protoss obtained a share of power and authority from Omnis, and obtained a variety of positions. They were a race that was born from the all-powerful Omnis. As one of the first races, they created humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and other races. They are the creators of the human race, and have always guided life in the human world. The demon race is a race born under the influence of Claudius' magic power. Their nature is similar to the monsters born under the influence of the source of magic power. They are naturally born through the interference of magic power. They are born with great power and respect power, making people fear and fear them. With these two existences as the source, the Protoss and demons appeared, which led to the subsequent emergence of various races. Therefore, it was completely fine to say that the origin of all things began with these two lives. However, the Protoss and demons had been fighting against each other since the moment they were born. Perhaps the reason was that even the Protoss and demons themselves didn't know. Perhaps it was because of irreconcilable conflicts, or perhaps one side was unhappy with the other and wanted to occupy the world for themselves. The real reason had long been buried in history, and no one knew. From this, it could be seen how long the history of the struggle between the Protoss and demons was. With such a long history of struggle, it's no wonder that there are people among the demons who don't wish for peace. Shuren thought as he read the content. However, Omnis, Christi, needless to say, the identity of the owner of these two names was already obvious. Omnis is the supreme goddess, the peak of the Protoss, known as the supreme god. Christi is the demon king who brought chaos, the peak of the demons. Even the supreme god has to avoid her power. She is the strongest in this world. Therefore, the Protoss could only summon across worlds to find the existence that could defeat the demon king, the hero. But even so, the heroes of the past fell in front of the demon king one after another. None of them were able to defeat the demon king. Until 1,000 years ago, the strongest hero of all time, Mitra. This hero had unprecedented power, and even the heroes of the past had to admit defeat. Finally, with the help of the supreme god Omnis and the various races, he defeated the demon king and saved the world. The content after that is the same as what Vivian told me. The demon king was defeated, and the supreme god Omnis used up too much of her power. After dividing the world into 3 parts, she led the Protoss into the divine realm. They lived in the deepest part of the divine realm all year round and had never appeared again. Because of this, the 3 races welcomed 1,000 years of peace. Supreme God, Shuren pondered as he looked at his special skill, Supreme God's blessing. Shuren still did not know the use of this skill. Speaking of which, I still don't know what a blessing is. Shuren began to flip through the books and even looked for other books. It was not until 5 minutes later that he found a book related to it, God's blessing. The so-called blessing is actually a kind of protection that God bestows on life in the human world. Shuren flipped open the book and saw the sentence at first glance. The effects of the blessing vary according to the profession of the person who bestows it. For example, if you receive the blessing of the god of health, you can grow up healthily, basically without disease or pain, and even live to 100 years old. Another example, if you receive the blessing of the god of harvest, you will be able to increase your productivity in farming. Basically, ordinary people will receive the blessings of the above types of gods. Only those with talents in other areas will receive the blessings of other types of gods. Only those who show the effects of the blessings in various aspects will be able to receive it. Those with the talent of merchants will receive the blessings of the god of commerce, such as peace, management, and other blessings. Those with the talent of art will receive the blessings of the god of art, and will also receive the corresponding effects of skills. And those with the talent of combat, such as adventurers, will generally have the blessing of improving immunity and resistance in various aspects. When in danger, there will be a blessing with the effect of prolonging life. The blessings of gods are various. There are as many kinds of blessings as there are different professions of gods. Of course, the stronger the power of the god who bestows the blessing, the stronger the effect of the blessing. This was a blessing. Reading the contents of the book, Shuren was completely speechless. If that was the case, then there was no need to think about who his supreme god's blessing came from and who it was bestowed to. No, from the moment Shan heard of the existence of the supreme god, he already knew who his blessing, or rather, Nian, who bestowed his blessing on him, was. Now, the contents of the book told Shuren his blessing and the true identity of Nian, who bestowed it to him. Both of you have hidden yourselves quite well. Shan's mood was vaguely not very pleasant. Because the more he understood, the more Shuren was aware of the fact that he had been dragged into a deep whirlpool. According to this book, basically, all life in the human world will receive the blessings of the gods. As long as they are human, their parents will bring them to the shrine to receive blessings after a month of birth. If an individual with amazing potential is born, it may even attract the blessings of the superior gods. In such a situation, it was said that if an existence on the level of the three goddesses bestowed their blessings, the blessings could even allow a person to be reborn, increase the speed of their growth, and even obtain talents and qualities that they didn't have before. It would allow them to learn skills and magic that they couldn't learn before. The effects were quite astonishing. Since ancient times, the number of lives that could receive such a level of blessings could be counted on one's fingers. The blessings that the heroes of the past received when they were summoned to this world were bestowed by any one of the three goddesses. As for the supreme god, it seemed that she had never bestowed blessings on any individual. But now, no matter how he looked at it, that legendary item seemed to have fallen into Shuren's hands. The other heroes were clearly only able to receive the blessings of one of the three goddesses, but he received the blessings of the supreme god directly. Could it be that he was more special than the other heroes? Shuren had a feeling that there was definitely more to it than that. The summoning of the heroes after 1,000 years has ended, and now that the war has ended and the three races have established peace, this itself is extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that no one had ever received a blessing before, Shuren didn't believe that there was no deeper reason behind it. At the end of the day, I don't even know what the effect of this blessing is. Since no one had received a blessing before, naturally, no one knew the specific effect of this blessing. Receive the protection of the world. Only limited to the Protoss, all conditions can be met. Only limited to the Protoss, all interference can be avoided. Only limited to the Protoss, all classes can be affected. Only limited to the Protoss, all effects can be enhanced. What exactly do these effects mean? Shuren didn't understand at all. However, there was one thing that was certain. It didn't mean that people couldn't live without the blessings of the gods. This does not mean that people cannot live without God's blessings. According to the description in the book, a blessing was proof that one had received the protection of the gods. Anyone could receive a blessing, unless they committed an unforgivable crime, then the blessing on this person would lose its effect. Therefore, those who lost their blessing were hated and ostracized in both the human and divine worlds. They would even be exiled by their countries. Even the Adventurers Guild didn't allow those who lost their blessing to join. That was why there was a function to detect the existence of a blessing on the magic tester. It was to find out if the newcomers who applied to join the Adventurers Guild were vicious criminals. In addition, the demons naturally wouldn't receive a blessing. Because of this, having a blessing was the basic condition to survive in the human world. Once one lost it, they could only be reduced to a fugitive like Xianxia. By the way, whether it was the Protoss or the demons, they were all races that attached great importance to class. Depending on the class, the status was completely different. The peak of the Protoss was undoubtedly the supreme god. Any Protoss would worship the supreme god and would never disobey the Protoss. It could even be called the object of blind loyalty. This was because the Protoss originated from the supreme god. The people of the Protoss had to regard the Protoss as their mother and the absolute king. Next to them were the three goddesses who were born first. The rest of the Protoss were divided into superior and inferior gods. Their status and class were very clear. There was no doubt that the apex of the demon race was the Demon King. After the death of the Demon King, the 6 great demons were at the top, followed by the superior demon race and the inferior demon race. The hierarchy was very similar to that of the divine race. The only difference was that the divine race determined their hierarchy and status by the importance and number of positions, while the demon race was purely divided by the level of strength. If an individual with exceptional strength and potential appeared, they would even be directly recruited by the 6 great demons as their direct subordinates, and their status would be above that of the superior demon race. For example, Xianxia was a superior demon. He was once under the command of the dragon demon, one of the 6 demons. His superior was one of the direct subordinates of the dragon demon. If Xianxia continued to develop peacefully, he might become a direct subordinate of the dragon demon after 100 years. At that time, among the demons, apart from the 6 demons, Xianxia's position would be the highest. Unfortunately, Xianxia had become a member of the old demons. Now, he had left the dragon demon's command and became a major criminal and wanted criminal. As for the Protoss, as mentioned above, it was not their power that determined their class and status, but the importance and number of their positions. Therefore, there were superior gods who had no combat power at all, and there were even inferior gods who had extraordinary combat power. Only the 3 goddesses had unparalleled power, and they were existences at the same level as the 6 demons. In other words, in the modern world where the Demon King died and the Supreme God lived in seclusion, the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are the top figures in the world in terms of status and power, right? Sure, and more or less understood. In this way, the world of the Protoss and demons is not complicated. The class is obvious, and the structure is simple. On the contrary, the human race is very complicated. The human race was divided into many races, such as humans, dwarves, orcs, and elves. Each race had a different class and status standard, and the distribution of power was not uniform. Compared to the Protoss and demons, the human race was undoubtedly much more complicated. The Mitra Kingdom, where Xianxia was currently located, was just one of the many countries in the human world. I wonder what the highest level of combat power in the human race is, or rather, who is the highest level of combat power in the human race? With this thought in mind, Xianxia returned God's blessing to the shelf. Of course, there were still many things that he did not understand, so Xianxia could only slowly find out. Now, Xianxia wanted to look for other books. I wonder if there are any here. It could be said that this was what Xianxia was looking forward to the most. With such anticipation, Xianxia began to go around the library. About half an hour later, Xianxia happily brought a book out of the library. The title of the book was Basics of Magic. When Sean came down from the 3rd floor of the guild with a book and returned to the hall on the 1st floor of the guild, a strange feeling made him stop in his tracks. Xianxia raised his head and looked around. Xianxia saw many adventurers looking at him, either vaguely or openly. That's him, right? That's right. He doesn't look like anything special. He doesn't even have a decent piece of equipment, just a weapon hidden in the bag on his shoulder. No matter how I look at it, he looks like a newbie, right? Yeah. I really don't know what's going on. I thought this newbie would be the same as the previous ones. He would either stay in Miss Vivian's party for a month and get kicked out, or he would do something stupid and get killed by Miss Terror. Yeah. Similar whispers faintly entered Xianxia's ears. Perhaps, the other party had deliberately let him hear it. At least, Xian could see that many of the people who were having this conversation were glaring at him, their eyes full of displeasure and ridicule. Xian immediately raised his brows. From the content of the conversation and the change in attitude, Xian could understand what had happened after a little thought. Is it because of Vivian and the others? It seemed that the scene of Xian being pulled upstairs by Vivian in the hall on the 1st floor of the guild had stimulated the mentality of these adventurers. This development, it won't be a cliché next, right? Xian squinted his eyes, feeling rather speechless. Such a classic plot made Xian unable to get excited at all. Will someone jump out later and get slapped in the face by my acting cool? Xian looked like he would politely decline. Compared to this extremely boring plot that could be thought of at least a dozen chapters, Xian was more eager to go back and learn magic. It was not easy for him to get the chance to learn magic, and Shuren did not want to waste his time on something that would only bring him attention. I really can't get excited, Shuren sighed silently as he walked towards the direction of the guild entrance. At the same time, Shuren's mind was filtering all kinds of possible scenarios that might happen next. Not long after, "Hey, newbie over there." Just when Shuren was about to walk out of the guild entrance, a tall figure finally appeared before him. It was an adventurer with a body full of muscles, a bloody weapon on his back, and a ferocious look on his face. He looked like a giant bear in human form. He was standing in front of the guild entrance with his arms crossed, looking down at Shuren with a condescending look. His face was filled with disdain and a cold smile. The surrounding adventurers saw this scene and also showed expressions as if they were watching a good show, as if they were looking forward to what would happen next. The adventurers in the surroundings saw this scene and looked like they were watching a good show, as. Seeing this, the tall adventurer grinned. Seeing this, he could not. Just as the man opened his mouth and was about to say something, Sean suddenly raised his head. "Kid, you seem to be in the limelight recently. Are you trying to say something like that? Kid, you seem to be in the limelight recently. Are you going to say something like that?" The adventurer opened his mouth again as if he wanted to say something. But Shuren did not give him the chance. "Do you think you'll be fine if you pretend to be calm? Even if you do that, I will not let you go. Are you going to say something like that?" Shuren's words turned the adventurer into a dumbfounded one. The adventurer was about to speak again. "But, I'm Triple X, the top adventurer in Remigion. My level is Triple X. A newbie like you, I can kill you with one hand. Be careful. Don't piss me off. That's what you're going to say, isn't it?" Once again, Sean's words made the other party's face twitch, and his face began to turn red. Anger began to appear on the tall adventurer's red face. He still wanted to say something, but he didn't succeed. "Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have Vivian's support. Believe it or not, I will teach you a lesson right now, you little brat." "Is that what you want to say?" Shuren sighed at the adventurer in front of him. His half-squinted eyes became listless as if he had no patience at all. "Sorry, I know what you want to say very well. I can even make up a few more versions for you. If that's all you want to say, can you please step aside? I'm a little busy right now." Just like that, Sean expressed his impatience in the most direct manner. As he spoke, Shuren did not give the adventurer time to react. He carried the book and walked past the adventurer. "Really, there's nothing new at all." Sean muttered and dropped such a sentence. This sentence easily angered the tall adventurer. "You." Driven by anger, the adventurer pulled out the blood-stained weapon on his back and turned around, wanting to attack Shuren. However, the moment the adventurer turned around, a foot came into his sight. Bang! With a muffled sound, the adventurer who was like a giant bear was kicked away and fell on the floor of the guild, knocking over countless tables and chairs along the way. Amidst the exclamations of the adventurers around him, he was drowned by the tables and chairs. What? That newbie actually attacked. He sent someone flying with one kick. The adventurers around who were watching a good show were all shocked and made a ruckus. In front of the guild gate, Shuren, who was holding the book, retracted his foot. Under the shocked gazes of the adventurers, he was speechless. After feeling insulted, he immediately used violence without saying anything? Sure enough, nothing new. Shuren muttered without any reluctance. In front of the entire adventurers guild, he turned around and left. The adventurers who witnessed everything couldn't react at all. They looked at Shuren who left without any reluctance, and then at the tall adventurer who was drowned by countless tables and chairs with a shoe print on his face. For a moment, they were speechless. When the staff of the Adventurers Guild came forward in a panic, the adventurers looked at each other, not knowing how to react. However, it had to be said that Shuren's actions had left an impression on the adventurers. This newbie was a ruthless person. When Lily and Vivian found out about this, they looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That guy, Vivian felt a little helpless. What an interesting person. Lily laughed. After that, this episode that was neither too big nor too small became the topic of conversation among the adventurers after dinner. As for what kind of impact this would have, only God knew. Remagen, Hotel. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Shuren went straight back to the hotel. To him, the episode at the Adventurers Guild was not even qualified to be a joke after dinner. It was not even worth mentioning. Now, Shuren just wanted to get in touch with magic as soon as possible, and even learn magic. The cliché plot had long been thrown out of his mind. Under such circumstances, as soon as Shuren returned to the hotel, he immediately went to his room and locked the door. Then, he threw off his shoes and jumped onto his bed. After that, Shuren could not wait to pick up the book Basic Study of Magic and opened it. Magic. As soon as he opened it, Shuren immediately saw a big magic word. The word occupied the entire page as if it had infinite magic power. For some reason, Shuren was a little fascinated by it. It's a little metaphysical now. Shuren felt inexplicably satisfied and turned to the second page. From this page onward, it was the basic knowledge that explained the concept of magic. Magic is a power that can cause supernatural phenomena by consuming the magic power of all living beings. It is also the most mysterious and profound knowledge in this world. Magic originated from the demons. It was a method of using power developed by the Demon King. The purpose was to allow the demons to use their powerful magic power more efficiently and use it to fight against the Protoss. That was why it was called magic, which means the magic that the demons are good at. Later on, based on the same theory, the Supreme Goddess Omnis developed holy magic, as well as various recovery and support magic, which was specially used to deal with demons and monsters. She then gave it to the Protoss and other races. Magic was no longer a power exclusively used by the demons. Instead, it became a kind of miracle that would appear among all races, and was popularized in the Omnipotensen. Nowadays, all kinds of magic and systems have been developed and widely spread. Magic has also become one of the most respected powers in this world. Mages who specialize in magic and have achievements in the field of magic have a higher status than ordinary warriors because they can often use power that ordinary skills can't achieve. Shuren had a rough understanding of the origin of magic. Nian had mentioned this part to Shuren before. According to the goddess, magic was a kind of power that could interfere with the principles of the world. Within the scope of the principles, magic could achieve many miracles, which was why it had such a high status. Because of this, learning magic required a very high talent and ability, because it was a kind of knowledge that could even touch the principles of the world. Why were elves a natural magic race? It was because elves were born from nature, and they were close to nature and the world. Therefore, all elves were natural mages, without exception. Demons, on the other hand, were naturally born due to the influence of the Demon King's magic. They were born with extremely strong magic, and almost all of them could use magic. On the other hand, Protoss, due to the different professions, most of them couldn't even use the simplest magic. However, there were many Protoss who could use holy, recovery, and support magic, which could be considered as having their own advantages and disadvantages compared to demons. What about me? Shuren didn't know if he had the talent to learn magic. In terms of magic power, he should have enough. But to be close to nature and the world? I'm from another world. Shuren couldn't help but be a little worried. If I knew this would happen, I would have read books related to the heroes and see if the heroes of the past learned magic. With this thought in mind, Shuren continued to read. According to the effect and power, magic is also divided into levels. Elementary magic. Intermediate magic. Advanced magic. Generally speaking, magic is divided into these three levels. Elementary magic's effect and power were the weakest, but the requirements to learn it were also the lowest. Many warriors who reached a certain level could also use it, but compared to their level, it was undoubtedly much weaker. Therefore, many warriors who met the requirements would not choose to learn it. The effect and power of intermediate magic were already worth looking forward to. Warriors who had reached level 50 all wanted to learn the power and effect of intermediate magic, but the requirements for magic power and talent were also higher. Normal warriors couldn't meet the requirements at all. If they could meet the requirements, then these warriors would basically be able to learn the skill, Magic Sword. Advanced magic, on the other hand, was widely recognized as having high power and high effect. It was also the biggest pursuit of many mages. Mages who could use advanced magic would already be valued by the nobles and even the royal family. Therefore, mages who could learn advanced magic would basically be outstanding, and their status would not be inferior to the ordinary nobles. However, if you want to learn magic, you must learn the corresponding magic skill. Only those who learn magic fire can use fire magic, and those who learn magic ice can use ice magic, and so on. If you want to use any type of magic, you must first learn the magic skill of that type. Moreover, the level of the magic skill directly determines the level of magic that can be used. When the magic skill is level 1, 2, or 3, then only beginner magic can be used. When the magic skill is level 4, 5, or 6, then only intermediate magic can be used. When the magic skill is level 7, 8, or 9, then only advanced magic can be used. If the magic skill's level was not high enough, then no matter what, it would not be able to use advanced magic. This was something that everyone knew. Marika, for example, had leveled up her magic fire and magic ice skills to level 4. She could use intermediate and beginner spells, but she definitely couldn't use advanced spells. On the other hand, Xianxia's magic space skill had been raised to level 7, so she could use advanced spatial magic, even confining and destroying space itself. At the same time, the higher the magic skill's level, the stronger the magic's power and effect. What about level 10? Xianxia was a little confused. He flipped through a few pages, but in the end, he did not see what would happen when a magic skill was raised to the maximum level of 10. Maybe it's because this book does not touch on that level? Xianxia somewhat understood. After all, the name of the book was Basics of Magic, so it was obvious that there was no really profound content in it. However, this book taught people how to learn beginner magic, and the steps to grasp the basics of magic. If you want to learn magic, it is necessary to learn the corresponding magic skill. But, just the corresponding magic skill is not enough. If you want to become a qualified magician, you must first learn 2 skills. One is the skill that can increase the chanting speed and proficiency of spells, chant. The other is the skill that can use the spirit and will to change the nature and shape of magic, so that it can be involved in the truth of the world, meditation. Only by learning these 2 skills will I be able to use magic. Therefore, the first thing that was taught in the book was not magic, but how to learn these 2 skills. Generally speaking, there were 2 steps a magician had to go through in order to use a type of magic. 1. First, adjust one's mental state, focus, and change the nature and form of one's magic power according to the type of magic to be used, thereby intervening in the relevant truth. This step required one to learn the skill, meditation. The higher the level of the skill, the faster, more proficient, and more efficient it would be to complete this step. 2. After intervening in the relevant truth, by chanting a specific magic incantation, the magic power would undergo a second change, triggering a change in the truth, forming a supernatural phenomenon, and achieving a miracle. This step required one to learn the skill, chant. The higher the level of the skill, the faster, more proficient, and more efficient it would be. If the skill was high enough, one could even shorten the content of the chant, or even abandon the chant, and directly complete the change, causing the magic to take shape. These 2 steps required any magician to learn the skills, meditation, and chant. Otherwise, even if they learned the magic skills, they would not be able to use the magic. Didn't Vivian mention before that Melika, as a magician, had improved the skills, meditation, and chant, in addition to magic fire and magic ice? Therefore, every magician had to learn the skills, meditation, and chant, and the higher the level of the skills, the better. Otherwise, no matter how high the level of the skills was, the speed at which they could use magic would be surprisingly slow, and there was even a possibility of failure. Could it be that the young lady's unique skill is to replace these 2 skills? Xianxia thought of Xianxia's situation. That young lady did not need to chant at all when using magic, and did not even need to recite the name of the magic spell. She could use magic at will, including high-level spatial magic. In her hands, all magic was like a superpower, and she could instantly cast it. It was very against the rules. Since he claimed that it was the effect of the unique skill, then it was very likely that the young lady had skipped the meditation and chant steps, and directly connected it to truth, causing the magic to take shape. In other words, Xianxia was very likely not like other magicians who had learned the skills, meditation, and chant. No wonder she can use such a powerful gravity magic. It seems like she can use other types of magic as well. If she did not need to improve the skills, meditation, and chant, then the skill points she saved could be used to learn other magic, right? Plus, she had the advantage of being able to cast magic instantaneously, so Xianxia would definitely not let go of this advantage. She would definitely learn as many magic spells as possible to improve her abilities as much as possible. It was easy to imagine how much of an advantage Xianxia would be compared to other magicians. Sure enough, unique skills are the most important. Once the effects of a unique skill are extraordinary, it can completely overturn the gap between levels and skills. Although she wasn't at Sean's level, Xianxia was definitely able to challenge someone of a higher level. I don't know what level that girl is. With that in mind, Sean began to learn the skills of meditation and chant. In the book, Fundamentals of Magic, the author clearly stated the techniques to acquire these two skills. In order to learn the skill, chant, you have to keep practicing the chant of the magic incantation. Just like the skill, meditation, as long as you have the talent to become a magician, you can use the chant of the magic incantation to change your magic. Once you successfully change your magic, you will be able to learn the skill. In order to learn the skill, chant, you have to keep practicing the chant of the magic incantation. Just like the skill, meditation, as long as you have the talent to become a magician, you can chant the magic incantation to change your magic. Once you successfully change your magic, you will be able to learn the skill. In view of this, the book explained in detail the techniques to carry out these two steps, such as how to better sense mana, focus, and enter the state of meditation, and what kind of magic incantations to practice to more smoothly, fluently, and naturally trigger the changes in mana. All kinds of things to pay attention to were explained. The book even said so. According to this method, if you are unable to learn either meditation or chant within 3 years before you reach adulthood, it means that you do not have the talent to learn magic. Please give up on becoming a magician as soon as possible. After you reach adulthood, if you are unable to learn either meditation or chant within a year, you will have the same reason as above. The faster you learn meditation and chant, the more talented you are as a magician. So, please choose the path of magic according to your own situation. Do not blindly pursue it. Xianxia carefully memorized the content, and after thinking for a while, he made his decision. Anyway, let's give it a try. Whether it was meditation or chant, they were all results that needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. He would not be able to see results in a short period of time. But Xianxia still wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, he would not be able to live up to the fact that he came to this world of swords and magic. Okay. So, Xianxia, who had made up his mind, put down the book in his hand, and prepared to enter the state of meditation according to the book. First, enter the state of meditation, try to clear your mind of distracting thoughts, focus, feel the magic in your body, and let the magic change. Xianxia recalled the steps, closed his eyes, and began to try. Xianxia knew that this was a task that needed time to be completed. So, Xianxia told himself that he must be patient. Within a year, he had to keep trying, and not be affected by the distracting thoughts of not knowing if he had the talent to learn magic as a person from another world. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. As long as he worked hard, even if he was not a person from this world, one day, he would still be able to obtain skill, meditation, learn. At this moment, this message appeared in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia, who had just made up his mind to work hard, opened his eyes, and had a strange expression. After a moment of silence, Xianxia picked up the book Basics of Magic. Practice chanting the magic incantation continuously. According to the few magic incantations recorded in the book, Xianxia began to practice chanting. Obtain skill, chant, learn. Very quickly, or rather, in less than a few seconds, a new message appeared in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia was silent. At this moment, Xianxia felt like he was an idiot. A person from another world, what was there to worry about? Oh, I almost forgot, I'm a cheater. Conclusion, Shuren could learn magic. Also, there was probably no one more talented than a person from another world as a mage. Remijan, the outskirts of town. At this time, Shuren had just walked out of the town and entered the sparsely populated outskirts. He even went into a small hill and found a rather spacious desert. It should be fine here, right? Sean looked around furtively, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He put aside the basic studies of magic that he had been holding in his hand, and entered the center of the sand. His purpose here was naturally to test out the use of magic. Although he could have done it in the hotel, and there was no need to go to such a place, Shuren did not forget the commotion he caused when he learned the demon sword. For safety's sake, he finally chose to come here. It feels like once bitten, twice shy. Sean was also smiling bitterly to himself. From the book, Shuren learned a total of 4 types of elementary magic, which were also the only 4 types of elementary magic recorded in the book. According to the book, everyone is proficient in different types of magic. Even if you have the talent to become a magician, you still need to find the most suitable magic system for yourself. Some people were proficient in offensive magic. Some people were proficient in defensive magic. Some people were proficient in healing magic. Some people were proficient in auxiliary magic. Just like skills, the path of a magician would be different depending on the element they were good at. There would even be subdivisions of different elements. For example, some people were good at fire magic, while others were good at ice magic. Each person's talent and ability would determine their future position, so they had to be treated with caution. Because magic training usually takes a lot of time if you work too hard in the wrong direction, not only will you waste time, but you will also waste your talent and skill points. The gains do not make up for the losses. Therefore, for a mage, other than the compulsory meditation and chant, the first thing he should do was to find out what he was good at and avoid doing useless work. For example, Marika was proficient in both fire and ice magic. She seemed to have the highest talent in these 2 types of magic, so she specialized in these 2 types of magic and had no intention of learning other types of magic. On the other hand, Lesia seemed to be proficient in many other types of magic apart from spatial magic and gravity magic. It was unknown whether it was because she was too talented in magic or because of other reasons. The 4 most basic types of magic were recorded in the book. The purpose was to let people try out these 4 types of magic to determine the magic system they were proficient in. There are many types of magic, but among them, the magic that can show a clear attribute and direction is undoubtedly the easiest to learn and understand. That was what the fundamentals of magic said. In other words, among the many types of magic, attribute magic was the most suitable for beginners to learn. The so-called elemental magic referred to the most common magic systems such as fire magic, ice magic, lightning magic, wind magic, and so on. Because magic with a clear attribute can easily change one's own mana when used, attribute magic has the lowest requirement for a magician's talent, and the difficulty of learning and improving it is much lower than other types of magic. Because of this, the book recorded a total of 4 basic elemental spells for beginners to learn: fire element, ice element, lightning element, and wind element. By learning these 4 types of magic at the same time, one could have a preliminary understanding of the magic system they were most proficient in. After all, in the same amount of learning time, whichever magic can be mastered the fastest proves that the person has the highest talent in that magic system. Shuren came here to try out these 4 basic types of magic. According to the book, as long as you learn meditation and chant, you will be able to use one type of magic in a day or a month at the latest. Shuren thought back to the book, his mood was very complicated. A day or a month at the latest. It was better for him not to take it seriously. At least, he was definitely not on this list. Shuren had reason to believe that his next performance could not be judged by these common sense. Let's begin. Shuren cleared his mind and turned himself into a ruthless machine to avoid being stimulated later. Then, Sean reviewed the incantations of the 4 types of beginner magic that he had just learned while reaching his hand forward. First, Shuren tried the fire magic. Burn, the crimson power of the devil. Chanting a short basic magic incantation, the mana in Shuren's body began to change. It first began to flow, then suddenly became hot, and then flowed to Shuren's hand, turning into a red flame, burning from his palm. Tinder. Shuren used magic for the first time in his life. But, boom. In the empty sand, accompanied by a muffled explosion, a scorching wave of fire spewed out from Shuren's palm, blowing up the sand in front of him, causing dust to fly. In the sand, a scorched pit appeared. The diameter of the pit was at least 4 meters. Obtain skill, magic, fire, learn? In the next second, Shuren smoothly obtained his first magic skill. However, looking at the scorched pit in front of him, Shuren fell into a long state of silence. If I remember correctly, this is the most basic fire magic. Its effect and power seems to be only enough to ignite a tree and summon a flame the size of a palm, right? Shuren did not dare to say too much, and did not dare to think too much. He could only learn the skill first, and then try the other 3 basic magic. Condense, the ice blue power of the devil, freezing. Shine, the dazzling power of magic, lightning. Stir, the invisible power of the devil, breeze. In this basic magic incantation that was almost the same, Xian had successively used 3 types of elemental magic. These were the 4 most basic and basic magic recorded in basic magic. And so, obtain skill, magic, ice, learn? Obtain skill, magic, lightning, learn? Obtain skill, magic, wind, learn? Without any accidents, Shuren successfully obtained the magic skill. However, in front of Shuren, the entire sand had already appeared in a large pit of ice, and there was a sky full of sand blowing, making Shuren unable to recover for a long time. Is this a beginner spell? At this moment, Shuren's head was filled with question marks as he looked at the messy sand. What was a beginner spell? To put it bluntly, it was the weakest spell in terms of power and effect. Not to mention the fact that Shuren was only using the most basic beginner spells. Logically speaking, the effects and power were only slightly better than nothing. But now, looking at the scene in front of him, why did Shuren feel that even if it was an intermediate spell, its power and effect were only at this level? This time I was especially careful to control my mana, based on the lesson from the magic sword. This time, Shuren did not dare to use all of his mana without reservation. Instead, he only used the minimum amount of mana that could be used to cast the spell. In this case, with so little mana being used, it was impossible for the most basic spell to be so powerful, right? If Shuren had already obtained the skills and upgraded them, then it would be understandable. But the skills of the 4 attributes were just obtained by Shuren. He did not even have the time to learn them all, so how could they be so powerful? I haven't even upgraded the skills of meditation and chant. In other words, no matter how he looked at it, the beginner spell that Shuren used should not be as powerful as it was now. Unless there was some other factor that caused the power of the spell to increase greatly. Shuren could not help but glance at one of his skills, Magitech. This skill could greatly increase Shuren's mana and the power and effect of the spells that Shuren used. It was definitely the biggest culprit behind this scene. Shuren quietly retreated and picked up the basics of magic book that he had put aside and quickly flipped through it. In this book, the content was also recorded. The power and effect of a spell depends on the level of the skill and the amount of mana that is used. The efficiency and speed of casting the spell depends on the level of meditation and chant. But, other than that, there are 2 other factors that can affect the spell. 1. The use of specific magical potions or magical tools can increase the power, effect, and efficiency of the spell. Some rare magical potions and magical tools can even increase the level of magic-related skills. 2. If one has unique skills, special skills, or skills that have an amplifying effect on the spell, they can also affect the spell that one uses. Shuren had both of these factors. For example, the Holy Sword could increase the level of all of Shuren's skills by 10, which was the perfect proof of the first point. As for the second point, the most representative was Xianxia's unique skill, which allowed her to forego chanting and meditation and directly cast spells instantly. Of course, apart from unique skills, there were also many skills that had an amplifying effect on the spell. According to the records and basics of magic, some high-level mages would learn a skill called mana, which could increase the power and effect of the spells that they used. There were also skills that only targeted specific magic systems, such as increase the power of fire spells, increase the power of frost spells, and increase the power of lightning spells. Therefore, it was normal for the power of the spells to increase after learning the magic amplification skills. However, Xian saw a piece of content that he had to pay attention to. Among the many magic amplification skills, there is a skill called Magitech that is the most powerful and practical. Not only can it greatly increase the power and effect of the spells, but it can also increase the mana. It's a pity that only Protoss and demons can learn this skill. Humans can't learn this skill. Even among Protoss and demons, only a few geniuses can learn this skill, and they only learn it after level 80. In the past, there were heroes who tried to learn this skill, but it ended in failure. I have to say that it's a pity. After reading this paragraph, Shuren immediately closed Basics of Magic. I'll pretend that I didn't see it. Shuren made this decision calmly. After all, Shuren didn't want to fall to the point of being ridiculed as inhumane, and even the bullet screen was piled higher than the grass on his grave. Therefore, it was better to ignore it. After putting away Basics of Magic, Shuren looked at the messy desert and fell into deep thought. Immediately after that, Xian leveled up Magical Fire, Magical Ice, Magical Thunder, and Magical Wind, the 4 magic skills that he had just obtained to the maximum level. He also leveled up Meditation and Chant to the maximum level. In the next second, Tinder, Fire. After leveling up his skills to the maximum, Shuren stopped chanting and reached out his hand to cast the most powerful spell he could. Boom! In a corner on the outskirts of Lamijin, a huge explosion occurred abruptly. Waves of fire spread like a purgatory. The explosive wind rolled like a shockwave. The sandy ground that was originally in a mess was directly blown apart by the huge explosion and turned into a piece of scorched earth. That scene, that momentum, he believed that no matter who saw it, they would think that a high-level demon magician had released a powerful high-level magic here. The culprit who caused all this was holding a book in one hand, his other hand still stretched out. His face was bright red from the fire. This is a beginner spell. Shuren nodded calmly, but no matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was avoiding reality. After that, Shuren quickly ran out of the crime scene as if he wanted to escape. But in his heart, Shuren was still calculating. No matter what, I've only learned the simplest and most basic spells of the 4 elements. There are still many spells that I haven't learned yet. Now that I've leveled up, and even Meditation and Chant are at the maximum level, it would be a waste if I don't learn other spells. Next time, I'll try asking Marika to teach me mid-level fire and ice spells. As for the other spells, Shuren wanted to return to the library on the 3rd floor of the Adventurers Guild to look for them. Of course, Shuren didn't think that he would be able to find many high-level magic books. It was obvious that there wouldn't be any high-level magic books in a library that was open to the public. But even if it wasn't a high-level spell, it didn't matter. Even if it was just a beginner's spell, it would still be powerful enough in Shuren's hands, wouldn't it? In the following period of time, Shuren spent almost all of his time in the guild's library, absorbing all kinds of knowledge in this world. Shuren paid special attention to the knowledge related to magic. In order to make the best use of his cheats and skills, Shuren wanted to learn as many kinds of magic as possible, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Anyway, magic had such a wide range of uses. No matter how unpopular it was, it could be used at any time. Since he could learn all kinds of magic skills at the fastest speed, there was no need to worry about not being able to learn them. Naturally, Shuren wanted to learn all kinds of magic that could be learned. Under such circumstances, Shuren successfully found the beginner magic books of fire, ice, lightning, and other attribute magic. He learned all kinds of beginner magic from them, and he no longer only had the 4 simplest and most basic magic. However, even if Shuren flipped through the entire library's catalog, he still could not find any books of magic systems other than attribute magic, let alone magic books of beginner magic and above. In other words, as Shuren thought before, there were not many advanced magic books in the guild's library. The magic that could be learned here was only the beginner magic of the attribute magic. As expected, there is no possibility of advanced magic for people to learn unconditionally. Shuren was not surprised. After all, the uses of magic were too wide and too special. Magic was originally a power developed by the Protoss and the demons. Now, there were various fields of magic systems. Every race continued to develop magic in order to improve the overall strength of the race. How could they let the research results that they had painstakingly obtained be publicized? What if other races used it to increase their strength and then used it against them? What should they do? What if the demons stole the technology and theory, causing the excellent results that they had painstakingly developed to be abused and used maliciously, and in the end, it became a power that harmed others and themselves? All kinds of concerns made it impossible for the races to publicize the truly profound magic knowledge. Moreover, magic was different from other combat techniques. If it was used to commit crimes, it would really bring about great damage. Not to mention anything else, a mage who had mastered intermediate flame magic could easily create a sea of fire and burn down 1 or 2 buildings if he wanted to casually release an intermediate flame magic. The damage caused by the power and effect of magic was different from simple combat techniques. Even a low-level mage could cause great damage. With this in mind, it was impossible for anyone to just casually provide advanced magic for people to learn, right? Because of this, no matter which country one was in, the channels of learning magic would be strictly controlled. In particular, it wasn't that easy to learn magic systems that were special and could be used in a magical way. For example, through the books, Xian knew that magic such as holy magic, recovery magic, and auxiliary magic could only be learned in the shrines of each town. Only by obtaining the approval of the shrines could one learn these systems of magic in the shrines. Another example was space magic, gravity magic, and other rare and special magic systems. They were also strictly controlled by the country. Without the recommendation of the nobles or even the royal family, no mage could learn these magic systems from public channels. As for intermediate magic and advanced magic, one had to at least be recommended by the Adventurers Guild before they could apply for magic books of this level. Therefore, Shuren could only learn basic magic from the library, and it was limited to elemental magic. For other types of magic, there were only theories and explanations, and there would never be any teaching on how to use them. Looks like I really have to find a chance to ask Marika. Shuren sighed. Elves were a natural magic race, and they were born naturally. They could basically learn all kinds of magic systems from other races without any hindrance, and the restrictions were much lower than that of humans. This was also because almost all elves were kind and would not cause harm to the world, which was why they had such special treatment. It was said that because the elves were doted on by the Protoss, they had inherited rare magic passed down by the Protoss, which showed how special this race was. This made Shuren feel that he had to find a chance to get closer to Marika and have a good chat about life. Laughing emoji. However, this did not mean that Shuren did not gain anything else. At the very least, in terms of knowledge, Shuren had really gained a lot. The current Shuren's understanding of this world was no longer as low as before. Even if there were many secrets that could not be learned through books, he was no longer short on general knowledge. Shuren even found the legends of heroes of the past braves, and learned many things from them. Especially the hero from 1,000 years ago, who was known as the strongest hero of all time, the one who defeated the Demon King, Mitra. Shuren had seen many rumors about this hero. It is said that the hero has an extremely powerful unique skill. He can split into multiple bodies that are exactly the same as him, and he can block the army of demons by himself. It is said that the hero's holy sword, with its sharpness alone, can cut through dragon scales, cut through heavy shields, and can even reduce the damage of any opponent's attack by half. It can increase the level of all his skills by 5 levels, and even increase his level, making the hero's level 50 higher than his own. In addition, the hero's holy sword has many other uses. It can cut through all evil in the world, and it can also weaken any curse, making it unable to pose a threat to the hero. Among the heroes of the past, the hero's unique skill and the power of the holy sword are unparalleled. They are so powerful that even the 3 goddesses would sigh in amazement. Shuren had seen such a record before. In response, Shuren looked at the effects of his holy sword. Level plus 100. All skill levels plus 10. All damage reduction by 99%. All negative statuses immunity. Sharpness at the highest level. Durability at the highest level. Deals great damage to evil targets. It has the effect of purifying and expelling evil energy. At that time, Shuren quietly put the book back, turned around, and left as if he did not see it. These were Shuren's rewards during this period of time. Vivian and the others seemed to be busy during this period of time, so the party members rarely gathered together. Therefore, during this period of time, Shuren came to the guild alone. However, every time Shuren came, he would bring a subtle atmosphere. Because the way the people in the guild looked at him had changed. On this day, Shuren arrived at the Adventurers Guild as usual. As soon as he entered the Adventurers Guild, Shuren noticed that many adventurers immediately looked at him, and the noise around him was much quieter. Shuren ignored this scene as if he was already used to it. He slowly walked into the hall. The surrounding adventurers looked at Shuren and whispered. That newbie is here again. He has been coming to the guild alone recently. I don't know if anyone will find trouble with him this time. Anyway, I definitely don't want to. Me too. The group of adventurers carried such a private discussion, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Shuren. There were even some adventurers whose eyes were filled with fear. It couldn't be helped. Recently, because of the previous incident, many adventurers had come to find trouble with Shuren, including the tall adventurer who had been kicked by Shuren. That included the tall adventurer who had been kicked away by Sean. The next day, he brought all the members of his team and joined forces with other adventurers who were unhappy with Sean to block Sean at the gate. As the saying went, the more people there were, the more complicated things would be. Adventurers were a profession that lived on the edge of a knife almost every day, so how could they not have a temper? Although Shuren felt that this kind of routine was really vulgar, this was the profession of adventurers. The nature of the profession itself was destined to not have so many people who would abide by the rules. However, since Shuren clearly understood these routines, why would he continue to follow them? Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, some of the methods that Shuren used simply frightened all the adventurers. For example, it was as if Shuren had already expected the matter mentioned above. The next day, when the tall adventurers blocked the door fiercely and were ready to teach Shuren a lesson, he actually dragged the knights who were patrolling the streets over. Look, it's them. They intend to gang up on me maliciously. They even want to threaten me and force me to tell them the location of the person that the wanted criminal of the old demon sect is looking for. I suspect that they're spies of the old demon sect. Knights, please uphold justice for me. At that time, Shuren righteously put such a big black pot on the heads of the adventurers who were blocking the door. However, Shuren's black pot was quite powerful. Originally, the news of Shuren subduing Killian had already spread among the knights. In addition, Shuren seemed to have contact with the person that the old demon's faction was looking for, so the knights had been paying attention to Shuren. This was also an order from Lily and Vivian. Both of them had said that Shuren was the only person that Xianxia did not reject contact with. In addition, the old demon's faction had suffered a big loss at his hands, and it was very likely that they would target him again in the future. Therefore, both of them had spoken to the knights and asked them to pay more attention to Shuren's surroundings. In the end, Sean saw through this and grasped this point. He directly buckled the corpse rice into the dish. How could it not smash the person into a mess? Therefore, on that day, all the people who were blocking the door, including the tall adventurer, were taken back for tea by the serious-looking knights. If they were not careful, they might really be stigmatized as spies of the old demon's faction. Witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the surrounding people who were watching the show were naturally dumbfounded for a long time. After that, every time such adventurers came out to look for trouble, Sean would turn around and drag a group of knights over without saying a word. He would say that he was privately threatened, and tearfully claimed that he had caused so much trouble to help the kingdom arrest a wanted criminal, but he was treated so unfairly. It was too unreasonable, and he had almost lost confidence in the kingdom and the guild. He would never believe in this society and this world again, and the members of the knights would have goosebumps all over their skin from his words. Since then, the knights had simply sent a small team to patrol around the guild. This made the adventurers, who knew the whole story, behave as if they had encountered a great enemy. They looked at Shuren with fear in their eyes, as if they were looking at a demon. It was especially so for the adventurers who were taken away by the knights. When they came back, they all knelt before Shuren, apologizing and begging for mercy, crying miserably. After that, everyone found out that before these adventurers were taken away by the knights, Shuren had specifically told the knights that the old demon's faction would likely send people to rescue Killian. These people who were deliberately targeting him might have been assigned a task, so they had to be on guard. As a result, all of these adventurers were reinterrogated. In particular, before they were taken away, Shuren had said, "I wonder if the men and the knights are young and aggressive and have no chance to come into contact with the opposite sex. Will they be interested in the buttocks of delicate adventurers?" This caused the adventurers to be terrified and worried. They didn't even dare to sleep at night, and their spirits were even more severely tortured. In this way, how would they dare to look for trouble with Shuren? It was more important to pray that Shuren wouldn't look for trouble with them. Knowing all this, how could the group of adventurers not look at Sean with fear and horror in their eyes? Now, there were even such rumors spreading in the Adventurers Guild. "What? You don't like that, newbie? You're running out of tea at home, aren't you? What? A newbie being approached by Miss Vivian is too arrogant? Are you trying to be a spy for the old demon's faction? What? You're looking down on someone who's only level 10 at the age of 20, and has no skills? Then I advise you to take care of your buttocks first. This is our advice to you as your seniors. Don't provoke him, don't ever provoke him. Otherwise, forget about your will, even your lines will be snatched away, and you'll be sent flying with a kick. Don't say we didn't warn you. As an adventurer, encountering monsters isn't scary. You'll know when you encounter demons." This was the evaluation of Shuren by the entire Lemesian Adventurers Guild. Shuren had single-handedly changed the style of the Adventurers Guild. Shuren basked in the awe-inspiring gazes of the Adventurers Guild as he prepared to head upstairs to the library. But before that, an employee at the counter informed Shuren. "Ah, Mr. Shuren, Miss Vivian and the others are in the private room on the second floor. She asked us to inform you that you should head over if you're here." Hearing this, Shuren stopped in his tracks. "Can we gather again?" Shuren smiled. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the private room on the second floor. Over there, Vivian's team had indeed gathered once again. "You've really caused a lot of trouble recently." In the private room, Vivian, who saw Sean, said in an extremely annoyed tone. Not to mention Vivian, even Ter, Lumia, and Marika looked at Shuren with a strange expression, causing Shuren to laugh awkwardly. It had to be said that Shuren had indeed gone overboard recently. At this point, if Vivian and the others still did not know about Shuren's legend of bravery, they would definitely be lying. "I never thought that a trainee adventurer who hasn't even passed the assessment could make such a big name for himself in the guild." Vivian felt that she did not know whether to admire or feel helpless. "Let alone in the guild, even outside, I hear your name from time to time." Ter also glanced at Shuren. I also hear it a lot these days," Lumia also said weakly. "Or rather, to be able to drag everyone in the guild and the knights everywhere, it's impossible for him not to become famous." Marika smiled bitterly. The four girls stared at Sean with a strange look in their eyes. They did not know how to comment on this story. Obviously, the four of them did not expect that in just a few days, Shuren would cause so many troubles again. It was really lamentable. Under everyone's strange gazes, although Shuren looked resentful, he really wanted to cry out that he was wronged. No, it should be said that Shuren did cry out. "Who do you think this is all thanks to?" Shuren said as if he had been wronged. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been picked on by those guys in the guild who have nothing better to do." Hearing this, the group of young girls was slightly startled, and the strange expressions on their faces turned into guilt. "Speaking of which, this matter indeed has a lot to do with us." Ter admitted this. "I'm sorry." Lumia hurriedly bowed her head and apologized to Shuren. Ugh, Marika also looked embarrassed, but it was not that she did not realize it. As for Vivian, she was even more straightforward. "Regarding this, I have to apologize to you." Vivian put away the grumpiness on her face, lowered her eyes, and said to Shuren, "It's all because of my thoughtlessness and carelessness that caused you such trouble." "I'm sorry." It seemed that Vivian was very clear about the reason why Shuren was picked on. Well, it's not to the extent of needing an apology. This time, Shuren was the one who felt embarrassed. After all, Shuren had to admit that in the beginning, He indeed felt that this kind of cliché plot was very troublesome, but later on, he also got too carried away, which was why he was regarded as the devil. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many such plots in his previous life, but Shuren was really poisoned. Therefore, when he saw similar situations, he always had the urge to ruin these plots with his own hands. Under such circumstances, Shuren coughed and said to Vivian, "Anyway, this matter is over, so we should not mention it." Sean didn't beat around the bush and said so straightforwardly. However, the person who replied wasn't Vivian, but someone familiar who came in from outside the door. "Actually, it's quite interesting. It's rare to see those usually rude and impolite fellows suffer a setback and become so submissive. From a personal point of view, it's really interesting. From the standpoint of the guild, we can also use this opportunity to knock them down a peg and make them behave in the future. Therefore, whether it's for the public or private benefit, this time it's a win-win situation." The person who said this and walked in from outside the door was the president of the Lamijan Adventurers Guild, Lily. President Ter, Lumia, and Marika immediately rose to their feet. "You're here so soon?" Vivian also stood up, but she wasn't surprised by Lily's arrival. It was as if she already knew that the president would be here. As for Shuren, when he saw Lily, he subconsciously shrunk his head. He looked as if he had a guilty conscience. In fact, Shuren should have felt guilty. No matter what, Shuren had done whatever he wanted in the guild. Facing Lily, who was the president, he would still feel awkward. Lily naturally saw Shuren's reaction and was instantly amused. "Now you know you're guilty?" Lily laughed and said, "However, you don't have to feel guilty. Although the matter has blown up, it's not your fault. The ones who caused the trouble are those fellows you mentioned who are too bored to do anything, aren't they?" Hearing this, Shuren thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. He wasn't in the wrong, so why should he feel guilty? Was it wrong to be too unrestrained? Of course not. At this thought, Shuren suddenly felt that he had straightened out his thoughts. His whole body relaxed, and he revealed a bright smile. Upon seeing this, Lily smacked him in annoyance. "Even if it's not your fault, don't go overboard. Otherwise, if all the adventurers in the guild are gone, I'll really have to resign as president and go back to inherit the title." Hearing this, Shuren almost rolled his eyes on the spot. "Listen, are these even human words?" Ignoring Shuren's silent protest, Lily turned her head and looked at Vivian. "How is it? Are you ready?" Lily asked. "Not yet, I was just about to explain it to everyone." Vivian shook her head and replied with such a reply. "Then let me explain it," Lily said. "This matter is more important, it's better for me to explain it." "That's fine." Vivian nodded and said, "In any case, everyone in the team is already here. Let's go to your side now." "No, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Lily shook her head and said, "Let's just explain it here." Vivian hesitated for a moment, but she didn't object and nodded again. Vivian and Lily seemed to be speaking in riddles that only they could understand. Everyone was confused. Does the president have something important to tell us?" Marika was the first to lose her patience. She raised her hand and asked nervously. Ter and Lumia also looked at Lily. One's eyes were filled with questions, while the other was as nervous as Marika. On the contrary, Shuren wasn't too surprised. Long before the gathering, Shuren had guessed that since they were gathering again, there must be something important to do. "As expected, actually, I'm here to issue a new commission." Lily didn't mince words and expressed her intentions. "A new commission?" Everyone's expression changed, and their gazes focused on Lily. So did Shuren. But in the next second, the following words came out of Lily's mouth. "I've already discussed the matter of Killian with Mr. Balin. We've decided that in 2 days, the guild and the knights will send people to escort Killian to the royal city." Lily's words shocked everyone. "This matter is very important. Not only will the knights send enough people, but our guild will also need to send enough adventurers to carry out this mission. Your team will be the first choice." This was what Lily was going to say. Escort Killian to the royal capital? Lily's words surprised everyone in Vivian's party. Sean, in particular, opened his eyes wide in astonishment, as if he had been hit by a stick from an invisible place. Lily could not help but smile as she looked at the crowd. I know you're all waiting for the royal capital to send people to Lamajin to escort Killian away. Or rather, there are a lot of people waiting, right? Lily's gaze swept across everyone. It's just that we don't know when the people from the royal capital will arrive. With Lamajin's current strength, it's hard to say whether he can keep an eye on demons of Killian's level. Moreover, I feel that the old demons won't just let a talent of Killian's level be escorted to the royal capital to be judged. So, there's a high chance that they'll make a move on Lamajin and rescue Killian. Lily's expression turned serious. If things really turn out that way, Lamajin will be in grave danger. It was not Lily's style to not deal with such a threat when she knew it existed. The chairman, who liked to plan ahead and nip any crisis in the bud, made a suggestion to Balin Moreau, the manager of Lamajin. That suggestion was to secretly escort Killian to the royal capital without waiting for the people from the royal capital to arrive. The old demons must have found out about Killian's condition and tried to rescue him before the people from the royal capital arrived at Lamajin, Kieran said. If that's the case, there's no reason for us to passively wait for the old demons to attack. We should escort Killian to the royal capital as soon as possible and eliminate all the risks. That's what we should be thinking about. In this way, if the old demons were to make a move on Lamajin, they would only be able to find that the target was already gone. They would have to suffer in silence. Of course, in Lily's calculations, it was impossible for the old demons to attack Ramus. Hence, she had already made preparations. While Killian was being escorted to the royal capital, before the old demons could attack Ramus, she had spread the news that Killian had been escorted to the royal capital. This caused the old demons who had gathered at Ramus to be left empty-handed. At that time, even if Killian hadn't arrived at the royal city, the old demons who had gathered here would definitely not be able to find him and rescue him before he arrived at the royal city. Without Killian as a bait, the old demons would not be willing to take the risk of attacking the town and would have to retreat. In view of this, our guild and the knights will send people to escort Killian to the royal capital in secret, Lily said with a smile. Lily smiled at everyone and said, as for the knights, Mr. Balin is even preparing to take action personally. Naturally, the guild will have to send out the highest level adventurer team to take charge of this mission. Vivian's team was chosen. Lily's appearance here was to explain this matter. However, everyone in the team looked at each other in dismay. Escort. Escort a major criminal of the old demons. Lumia felt a little afraid. We've never done such a task before, have we? Melika, too, seemed uneasy. Should I say as expected of President Lily? Ter muttered softly, as if impressed by Lily's way of doing things. Vivian was the only one who added such a sentence. There's another reason for doing this, Vivian said softly. Don't forget, besides Killian, there's another target in Lamajin that will be targeted by the old demons. Compared to Killian, this target is more likely to attract the attention of the demons. Everyone immediately guessed who Vivian was referring to. Especially Shuren, whose mouth twitched. For some reason, Lily's gaze fell on Shuren. In the past, that person has never stayed in a town for such a long time. In order not to be caught by the old demons, she has been on the run for 10 years, traveling almost all over the continent, Lily said meaningfully. This time, the other party actually stayed in Lamijo and didn't leave. Even if you say she doesn't have any special intentions towards Lamijo, she must have a motive for doing so. Don't you think so? Shuren? Sean didn't dare to speak at that moment. Looking at Shuren, Lily smiled faintly. I don't know what she's planning, but from the looks of it, she's no doubt a very troublesome guest for Ramus. We can't touch her, but we can't let her stay here forever, lest the old demons target Ramus. So, we might as well use a gentler way to get her to leave. Lily spread her hands. She's only staying here because Killian is subdued. If I'm not wrong, she probably wants to do something to the old demons. We have to send Killian away as soon as possible. That way, there's a high chance that she'll leave with him. It's definitely a good thing for Lamajin. In summary, Lily had made this move in order to get Lamajin out of danger. Firstly, she could send the important criminal away as soon as possible. Secondly, she could divert the attention of the old demons and disrupt their rescue plan. Thirdly, she could get rid of the troublesome guest. It was like killing 3 birds with one stone. Shuren cursed in his heart. This president is a little powerful. Not only was he able to take all the factors into consideration, but he was also able to determine the pros and cons of others' actions. He could even see through Laxia's intentions to a certain extent, allowing him to seize the initiative. He had unknowingly eliminated all the dangerous factors from Lemijin, ensuring the safety of the town to a great extent. Even Shan was amazed by his ability to show off. But this was a little troublesome for Shuren and Lesia's plan. Once Killian was sent away, the old demons would change their target. They might even be caught off guard and would not show up again. Then, Shuren and Lesia's plan to harvest a wave of villain EXP would be completely foiled. Shuren could not help but say weakly, "Is that okay? That woman is a wanted criminal too. Isn't it a little inappropriate to let her go?" Shuren said unconfidently. Also, won't the old demons attack Lemijin out of anger when they realize that they've been tricked? Shuren's words were not entirely forced. However, Lily laughed instead, and the way she looked at Shan became rather playful. This made Shuren feel guilty again. Could it be that this president has already guessed the plan between me and Xianxia? Damn, that's a little scary. In fact, it was not surprising that Lily could guess the relationship between Shuren and Xianxia. Shuren was the only one who had interacted with Xianxia. Since Xianxia did not reject him and only met him, there had to be a reason. It could be that she was curious about Shuren, the so-called new adventurer who could subdue Killian. It could also be that Xianxia knew Shuren's secret and suspected Shuren's identity. But if that was the case, Xianxia only had a reason to meet Shuren, and not to stay in Lemijin. It was unlikely that such a famous wanted criminal would ignore her own situation and the fact that she was a fugitive and stay here, waiting for others to find trouble with her, right? Therefore, Xianxia must have some ulterior motives. Shuren claimed that he was not targeting Lemijin, so it was very likely that he was targeting the old demons. Considering this possibility, in addition to the fact that Shuren had revealed himself to be extraordinary and that he had met Xianxia alone, it was not impossible for Lily to guess that Xianxia wanted to join forces with Shuren to take down the old demons. Shuren was shocked not because he was making a fuss, but because he thought that a person of high status like Lily would not believe his one-sided story and think that Xianxia really had no intentions towards Lemijin. From Shuren's point of view, even if he said that Xianxia had no motive in Lemijin, Lily would not believe him immediately. That way, Lily would definitely have doubts about Xianxia's motives and sink into deep thought. She would not be able to guess what he and Xianxia were secretly planning. Who would have thought that Lily would completely believe Shuren's words? She really did not think that Xianxia was plotting against Lemijin, and she immediately knew the truth. Shuren did not expect Lily to believe his words so much. But Shuren did not know that Lily did not trust him, but Vivian. Lily did not know Shuren's identity. She only knew that it was a secret that could not be exposed. Moreover, with Vivian, a childhood friend whom she could absolutely trust, she chose to stand on Shuren's side and take Shuren's words at face value. As for Vivian, she did not trust Shuren that much either. Even if Vivian was kind and gentle, it did not mean that she would completely trust someone in such a short period of time. The reason why Vivian had chosen to vouch for Shuren and trust him so quickly was because she had more or less guessed Shuren's identity. From Vivian's point of view, Shuren's identity was destined to be trustworthy. He could not be an evil person. That was why Vivian had chosen to vouch for Shuren, and Lily trusted Vivian. Eventually, a chain of relationships was formed, which led to Lily not suspecting Shuren's words. This was the kind of relationship that would appear in reality. Reality wasn't a novel. There wouldn't be a situation where everyone except the main character would lose their intelligence. There would be a lot of idiots, but there were also a lot of smart people. A situation where everyone revolved around the main character like in a novel was basically impossible to happen. The reality was that everyone had their own way of thinking, their own standpoint, and their own standards and judgments. Every outcome seemed so ordinary at first glance, but in fact, it was only produced after many thoughts and actions were interwoven together. Although Shuren had been bombarded by so many cliché plots in his previous world and could spoil some cliché developments in one fell swoop with disgust, since it was cliché, there would naturally not be any complicated thoughts interweaving together. Thus, unless this world had mind reading or foresight skills for him to learn, how could he completely guess all the developments? Reality was full of surprises. Now, an accident had happened. It was impossible for everything to revolve around the main character, allowing him to smoothly achieve his goals. The thoughts and judgments of others would also greatly affect the current situation. Of course, it could also be summed up by Sharon's current mood. I really am not the main character. It was a sad thing to think about. However, Sharon did not know this either. Although Lily had guessed something, she did not intend to reveal it. After all, she was still on Sharon's side, or rather, on Vivian's side. That was why Lily answered Sharon's question. Although she's a wanted criminal, the kingdom has always been wary of taking action against her. As they are worried that the unknown dangerous item will be used, the kingdom has always been very cautious in dealing with her. Unless we have absolute confidence, we can only wait and see to avoid angering her. Even if we let her go, no one will have any objections. Lily explained to Sharon. As for the old demons, they might attack Lemagin out of anger, but they are not fools. Even Killian was subdued here. Even if they claim that you, the new adventurer, used a powerful magical item to succeed in a sneak attack, they wouldn't want to take such a huge risk, right? What if there were more of the magic tools that could subdue even Killian in the Lemagin? The people of the old demon clan would definitely have such misgivings. So, if Killian was still here, they might take the risk. But if Killian was no longer in Lemagin, they would definitely not take the risk without any benefits, lest they suffer any more losses. Well, if I had that magical item, I wouldn't mind them attacking me directly. In fact, I really hope that they would attack me. That way, we can eradicate those pests. Lily flashed a beautiful smile at Sean. She said in a charming and tempting manner, if Mr. Sean still has that kind of powerful magical tool, you must let me know. I can buy it at a high price. Sharon almost lost his composure when he heard that. That's not my own. Senior Tear gave it to me to protect myself. Sean once again took up the cause of shifting the blame, but his tone sounded hesitant no matter how one listened to it. The group of young ladies couldn't help but roll their eyes, especially Tear. She felt that she had done something wrong when she had helped Sean with his lie. If even Tear was like that, Lily and Vivian would be even more so. Tear had only helped Sharon with his lie within the team, but Lily and Vivian had helped Sharon with his lie to the public, claiming that they were the ones who gave the magical item to Sharon. Now that they saw Sharon shifting the blame, he had become even more arrogant in the guild. Both of them were starting to doubt whether they had done the right thing by helping him clean up the mess so many times. Anyway, that's how it is. Lily sighed and said to everyone, this is a secret mission. This commission is classified as a secret mission. Except for a small number of related people, no one can disclose it, lest this operation is exposed. Not only will it fail to achieve its goal, but it will also lead the people of the old demon race to your side, causing you to be attacked by the old demon race. The guild will not only assign you to this mission. Apart from you, there are 2 other high-level teams that have been entrusted with this mission. The mission will take place in 2 days. Make your preparations. After that, Lily explained some details to Vivian's team, such as where they should gather, what route they should take to avoid detection, and how to secretly escort the target to the royal city. In this regard, Vivian, as the team leader, would be fully responsible. She listened attentively to Lily's explanation and noted down all the points. Tear, Lumia, and Marika were also listening attentively. They must have attached great importance to this mission. They had to attach great importance to it. The target they were going to escort was a level 77 demons criminal. This person was one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination in the royal capital 10 years ago. Back then, countless nobles had been murdered, and even members of the royal family had been killed. The high-ranking officials in the royal capital must have hated this guy to the extreme and wished they could personally punish him. There was no need to emphasize how important this escort mission was. Moreover, it also involved the old demons. No matter how one looked at it, this mission was destined to be unusual. As the adventurers carrying out the mission, they naturally had to pay 120% of their attention. Sharon was the only one who seemed to be listening attentively, but in fact, he was already muttering to himself. What should I do now? according to the current pace, it was unlikely that they would be able to trick the people of the old demon clan. Should we discuss it with that young lady first? Shuren thought, but he quickly rejected the idea. Although he was in a cooperative relationship with Xianxia, this mission was so important. If he recklessly leaked it to Xianxia and caused Xianxia to harm others for her own benefit, Shuren would be too ashamed to face Vivian. In other words, compared to Xianxia, Shuren wanted to stand on Vivian's side more. After all, Shan had yet to fully trust Xianxia. To put it nicely, his relationship with Xianxia was a cooperation. To put it bluntly, they were just working together for their own purposes. It would be strange if there was any trust between them. Otherwise, why would Shuren be so unyielding in front of Xianxia? It was because Shuren was still wary of Xianxia. On the other hand, it wasn't just Vivian. Even Lily and Ter had taken good care of Shan, and even helped him with many things that didn't need to be said out loud. Since that was the case, Shan definitely wouldn't betray them. Shuren was really grateful to Vivian and the others. Hence, Shuren felt that it was better not to leak this matter to Xianxia. At most, I'll just ignore the old demons. Originally, Shan wanted to scam the old demons because he didn't want these villains to come and take revenge on him like some disgusting plots. If it really didn't work, Shuren wouldn't be so stubborn. No matter what, I'm still a man with a cheat code. If something really happens, I won't be helpless, right? With this thought in mind, Shan gave up straightforwardly. Just like in the past, he displayed an ability to accept things that was different from ordinary people. After figuring this out, Shan's thoughts were clear, and he no longer cared about other trivial matters. Together with the rest of Vivian's team, he listened attentively to Lily's explanation. Lily's lecture lasted for an hour before she dismissed the crowd. After that, everyone discussed this matter with each other for a while before disbanding. For the mission in 2 days, they had to go back and do what they could to prepare. I have to think of a way to settle down my family, Lumia said uneasily. She was obviously worried about how she would settle down her 7 younger sisters while she was away from Lemijin. I'll also ask the elven seniors about useful spells and how to make magic tools. Marika also pretended to be prepared as much as possible. I can go at any time. Ter was as calm as ever, as if telling everyone that she was ready to fight with all her might at any time. As for Vivian, she hesitated for a moment before asking Shuren a question. Forget about us, but do you really intend to take part in this mission? Vivian seemed to have some misgivings. It couldn't be helped. Logically speaking, you're just a newbie who's still in the process of taking the test. There's no reason for you to accompany us on such an important mission. If you want to stay in Lemijin, then just say it, Vivian said to Shuren seriously. It seemed like Vivian didn't intend to give Shuren special treatment just because he was special. Shuren knew that Vivian didn't want him to think that they were using his power. Others might not know, but Vivian and Ter definitely knew more or less about Shuren's hidden strength. Hence, they wouldn't want to help Shuren decide to take part in this mission without his consent. Although Shuren had a trump card that hid his great strength, this mission would be much more convincing. Vivian obviously didn't want to overlook Shuren's intentions just because of that. Shuren only had one thing to say. Am I not a member of this team? Shuren's resolute words shocked Vivian and the others. At the very least, Vivian looked a little touched. Since you've said so, Vivian smiled and apologized to Shuren. Shuren also smiled and told Vivian not to mind, but he complained to himself. If I stay here and that Missy finds out that I hid this from her, causing her to wait for so long in vain, I'm afraid she'll immediately come looking for me. Shuren wasn't afraid of her. Compared to being annoyed, Shuren was more eager to see the Missy's flustered and exasperated face when she couldn't find him. Shan felt that the scene was very exciting just thinking about it. Thus, everyone agreed to meet up 2 days later, and then they dispersed. Shuren also left the guild and returned to the inn. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Not long after, it was time to carry out the secret mission. Shuren followed Vivian's instructions and prepared some clothes and toiletries. He packed them all in a bag, along with the sacred sword, which was also wrapped in a long bag, and left the inn. However, Shuren didn't go to the guild. Instead, he went straight to the city center of Lemijin. Over there was a huge building dedicated to public use. Just like the Adventurers Guild, the building was located on a vast square. However, the square was surrounded by walls. There were also knights patrolling and training there. It was like a military base, filled with a solemn and strict atmosphere. Shuren arrived at the building. There were already a lot of people gathered here. At this moment, there were about a dozen people gathered in a corner of the square. Among these people, some were knights, while others were adventurers. One side was wearing standard armor and carrying standard swords, while the other side had their own equipment. The difference was not uniform, so it was easy to recognize them at once. They gathered around several carriages, and in the middle of them was a carriage with an iron railing like a cage. It was obvious that this carriage was intended to be used for the transport of prisoners. When Shuren arrived, everyone in Vivian's team was already there. Vivian was talking to the leader of another adventurer team and some members of the knights, while Ter was leaning against a carriage coldly with her arms crossed. Lucia and Marika were also whispering to each other beside Ter, acting rather reserved. This was because the adventurers and knights in the square couldn't help but glance in their direction from time to time. Even the patrolling knights and soldiers would sneak glances at them from time to time, which made them feel uneasy. After all, there are only a bunch of old men who work and train all day under the sun. Suddenly throwing a few sweet and tasty little girls here. If the scene isn't serious, I'm afraid it'll become a plot in a book at any moment. Shuren couldn't help but complain. Then, he stepped forward and joined them. Of course, Shuren didn't join the so-called old men, but the adventurer team and the knights, which immediately attracted a lot of attention. "You're here?" Vivian, who was talking to someone, noticed Shuren and smiled at Shuren. Not only Vivian, but Ter, Lucia, and Marika also reacted to Shuren's arrival. Although only one of them raised her head and looked at Shuren, the other two hesitated and didn't know whether they should approach him or not. It also showed that Shuren's treatment was different from that of the people around him. "Sorry, am I late?" Shuren came to Vivian and apologized while scratching his head. "No, you're quite early. Right now, only our team and another team of adventurers have arrived. There's still another team that hasn't reported in yet, and the knights are still preparing," Vivian explained to Shuren gently. Her amiable and approachable attitude made the surrounding men feel like they were being healed, and they looked at her with admiration again. Of course, when they saw Shuren, who could make Vivian speak to him with such a gentle smile, everyone looked at him with a refreshing and pleasant murderous aura. If it were in the past, Shuren would still complain about this situation, but he had already experienced enough similar situations, and couldn't be bothered to react. Under such circumstances, Vivian moved slightly to the side, and the figure of the adventurer who had just been talking appeared in Shuren's field of vision. "Let me introduce you," Vivian said to Shuren. "This is the captain of the other adventurer team that's carrying out the escort mission with us today, Arliss." Vivian was referring to a middle-aged man in his 40s who was wearing heavy armor and had a sword at his waist, just without a shield. "You're the newbie that's been spreading around the guild recently, right?" Arliss flashed a refreshing smile at Shuren, like a sunny uncle. "I didn't expect you to come. I thought that with Vivian's protectiveness, she wouldn't bring you along for such an important and slightly dangerous mission." It wasn't just Arliss who thought so. Everyone else probably thought so too. At the very least, the adventurers who seemed to be members of Arliss's team froze when they saw Shuren. Then, they whispered to each other in surprise, obviously discussing this matter. Shuren didn't think much of it. "I requested to come this time," Shuren said humbly. "After all, it's a rare and important mission. Even if I'm lucky enough to pass the test and become an official adventurer, with my level, I don't know when I'll get another mission of this level. So, since it's a rare opportunity, I made use of Captain Vivian's gentleness and got her to bring me along to see the world and broaden my horizons." This was what Shuren had thought of a long time ago. The reason was simple. For a high-level mission like this, anyone with a lower level would know that not only would they not be of help, but they might even be a burden. While Shuren didn't want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, he also wouldn't advertise to the world how awesome he was. If he did that, there would definitely be people who would question him. Since that was the case, Shuren felt that it was better to take all the responsibility on himself first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if others doubted Vivian. It didn't take a genius to figure out that if Vivian, as the captain of a team preparing to carry out an important mission, brought a rookie to stroll around in this kind of situation, Sharon could easily imagine several scenarios. For example, someone would look down on Vivian, or be dissatisfied with Vivian's way of doing things, and so on. They would think that she wasn't qualified as a captain. When that time came, Sharon was confident that he would send all those people flying. He wouldn't pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and wait until the end to slap him in the face. So, no matter what, he had to put the blame on himself first. He was used to pushing the blame to the point where he could even push the blame on himself. Could this be the highest level? Just as Sharon was thinking about this, Arliss laughed out loud. So that's how it is. Seeing the world? Arliss patted Sharon's back and said as if they were familiar with each other, this is indeed a good opportunity. But I don't believe that the devil everyone talks about would come just to see the world. Besides, the Vivian I know wouldn't bring a rookie to carry out such a dangerous mission for such a reason. Don't tell me you're hiding something powerful? Hearing this, Sharon gave Arliss a sidelong glance. As expected of the captain of a high-ranking adventurer team. At first glance, he seems very familiar, but his thoughts are quite meticulous. That was what Sharon thought. Alright, Arliss, don't bully Sharon. Vivian slapped Arliss's hand away from Sharon and said unhappily, although Sharon is a rookie, his future is boundless. Even Lily didn't oppose him participating in this mission. As a senior, help him to the best of your abilities. Don't be so frivolous all the time. It seemed that Vivian and Arliss had a good relationship in private. She didn't seem to be too polite when they spoke. How strict? Arliss laughed and said, well, since he's a junior with a bright future, of course I'll do what I can. Let me look forward to your future development. Thank you. Sharon gave his thanks for the time being. However, at this moment, an untimely voice interfered. Level 10 at the age of 20 and hasn't learned any skills. Can such a rookie have a bright future? The sudden ear-piercing sound made everyone frown. This was especially so for Sharon. When he heard the sound, he raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the source of the sound. Everyone else did the same. They all looked over, and Ter, Lumia, and Marika all turned to look at him. However, many people's expressions changed when they saw what it was. The smile on Vivian's face disappeared. Arliss's frown deepened. Ter's expression turned cold. Marika, on the other hand, held her breath. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she could not help but hug Lumia, who was beside her. However, Lumia's reaction was not much better. She looked as if she had seen someone that she wanted to stay away from. She trembled and almost ran away. Under such circumstances, 3 figures approached them one after another. They were 3 very unique adventurers. The one walking in front was a handsome man who looked like a celebrity. His face was filled with kindness and friendliness, and he was only about 20 years old. He was the kind of handsome man who would definitely make fangirls scream when he walked on the street. Beside this handsome man were a man and a woman. The man looked a little younger than the woman, but he was dressed in gorgeous and luxurious high-grade equipment. He even had his head held high and his chest puffed out, looking very high-spirited. The woman was slightly older, and her appearance was quite outstanding. However, she was not as pure and gentle as Vivian and the others, nor was she an intellectual beauty like Lily. Instead, she was more seductive and charming. These 3 adventurers gave off completely different impressions. One gave off a good impression and was incomparably handsome. One gave off the feeling of a nouveau riche and was rather sloppy. The last one made the eyes of the surrounding men light up. It was obvious that he was very stimulating to men. However, seeing these 3 people, Vivian and the others' expressions were not very pleasant. Leon? Why are you here? Alice looked at the beautiful man in the lead with astonishment. However, before the other party could speak, the nouveau riche man spoke first. Of course, we're here to carry out this secret mission. The man sneered and said proudly, this mission is so important that it naturally needs to be entrusted to an excellent adventurer team. Since that's the case, how could our team not be chosen? This statement was simply boasting to the extreme. At least, Sharon did not need to identify it to know that such a standard supporting role model must have come from this guy's mouth. He even vividly displayed the word arrogant. Without waiting for Arliss to reply, he looked at Vivian and excitedly approached her. "Captain Vivian, long time no see." Before he could finish his agitated words, he was interrupted. "I'm no longer your captain, young Master Maguire." Vivian interrupted him as she lowered her head and said, "But it has indeed been a long time since we last met. Please forgive me for not greeting you for a long time." The man called Maguire naturally understood it. He was a little embarrassed and ashamed, but in the end, he could not wait to speak. The man who was called Margrave naturally could tell. He felt a little awkward and ashamed, but in the end, he still spoke as if he couldn't wait any longer. "Since Captain Vivian. Miss Vivian is here, what about Marika? Is Marika here too?" As he spoke, he looked around. After a while, he saw Marika, who was holding Lumia and looking pale. Maguire's expression suddenly became even more excited, and he subconsciously wanted to step forward. But at this moment, a black wind blew in front of Maguire and stopped him. Whistled in front of Margrave and stopped him. Maguire was startled and could not help but take a few steps back. Then, he saw the person's face clearly, and the excitement on his face was replaced by shock and anger. Margrave was shocked and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Then, he saw the other party's appearance clearly, and the excitement on his face was replaced by shock and anger. That person was Ter. Ter looked coldly at Maguire, a sharp blade in her hand. Ter stared coldly at Margrave, a sharp blade in her hand. Ter looked at Maguire coldly, but there was more fear in his eyes. The cold and heartless words caused Margrave to be both shocked and angry, but there was even more fear in his eyes. Lucia hurriedly ran to Ter's side. Lumia hurried to Ter's side. Marika really wanted to follow, but when she saw Margrave, her expression became very ugly. It was as if she had been traumatized, and she could not move at all. Seeing Marika like this, Vivian stepped forward, hugged her, and comforted her softly. Only then did Marika relax a lot. Under such circumstances, the rest of the people gathered around as well. "What are you doing, young Master Maguire?" Arliss said impolitely. "Don't scare me, okay? It's none of your business." "Arliss." Maguire seemed to have found a way out of this embarrassing situation, but he angrily said to Arliss, "Watch your attitude." This pretentious excuse made many people unhappy. "Indeed, I have offended you." Arliss admitted to this point, but not only did his tone not become polite, he even spoke to the handsome man beside him. Then, as the young master's team leader, "Shouldn't you restrain the members of the team, Leon?" Hearing this, the handsome man that Arliss called Leon smiled. That smile was very elegant and refreshing, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It also made the coquettish woman blush, revealing a look of infatuation. Then, he said this. "I'm sorry, Maguire has always been this impulsive. I've already reprimanded him several times, but he's still young, after all. Everyone, please forgive him." As Leon said this, he said to Maguire in a gentle voice, "Maguire, you should also control yourself. Even if you're happy to see Miss Marika, being so impulsive will bring shame to the Flitter family's reputation." Ugh. Maguire was speechless, as if he valued Leon's words more or less. However, even so, Maguire kept looking in Marika's direction, his eyes revealing undisguised adoration, excitement, reluctance, and happiness. Facing such a Maguire, not only did Marika not feel happy, but she also bit her lips and buried her head in Vivian's arms. Seeing this scene, Shuren, who had been watching silently, began to have many doubts. Judging from the atmosphere, there must be a lot of personal grudges. Shuren sized up the 3 uninvited guests. After comforting Marika, Vivian brought Marika to Ter and Lumia's side before stepping forward. "So you're the 3rd adventurer team that came to carry out a secret mission?" There was a hint of worry and helplessness in Vivian's voice when she said that. "Yes." It was unknown if Leon noticed this, but he looked straight at Vivian as if she was the only thing left in his eyes. He smiled happily and said, "I knew that President Lily would definitely choose you. Vivian, I really hope that our upcoming cooperation will be a pleasant experience for both parties." Hearing Leon's words, Vivian still did not feel happy at all. Instead, she fell into silence. Even Arliss smiled bitterly. Sharon did not expect Vivian and Arliss to behave like this. Forget about that nouveau riche, this guy called Leon doesn't seem to be a bad person, right? What's going on? End of chapter 89. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.